The story unfolds at First High School, where cute little birds chirp on the power lines. A voice rings out, Chinqing, you'll be transferring to our school tomorrow. A teacher and student are face to face. The homeroom teacher asks, are you familiar with the school now? The student nods. Don't worry, teacher, I'm almost familiar with the school. A cute high school girl with a bow in her hair and a notebook in hand is Chinqing, 15 years old, from junior high class to A, about to transfer to First High School. She replies softly, thank you, teacher's son. Thank you for your time today. Teacher's son nods with satisfaction, praising her. As expected of a talented young lady from a scholarly family, you're very polite. Just then, a group of boys pass by and see the girl chatting happily with the teacher. Two of the boys start whispering, hey, the new student. The black-haired boy stares blankly at Chinqing, then suddenly slaps his blonde friend's head. Dude, she's so cute. I'm smitten. The blonde friend grumbles discontentedly. You fall for every girl you see, forgetting after 7 seconds. Are you a goldfish? The two good friends banter back and forth, one sulking, the other coaxing. Just then, another boy turns his head and glances over with a blank expression. This is when Euong, 18 years old, a senior in Class A, also a student at First High School. He thinks to himself, so young. Doesn't have anything to do with me. With that thought, when Euong puts his hands in his pockets. When Euong walks away nonchalantly, while the two friends continue their antics. Touch me again and see what happens. The other boy forces a smile, looking scared. They put their arms around each other's shoulders, laughing and joking. At this moment, teacher's son sees the group of students and walks over to scold them. Li Zhang, Zhao, oh, it's you two again, always fooling around. Teacher's son grabs the two mischievous boys and turns to see when Euong walking slowly, completely unconcerned. And another rascal, he got away again. Teacher's son is a little angry, pulling on Li Zhang and Zhao Zihua's ears. Why aren't you two wearing your uniforms again? The two boys complain, teacher's son, be gentle. The new student is here, save us some face. Still holding their ears, teacher's son forces a smile and says loudly, Chinqing, stay away from students who aren't wearing their uniforms. These troublemakers always bully their classmates. He emphasizes bully their classmates, also hinting at the third troublemaker, when Euong. Chinqing replies nervously, I understand, teacher. She turns to watch when Euong's departing figure and thinks, a bad student. He doesn't look like one. He's even wearing his uniform. While she's still lost in thought, teacher's son calls her back. Chinqing, startled. She asks, what is it, teacher? Still holding the student's ears, he smiles and waves. It's getting late. Go home early and be careful on your way. Chinqing nods happily. Okay, goodbye, teacher. Even her back is so cute. One of the boys sighs, watching Chinqing leave. My ears don't hurt anymore. The black-haired friend gently touches his chest and says excitedly, I feel like I forgot something. Suddenly, a curse, crap, I got distracted. Those guys from Third High might be looking for trouble with Euong. I forgot to warn him, and he's already gone. He suddenly snaps back to reality. His friend teases, are you a pig? You actually forgot. The phone screen displays an incoming call from Mom, but there's only ringing, no answer. Chinqing sighs as expected. Mom is still in a meeting, and Grandma didn't answer the phone either. She holds the phone to her ear and looks around the school. It's my first time here, and I haven't been this way before. I really don't know the way. Then she hears a strange sound and turns to look. A cute little dog is looking at her excitedly, while Chinqing feels a little discouraged. Looks like I'm lost. She slowly approaches, little short legs. She squats down and observes the dog. Tell me, which way to Feline Court? She says absent-mindedly to the dog. Is it to the left? The corgi taps her with its paw. Chinqing is instantly overjoyed, wondering if she should ask it to point again with its right paw. Just then, someone walks over and stops on her left. Chinqing freezes, turns her head, and her smile instantly disappears. It's when Euong, and he seems to be holding back something. Did what he said sound similar to what I said? Chinqing is stunned, her cheeks flushing. I was actually talking to Corgi, and he saw the whole thing. Lowering her head and closing her eyes, she says awkwardly, thank you. Internally, she's screaming, this is so embarrassing. I'm mortified. As soon as the words leave her mouth, she runs off at full speed, disappearing from Euong's sight. When Euong stares blankly as she runs away, short legs, yet she runs so fast. Is she a rabbit in disguise? Quite cute. Meanwhile, Chinqing is still running as fast as she can. Suddenly, she stops abruptly, sensing footsteps. Someone is following her. She spun around and shouted with all her might, "Are you still following me? I'm calling the police." Standing before her was none other than Wen Yufang. He looked innocent and said calmly, "We're just going the same way." Chinqing was mortified. "I'm sorry," she mumbled before turning and hurrying away. She had just made a fool of herself. How could she not feel embarrassed? With her head down, she ran as fast as she could, desperately trying to get away, when she suddenly bumped into someone. To her misfortune, she had collided with someone who looked incredibly fierce. The person clicked their tongue impatiently, clearly annoyed. Chinqing looked at him, her heart tightening with fear. "He's not going to hit me, is he?" she thought. The man glared at her coldly, his eyes icy. Intimidated by his aura, she stumbled backward. He ignored her, casually slinging a baseball bat over his shoulder. "Number 1 high school punk, I finally caught you." Chinqing was terrified. Number 1 high school. She whipped her head around. Was he looking for trouble with that upperclassman? Wen Yufang strolled over as the thugs pointed at him provocatively. "You're Wen Yufang, right? We finally found you, number 3 high school." Wen Yufang simply glanced at them, a flicker of defiance in his eyes and a smirk playing on his lips. He wasn't afraid at all. Seeing this, the man cursed. "Damn it, you're alone today. Let's see how you run." But Wen Yufang said nothing. He just let out a cold laugh. "Just you guys." The thug roared furiously, "Damn it." He hefted the baseball bat on his shoulder. "Aren't you supposed to be a good fighter? You're alone today. Let's see how you escape." Wen Yufang just stared at him coldly, the mocking smile still on his lips. He scoffed, "Just you guys." This completely enraged the man. The man exploded. "Screw it, get him." Just then, a voice rang out, stopping both Wen Yufang and the thugs in their tracks. It was her. One of them asked in confusion, "Who's that?" Chinqing ran over, shouting as she approached, "Brother, what are you doing here? I've been looking everywhere for you." The thugs were stunned. "Who is she? Who's she calling brother?" "I don't know." Chinqing stood on tiptoe, reaching up and grabbing Wen Yufang's arm, startling him. "Brother, let's go home. It's getting late." Wen Yufang froze, completely taken aback. But she seemed to be signaling him with her eyes, asking for his cooperation. She forced a calm smile as she spoke. "We'll miss dinner if we're any later." Inwardly, she prayed, "Please don't blow my cover." Chinqing blinked furiously. "Dad's waiting for us over there." When Yufang finally understood, she was helping him. She continued to feign composure, waving and calling out, "Dad, we're over here." The thugs all turned to look, completely dumbfounded. "What's going on?" "Her dad. Isn't that a taxi driver?" Sure enough, a man was sitting in a car, munching on a pizza and looking over with a puzzled expression. Chinqing tugged on Wen Yufang's hand, urging him in a low voice. While they're distracted, "Let's go." With that, she pulled him away and they ran, Wen Yufang still looking at her in bewilderment. Chinqing quickly pushed him into the car. "Get in." She scrambled in after him and slammed the door shut. Chinqing urged the driver, "Mister, hurry up and drive. Someone's chasing my brother and me." The driver, startled, quickly agreed, Okay. The taxi sped away. The thugs, realizing they had been tricked, erupted in curses. Chinqing looked back through the window and finally let out a breath of relief. Phew, they shouldn't be able to catch up. She clutched her chest, still shaken and breathing heavily. The close call had made her heart race. When Yufang sat beside her, his chin resting on his hand, a smile playing on his lips. "She ran away from me so fast earlier, and now she bravely came back to save me. How interesting. This is like something out of a CEO romance novel." She turned and saw his expression. "What are you smiling about?" she asked, puzzled. When Yufang raised his hand slightly. "Chinqing, you're still holding my hand, and you call me brother." Chinqing's cheeks flushed, and she quickly pulled her hand away. "Sorry, Just then, her phone rang. The caller ID showed Lin Manchu. Chinqing answered, her tone slightly impatient. "Hello." The voice on the other end immediately burst out. "I heard you're transferring to number 1 high." She replied indifferently, "Yeah, so?" Lin Manchu's shriek made her pull the phone away from her ear. "That means you'll have a chance to see number 1 high's incredibly handsome heartthrob that everyone's obsessed with." Chinqing was still confused, feeling like she hadn't seen him before. When Yufang sat beside her, chin resting on his hand, gazing quietly out the window, Lin Manchu cautiously said, "But Xiao Qing, although he's super handsome, I heard he already has several girlfriends. You better stay away from him, okay? Chinqing nodded vaguely. Don't worry, she said blankly. What could I possibly have to do with him? Huh. But when Yufeng, sitting next to her, heard everything, a smile unconsciously playing on his lips. He looked at her with a hint of smugness. Who knows, little girl. After a while, Chinqing's voice rang out. Driver, please stop in front of Feline Bay. The taxi stopped immediately. Chinqing was still on the phone with Lin Manchu, comforting her. Manchu, I'm getting off. I'll hang up now. Lin Manchu quickly replied, Okay. By the way, there's a farewell party this afternoon. You must come. Chinqing felt it was a bit of a hassle and just perfunctorily replied, I know. Lin Manchu was still complaining, if I see that guy fighting again. Annoyed, she hung up directly. Just then, when Yufeng suddenly raised his voice, stay away from it. Don't get involved. It's too dangerous, little girl. His words were so arrogant that Chinqing was stunned. Chinqing froze and said seriously, it is dangerous, so you shouldn't fight anymore either. But she suddenly stopped, feeling something was wrong. She had just met him. How could she say such things to her senior? It was too rude. She quickly apologized. I'm sorry, senior. Before she could finish, the taxi driver shouted, Are you two getting out or not? Chinqing quickly took out her wallet and rummaged through it. Ah, sorry, I'll get out right away. She slowly took out the money from her wallet and handed it over. Senior, this is the fare. I'll give it to the driver later. When Yufeng looked over, seemingly surprised. The fare. Chinqing hurriedly pushed open the car door and got out. Thank you, driver. She needed to calm down, recalling when Yufeng's actions and words just now. This senior always liked to tease her. She clenched her hands tightly. They probably wouldn't see each other again anyway. Chinqing thought awkwardly, hoping no one had noticed her little actions. Thinking this, she breathed a sigh of relief, then turned around happily and said, Then I'll go first. See you tonight, brother. After saying that, she ran off. When Yufeng watched the small, cute girl jog away, stunned for a few seconds, his gaze never leaving her. She ran off again. He looked down slightly at the bill. Then he reached down, picked up the bill, rested his chin on his hand, and looked thoughtfully at the bill in his hand. This is the first time someone has paid my fare, he thought, putting the bill in his pocket. I have to keep this well. After all, it's from the little girl. The taxi driver raised his voice impatiently. Aren't you getting out? Where else do you want to go? When Yufeng replied coldly, Back to where I got in. This is infuriating. How can there be such people? The taxi driver was furious. Are you playing with me? 2 p.m., Fenghua Amusement Park. Chinqing walked slowly, dressed in cute and pretty clothes, thinking, is Lin Manchu really here? This place doesn't look like somewhere middle schoolers would come. Are they really having the farewell party at Fenghua Amusement Park? Lin Manchu, on the other hand, looked excited. Don't be nervous. It's fine. She looked at her friend proudly, but seriously, Xiaoqing, you look really good in this black dress. Why do you always wear white dresses? Chinqing replied softly, I thought the farewell party would be outside, so I didn't wear a white dress. I was afraid of getting it dirty. Lin Manchu was speechless. Your honest and innocent reasoning really makes me speechless. Chinqing blinked, her face full of confusion. Huh, what do you mean? The two chatted happily, arm in arm. Whatever, this is important, Xiaoqing. The class president and vice president put a lot of effort into this farewell party. The class president and vice president. But I don't even know them. It's okay, don't be shy. Just have fun later. Chinqing was the obedient type, but still said, Manchu, I can't stay out too late. Mom said, I have to be home by 7. Manchu replied casually, It's okay. Everyone knows your family is strict. As long as you show up, the class president and everyone else will be happy. Meanwhile, on the other side, when Yufeng and 2 other people were walking and chatting nonstop, this place is huge. When Yufeng replied coldly, I'm not going in. His friend pleaded, Come on, just come in with me once. The other 2 were still chattering. I can't give up. I finally managed to invite Ling, the school beauty, here. But Ling is only here for UG. You don't stand a chance. When Yufeng walked in front, looking impatient, so noisy, the persistent friend still wasn't giving up. I don't believe it. I have to find out what kind of girls UG likes. Thinking this, he quickened his pace. UG. And over there, Chinqing and Manchu were chatting happily. When Yufeng suddenly stopped, his eyes sweeping over the crowd, he froze. It was her. Meanwhile, her 2 friends were still chatting excitedly. Xiaoqing, the amusement park is just up ahead. The 2 girls, arm in arm, continued walking. Come on, let's have some fun. His friend whispered, Hey, Yuji, what do you think of girls with long hair, fair skin, and a petite figure? He subconsciously hummed in agreement. The description was Chinqing to AT, fair skin, long flowing hair, petite figure. She had it all. He couldn't help but let a small smile play on his lips. Pretty cute, right? His friend exclaimed, Huh? Goo, are you talking about Ling? The campus bell. Wait, Yuji, what are you looking at? The image of the girl waving goodbye and their agreement for tonight flashed through in Yofang's mind, a strange feeling welling up inside him. He hadn't expected to see her again so soon. He said without thinking, My sister is a fortune teller after all. When Yufang changed direction, let's go to the amusement park. His friend said in shock, Huh? Yuji, you actually agreed. I'm so touched. The blonde friend behind them muttered discontentedly, Li Zhang, you're such an idiot. But in his heart, he thought, I have a date with my sister tonight. Inside the Fengwu Entertainment Hall, the three boys walked in and happened to see Qing's back as she headed upstairs. When Yufang, still downstairs, looked around, thinking, why would she come to a place like this? Lin Yuyang quickly nudged him, Bro, hurry up, it's about to start. But when Yufang was still searching for the cute girl, annoyed by Lin Yuyang's constant urging, he rapped him on the head. Lin Yuyang complained, Ouch. In the VIP KTV room, when Yufang was bored and irritated, still upset that he hadn't followed Qing. It was all Lu Xiang's fault. Just then, a radiant girl walked over and asked, Excuse me, can I sit next to you? Li Zhang just stole my seat. He replied coldly, Whatever. His friend leaned in and whispered to the girl, Is he Wen Yufang? He's so handsome. I heard he's your boyfriend. Is it true? The girl scratched her head and replied, Who said that? We haven't even had our fortunes told, and the rumors are already spreading. But her friend, with a knowing look, suddenly exclaimed excitedly, Wow, I suddenly think Ling and Wen Yufang are a perfect match. You two should be together. The others immediately joined in. Get together, get together. Everyone chanted, enthusiastically trying to set the two up. Ling, the campus belle, looked at Wen Yufang with a shy, expectant gaze. Wen Yufang suddenly tugged at his tie, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. He looked up, his gaze sharp and cold, instantly silencing the room. Wen Yufang slowly stood up under everyone's gaze. Someone asked, Where are you going? Wen Yufang replied coldly, Home. In the VIP room corridor, he had just stepped out when he saw Qing walking with a boy. He stopped abruptly, his eyes sweeping over them. The boy said softly, Qing, come with me for a moment. Qing obediently agreed. Okay. Her figure flitted past his line of sight. It really was her. When Yufang couldn't help but wonder, why is she with that boy? The boy with glasses scratched his head, avoiding Qing's gaze, and hesitantly began, Qing, I suddenly asked you out here because I have something to tell you. I've been holding it in for a long time, and if I don't say it now, I might never have another chance. Qing panicked slightly, stammering, Class monitor, Her mind was a jumble, and she felt she really shouldn't be listening to this. Mustering all his courage, his face flushed, the boy blurted out, I like you. She didn't know what to do for a moment, her mind still racing. What should I do next? How can I reject him without hurting his feelings? While she was still stunned, he continued, So I think. Qing's lips twitched slightly. Class monitor, what should I do next? The class monitor was stunned. Huh, why? Qing said seriously, You're still young. The boy was taken aback. Huh. Suddenly, a burst of laughter rang out. They both turned their heads. At that voice, the person's footsteps slowly approached. It felt familiar. It was Wen Yufang. He looked at her cautiously. We meet again. He stood before her, teasing little sister Qing. Qing subconsciously took a step back, but he slowly approached. She never thought she would see him again. She had assumed they wouldn't meet again. The class monitor was now very unhappy. Qing, do you know him? He kept staring at her. Qing's heart fluttered. Does this count as knowing him? When Yufang spoke calmly, Why did you call me over? Qing was stunned. Huh. But she quickly recovered. I understand. Then, she carefully lowered her head and greeted him respectfully. Hello, senior. When Yufang was stunned. Weren't you calling me second brother before? He immediately grabbed her arm and pulled her to his side, holding Qing in his arms. He said in a low voice, She's my younger sister. Are you looking for death, daring to have designs on her? Qing was pulled into Wen Yufang's embrace and froze, wondering if he had suddenly grown incredibly bold. Wen Yufang's expression was unfriendly, completely unlike his usual demeanor, as if saying, You dare touch my girl. Even the class monitor was frightened by his aura, his hair standing on end. With a hint of fear in his eyes, he glared at Wen Yufang and turned to run. Thinking he's so great just because he's tall. At this moment, when Yufong turned around and released her, his tone reproachful. Who taught you to reject a confession with the excuse, I'm still young? What if he gets angry and does something stupid? Chinqing looked confused. Huh, she still didn't understand. What if he gets angry and does something stupid? She asked again. When Yufong's eyes widened, he was a little surprised, then teased, are there still such innocent girls these days? He truly couldn't believe there was such a naive and pure girl in the world. Seeing his reaction, she was stunned, thinking, this senior is quite handsome when he smiles. His gaze swept over her, carrying a hint of curiosity. Their eyes met, and their hearts skipped a beat. A strange, indescribable feeling arose between them. They stared at each other for a moment. He finally spoke softly. How old are you? Chinqing happily replied, 15. When Yufong froze. A middle school student. Seeing his silent expression, she was surprised and quickly asked, what's wrong? But when Yufong looked a little disappointed, still just a child, he sighed softly. Am I bewitched? He glanced sideways at her, his mood somewhat downcast. What's a little kid doing in a place like this? Chinqing was slightly taken aback because she could clearly feel that when Yufong's gaze towards her had changed, becoming somewhat distant. Did I say something wrong? She replied timidly, my friend is having a farewell party. It's my first time here. He urged, go straight home after you finish eating. From beginning to end, when Yufong's gaze never left the young girl, simply staring at her quietly. He subconsciously reached out and touched Chinqing's head, thinking to himself, so soft. Chinqing froze, not understanding what he meant. When Yufong turned to leave, not forgetting to remind her before he went, next time you see me at school, remember to run. I'm not a nice senior. Chinqing responded softly like a kitten, in a daze. Oh? She reached up and touched her head, full of confusion. Aside from my family, no one has ever touched my head before. A week later, it was Chinqing's first day transferring to number 1 high school. On the bustling street, inside a speeding car, someone suddenly called out, Xiao Qing, your mother heard from your former homeroom teacher that you were writing novels in math class instead of reviewing for the exam. Her mother, who was driving, said, and then the teacher confiscated the novel, right? Sitting in the back seat. Chinqing avoided her mother's gaze, her expression nervous, her hands clasped tightly. In a childish voice, she said, Mom, I won't do it again. Her mother interrupted her. Mom isn't blaming you. The car stopped at the school gate. Her mother spoke slowly. Mom has carefully considered your situation and discussed it with the homeroom teacher at number 1 high school. Everyone believes you have the ability to complete the first-year high school curriculum during the summer break. As long as you pass the exam, you could be exceptionally promoted to the second year on the first day of school. Chinqing felt a bit nervous and lost. Mom, I want to go out with my friends during summer vacation. Her mother glanced at her through the rearview mirror, her expression unhappy. What did Mom say before? Every stage of life has its own tasks. During your student years, you should focus on your studies. When you're no longer a student, you can arrange your time however you want and go wherever you like. Don't disappoint Mom, Dad, and your teachers. Her mother's tone was stern. Chinqing just lowered her head in the car, remembering that she had already made plans with her friends. She could only whisper, I know. Just then, a familiar figure flashed past the car window. It was when Yufong. He suddenly stopped in his tracks, having heard that familiar voice. A few days later, shortly after Chinqing had enrolled, the junior high third-year monthly exam results came out. At noon, the number 1 high school campus was bustling with activity, everyone discussing the scores. Students jostled and shoved to see the senior year results list. Chinqing's name shone brightly at the top. Tang Yiqin was second. Everyone murmured, who is this? Perfect scores in physics and chemistry. Chinqing. Never heard of her. Who is she? Oh, I know her. She just transferred to class 3. Super pretty, but quiet, hard to approach. Didn't expect her to be a genius. Meanwhile, 2 figures walked slowly. Knock, knock. The high school teacher's office door was knocked on. The door opened, and a teacher said, Mr. Fu, I've brought our student. Chinqing politely greeted, hello, teacher. Mr. Fu looked up. Oh, Ms. Lin. Holding a paper, Mr. Fu said politely, I heard from head teacher son that there's a promising student from the junior high school this year. Mr. Fu casually asked, oh, is it this young lady? Ms. Lin replied happily, yes, it's her. Chinqing bowed respectfully, hello, teacher. You seem a little nervous. My name is Chinqing. Mr. Fu kindly reassured her, don't be nervous, relax. Pulling out a chair, he said, head teacher son mentioned having you take the first-year high school exam. Just do it here. You don't need to go to self-study this afternoon. Chinqing was slightly taken aback. Ah, thank you, teacher. I'll start right away. While Chinqing focused on the exam, the two teachers chatted. Ms. Lin said, "Mr. Fu, please go ahead with your work. I have something to attend to." Mr. Fu asked, "Are your students causing trouble again?" He nodded. "They're not serious about their studies at all. They handed in blank papers for the monthly exam, and yesterday they skipped class. Who knows what trouble they're causing now?" Ms. Lin sighed. "Even head teacher's son can't handle Wen Yufeng." Hearing the name, she paused. Wen Yufeng. The image of the rebellious boy surfaced in her mind. Wen Yufeng. It's that scene at the arcade again. He even said, "Next time you see me at school, remember to turn around and run." Chinqing froze. Could it be that senior? Her thoughts were a jumbled mess. Mr. Fu looked over, puzzled. "What's wrong, young lady?" Just then, there was another knock on the door. Kumein. Wen Yufeng walked in, looking sleepy. "Teacher, you wanted to see me." Hearing the voice, Chinqing turned her head. Their eyes met. When Yufeng stared at her, his heart beating faster. "Why is she here?" Chinqing was equally surprised. "It's really him." She quickly looked away, her body stiff with tension, unable to speak. His gaze never left her. He thought, "This little rabbit delivered herself right to my door. This isn't good." From beginning to end, his gaze remained fixed, his expression meaningful. Chinqing's face paled, and cold sweat beaded on her forehead. She screamed internally. "He told me to run if I saw him. He was right, but now I can't run at all." Recalling the previous embarrassments, talking to a dog the first time, calling him brother the second time, being confessed to publicly the third time, Chinqing felt so ashamed she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Seeing the girl's dazed look, Wen Yufeng couldn't help but chuckle, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. He could tell what she was thinking. He coughed lightly, composing himself. Ignoring her, he walked straight over. "Teacher, what did you want to see me about?" Mr. Fu said angrily, "You skipped class all day yesterday. Give me a reason." The atmosphere immediately became tense. Seeing this, Ms. Lin quickly slipped away. "Mr. Fu, I'll leave this child to you. I have to go back and check on my class." Chinqing wailed inwardly, "Don't leave me. This is so awkward." She tried to compose herself and continue the exam, but the cold sweat on her back wouldn't stop. When Yufeng glanced at her and teased, "Do you really want to ask that question?" He joked, "I'm afraid if I say it out loud, it won't be suitable for little children to hear," implying she was a little child. Chinqing was immediately annoyed. Seeing her angry expression, when Yufeng smiled and continued to tease her. She's angry, like a little kitten. Suddenly, a hand slammed on the desk, accompanied by an angry shout when Yufeng. Mr. Fu scolded, "Is that the attitude you use when talking to teacher?" When Yufeng remained silent, unafraid. Chinqing watched nervously, her heart filled with trepidation. When Yufeng's gaze swept past where Chinqing was sitting, it felt like facing a formidable enemy, anxiety gnawing at her. But he looked at the teacher with a disgruntled expression, which further angered the vice principal. "What's with that look?" When Yufeng just sighed and turned his head away. "Teacher, if you think my attitude is a problem, then punish me." Hearing this, Chinqing immediately turned to look at him, her face full of confusion. The vice principal became even more furious. "When Yufeng, you little." His indifferent attitude further infuriated the vice principal. Just then, a knock came at the door, and a teacher walked in. Mr. Fu said, "The homeroom teacher's son has something to discuss with you." Before leaving, Mr. Fu didn't forget to remind and admonish her, "Wait for me here. Don't wander off. I'll be back." Watching Mr. Fu's figure gradually disappear, Chinqing suddenly panicked. "Oh no, even Mr. Fu is gone. What about my exam?" Suddenly, when Yufeng approached her, he gently placed his hand on the table. Chinqing was startled and turned to look. When Yufeng also froze for a moment. Their eyes met in the air. Suddenly, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. So easily frightened. "How cute." She froze, staring at him motionlessly. But she quickly recovered, turning her face away with some annoyance. "How can a boy smile so beautifully?" I just stared at him like a fool. When Yufeng leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Have you forgotten what I said at the amusement park last time?" She replied uneasily, "No." He teased, "Then why haven't you run away yet?" Chinqing was irritated by his teasing, especially since he suddenly seemed to be in a good mood. Suddenly, he gently put his arm around her back, causing her to subconsciously shrink back. "What are you doing?" She uncomfortably replied, "Studying." When Yufeng was a little surprised. Studying. But in his heart, he thought, studying in the high school teacher's office. Seeing the first-year high school math test paper she was working on, he was truly puzzled. Is she really here to study? He asked blankly, "Aren't you 15 years old? Or are you still in junior high?" For a junior high student to be doing a first-year high school test paper was enough to prove that Chinqing was an exceptionally good student. When Yofang's expression darkened and he didn't say anything more, then he stood up, turned, and left, clicking his tongue. Such a good student. Chinqing was confused. Why is he suddenly unhappy? Before she could react, when Yufang added, if you're a good student, then study hard. The next time you see me, remember. Looking at his strange reaction, she wondered, did I say something wrong again? When Yofang's gaze lingered on the young girl. So beautiful, but a pity. Like a pristine glass rabbit, so delicate that it makes one hesitant to touch. If I held her in my palm, and she got dirty or broke. He lowered his eyes slightly. When Yufang, you really are a beast. Better not touch her. When Yufang slowly closed his eyes, lost in thought. There is again. Chinqing gently recalled that time at the amusement park, how when Yufang would become strange from time to time, like a child. What is he doing? She had already felt that sudden aloofness back in the entertainment area. Feeling uneasy, she tried to calm herself down and concentrate on her homework. Focus on the homework. When Yufang just watched her quietly, without speaking. Half an hour later, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, finally finished. She leaned back in her chair and stretched, exhausted. When Yufang slowly walked over, she looked back, her face blank. He folded his arms and asked with a smile, finished so quickly, seeing the bright and clean aura about the young man. Even just a smile was enough to make a girl's heart flutter. Chinqing clearly felt her heartbeat quicken. Her cheeks flushed slightly, her heart pounding so hard she almost forgot he was still there. She awkwardly pointed to the chair and stood up flustered. You can sit here. When Yufang also stood up, his hands still casually tucked in his pockets, and then sat down under her surprised gaze. He picked up the test paper and looked at it carefully. Within half an hour, Chinqing nodded. Looking at the brain-teasing questions on the paper, he thought, this little rabbit looks obedient on the surface, but she's a bit rebellious at heart, and her grades are so good. He gently flipped through the other test papers. Chinqing looked at his slender hands and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Such beautiful hands. She looked at her own hands and couldn't help but pout. The cards I've been dealt are so despairing. I feel so useless. Meanwhile, when Yufang was still flipping through the test papers she had just finished. Then he looked up and smiled brightly. You're the best student. What a pity. Chinqing was slightly taken aback, her expression dazed. A pity. She fiddled with her hands, recalling what when Yufang had said to the vice principal earlier. If her attitude isn't right, make her drop out. Chinqing became serious again. If what he said is true. She touched her chin and asked hesitantly, did you drop out too? When Yufang watched her with his chin resting on one hand, his eyes widening slightly while she stammered goo. Seeing her nervous appearance, a playful smile appeared on his lips. Why was she stammering? Because she was nervous and worried. They had only met 3 times, and he had helped her twice. She had even forced him to leave the scene. Why did she have to say anything to him? The corners of when Yofang's mouth curled up slightly. Then tell me, why is being arrogant and overbearing bad? Chinqing froze for a moment, then rubbed her chin like a kitten, thinking seriously. And when Yufang watched her with doting eyes, resting his chin on his hand, amused by her serious contemplation. She waved her hand and said, I remember my second uncle always said this when he lectured my cousin. Then she answered earnestly, if you don't study hard, it will be difficult to find a good job in the future. If you can't find a good job, no girl will want to marry you. When Yufang was stunned, and Chinqing also paused after speaking, feeling that something wasn't quite right. He was amused by her naive reaction, like a little white rabbit. Then he couldn't help but laugh. Chinqing didn't understand. Her cousin always looked upset when being lectured, so why was this person laughing? When Yufang, still smiling, asked, resting his chin on his hand, no girl will want to marry me. Are you serious? At this moment, the teaching assistant walked in and opened the safe, suddenly widening his eyes as if he had seen a ghost. Because when Yufang was sitting there, chatting happily with a flustered Chinqing, the teacher's face instantly darkened. In that instant, the teaching assistant exploded. When Yufang, now you're even bullying little girls. Both of them turned their heads to look at him, instantly falling silent. Chinqing quickly spoke, Teacher, it's not like that. It was me. Unexpectedly, when Yufang suddenly stood up, catching her off guard, he coldly explained, my legs were tired, and I saw this classmate was also tired of sitting, so I asked her to give me her seat. Do you have to control this too? Teacher. The teaching assistant was momentarily speechless. Then he snorted and turned to leave. Head teacher's son is waiting for you outside. Go find him yourself. I don't want to talk to you anymore. When Yufong nodded, calmly replying, okay. He was about to leave, but suddenly stopped, his back showing a hint of hesitation. His gaze fell on a young girl. Chinqing was so nervous, she fidgeted. When Yufong pondered silently, such clear eyes, you can almost see through them. What would it be like if these eyes only reflected my image? He sighed softly, unsure what that would be like. When Yufong approached her and said, little classmate, Chinqing froze. He leaned down slightly and whispered. A strange feeling suddenly crossed her heart. No one had ever rejected her so directly. Her eyes drooped slightly. She clearly sensed danger, yet his every word filled her with curiosity. Recalling how close they were just now, when Yufong's words, remember to stay away from me, echoed in her mind. Just thinking about it made Chinqing's face flush. It was really too close just now. Light footsteps echoed in the hallway of number 1 high school. Head teacher's son walked in front, with Wen Yufong following behind. The surrounding students started whispering when they saw him. It's him. We rarely see him. The teaching assistant said with a stern face, Wen Yufong, I heard from other teachers that you didn't attend any classes yesterday. He carefully replied, teacher's son, I plan to go back to class properly now. Teacher's son couldn't help but stop and turn to look at him. The other students were also stunned. Something feels off. It was Li Zhang and his friend who always followed him. Hi, teacher's son. The teacher immediately roared, Li Zhang, shouldn't you be in the classroom preparing for the next class? Why are you running around here? Li Zhang replied with a sunny face, I am preparing for the next class. Brother Fong said the next class is PE, basketball. Teacher's son frowned, his face darkening. When Yufong said gently, Li Zhang, basketball class is canceled. The next class is self-study. Li Zhang deflated like a punctured balloon. The person next to him said helplessly, who told you to stick your nose in other people's business? Li Zhang felt like an ocean of tears was flowing in his heart. He leaned slightly against the wall. Teacher's son frowned. You. When Yufong interrupted, teacher's son, I've already given you enough face. Consider this month of peace in exchange for the rest of the semester's tranquility. He looked away, his tone calm. This month, no matter who comes to you to investigate, I'll have to trouble you, teacher's son. Teacher's son walked past him expressionlessly, then sighed. Sigh. Do when family all have bad tempers? I'd better figure out how to deal with all these recent inquiry calls. The classroom was buzzing with excitement. Big news, big news. They heard that the middle school girl in the TA's office actually took first place in the high school monthly exam, finishing all the first-year math problems in half an hour. A genius among geniuses. Suddenly, everyone went silent, the atmosphere turning strange. Li Zhang and his desk mate grinned. It looked like this guy was going to be unlucky today, running into Wen Yufong in a bad mood. In the back row, Wen Yufong was still fast asleep. The two waited quietly for a while, but nothing happened. Something felt wrong. Had they encountered a ghost? Finally, he opened his eyes, lying on the soft pillow, his gaze full of curiosity and contemplation. Where will I meet her next time? The classmates collectively breathed a sigh of relief, as if they had escaped a disaster. Yufong hadn't come to find trouble with him. What a stroke of luck. That was terrifying. But seriously, what was up with Yufong today? Li Zhang sat beside him, his chin resting in his hand, a puzzled look on his face. Oh, you mean that middle school girl? She can already do our monthly exam questions. What kind of educational background must she have to be able to do that? His buddy replied casually. I don't know. Just thinking about it. She must be a nerd with thick glasses and an old-fashioned hairstyle, a typical top student image. Li Zhang described confidently, as if everything was under his control. His buddy seemed a little impatient. She must look like that. Before he could finish his sentence, a pillow was thrown at him. Ouch. Li Zhang looked back and saw that it was Wen Yufong who had thrown it. Wen Yufong's face was gloomy. He said coldly, say another word and see what happens. Li Zhang immediately raised his hands in surrender, looking bewildered. Okay. Actually, in his heart, Chinqing was super cute. A month later, Chinqing once again swept the grade exams, scoring 21 points higher than the second-place student. Because she topped the list, her fame soared, becoming a hot topic of discussion throughout the school. school. But Chinqing's summer vacation wasn't relaxing. Most of her classmates were out having fun. During the summer vacation, at her mother's request, Chinqing spent a month and a half completing a whole set of first-year high school workbooks. Finally, Chinqing closed the workbook and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally finished. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from outside the door. "Auntie, oh, is Chinqing there?" Chinqing immediately perked up. It was her brother. She excitedly ran downstairs. Her mother's voice rang out sternly, going out. No, Annie doesn't agree. It was Qin Hao, 18 years old, who wanted to take Chinqing out to play. He said with a grin, "Annie, are you afraid it will affect her skipping a grade exam? But you know how smart Chinqing is." Qin Hao said confidently, "Studying is important, but resting is equally important so that she can learn better." Chinqing's mother crossed her arms and scolded. "That mouth of yours. No wonder your dad always worries about you. You're too glib." She then waved her hand. All right, it's good to take Chinqing out for a walk." Qin Hao was immediately overjoyed. Her mother turned and went back inside, not forgetting to remind her, "Don't go anywhere dangerous. Make sure to stay with your brother when you go out. Don't run off." Qin Hao whispered in her ear, "Wait, I'll take you somewhere really fun." Chinqing was a little surprised. A fun place. It turned out that the fun place was a mixed martial arts arena. Chinqing was dumbfounded. This is the fun place you were talking about." It was a place for prize fighting and underground dealings. She immediately grabbed his arm. "Brother, this place is illegal, isn't it?" Qin Hao said awkwardly, "Chinqing, do you think I would take you to an illegal place? Mixed martial arts arenas are legal." Just then, when Yufeng happened to pass by, Qin Hao continued excitedly, "And I've already bought the tickets." The stands of the mixed martial arts arena were packed and boisterous. Chinqing stayed close to Qin Hao the whole way. Qin Hao said excitedly as they walked, "This place is so close to the ring. The front row tickets are only available because they're new fighters." He muttered as he looked at the ticket in his hand. "But this newcomer is quite interesting. Just turned 18, the same age as me." Chinqing looked around. He narrowed his eyes slightly. He won 5 matches in a row before, but he's still considered a newcomer. Suddenly, the lights in the arena brightened. The area where they were sitting suddenly went dark, startling Chinqing. Qin Hao comforted her. "Don't be afraid. It's just for the fighters to enter." The announcer's voice boomed. "Let the fighters enter." 2 fighters then walked onto the ring. When Yufeng suddenly tightened the wrist guard on his wrist and then pulled on the one around his waist. The 2 contestants, including when Yufeng, glared at each other. The shouts of the audience rose and fell, and the stage lights illuminated when Yufeng's face, highlighting his delicate and handsome features. Chinqing slowly opened her eyes. Recognizing the person on stage, she immediately stood up and gasped. Qin Hao, sitting next to her, looked at her with confusion. When Yufeng remained silent, but seemed to sense something. He quickly turned his head and was surprised to see the young girl standing there looking at him. Why was she here? Both when Yufeng and Chinqing were stunned by the other's presence. Chinqing quickly shrank back and stammered, brother, can you watch the match over there for me? If anything happens to him, you must tell me." Qin Hao was bewildered. "Xiao Qing, what's wrong?" Qin Hao seemed to realize something and looked at Wen Yufeng suspiciously. Is he looking at Xiao Qing? When Yufeng's gaze was fixed on her, his brow slightly furrowed. This kid couldn't be after our Xiao Qing, could he? 1 minute and 41 seconds later, his opponent was hit in the face with a heavy punch. His opponent fell to the ground, and the announcer declared, "The match is over. The winner is Wen Yufeng." The girls in the audience screamed and cheered. Wen Yufeng, what are your thoughts? You defeated your opponent in 1 minute and 41 seconds. Reporters swarmed him. Wen Yufeng, please give us your assessment of your opponent. Everyone crowded around him. Chinqing, still with her eyes closed, asked, is he all right? Qin Hao replied blankly, Xiao Qing, the match is over. Qin Hao asked her, don't you want to see for yourself? Her heart was racing with worry. She slowly opened her eyes, and when Yufeng was already standing in front of her, she stared at him blankly, and he asked softly, are you startled or afraid? Qin Hao immediately stepped in front of her and demanded, who are you? Chinqing's cheeks flushed, thinking to herself, is there a difference between being startled and afraid? When Yufeng glanced at Qin Hao, but didn't pay him much attention. His gaze remained fixed on the girl. He stared at her as if seeing a girl up close for the first time, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. This is the second time now. Chinqing tried to explain. He's a senior from my school. He's helped me a lot before. She turned her head as she spoke. Senior, this is... Chinhao interrupted her. I'm her brother. When Yufong propped his chin on his hand, a hint of amusement in his voice. You called me brother 2 days ago. You know, Chinqing explained frantically, he really is my brother. Chinhao looked at her, bewildered, but quickly realized something was amiss. Xiaoqing probably hadn't noticed herself, but she rarely used this tone with friends, especially male friends. He immediately stepped in front of Wen Yufong, his gaze sharp and full of anger. The two stared at each other, neither speaking, but neither with a pleasant expression. Wen Yufong wasn't even standing up straight, and Chinhao couldn't help but feel a little envious. Do young people these days eat pig trotters to grow so tall? Chinhao crossed his arms and said sternly, no matter what you're doing, as Qing's cousin, I'm warning you on behalf of her parents. Our Xiaoqing is smart, sensible, and has a bright future. She could do anything with her eyes closed. Qing, standing beside them, looked bewildered. Don't appear in front of her again. Wen Yufong was silent for a moment, not responding. He said coldly, someone who only fights and plays dangerous games, what qualifications do they have to be with her? Qing quickly grabbed his arm and pleaded, brother. She was truly confused. Brother, what's wrong? Why are you saying these things? But to her surprise, Wen Yufong smiled faintly. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Why didn't you run? Qing froze, already having the answer in her heart. Because I was afraid something would happen if I left him, even though it didn't seem to have anything to do with me. Then Wen Yufong turned and left, his gaze lingering on her for a moment. She subconsciously took a step back, feeling that he was somewhat different than before. Watching his retreating figure, she couldn't help but wonder if she was overthinking things. Qing stood there, feeling a sense of danger, like prey before being captured. Outside the venue, Chinhao warned Qing as soon as they stepped out. Xiaoqing, you must listen to me this time. Stay away from him. Her eyes reflected Qinhao's warning figure, knowing he was doing it for her own good. Otherwise, with her mother's temper, she would be the one who suffered in the end. Qing didn't reply, thinking quietly for a moment before saying softly, I won't go near him again. A trace of loneliness flickered in her eyes, but she said softly, brother, you and mom are the same. In everyone's eyes, I shouldn't have new friends. Even if I do, they have to be people everyone approves of. Everyone is like that. She slowly walked ahead. Then she whispered, I don't have to wait until the end. I'm already sad now. Chinhao paused slightly. Fuling Garden, the last day of summer vacation, 6:30 a.m. Because Qing's mother was going on a business trip, Qing moved to her grandmother's house in Fuling Garden as instructed. Qing, don't wait for the elevator. The elevator dinged, displaying it was going up to the 12th floor. Here it comes. You must be tired from your journey. A familiar, gentle voice came from behind the wall. Qing turned around, somewhat surprised. Ah, Grandma called out affectionately, Dian. Dian is here. She replied dutifully, Grandma, but she still felt a little embarrassed. Being called by her nickname in front of strangers was mortifying. As expected, the two delivery men behind her chuckled good-naturedly. Grandma asked excitedly, Dian, I heard from your mother that you transferred to number 1 high school. Qing replied cheerfully, yes, I'll be attending number 1 high school after school starts. Grandma said, that's wonderful. It's close to Grandma's house, and the uniform is pretty too. She gently closed the cabinet door. Grandma was still carefully folding the quilt and pillows. There are quite a few number 1 high school students here in Fuling Garden. Our Dian will definitely look prettier than all of them in that plaid skirt. Qing also picked up a bag, carrying 2 black garbage bags in her hand, and said with a smile, Grandma will see it soon. She walked slowly towards the door and said politely, Grandma, I'm going downstairs to throw out the garbage. Grandma smiled gently and nodded. Okay, I'll go to the kitchen and warm up some milk for you. We'll have breakfast together when you come back. Qing quietly put on her shoes. Okay. She gently pressed the elevator button. The floor number lit up, and Qing waited. It had been a long time since she had spent time with her grandma. This is nice. She looked up at the elevator indicator light, which showed it descending from the 12th floor. Qing was a little surprised. Was there no one in the elevator, or had the person across the hall just gone up? The elevator doors opened. There was indeed someone inside, and she recognized him at a glance. It was Wen Yufong. He was also surprised to run into her. The two stood quietly, just looking at each other, both thinking, how could this happen? Wen Yufong clicked his tongue softly. TSK, this is too much of a coincidence. Qing worried, shouldn't I be the one saying that? Just then, Grandma spoke again. Dian, take this bag down too. When Yufong looked over, his face blank. Huh? Hearing her grandmother's voice, Chinqing froze and quickly replied, coming, coming. Grandma handed her the garbage bag and reminded her, be careful. Chinqing froze. Being called by her nickname at home, especially by a prominent figure at school, was incredibly embarrassing. The elevator was set to the first floor, and the space was strangely quiet. The two stood in the elevator. He glanced at her as she took a step back. He hadn't moved yet when Yufeng slowly approached, feigning innocence, and said, Dian Chinqing's cheeks flushed crimson with embarrassment. Hearing when Yufeng call her nickname, Chinqing's heart raced. It was so embarrassing. The light of the first floor finally lit up and the elevator dinged. She immediately rushed out. Stay away from me. When Yufeng watched her with a puzzled expression, watching her run away, bent over and blushing, he thought, she's obedient now. A smile played on Yufeng's lips. It was a shame the elevator doors were slowly closing. It was too late. After the elevator doors closed, Chinqing let out a long sigh of relief, glad to have escaped. As soon as the elevator doors opened, she cautiously peeked out. No one. Chinqing froze for a few seconds. Huh? Had he already gone home? Just then, Grandma saw her and called out, Dian, what are you doing standing there? Come in and have breakfast. Chinqing quickly replied, coming. She hurried inside, thinking, it's good I didn't run into him again. What am I even worried about? Seeing the table full of food, her spirits lifted instantly. Wow, red bean buns and crispy mantou. I haven't had these in ages. Grandma said with a smile, I knew my little foodie would like them. Come and sit down. While eating, Chinqing asked, Grandma, do you know the family across the hall? Grandma replied affectionately, yes, I do. He moved in a few years ago. He's also a student at number 1 high school. Grandma reminisced fondly. He's always lived alone. He was still in middle school when he first moved in. Sigh. I don't know how his parents could be so heartless, letting a teenager live alone. Haven't seen his family in a year. Chinqing listened, remembering the first time she saw him, basking in the sun like a big lazy cat. She casually grabbed a steamed bun and stuffed it in her mouth, a smile unconsciously spreading across her face as she thought about Yufeng. She really wanted to touch him. Seeing her expression, Grandma asked in surprise, Dian, why are you suddenly asking about this? Startled, she stammered, nothing. I just happened to see the neighbor coming home when I was taking out the trash. Grandma frowned slightly. Dian, that boy across the street seems nice, but don't do anything foolish. Chinqing froze, letting out a surprised ah. Grandma explained, not long ago, I saw a new girl clinging to that boy early in the morning, crying in the hallway. If your parents saw that, they'd be furious. Chinqing felt a bead of sweat roll down her forehead, thinking, that scared me. I thought Grandma had discovered all my messy thoughts just now. Grandma continued her earnest warning, you're not a child anymore. Don't be like that little girl, understand? Grandma said seriously, that boy is good in every way, except he's too good at attracting girls. He's always teasing them at school. Chinqing nodded. Yeah, he's a real heartbreaker. Grandma didn't know that the little girl teased by Yufeng was actually her. On the first day of school at number 1 high school, everyone crowded around the class assignment list, chattering. Look, it's Yufeng, quick, go over there. Why is he looking at the freshman class list? Isn't he already a sophomore? Who knows? Don't push me. The blonde-haired friend clicked his tongue impatiently, and Li Zhang looked around with disdain. They're looking at us like we're in a zoo. His friend asked, Bro, are you looking for someone? The list is so long. Do you want to have the guys help you look? Li Zhang said confidently, what's the rush? There are so many cute junior girls here. What's wrong with staying a little longer? However, everyone around him was giving him strange looks. His friend muttered, you're not even as tall as the junior girls, cute my ass. Li Zhang immediately bristled like a child. Zhao Zirui, I'm going to show you today. Just then, when Yufeng casually spoke up, stop messing around. He saw Chinqing, class 15, grade 1 on the class assignment list, and felt satisfied. Found her. In a noisy classroom, Chinqing sat listlessly, thinking, I thought I could take the placement test to skip to sophomore year right after the opening ceremony. Early in the morning, at her grandma's house, Chinqing received a phone call. I have to do military training before the test. Now, sitting bored in the classroom, she thought, military training. Can a klutz like me even survive that? She was worried. The 3 inseparable friends slowly climbed the stairs. Li Zhang spoke, Hey bro, we're sophomores now. Shouldn't we be heading to the sophomore classrooms? Zhao Zirui replied slowly, Are you stupid? Bro is obviously going to the freshman area to find someone. Li Zhang seemed to suddenly understand. Oh, right. Yesterday, bro asked me who that transfer student taking the placement test was. He wouldn't be going to find her, would he? Zhao Zirui asked dismissively. What's her name? She's in class 15. Grade 1. Qing. Qing like the Qing dynasty. Qing like a clear day. When Yufeng casually walked in and stood at the classroom door, his gaze swept into the classroom, landing on her where she sat spacing out. The moment he saw her, he was captivated. She looked incredibly cute in her daze. So dazed, so kinked. When Yufeng knocked lightly on the door, and the noisy classroom instantly fell silent. Everyone, including Qinqing, looked toward the door. When Yufeng knocked again, a smile playing on his lips. But Qinqing was still lost in her thoughts, completely unaware of anyone outside. He, however, found her dazed look particularly endearing. Spacing out again, he slowly walked in, and a classmate asked, "Senior one, who are you looking for?" But when Yufeng ignored them completely, not even sparing them a glance, Li Zhang and Zhao Zirui peeked inside like gossiping onlookers. He walked straight to Qinqing, who suddenly snapped back to reality. She abruptly turned to look at him and then stood up with a gasp. Qinqing looked around nervously. The back door was locked. There was no escape. When Yufeng silently followed her gaze. Indeed, the back door was locked tight, and the students by the door looked bewildered. When Yufeng observed the girl, that expression again, that look of utter despair in her eyes, he really wanted to get closer. He asked softly, "Are you really only 15? Qinqing just stared at him blankly. He tried to avoid her gaze. "Don't look at me like that." She nodded dumbly. For some reason, his face flushed slightly, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. He added, "And don't talk to me in that tone." Qinqing just stood there stunned. He turned around, clicking his tongue. Honestly, with his back to her, he murmured, "Do your military training properly." Qinqing was completely confused. Lin Manchu said this guy always fought and skipped class, but she never said he was also a little off his rocker. When Yufeng came out, it seemed our buddy was so bored he could only find a female lead and spout a bunch of nonsense before leaving. Even his friend, Li Zhang, casually remarked, "Did you see that? I thought your bro would just rush up and carry her away." Li Zhang leaned in close to Zhao Zai's ear and whispered, "He's completely flustered around that girl." On the military training ground of number 1 high school, the instructor yelled, "Rest." The students breathed a sigh of relief, happily exclaiming, finally a break. Gotta reapply some sunscreen. I'm dying of thirst. Qinqing sat quietly, drinking water. Suddenly, someone approached, startling her. She turned her head, immediately choked, and started coughing uncontrollably. The girl next to her noticed and asked, "Are you okay?" After recovering, Qinqing smiled and said, "I'm fine." The girl sat down beside her and cheerfully introduced herself. "I'm Euong. I'm in the same class as you. You're Qinqing, right?" Qinqing looked a bit surprised. Euong said excitedly. "Everyone in our class knows you. You're famous. You got first place in the class before the break. You're a top student." Qinqing remained silently perplexed. Euong said enviously, "Wow, your skin is so good. What's your secret? What skincare products do you use?" Qinqing answered honestly, "None. I don't use any skincare products." The girl gasped in astonishment. Then, she immediately expressed her envy again. "Naturally beautiful, and such a cute personality. No wonder he's smitten with you." Qinqing was stunned, completely clueless about what was going on. She could only manage a forced smile. Euong asked curiously, "What's your relationship with Yufeng?" Qinqing's expression turned a little downcast. "I don't know him." Euong didn't believe her. "How is that possible?" "Yesterday Qinqing said softly, "I don't know him." Her eyes looked somewhat dim. Just then, when Yufeng's voice came, he had been sitting behind them, who knows for how long. He said softly with a smile, "Are you sure?" When Yufeng sat there, his gaze fixed on Qinqing, while Qinqing claimed not to know him. Euong was stunned and even a little impressed. She suddenly stood up, stammered grabbed her water bottle, and ran off. The assembly began. "Let's go." Euong called after her, "Hey Qinqing, wait for me." But when Yufeng wasn't angry at all, on the contrary, he found it rather cute, thinking to himself, "Seems I'm getting better at this. Too bad, I still have to wait a bit longer." Qinqing clutched her water bottle tightly, thinking. She ran with her head down, thinking. That assembly whistle was perfectly timed. The PE teacher saw her and reminded her, "Hey you, no water bottles or cups allowed on the training ground. Didn't I tell you that?" Qinqing froze for a moment and replied, "Sorry." She immediately turned and ran off. "I was running too fast and forgot to put it down." Elsewhere, the students were gossiping. "Look, isn't that Yufeng? He really came for that top student." When Yufeng continued to rest his chin on his hand, watching the flustered and clumsy girl, leaning back slightly, thinking about what to say, Chinqing quickly put down her water bottle, constantly avoiding his gaze, and then ran away as fast as she could, seeing her like a startled little rabbit. When Yufong couldn't help but let a slight smile play on his lips. So cute. He leaned back slightly as the breeze blew by, like a glass rabbit constantly fleeing in panic. Chinqing's classmates were still gossiping. He came to our class looking for her on the first day. Who would believe they're not involved? Keep your voice down. Chinqing heard this, but remained silent. The PE teacher shouted, "Next, student from classes 14, 15, and 16, run 2 laps in order." Immediately, there were groans of protest. No, it's too hot, too tiring. Chinqing panted as she ran, completely unable to keep up. Her throat was already a bit dry, and although she was running slowly, she was already exhausted. She rarely had this kind of experience, feeling more and more tired as she ran. She glanced to the side, thinking, should I just give up? She happened to run past where when Yufong was standing, and he casually picked up her water bottle and handed it to her. Chinqing was a little surprised, as he wanted to stop and rest. The 2 teachers looked like they were ready to eliminate someone at any moment. She panted as she ran, sweat dripping down her chin from her forehead. Although Chinqing really wanted to give up, she gritted her teeth and ran past Wen Yufong, surprising him a little. But for some reason, she just didn't want to give up in front of this person. Chinqing desperately picked up her pace, even though her body was already exhausted. Euong kept cheering her on from the side. Chinqing, come on. Almost there. Euong continued to encourage her. Chinqing, you're amazing. But then something went wrong. Chinqing's legs suddenly gave way. She fell to the ground. Euong quickly stopped as well. Chinqing's vision gradually blurred. She finally collapsed on the ground, her weak body unable to go any further. What was happening? Sweat soaked Chinqing's forehead, and her face gradually paled. Was it heat stroke? The crowd immediately became noisy. Her complexion is so bad. Should we take her to the infirmary? When Yufong also turned his attention to her, and Euong's hand holding the water bottle trembled slightly. His expression turned grim, and a wave of unease washed over him. Euong immediately rushed over, his face full of anxiety. Xiaoqing, are you all right? Should we take you to the infirmary? This looks serious. The surrounding people continued to murmur amongst themselves. Chinqing lay there, her breathing becoming rapid, her eyes tightly closed, and her face pale. Seeing this, Wen Yufong's expression instantly turned worried, and he rushed over without hesitation. Suddenly, 2 people standing behind him called out, "Stop!" Wen Yufong immediately stopped in his tracks. Students who are not participating in military training are not allowed to enter the training grounds. He looked back at them, his face dark and his expression hostile. The crowd here was noisy, and the discussions continued. Chinqing slowly opened her eyes and saw Euong anxiously calling her name. Xiaoqing. She weakly opened her eyes, and Euong helped her sit up. Xiaoqing, are you okay? She gently rubbed her head. This is so embarrassing. Chinqing forced a smile. I'm fine, thank you. But her expression was filled with worry, clearly indicating she wasn't truly all right. Euong was still supporting her. Let's take you to the infirmary. On the other side, people were discussing, oh my god, no wonder everyone calls him Brother Yu. He actually dared to hit the instructors, and it was 1 against 2. I don't think those 2 instructors were any match for him. He's so awesome. That punch was amazing. He must have trained before. Euong suddenly froze, and Chinqing asked blankly, what's wrong? When Yufong had just finished dealing with the 2 men, then took off his jacket and draped it over her shoulders. It's only been a short while, and those 2 instructors already lost. Did I see that wrong? He's coming over here. So scary. When Yufong stared at her silently for a moment, the crowd continued to chatter and clamor. The 2 looked at each other, and Chinqing felt a surge of panic. She had never seen him like this before. Chinqing was stunned. Was this his true face? When Yufong slowly approached and bent down, the school boss Lin Manchu talked about, perhaps this was his true self. He gently reached out and placed his hand on her forehead, softly saying, you have a fever. In an instant, his coldness disappeared, replaced by gentleness and concern for her. I'll take you to the infirmary. Chinqing was taken aback. When Yufong turned around and squatted down, his back to her, and whispered, get on. Clearly, he intended to carry her on his back. Seeing this scene, Euong couldn't help but sigh. So sweet. Chinqing thought shyly, with so many people watching, how could she climb onto his back? And he was still patiently waiting. Chinqing blushed slightly and hesitantly said, thank you, senior. You don't have to trouble yourself. Wen Yufong just glanced at her without speaking, then moved a little closer. It seems you don't like this position. Before she could react, Wen Yufong scooped her up, lifting her effortlessly. Chinqing was stunned and could only scream. The crowd immediately started talking when they saw this scene. Everyone thought he would carry her like a princess, but unexpectedly he hoisted her up like a sack of potatoes. Chinqing's face flushed crimson. It's too high, I can't move. She struggled desperately. When Yufong put me down, he carefully said, don't move. He thought to himself, Wen Yufong, this is the first time she's called my name, and her voice is so soft. Wen Yufong quickly bent down, picked up her school uniform jacket, draped it over his shoulder, and murmured, I'm not putting you down. This made Chinqing even more flustered. She didn't know what else to do, feeling weak all over. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she instantly felt like she could never show her face again. Arriving at the school infirmary, someone shouted, hey. The school doctor was also stunned. What happened? Wen Yufong said coldly, heat stroke. The school doctor exclaimed, heat stroke. She's unwell. Why are you still holding her like this? He gently put Chinqing down and let her sit on a chair. The school doctor said softly, don't be so rough next time. Be gentle. He gave a meaningful glance. Next time, he looked at her teasingly. Next time, I'll definitely hold you gently and put you down gently. These words made Chinqing blush crimson. In the infirmary, Chinqing's face was flushed red. She lowered her head, stamping her feet in frustration. Wen Yufong leaned close to her, almost touching her neck, silently waiting for her to call his name again. The two looked at each other. Wen Yufong's mind was a mess. Damn it, this is going to drive me crazy. Her eyes in reaction. The nurse stood there, holding something, stunned. The entire atmosphere became awkward. Wen Yufong turned around, coughed to compose himself, and muttered, at this rate, I'm going to become a pervert sooner or later. Meanwhile, the strenuous training ground remained noisy. Someone had suffered from heat stroke, but thankfully, it wasn't serious. After examining Chinqing, the nurse suggested she rest there for a while. Chinqing sat on the bed and politely replied, okay. Wen Yufong waited patiently outside. Before leaving, the nurse added, I'll get you some cold medicine. Take it as directed. Chinqing gratefully said, okay, thank you. Then, Chinqing quickly buttoned her shirt, a pained expression flitting across her face. Looking down at the red bruises on her hands, she sighed, oh, that was so embarrassing. I completely forgot about the pain. She nervously glanced around, afraid Wen Yufong would notice her small movements. Wen Yufong lifted the curtain and asked, does it hurt? Chinqing was startled. Huh? She hesitantly replied, no, thank you, senior. I'm much better now. Keeping her head down, she avoided his gaze. I'll be fine after a little more rest. You don't have to trouble yourself, senior. Wen Yufong stared at her quizzically. Is she deliberately avoiding me? He straightened up, refraining from pressing further, and calmly walked over to the first aid kit. He picked up the first aid kit, thinking, I force her to say it. Serves me right. He slowly took out the medicine bottle and bandages. He gently opened the bottle, pouring the antiseptic onto a cotton swab. The scene from the competition flashed through his mind. The match had ended with Wen Yufong's victory. He also recalled the scene of Chinqing talking to her grandmother. She's been living alone for so long, coming here in middle school. What kind of parents would abandon their child, leaving a minor to live on their own? I've never seen her family. Chinqing couldn't help but think. She felt a little uneasy. Just then, Wen Yufong gently took her hand. Chinqing was startled and quickly pulled back. Senior, she exclaimed. He looked at her with surprise. Senior. His voice was gentle and low. You didn't call me that before. Chinqing looked at Wen Yufong, her heart inexplicably fluttering. No, I can't admit it. She silently observed his impeccable features, not responding. No wonder he's so popular, aside from his personality. Wen Yufong gently cleaned her wounds. Chinqing gritted her teeth, her face wrinkling in pain. She suddenly snapped back to attention. How could I have spaced out just now? If you're reading this, you already know how she feels about him. Don't call me senior anymore, he said softly. Chinqing, who had been enjoying his gentle care, looked puzzled. Why? She asked blankly. Wen Yufong bandaged her wounds in silence, not speaking for a long time. He glanced at the clock. Half an hour had passed. At their pace, this was about the right time. Wen Yufong quickly closed the first aid kit and considerately instructed, rest well. You can leave school directly at noon. With that, he went and put the first aid kit back in its place. I'll excuse you from military training. Chinqing stammered, oh, and looked up. Thank you, Sen. Wen Yufong quietly watched her. Then he turned and softly said, because I don't want to be just your senior. He closed the door and left. As soon as Wen Yufong stepped outside, he straightened his tie and chuckled inwardly. Well, they're here. A group of people were chatting animatedly not far away. It was Teacher Sun and the previous instructors. Their faces darkened when they saw Wen Yufong. He's out. Wen Yufong looked at them with a nonchalant air. Teacher Sun said angrily, Wen Yufong, how could you lay your hands on a teacher? Wen Yufong slowly walked over and replied, Teacher Sun, I wasn't the one who started it. He appeared calm, as if nothing had happened, completely unafraid. Teacher Sun said angrily, you're a student, and they are instructors hired by the school, nominally your teachers. You shouldn't have done that regardless. Wen Yufong stood up straight. Instructors, there's no teacher-student relationship between us, nor a superior-subordinate one. I'm not their soldier, so naturally, I won't let them lecture me. Teacher Sun was speechless with anger. At this moment, a man with a composed demeanor walked over from behind. You're right. You're indeed not their soldier. You're Wen Yufong, right? Hearing this, Wen Yufong turned to look. Teacher Sun was also surprised. Lieutenant Colonel Wong, why did you come personally? Lieutenant Colonel Wong asked sternly. You're Wen Yufong. Upon seeing him, Wen Yufong immediately became alert. This seems to be related to my family. Wen Yufong walked past him coldly and said indifferently, I'll accept whatever punishment the school decides. With that, he quickly left. Teacher Sun hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Lieutenant Colonel Wong, don't blame him. This child has always been like this. Lieutenant Colonel Wong said casually, I've met even more arrogant people in the Wen family. What's so strange about it? Wen Yufong paused slightly and said in a low voice, I almost forgot. The girl I took away earlier, it was because of heat stroke. You can investigate if necessary. Lieutenant Colonel Wong whispered, I heard you hit those two instructors because of that girl. Wen Yufong replied in a low voice, is there a problem? His expression remained calm. Can you tell me why? Wen Yufong said coldly, I like helping people. Is that not allowed at number 1 high school? Morning light streamed in, and the chirping of a few birds made the space feel more lively and interesting. As soon as Wen Yufong entered the classroom, Li Shang waved enthusiastically, Brother Yu, congratulations on making the blacklist again. Blacklist was a unique term at number 1 high school, the opposite of the honor roll for outstanding students, specifically used to announce students who violated school rules. Wen Yufong slowly pulled out his chair and sat down. Li Shang turned around, but Wen Yufong was already lying lazily on his desk. Brother Yu, I heard you got into a fight with the instructors this time because of a little girl from the first year. He whispered excitedly, could that little girl be Chinqing, the one you asked me to inquire about before? Wen Yufong suddenly looked up. What did you say? Li Shang was startled. He quickly defended himself. No, absolutely not, I swear. Only Zhao Ziruoi and I know. I haven't told anyone else. Whether Wen Yufong believed his big mouth was another matter. Wen Yufong tilted his head slightly. How did they find out at school? Has anyone mentioned her name in class? Li Shang tentatively said, as far as I know, not yet. But if this goes on, it won't be long before the first years start asking around. Wen Yufong sat up slightly. Pick one of the biggest gossips and scare them. Li Shang was a little surprised. I'll just scare them. What if they're not afraid? Wen Yufong smiled. Then we'll talk after school. He said excitedly, no problem, leave it to me. Suddenly, his gaze fell on a magazine under the desk. What's this? Li Shang scratched his head, hesitant. It's the new material I just got. It's safest with you for now, Brother Yu. Don't worry, I'll hide this book better next time. Outside the classroom, the girls were all excited. Lulu, this is a godsend. Wow, he's really here. Brother Yu's been showing up at school a lot lately. Li Shang was surprised to see them. Isn't that sure Lulu? Hasn't she given up yet? Zhao Ziruoi, sitting next to him, teased, what about your beloved Ling Manchu? Has she given up? Li Shang just puffed out his cheeks. Sure, Lulu was a little flustered when facing Wen Yufong. She approached him and said, I heard you like military-themed movies. There's one showing this weekend, and I've already bought tickets. Would you like to go together? Wen Yufong replied coldly, I'm Busa. She tentatively asked, then when are you free? He remained indifferent. I'm busy until the movie is out of theaters. Sure, Lulu asked suspiciously, what are you so busy with? Are the rumors true? Is there something going on between you and that first-year girl? Wen Yufong gently closed the magazine. He replied indifferently, reading a magazine. I am Busa. After hearing this, she could only remain silent, then leaned in closer. I told you. How could it be that little girl Chinqing? I heard she looks like an underdeveloped bean sprout. How can she compare to me? Zhao Ziruoi and Li Shang's expressions changed. It's over. Wen Yufong slammed the magazine on the desk. He said with displeasure, you dare compare yourself to her. Sigh. Number 1 high school was indeed a chaotic mess, especially class 15 of the first years. Look at Chinqing. She didn't show up until a week after school started this semester. She gets special treatment. Her grandmother even came to the school and made a scene after she got heat stroke. How could she not get special treatment? Chinqing just buries her head in her studies during class now. She doesn't fit in with the class at all. Euong, the sweet girl, turned to her and said, "You're finally here. How was your rest? Did you have a good rest at home?" Chinqing just smiled faintly. It was all right. Then Euong suddenly poked her face excitedly. "Xiaoqing, you're so cute. No wonder someone misses you. Unlike me, my skin is completely different from yours. You know, when Yufeng got into a fight with the instructors that day, and it's on his record. Now the whole school is criticizing him. Your record is completely clean." Euong explained, "Everyone's been saying that when Yufeng fought with the instructors for a beautiful girl, and that he dumped the school beauty for you." Chinqing looked bewildered. "Dumped who?" Euong was shocked. "You don't know. Last year, everyone said Ling Wu was Wen Yufeng's girlfriend." Chinqing shook her head seriously. "I'm actually not close to him." Euong's jaw almost dropped. So in Xiaoqing's mind, they're strangers. She leaned in curiously and asked, "Then how did you feel when you heard that Ling Wu was his girlfriend?" Chinqing nodded blankly. "I thought about something." Euong was thrilled. "I knew it. What did you think about?" Chinqing was like a confused little rabbit. "Who is Ling Wu? Is she pretty?" And Chin looked as if she was about to cry on the spot. Sighing, she realized reality was a slap in the face, proving Deiji's love life was exceptionally bumpy, especially since the girl he liked was completely clueless about relationships. She felt truly sorry for Wen Yufeng. Chinqing still stared blankly, her face full of confusion. Knock, knock. It was the teacher at the door. Chinqing, come with me to handle the transfer procedures. The Annie was still muttering, "It's him." The student next to her asked in surprise, "Transfer?" Chinqing immediately perked up and stood. "Hello, teacher." As she spoke, she quickly took out a piece of paper and handed it to Chin. "Actually, I took the transfer exam 2 days ago, but I don't know which class I've been assigned to yet." Handing the paper to Chinqing said gently, "You're my first friend here. This is my number. Remember to contact me." And Chin froze, then exclaimed with emotion, "Take care of yourself and wait for me to come find you." Chinqing smiled happily before leaving. Okay. In a classroom of class 6, grade 11, the teacher was concentrating on explaining something on the blackboard. Li Shang excitedly tugged at Wen Yufeng. "Senior, you're here so early again. You're so free. Why don't we go play basketball?" Wen Yufeng replied indifferently, "Sure, let's go." The teacher noticed and called out, "Wen Yufeng, where are you going?" But the three of them paid no attention. "I slept too much. Going out for a walk to clear my head." Wen Yufeng gently rubbed his neck. "Teacher, please continue with your lesson." The teacher's jaw almost dropped. "You rascal, come back here." The three of them strolled out of the classroom, ambling along. Elsewhere, the teacher introduced Chinqing. "You've already met Teacher Fu. He will be your new homeroom teacher from now on." Chinqing glanced at the teaching assistant, thinking, if I remember correctly, that person should be from the assistant teacher's class, right? Could that person be Wen Yufeng? Her eyes drooped slightly as she pondered. The teaching assistant observed her and then patted her head. "Chinqing, don't worry. The teacher won't let that kind of thing happen again. If Wen Yufeng bullies you again, come to me, and I will definitely help you resolve it." Chinqing replied, "Teacher, you misunderstood. Last time I offered my seat to him. He didn't force me." The teaching assistant smiled. All right. Then I'll take you to the classroom for roll call." The female teacher waved. "Then I won't disturb you." Chinqing still felt a little scared and uneasy, completely unconvinced. She followed the teaching assistant into class 6, grade 11, and quietly scanned the room, sighing in relief. He doesn't seem to be here. Maybe he was assigned to a different class after the promotion. The teaching assistant introduced seriously, "Everyone quiet down. This is our new classmate, Chinqing." "Kumin." Chinqing slowly walked in and said softly, a little timidly, "Hello everyone, my name is Chinqing. It's a pleasure to meet you all." Whispers immediately broke out below. "Is she the one who got first in the grade last semester?" The teaching assistant pointed to an empty seat. "Chinqing, go sit over there." The books haven't been distributed yet. I'll go and contact them. You can share with your desk mate for now. Fong Xiaoqing, please take care of the new student. Is that okay? Fong Xiaoqing nodded slightly. No problem. Fong Xiaoqing readily replied. Teacher, no problem at all. Don't worry. Qing walked over and sat next to the student surnamed Fong. You're Qing, right? I heard about you last semester. Perfect scores in all 3 subjects, first in the entire grade in math, physics, and chemistry. That's never happened before in our #1 high school. Qing replied, really? Fong Xiaoqing smiled slightly. I was first in our class last semester. We should exchange study tips sometime. Qing paused. Okay, but Fong Xiaoqing's expression seemed a little unhappy. She muttered softly, so arrogant. Qing was stunned for a few seconds. Outside, a basketball was shot directly into the hoop. No way, no way. We're all exhausted. Ingji doesn't need to take his bad mood out on us, does he? If this continues, we'll be worn out sooner or later. Only when Fong remained calm. The ball was slammed into the hoop by him again and again. A WeChat group message popped up on his phone. We have a new student in our class. Her grades are super good. Are there any photos? I heard she's really pretty. As soon as Lin Xiang received the photo, his jaw dropped. Whoa, they said our class has a new beauty. Zhao Ziruo, sitting next to him, said indifferently, don't talk nonsense without a photo. When Fong also paused slightly. A new student. The bell rang, and footsteps slowly approached. It was another teacher's class. Oh, what's the new student's name? Qing immediately stood up and said politely, hello, teacher. My name is Qing. I just transferred to this class today. This teacher was Shun Liang. So you're the little genius from junior high. Interesting. I'm Shun Liang. I teach physics for class 6, grade 11. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. You may sit down now. Qing happily replied, thank you, teacher. Fong Xiaoqing, sitting next to her, seemed a little envious, quietly sitting down while muttering something seemingly modest under his breath. The teacher said softly, class begins. Everyone, open your books. But suddenly he noticed something unusual. The seats of the 3 friends were empty. Shun Liang tried to remain calm, smiling as he said, Wang Fanchao, lock the back door. Wang Fanchao nervously replied, Mr. Shun. I don't dare. Mr. Shun said cheerfully, don't worry. If they ask, tell them I told you to lock it. Half an hour later, 2 students in the back row called out excitedly, hurry up, we can't wait to meet the new student. Yin was the same, even Li Shang was excited. Only Zhao Ziruo and Wen Fong remained silent. A hand reached out to open the door, but a voice stopped it. Hey, Wen Fong blocked the doorway. Class is in session. The 2 friends said urgently, Yu-Ji, just a peek, it'll be quick. The basketball in his hand spun gently. A sharp gaze with a gloomy expression swept over them, and the 2 friends were immediately intimidated by the reaction. Haha, just kidding, Yu-Ji. We'll go back to our class now. They waved goodbye as they left. Bye. Ooh. The others in the classroom could only chuckle. Huh. His hand grasped the doorknob, pushing the door open. Who dared to lock the back door? Wang Fanchao and his desk mate were both sweating nervously. Ling Jiang was a little irritated. I forgot this was physics class. Mr. Shun Liang, really. Zhao Ziruo seemed to whisper something to Li Jiang. Did you forget what Yu Ji said before? Lin Xiang scratched his head, awkwardly walking towards Wen Fong. Oh, we should call him Mr. Shun. Mr. Shun is too free, always like this. Wen Fong whispered, wait 5 more minutes. The basketball was tossed to Li Shang. Damn, Yu Ji, you actually have a key to the classroom. Wen Fong deftly used the key, smoothly turning the lock and opening the door, preparing for when it would be needed. He leaned casually against the door frame. Mr. Shun, it's break time now. Seeing this, Shun Liang calmly said, not bad, learn to be slick. Isn't it? He handed over the key. Gotta praise the teacher for teaching me well. Qing only then realized it was Wen Fong and was completely stunned. Her mind went blank. Oh my god, it's him, he's back. Li Shang peeked in from outside, his eyes wide. Wow, is it the new student? Wen Fong casually glanced over, thinking. Then he recognized the little girl, a smile unconsciously playing on his lips. He quickly grabbed the collar of Lin Xiang, who hadn't yet reacted. Hey, brother Fong. Qing tried her best to compose herself, silently chanting, don't see me, don't see me. But his footsteps slowly approached, leaning against her desk, his tone playful. Yo, who is this? Qing appeared particularly flustered. The student next to her quickly introduced, she's the new transfer student in our class. Senior Wen Fong, don't scare her. Qing stammered softly, senior one. When Yufong leaned down slightly, closer to her. New student, did she introduce herself? The classmate nervously replied, of course, she already introduced herself. When Yufong gave the classmate a cold look, was I asking you? The other student immediately froze. He turned back to Chinqing, his tone gentle. Did you introduce yourself? Chinqing nodded slightly. He inwardly praised the little girl. Even after a week, her voice was still so soft and sweet. When Yufong moved a little closer, it's a pity I didn't hear it. He casually sat on the edge of the desk. So, do you want to introduce yourself to me again, little classmate? She suddenly looked up at him. Her mind was a jumble. Here it comes again, that tone. Chinqing, you have to hold on. She softly replied, Chinqing. When Yufong was slightly taken aback. That voice. He turned his head, like a shy wolf facing a cute little rabbit. Just hearing it made one want to protect her. Who could resist? He gently extended his hand, as if to shake hers. When Yufong smiled. When Yufong, nice to meet you. He chuckled. Classmate, right? Chinqing stared at him blankly, unable to look away. Let's return to the sweet campus daily life of top student Chinqing and rebellious teenager When Yufong. Chinqing looked up, completely stunned, because When Yufong was staring intently at her, as if unable to look away. Why so serious all of a sudden? He gently extended his hand. Nice to meet you. She extended her hand too, but hesitantly. Just then, a voice shouted When Yufong. Both of them were startled and turned to see the vice principal, his face livid, rushing into the classroom. Bullying girls again and again. Can't you just be a good student? Does it bother you when others are good students? The vice principal was furious with When Yufong. I haven't even settled the score with you about the fight with the military training instructor a few days ago. The school just gave you a warning, and now you're causing trouble again. When Yufong casually put his hands in his pockets. The vice principal continued his scolding. Fine, if you don't want to study, I'll definitely have the school expel you, so you won't cause any more trouble for others. When Yufong didn't care at all, nor did he show any remorse. Instead, he smiled and said, then I'll trouble you, vice principal. I'll definitely cooperate. Chinqing stood up at this moment and gently explained, Teacher, you've misunderstood. I was just borrowing a book from When Yufong. Last time, I even gave him my seat. When Yufong was very surprised. She actually lied for me in front of the classmates and the vice principal, explaining everything without hesitation. Also, last time during military training, I had heat stroke. It was When Yufong who took me to the infirmary, which led to the conflict with the instructor. Hearing this, the vice principal was stunned, stopping in disbelief. Chinqing's reaction, even her eyes, were very serious. The vice principal asked doubtfully, is all of this true? When Yufong glanced at her, and Chinqing lowered her head. She looked a little flustered. At this moment, he opened his mouth. Yes. The vice principal froze for a few seconds. Am I hallucinating? This is the first time I've seen him not talk back. The bell rang for the end of class. The vice principal turned and left. All right, get ready for the next class. We'll talk about this later. Chinqing breathed a sigh of relief. I just transmigrated and lied in front of my classmates and the vice principal. This kind of heart-racing, extremely tense situation is going to take years off my life. When Yufong asked softly, do you always like helping people so much? She answered without hesitation, When Yufong, I'm just repaying a kindness. Not that I like helping people. He was a little surprised. Repaying a kindness. Are you talking about the time you called your brother to save me? She was a little embarrassed and uneasy. You're still bringing up that embarrassing moment. The corner of her mouth twitched. That was a misunderstanding. When Yufong leaned in slightly and said gently, you've shown me great kindness. I will definitely repay you, little classmate. Chinqing turned her head in a panic. My name is Chinqing, not little classmate. The teacher for the next class walked into the classroom. Get ready for class, everyone. Quickly return to your seats. When Yufong also hurried back to his seat. All right, I won't call you little classmate next time. I'll find another name. The teacher started the class. Everyone, open your books. Today we're going to learn. Suddenly, someone poked her back with a pen. The classmate sitting behind her handed her a book. He asked me to give this to you. Chinqing took it blankly. Thank you. She turned slightly and glanced at When Yufong in the back row. Seeing him sleeping soundly, she thought, that's right, I just lied about borrowing a book. I was so panicked I forgot all about it. Chinqing opened the book when Yufong had asked the classmate to pass to her, thinking maybe he didn't even write his name in it. Page after page, the book was blank. On the first page, a line of beautiful handwriting appeared to Chinqing. Chinqing froze upon seeing it, her cheeks instantly flushing red. She quickly closed the book. Her heart was beating so fast she could almost hear it. Chinqing gently opened the notebook again. As soon as she turned to the first page, she saw neat handwriting that read, to Dian. Chinqing immediately closed the notebook, her face as red as blood. She froze for a few seconds, a small frown of contemplation on her face, as if she was thinking seriously. Oh my God, Chinqing's face was completely red. On the other side, Wen Yufeng, lying on his desk, suddenly chuckled softly. During break time, Lin Xiang excitedly put his arm around Zhao Ziruo and said, "Hurry up while Fengge is being called to the vice principal's office. Let's go say hello to the new classmate." Meanwhile, Chinqing was studying diligently, trying to catch up. Her eyes were practically glued to the book, unmoving. Lin Xiang stood in front of her desk and said with a smile, "You're Chinqing, right?" Zhao Ziruo. Seeing his exaggerated reaction, Lin Xiang reminded himself, "Can you be more polite?" Lin Xiang scratched his head and grinned. "Sorry, Chinqing, I've heard so much about you. This is the first time we've met. I'm a little excited. I didn't control my tone." Chinqing looked bewildered. "Heard about me?" Lin Xiang was still talking proudly. "Yeah, the person Fengge has his eye on." But suddenly hearing footsteps approaching, he immediately recognized them and froze, a look of fear on his face. When Yufeng was leaning against the classroom door, Lin Xiang realized what he had just said, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Zhao Ziruo was also watching his reaction with amusement. At this moment, Lin Xiang gave an awkward, dry laugh. Of course, being valued by Brother Feng means a boundless future. A diligent student like Wen Yufeng makes even me feel inadequate. Just then, Wen Yufeng walked in. Seeing him, Lin Xiang scratched his head. "Brother Feng, But Wen Yufeng casually interrupted him. "Class is starting." As he walked past, Chinqing spoke up. Lin Xiang whispered, "Was I correcting his mistakes for too long? Did I make Brother Feng angry?" Zhao Ziruo said indifferently, "If he were truly angry, would you still be standing here in one piece?" Lin Xiang forced a smile, comforting himself, right. Let's hurry back to our seats. Brother Feng probably won't beat us up." Chinqing glanced back, feeling a little uneasy. Could he have been scolded by the vice principal? He won't be expelled, will he? I was planning to return his book. She flipped back to the first page, admiring the handwriting of Dian. His handwriting is so beautiful. Suddenly, the classmate next to her joked, "Haha, I thought there was something going on between you two." Chinqing snapped back to reality and turned to look at her. The classmate said smugly, "Wen Yufeng, but it seems I'm misunderstood. There's nothing between you two at all." Her tone sounded like she was taking pleasure in Chinqing's misfortune. Chinqing was stunned, pausing for a few seconds. "Him? What happened?" Feng Xiaoqing said impatiently. "What's with her? Her look is so annoying." Chinqing said frankly, "You really misunderstood. I don't know him well at all." Feng Xiaoqing immediately shut up and turned her head away, looking embarrassed. "What's with her? As if I'd be jealous of her. So annoying. So annoying." Chinqing remembered Qin Hao's reminder. Chinqing, when you encounter this kind of person in the future, use the trick your cousin taught you. It's called yielding to advance. Chinqing spaced out. Have I become a bad student? Just then, Wen Yufeng placed a book on her desk. Chinqing looked up blankly. He said after the next class. He placed the book on her desk, offering it to her. Chinqing reached out, as if wanting to do something. She quickly grabbed his hand. "Wait." This scene made the surrounding classmates' faces change. Lin Xiang said, trembling, "Brother Feng hates being touched the most. This new girl is really bold." Wen Yufeng, however, remained calm and didn't say a word. Chinqing realized what she had done and quickly let go, her face red as a tomato. I'm sorry. You don't have to lend me the book just because of what I said. Keep it for yourself." She stammered slightly. But Wen Yufeng wasn't angry at all. Instead, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and he said softly, "I don't need it. Consider it a return for you saving my life." Chinqing was stunned. Then she turned her head away. She was already familiar with his playful demeanor, but seeing her shy expression, he found it amusing. So cute. Wen Yufeng walked away in a good mood. Lin Xiang, the gossip king, leaned close to Zhao Ziruo and whispered, "Did you see that? I accidentally hit him twice with a ball before, and he's been making me suffer during training." Zhao Ziruo said slowly, "You should thank that little girl. If it weren't for her cheering up our gloomy brother one, I reckon you'd be toast by now. Yet you're still pouting, looking all disapproving. Truly biased." At this moment, Teacher Fu walked in and announced seriously, "Everyone attention. Self-study is now math class." Chinqing thought, does this teacher have mind-reading abilities? Teacher Fu then turned to Chinqing with a sunny smile. "Chinqing, Are you adapting well to the classes? Have you got to know everyone? Chinqing was taken aback, thinking, besides Wen Yufong, I'm not really familiar with anyone else. Teacher Fu walked to her desk and handed her a booklet. Perfect timing. We're electing a new math class representative, and you'll be it. This is the class roster. You'll be in charge of distributing and collecting homework, which will help you get to know everyone quickly. After evening self-study today, collect yesterday's homework and note down who submitted and who didn't, Teacher Fu added gently. Chinqing asked blankly, evening self-study. Teacher Fu's mild. You just skipped a grade, so you're not familiar with the high school schedule yet. There's evening self-study after dinner. Chinqing asked, what time does evening self-study end? Teacher Fu replied, 9:30 p.m. Chinqing's heart crumbled. Studying so late. I usually go to bed at 9 p.m. Teacher Fu noticed her distress and comforted her. It's all right. You'll adapt quickly. You can have dinner in the cafeteria. Chinqing mumbled, but I haven't told my family yet. Teacher Fu said with a smile, I'll notify them for you. Don't worry. Do you have any cash on you? She nodded. Teacher Fu then left the classroom. Chinqing slumped on her desk, practically screaming no with her whole body. Fang Xiaoqing glanced at her and said, it's just evening self-study. Do you have to act like you're dying? Lin Xiang picked up his bag and asked excitedly, where are we going tonight? Wen Yufong said indifferently, nowhere. Li Zhong asked, puzzled, then where are you going? Wen Yufong replied, evening self-study. The two brothers were completely stunned. Evening self-study. Wen Yufong, are you serious? You're not messing with us, are you? I think we've been swapped with a fake Wen Yufong. Li Xiang forced a smile. Well, we'll be going then. See you. Wen Yufong remained silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke again. Wait, I have something to ask you. Li Zhong immediately stopped. Zhao Zirua chewing gum, asked, what's up Wen Yufong? 20 minutes later, the setting sun painted the sky red. Unexpectedly, Wen Yufong was actually at evening self-study. The whole class was shocked. Witnessing something like this was truly a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Wen Yufong was also carrying a bag. He saw Qin Pai and Ji on the desk and asked, why are you so down? Hearing his voice, Qin lifted her head, her eyes sleepy and listless. I'm Fine. Seeing her like this, Wen Yufong couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. He silently handed her the bag. Your dinner. Qin quickly waved her hands. Senior, I can't accept this. As soon as she finished speaking, he took out a pastry box from the bag. I told you this is the last time. I'm not your senior. Wen Yufong leaned down gently. Besides, you said it was just returning a favor. After saying that, he walked back to his seat. Qin stared at her blankly. She stared at the pastries on her desk, lost in thought, a mix of emotions swirling within her. I can't just accept free food. My mom specifically told me not to eat sweets and fried food. Fang Xiaoqing returned from the cafeteria and exclaimed in surprise, wow, I didn't know you were a foodie. This bakery is super famous. Qin looked bewildered. Is it really that good? Fang Xiaoqing grumbled with a displeased expression. It's a limited edition item. I've never been able to get my hands on one, so how would I know? Qin gently touched the pastry. Limited edition. She didn't even know what it tasted like, and it was so famous. This piqued her curiosity. Maybe just one bite wouldn't hurt. She secretly took a bite, and her eyes lit up as soon as she did. It's so delicious. Her eyes sparkled. It would be a waste to only eat one bite. I'll just finish it, just this once. Wen Yufong watched her eat happily and couldn't help but smile slightly. It seemed her mood had improved considerably. Night fell upon number 1 high school. The classroom lights were soft, making the outside world seem exceptionally quiet. During the second evening's self-study session, Qin diligently completed the task assigned to her by Teacher Fu, collecting homework. Qin sighed with a hint of dissatisfaction, but felt she had collected almost everything. She quietly glanced down at Wen Yufong, who was putting G on his desk. Now, only his was left. When Wen Yufong was asleep, he looked like a quiet, beautiful girl. Wait, why would she describe a sleeping boy as beautiful? Recalling Wen Yufong's usual teasing and his attitude towards her, Qin couldn't help but feel that he was completely different today. But she quickly snapped back to reality. What was she thinking about a time like this? It was better to take care of business first. She slowly walked over. Qin gently patted Wen Yufong. Classmate, math homework is due. But Wen Yufong frowned, seemingly uncomfortable. Then he turned over, stayed quiet for a moment, and mumbled groggily as he lifted his head. How dare you? There was a hint of displeasure on his face when he first woke up. Chinqing took a step back in fright, stammering, "I'm sorry, I." She stuttered, unable to speak properly. He suddenly looked over. Chinqing explained in a small voice, "I'm collecting homework. You're the only one who hasn't handed it in. Teacher Fu will scold you." When Yufeng still didn't answer, an indescribable unease surfaced in her eyes. He nervously turned his head and thought, "I'm not a morning person. Little classmate, although I'm in a bad mood, I'm still trying to be nice to you." Chinqing said seriously, as the class monitor, "I have to say, classmate, when you haven't handed in your homework yet." When Yufeng asked in a low voice, "What did you just call me?" She said with a serious face, "Classmate Wen Yufeng, you haven't handed in your homework sheet." He was completely stunned. Classmate. Her heart was racing. Senior. No. Classmate. Also no. This guy was really picky. She remained silent for a moment, thinking about how else she could address him, and finally gave up. "You're the only one left who hasn't handed in their homework sheet." When Yufeng said nonchalantly, "I didn't do it," Chinqing blurted out, "It's not good and not do your homework." The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "Oh, why not?" He rested his chin on his hand and looked at her. "I won't be able to find a good job in the future, and no girl will want to marry me." Chinqing froze. She had once told him very seriously, "If you don't study hard, you won't find a good job in the future. And if you don't have a good job, no girl will want to marry you." Remembering those words, Chinqing clamped her mouth shut. She quickly turned around, her movement swift. When Yufeng seemed to be enjoying this moment, and the other students were whispering, oh my god, when Yufeng isn't angry after waking up. Something's definitely up. I think I even saw him smile. Hearing the whispers, when Yufeng glanced in their direction, and the classroom instantly fell silent. Chinqing propped her chin in her hand, nodding vigorously, clearly fighting off sleep. She accidentally dozed off and then jolted awake. Glancing at the clock, she tried to force herself to stay awake for a little longer. 10 seconds, 9, 8. When Yufeng suddenly approached. "You're going to stare a hole through that clock, little classmate." Chinqing jumped, startled, and looked up at him. He walked past her and left the classroom. Chinqing's face flushed crimson. She quickly gathered her things. Whatever, she thought, going home to sleep is more important. The bell rang. Chinqing carefully went downstairs and hurried home. Leaning against the wall outside her house was Wen Yufeng. She stopped abruptly because he suddenly called out her nickname, Dian Dian. She was stunned. When Yufeng draped his jacket over his shoulder, looking at Chinqing with an amused expression. Chinqing noticed this and stiffened slightly, a hint of reproach in her eyes. She turned away, pretending indifference, especially with so many people around. When Yufeng didn't seem bothered at all, he continued to smile, following her with a relaxed gait. He put his hands in his pockets and, as usual, followed Chinqing down the quiet path. She walked ahead, and he followed slowly behind. She continued walking quickly, head down, as if lost in thought. When Yufeng adjusted his pace behind her, keeping in step, the faster she walked, the faster he followed. Chinqing started to panic a little. Exhausted, she thought, is this the difference between long legs and short legs? She spun around abruptly and yelled, "Stop following me." When Yufeng was taken aback by her sudden outburst, he found even her anger endearing and felt like agreeing to anything she said. He quickly collected himself, thinking, "What are you thinking when Yufeng?" He feigned nonchalance, but his voice was full of concern. "Isn't this your first late study session? If this is your way home, I'll walk you back." She wasn't buying it, completely baffled by him. Seeing the slight upturn of Wen Yufeng's lips, Chinqing felt that from the very beginning, this boy standing before her wasn't the flirtatious upperclassman Lin Manchue and her classmates had described. She stopped, lost in thought. She looked up and asked blankly, "Upperclassman, why?" He, too, was taken aback, wondering the same thing. Then he suddenly laughed. "I don't know either." He seemed pleased by her speechless reaction. Under the mysterious moonlight of the quiet night, the two walked side by side down the silent path. Chinqing spoke, "Upperclassman, the cake today was really delicious." She offered her thanks. When Yufeng replied, "You helped me before, so thank you too." She still had her backpack on, but Chinqing's gaze dropped slightly. "Even if you say it's to repay me, I think we're even now." When Yufeng was a little surprised by her reaction, Chinqing continued, "I should go home. Thank you for your concern, upperclassman, but my mom has already asked my cousin to pick me up after school." There was a hint of pleading in her voice. "So, upperclassman, we don't need to repay each other anymore. Let's just leave it at this, okay?" With that, she turned to leave. "I'll go first. Goodbye, upperclassman." When Yufeng stood there in silence for a long time, watching Chinqing hurry away, She quickly ran towards Qin Hao, who was waiting for her. Qin Hao smiled and ruffled her hair. A strange feeling welled up in Wen Yufeng's heart. Watching the girl he liked being led away by someone else, he felt a pang of jealousy. Wen Yufeng stood there silently for a long time, seemingly lost. The feeling of not being entitled to walk her home was truly disheartening. Cars drove slowly down the street. Sitting in the car, Qin Hao casually asked, "Xiaoqing, are you still upset about the late study session?" She replied no. He asked again, "Then what's wrong?" She was silent for a moment. Sitting in the back seat, Qinqing asked, "Brother, do boys at school flirt with girls?" Qin Hao, who was driving, was taken aback. He was a little embarrassed. Isn't that normal? Beautiful things always attract attention. Besides, your brother is still single. I have the right to pursue love. Qin Hao asked, puzzled, "Why are you suddenly asking this? Is there a boy in your class flirting with you?" Qinqing looked confused. Flirt. He explained, "You know, those guys who are inexplicably nice to you, who actively try to start conversations and make you happy." She turned her head and replied no. Qin Hao, while driving, cautioned her, "Let me tell you, Xiaoqing, those kind of guys are no good. Don't be fooled by their sweet talk or small favors, understand? Who knows how many girls they've tricked with those tactics." Qinqing lowered her head, lost in thought. "Don't be fooled, okay?" She clenched her fists. I know. One morning, at number 1 high school, Qinqing slowly walked into the school. The surrounding students were still chattering loudly. She felt like she had gone a bit too far yesterday. As she walked, she thought it might be a little awkward to see him today. Before third period, Qinqing looked down at Wen Yufeng's seat. 2 classes had already passed, and she had been staring at it the whole time, thinking, did he skip class again? Just then, a familiar figure walked over. It was Wen Yufeng. He seemed to completely ignore her, walking straight past. Hey, did you see that? Wen Yufeng just walked past Qinqing without even looking at her. That's a little strange. Weren't they fine after school yesterday? Seeing this scene, she seemed to understand something, lowering her head. Maybe this was better. Just then, the Chinese class representative walked to the blackboard and reminded everyone that the teacher would be calling on students to recite in the next class, so everyone should prepare quickly. The classroom immediately erupted. "Oh no, I've completely forgotten. Hurry up, let me cram." Fang Shouqing was very annoyed. That Chinese teacher is particularly strict. If you're called on and can't recite, you'll be sent to the office to stand. "Quick, lend me a Chinese textbook to look at." Qinqing nodded, lowering her head and thinking anxiously. "But I just said those things yesterday. How can I ask to borrow a book today? I only know him. I'm not familiar with anyone else." Liang and Zhao Shui were waiting outside. "Zhao Shui has arranged everything for us. Wen Yufeng, let's go." Wen Yufeng paused for a few seconds and glanced at Qinqing. He also took a Chinese textbook from his desk and slowly walked towards her seat. Li Xiang, seeing this scene, was stunned. Wow, is he going to? He walked past Qinqing. She looked up at Wen Yufeng, secretly admiring. He's really tall. Her neck was a little sore from looking up for so long. Wen Yufeng, like a wolf enticing a little rabbit, said, "Want to use the book?" Qinqing nodded, thinking, he's so nice he didn't even hold a grudge about last night. "Hello, he likes you." Qinqing. Wen Yufeng placed the book on the desk and said, "But you said yesterday that we're even, so I can lend you the book, but on one condition, we have to make a trade." He smirked slightly. "You have to do something for me." Qinqing nodded obediently. He probably wouldn't ask for anything excessive. Helping him with a small favor would also be a way to express my apology. A triumphant smile played on his lips. Wen Yufeng said softly, "Say my name." Qinqing looked confused. He leaned down, looking directly at her. "My name, all 3 characters, not one less." He moved closer. "Say my name, and I'll give you the book." This stunned Qinqing. The surrounding students were inwardly exclaiming, "Oh my God, is this really Wen Yufeng? Why is his voice so gentle?" Qinqing asked hesitantly, "You mean this is what you want me to do for you?" Wen Yufeng nodded. "Yes." He rested his chin on his hand, looking at her. "Be good, say my name." For some reason, she waved her hand. "No." Wen Yufeng was taken aback. After a moment of silence, she avoided his gaze, her cheeks slightly flushed. He just chuckled softly. "All right." Then he released his hand, letting the book fall. Then he calmly walked out of the classroom. Li Xiang and Zhao Ziruo were stunned. Hey, Wen Yufeng, wait for us." Qinqing stared blankly at the Chinese textbook. Wen Yufeng popped a lollipop into his mouth and stood in the hallway, staring blankly downstairs. Li Xiang couldn't help but ask, You really like that new student?" The gap between the new student student and us. He paused, then continued. Seems a bit big. He glanced at him, lost in thought. Li Xiang suddenly turned around, frantically scratching his hair. It's not just a bit big. She skipped 3 grades. Compared to you, this is simply. When Yufang asked in a low voice, what grade is she in now? Li Xiang was a little confused. Huh? But he still walked forward slowly, casually replying, nothing, let's go. Li Xiang was stunned for a moment. Oh, okay. 1 week later, early in the morning, in the teacher's office of number 1 high school, Chinqing walked out carrying a stack of books. Thank you, teacher. She happily hugged the books. Finally, she got the books and no longer needed to trouble him. Her phone rang in her pocket. She took it out and saw it was an unknown number. She hesitantly answered the call. Hello, is this Chinqing? She was slightly taken aback. Euong said happily, haha, I haven't contacted you for a week. I thought you forgot about me. Chinqing asked softly, how could I? Why did you think to call me today? Euong replied, because I heard about you. You're in the same class as the school bully, when Yufang, right? She nervously replied, Then Euong, while walking, said, so you're not getting special treatment because you're close to him. Chinqing said, he and I are just ordinary friends. In the classroom of class 4, grade 11, Euong said incredulously, ordinary friends. I've never heard of him running to another class for a girl. How could he just consider you an ordinary friend? Even his rumored girlfriend doesn't get this treatment. Chinqing quickly said, all right, stop talking about this. Euong said happily, I'll come find you during the second period break. Don't wander off. Chinqing smiled and nodded. Okay. During the second period break, Chinqing looked at the clock and thought, class has been in session for almost 10 minutes. Onkai must have been waiting for a long time. It suddenly became lively outside. Could it be Onkai? A male classmate said, hey Ling, the school beauty is looking for you. When Yufang also stood up and walked quickly past her. Watching his receding figure, Chinqing couldn't help but think, so he wasn't looking for me. Chinqing pouted. But that school beauty, Ling Onkai mentioned she was Wen Yofang's rumored girlfriend, right? If she remembered correctly. The same male classmate shouted again, hey, Chinqing, someone's looking for you. His footsteps slowly moved towards the door. The classmates started whispering, if it's a boy looking for Chinqing, that would be interesting. But when Yufang didn't look at her at all, Chinqing quickly followed behind him. He was about to reach the front door when Yufang suddenly closed it. Why did he close the door? She hurried to open the door, but couldn't. It turned out when Yufang was holding it shut from the outside. Ling Wu, the school beauty, looked excited to see him. You finally came out. Euong, standing to the side, was stunned. But when Yufang didn't seem to care, he just glanced over coldly and said, which one of you is looking for Chinqing? Chinqing was standing at the classroom door, wrestling with it as if it owed her money. The classmates inside were all bewildered. What's going on? After her battle with the door, Chinqing was panting and needed to catch her breath. Other students were whispering, completely clueless about what had happened. I wouldn't dare go near that door. She stood on tiptoe and looked inside, just in time to see Wen Yufang. She froze. Who was he talking to? Just then, the door suddenly opened. Wen Yufang leaned against it, a mischievous smile on his face, looking directly at her. Chinqing didn't think much of it and tried to quickly slip past him, but bam, he grabbed her wrist. Wen Yufang lowered his voice, his tone teasing, oops, sorry, little classmate. Didn't expect to hit you with the door. Chinqing panicked and yelled, let go of me, while desperately trying to break free from his grip like a fish on a hook. But Wen Yufang didn't let go. Instead, he leaned closer, as if whispering, I'm apologizing. It has to be in person to show sincerity, don't you think? Chinqing almost called out his name. At this moment, Ling Wu, Euong, and a crowd of onlookers were all staring at them. He still held her wrist, saying nothing, just looking at her. The atmosphere was awkward for a moment before he casually let go of her hand and said, remember to call me that from now on. He said it so smoothly. Chinqing was once again forced too close to him and could only turn her face away, her eyes full of confusion. Wen Yufang just glanced at her, then slowly blinked, a true drama king. Then he stared at the little classmate again, as if solving a difficult puzzle. After a moment of eye contact, he just left. Ling Wu also looked at Chinqing with a meaningful gaze, as if trying to see through her entire life with one look. Euong leaned close to Chinqing and whispered, don't feel inferior. You're beautiful too. Height doesn't matter. You're petite and cute, which is great. Chinqing blinked. Petite. Euong quickly said, forget it, don't mind. He then asked, what was that about with Wen Yufeng just now? Why didn't he let you out, and why did he ask who was looking for you? Chinqing was confused. He really asked that. Watching Ling Wu and Wen Yufeng leave together, Chinqing's mind started to race. Even his ex-girlfriend showed up. If you don't make a move, he might really get together with the class beauty. So that's Ling Wu. She's really tall and pretty. Suddenly, Zhuo Ankai grabbed Chinqing's shoulder. Don't feel inferior. You're beautiful too. Height and all that doesn't matter. You're petite and cute, which is great. Chinqing blinked. Petite. Zhuo Ankai quickly said, never mind, never mind. He then asked, what was that all about with Wen Yufeng just now? Why wouldn't he let you out, and why did he ask who was looking for you? Chinqing was bewildered. He really asked that. A nearby classmate stroked their chin thoughtfully. Yeah, he looked pretty scary just now. I thought I accidentally stepped on his foot or something. Later, she suddenly perked up, but after I admitted it, nothing happened. Isn't that strange? Chinqing listened, her expression serious, as if she was thinking. She glanced towards the hallway. The two of them were visible not far away. Meanwhile, Zhuo Ankai continued, that's why I find it strange. Wen Yufeng seems quite cold. What's up? Ling Wu, the class beauty, responded softly. It's the weekend in 2 days. Do you have any plans? If not, I'd like to invite you out. He understood, but just looked away and coldly replied, I'm busy. Oh, Ling Wu sounded disappointed. But Li Xiang said you were free, Wen Yufeng's face darkened. I don't like others meddling in my affairs. It's best not to provoke me. Ouch. A double blow. He continued, his tone sharp. I know who's behind the rumors about my ex-girlfriend, and I know who's manipulating all of this. Hearing this, coupled with his oppressive aura, a flicker of fear crossed Ling Wu's face. Wen Yufeng turned to leave. For Li Xiang's sake, I won't hold the past against you. But remember, my patience is limited. With that, he turned and left, leaving Ling Wu standing there stunned. Wen Yufeng rubbed his temples, his brows furrowed, his gaze sweeping back to the classroom, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Seriously, what does the class beauty have that little classmate doesn't? At 6 in the morning, Chinqing was having breakfast at her grandmother's house when her phone suddenly rang. She answered. It was a message from Zhuo Ankai. Xiaoqing, did you know? Ling Wu, the school beauty, has clearly stated that she has no relationship with Wen Yufeng. If that's the case, then you're the girl with the most ambiguous relationship with him. Seize the opportunity. After reading the message, Chinqing couldn't help but cough several times. Seeing this, her grandmother reminded her, eat slowly, don't rush. Chinqing directly replied, doesn't he have a lot of girlfriends? Zhuo Ankai replied, huh, who told you that? She replied, my classmates told me before I came #1 high school. Oh my god, you've really wronged him. That kind of rumor is completely unreliable. Ling Wu is the first girl he's had rumors with, and everyone wants confirmation. And before you came, we never saw him actively approach any girl. The girls who confessed to him were all scared away. Think about it. Haven't you wronged him? Maybe he's not the rude person you imagine him to be. Chinqing froze, lost in thought. She remembered that night when she had said those hurtful words due to a misunderstanding. Her grandmother gently asked, Dian Dian, why aren't you eating? Chinqing came back to her senses. Huh. She immediately stood up. Grandma, I'm not eating. I'm going to be late. Her grandmother said, child, there's only a little rice left. Finish it before you go. She hurriedly grabbed her school bag. Grandma, I'm really not eating. I'm going to school. In the afternoon, at #1 high school, Feng Xiaoqing suddenly stood up and said seriously, Chinqing, it's your turn to be on duty today. I have something to do now, so you can clean the blackboard this class, and I'll do it next class. She looked up at the blackboard. Ah, the Chinese teacher really likes writing on the blackboard. He writes so high. I'll have to stand on a chair. She immediately brought a chair over, observed for a moment, and hesitated. So short, what am I performing for the whole class? She stood on the chair, reached out to wipe the blackboard, and felt embarrassed. At this moment, Li Xiang turned around. Hey, Yufeng, want to play basketball later? Where is everyone? When Yufeng slowly walked towards the blackboard, and Li Xiang understood, he was indeed going to help the girl. Because the blackboard was high, and she was short, even standing on the chair, she could only barely stand on tiptoe. When Yufeng said in a low voice, come down, Chinqing froze. Huh. From this angle, when Yufeng was really tall. Even though she was standing on a chair, she was only slightly taller than him. when Yufong directly reached out and put his arms around her waist. Chinqing was startled, and he lifted her down. Then he gently put her down and said seriously, "It's dangerous." The classmates who witnessed this scene were all stunned, suddenly fed a mouthful of dog food. He took the eraser from her hand. "Don't stand so close. Chalk dust is bad for your health." Chinqing was stunned and could only agree. "Oh." She lowered her head and took 2 steps back. When Yufong smiled slightly, he casually wiped the blackboard. She watched from the side, sighing inwardly. It's nice to have long legs. She lowered her head and thought, I'll never have anything to do with the words long legs in this lifetime. Teacher Fu suddenly stood beside her. "Oh, Wen Yufong, you can even clean the blackboard. I thought you'd never do any cleaning." Chinqing was startled and quickly looked over. "Hello, teacher." Teacher Fu turned and asked Chinqing with a smile, "What are you doing here?" When Yufong lightly tossed the eraser onto Chinqing's duty desk, wiped his hands, and said with a hint of teasing, "Little student Qin, how's the inspection going?" Chinqing was slightly taken aback and didn't answer. Teacher Shun stroked his chin and said in confusion, "Someone's even come to check on you. It seems our little talented girl has been underestimated." Chinqing said uneasily, "Teacher Shun, I'll go out for a bit." Teacher Shun smiled broadly. Just then, Wen Yufong also came over and said, "Teacher Shun, I'll step out for a moment too." Wen Yufong walked into the hallway and looked around. Seeing Chinqing, he slowly approached and asked, "What are you doing here?" Chinqing turned to look at him, but didn't answer, her expression somewhat downcast. She apologized sincerely. "Wen Yufong, I'm sorry. Please don't take what I said that night to heart. I misunderstood you. I'm really sorry." Wen Yufong remained silent, his face expressionless. Seeing his reaction, Chinqing became anxious. Why wouldn't he say anything? Wen Yufong simply stared at her, unblinking. Just then, she looked up and their eyes met. She quickly looked away. He suddenly smiled, hooking his lips. "Now I'm even more curious. How exactly did you misunderstand me?" Chinqing replied softly, "Because I only listened to one side of the story. I didn't try to verify it. I thought you were rude, and I said some very unpleasant things to you." She admitted earnestly, "I shouldn't have jumped to conclusions based on my own prejudice. I'm sorry I wasted your kindness." Wen Yufong listened quietly, not blaming her at all. Instead, he gently patted her head. He smiled. Chinqing was completely bewildered. His smile was so warm. She looked up at him, feeling her heartbeat become distinctly audible. She subconsciously raised her hand to press against her chest. "What's going on?" "My heart has never beat so fast." When Yufong spoke softly, "So how do you plan to compensate me?" As he spoke, he moved a little closer. She froze, completely stunned. His hand was still gently patting her head. "Do you think a casual apology is enough?" She asked cautiously, "Then what do you want?" When Yufong crossed his arms in thought, she pressed further, "Or I can do something for you. I'll do my best." As soon as she finished speaking, Wen Yufong held up 2 fingers. "2 things. First, don't call me upperclassman or student again. Understand? I hope this is the last time I have to emphasize this." Chinqing was taken aback. "Okay, what's the second thing?" He looked directly at her and said in a low voice, "Starting tomorrow, you're responsible for taking me to school." "Got it." Chinqing was completely dumbfounded. "Huh." Filinwin Residential Complex. Chinqing was eating her rice with her head down, looking tired. It seemed she hadn't slept well last night. She was still thinking about Wen Yufong's condition of her taking him to school and couldn't help but ponder it. Grandma noticed Chinqing seemed distracted and asked, "Dian, is 11th grade too tiring? Why are you so listless today?" Chinqing quickly replied, "No, Grandma, I'm just thinking about something." Grandma smiled and said, "Don't rush. You got up earlier than usual today. Take your time." Chinqing glanced at the clock. It was 7 a.m., only 10 minutes left before the agreed time. But she still had to make amends. She couldn't keep him waiting too long. Seeing her rushing, Grandma asked, "What's wrong?" "You haven't finished your meal yet." As she ran, she said, "There's something going on at school today. I have to leave early." "Bye, Grandma." With that, Chinqing pushed open the door and rushed out. Seeing no one in the hallway, she thought, "It seems he hasn't come out yet." Chinqing suddenly perked up. The weather was nice today. A sudden noise stopped her in her tracks. There seemed to be a familiar figure at the elevator. When Yufong took a light drag on his cigarette, he immediately flicked the cigarette but away and continued to wait quietly, then turned to look. Even Chinqing was stunned. When Yufong gently waved away the smoke, thinking, "If I had known she was so obedient, I would have come down earlier." He looked at his watch and muttered to himself, "Getting lectured on the first day back. I should have quit smoking a long time ago." Chinqing approached and advised, "Smoking is bad for your health." He retorted, "I'm an adult." Chinqing said seriously, You're not that old. Even if it's fine now, there will definitely be problems later. When Yufong froze for a few seconds, then suddenly burst out laughing. Chinqing was bewildered by his sudden laughter. She thought blankly, this guy skips class, fights, and smokes. He looks like a delinquent no matter how you look at him, but why is his smile so pure, more beautiful than anyone I've ever seen? How could someone like you be a delinquent? When Yufong moved a little closer, I've always been curious. Where did you learn to say those things? Chinqing Tian innocently replied, my uncle often says them to my brother. When Yufong looked at her, your brother, the one who picks you up from school every day. She nodded innocently. Yes. His expression turned serious. You two have a good relationship. Her face lit up. Yes, my brother is very good to me. He always has been. But she stopped mid-sentence. Oh no, why did I tell him all this? And he doesn't seem very happy to hear it. Chinqing cautiously turned towards the elevator. We should hurry to class. He didn't speak. The elevator display showed the 12th floor. The doors opened quickly. After reaching the first floor, she walked out with Wen Yufong. Her pace slowed. Noticing this, she asked, do you never bring a school bag to school? What use would books be to me? Chinqing was silent for a moment. He turned slightly. Let's go. Following behind him, Chinqing couldn't help but think, does he dislike studying? He, Li Xiang, and Zhao Ziru never hand in their math homework. But math is actually quite interesting. Chinqing thought absent-mindedly as she walked. She would always say, especially about those difficult problems like the integral problems in high school, that she could find simpler solutions, solve them in the shortest amount of time, arrive at a seemingly random answer, and then verify it using a third method. Chinqing would get very excited when talking about these things, as if she gained a great sense of accomplishment from them. Wen Yufong laughed after listening. You really like math, huh? She replied enthusiastically, yes. Not just math, I also like Chinese and politics. I like memorizing poems and good essays. I like English too. I like the words, sentences, and articles. Oh, and electromagnetism in physics. But at this point, Chinqing became a little dejected. Did I say too much? Do you not like listening to these things? When Yufong said as he walked, I really don't like studying. He turned to look at her, smiling. But I like listening to you talk. Chinqing was stunned. At the 1027 bus stop, when Yufong saw the bus coming. The bus is here. But Chinqing dodged back. Didn't we agree to walk to school? His lips twitched slightly. The bus is faster. She was puzzled. He quickly got on the bus without saying anything. People waiting for the bus slowly lined up. After getting on, Wen Yufong also paid the fare. Wen Yufong took her hand and chose a seat, but Chinqing was stunned. But I think the bus route, she asked innocently, won't we have to go a long way around to get to school? Wen Yufong nodded slightly. Yes. His hand was still holding hers tightly. After a while, there were no seats left on the bus, and everyone had to stand. He held onto the handrail with one hand, stood there, and turned her inwards, as if shielding her with his body. Chinqing lowered her head, feeling very nervous. Rush hour buses were terrifying. She didn't think she'd ever taken a bus before. Suddenly, the bus accelerated. In an instant, Chinqing lost her balance and fell directly into Wen Yufong's arms. He instinctively held her steady, and both of them froze. Chinqing was completely dazed being held by Wen Yufong. Faced with this incredibly awkward situation, she looked up and their eyes met. Sorry, she whispered. Wen Yufong wasn't embarrassed at all. Instead, he showed a brilliant smile. Chinqing blushed deeply, quickly pulled away from him, and lowered her head. He just looked at her. So cute. I want to tease her forever. Seeing this shy and vulnerable classmate, his heart melted. Good heavens, am I being too clingy? Wen Yufong coughed lightly, as if trying to compose himself. They were still standing face to face. He turned slightly, the corners of his mouth unable to stop turning upwards. Better not scare her away. Take it slow. At the next stop, the bus stopped and people began to get on and off. The bus was very noisy. Everyone was jostling, and it was especially lively with everyone crammed together. Moving forward a bit, because there were so many people, someone bumped into Wen Yufong. He lost his balance and fell directly onto Chinqing. But he tried to brace himself, trying to maintain his balance. Chinqing was stunned by the commotion. They were so close that she could clearly smell the scent on him. Mint. Good heavens, so close. My heart is going to jump out. Chinqing fell to daze, her heart beating even faster. She asked with a little worry, are you okay? Looking at Wen Yufong, will he be angry? Suddenly, someone touched Wen Yufong, and he immediately noticed. He turned around, his gaze cold and sharp. It was a girl, looking at him with suggestive eyes, as if hinting at something. Wen Yufong glared, his aura almost overwhelming her. What? He asked, causing her to flinch, a flicker of fear in her eyes. Chinqing gently tugged at his sleeve, and when Yufong immediately looked away, the murderous air still lingering. Even she felt a pang of fear. They didn't push you on purpose, she said softly. Despite her fear, she comforted him. Don't be angry, okay? When Yufong remained silent, his expression still grim. He clenched his fists, then slowly released them, suppressing his irritation. Fine, since you said so. Hearing this, she smiled with satisfaction. At number 1 high school, someone whispered, "What day is it today?" Is hell freezing over? With some time before the first class, the students, seeing Wen Yufong, were whispering amongst themselves. This scene was truly rare. When Yufong had actually arrived at school early in the morning. Before the first class, Li Xiang couldn't help but laugh. Haha, did you guys see his face just now? Zhao Ziru was also stunned. Huh, Li Xiang, are you messing around again? What happened? Li Xiang turned around, equally shocked. Damn, why is brother you here so early? When Yufong looked to be in a bad mood, one of his friends beside him asked, Yo, who pissed you off? They understood and immediately turned their gazes towards Xinxin's seat. Li Xiang's face was full of suspicion. When Yufong clarified, it has nothing to do with her. Li Xiang asked, then what happened? Who dares to make brother you angry? I'll call my brothers to deal with him right away. When Yufong turned his head, an old lady touched my waist on the bus this morning. He looked almost cute when he was angry. The other 2 boys gaped, then burst into laughter. A week later, at number 1 high school, every group chat was filled with sighs. Did you know? When Yufong has been coming to school on time for a week now, why has he suddenly become so well-behaved? It's so suspicious. Something must be up. I heard the Wen family went bankrupt, so he can't be as arrogant as before. Really? Is it confirmed? Swish! The basketball went straight into the hoop. You guys are just spreading rumors. When Yufong wiped the sweat from his forehead with a towel and picked up a can of soda, Li Xiang scrolled through a few messages, then turned to him and said, Brother Yu, I've always wanted to ask, why do you always keep your distance from that new transfer student? If you walked with her directly, I guarantee the whole school would know why you're coming to school early within a week. When Yufong was still drinking, then gently wiped his mouth and asked, what do you think I'm trying to achieve? When Yufong lowered his voice, you said the distance between us is too far. You said that. Li Xiang replied nervously, but aren't you two already planning something? He looked a little surprised. It's nothing. Seeing him lost in thought, he asked, what are you thinking about? Yizong was startled. Nothing. I was just thinking about how to deal with those loudmouths who are spreading your rumors. But inside, he was trembling. Brother, you can even read minds now. He's cheating. He looked at the soda can in his hand and said, keep an eye out. If anyone dares to talk nonsense outside or in front of the teachers. He threw the can. See you after school. The can landed perfectly in the trash bin. Li Xiang looked at Xinxin's seat in the classroom, feeling apprehensive. She's not here. Feng Shaoqing was stunned. Brother Yu. When Yufong asked, where did she go? She replied, she went to the reading room to study. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. The reading room. Seeing him about to leave, Li Xiang quickly said, Brother Yu is going to the reading room. When Yufong said coldly, I'll go myself. You don't need to follow. Li Xiang was taken aback. Okay. He slowly returned to his seat, muttering to himself, sigh, nothing to do again. Just have to wait. What's this? He saw something in his desk. Isn't this book still with Brother Yu? He quickly took it out. Hey, I'll quickly wrap a book cover. Now I can read it openly. Clever little devil. He immersed himself in the book, smiling like a cat. Zhao Ziru walked in at that moment, a goofy smile on her face. Why is he so happy? Li Xiang almost jumped at the sound. Oh my, Zhao Ziru, where did you come from? You scare me to death. Zirui looked around and asked, hey, where are the others? Where did Wen Yufong go? Li Xiang simply pointed with his book, peeking out from under his desk. Where else could he be? He must have gone to the library to find our little classmate. Zirui gasped, grabbing Li Xiang's shoulders, her eyes wide. Wen Yufong is at the library. Oh my god. Li Xiang rolled his eyes. Why are you so surprised? Where else could he be? I just passed by the library and was thinking of telling Wen Yufong that third-year White Lotus, Chao Yuan, is practically glued to our little classmate, pestering her to explain problems. The scene cuts to the library. Sure enough, the two are sitting together, just as Li Xiang said. When Yufong narrowed his eyes, watching a boy sitting next to Chinqing, feeling inwardly annoyed. I've been carefully keeping my distance, but I forgot that a girl as cute as her would make other boys bolder and more infatuated. Damn it, boyfriend protection mode activated. Chinqing explained patiently and attentively. If it's this type of problem, you can't use the previous method. Our little teacher was extremely patient. Suddenly, when Yufeng reached out and grabbed her hand, and the atmosphere instantly changed. Chinqing froze, completely caught off guard. When Yufeng whispered, "Little classmate, boys and girls shouldn't hold hands casually. Do you understand?" Chinqing muttered softly, "I know, but I was just explaining the problem to him." The boy immediately stood up, probably intimidated by Yufeng's glare. When Yufeng casually released her hand, explaining problems doesn't count as holding hands. Chinqing stammered, actually it kind of does. She lowered her head, lost in thought, feeling like something wasn't quite right. Meanwhile, when Yufeng was staring at the boy with a murderous look, that look could curdle milk. The boy's hand was still hanging in midair, alarm bells ringing. The name Chao Yuan suddenly flashed through his mind. It seemed he remembered. When Yufeng leaned back, his eyes full of gloom. Try looking at her one more time. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Chinqing tugged at Yufeng's sleeve, calling his name, looking at him innocently, not understanding why he was so angry. When Yufeng turned his head slightly to glance at her, then looked away again, clicking his tongue. He must be sick. Chinqing stared at him blankly, thinking that his mood swings must be due to illness. When Yufeng casually picked up her book, took her hand and walked out, "Let's go." Chinqing was confused, Before leaving, he gave the boy another cold glare. The boy was so scared he didn't dare say a word. As soon as they stepped out, they ran into Zi Rui and Li Xiang. Guan Feng. He was still holding Chinqing's hand and walked past them without turning his head. Seeing this, Li Xiang said, "Is there anyone still alive in there?" Zi Rui said, "No murderous aura, probably nothing serious." Li Xiang's face turned green. Should we say when Yufeng's temper has improved? Or has his tolerance gotten stronger? Chinqing felt a little uneasy, but I haven't finished explaining the problem to that classmate. When Yufeng whispered, he said he didn't need it. She still looked confused. Did he say that? I didn't hear him. He looked like a sulking wolf. He said it. Li Xiang quickly came over to gossip. Chinqing, that Chao Yuan doesn't have a very good reputation in #1 high school. You have to be careful. He just uses his face to tricky girls. Zi Rui added, his ex-girlfriends and ambiguous partners could line up around the school. Li Xiang said proudly, someone with a clean reputation like Yufeng is a rare species. When Yufeng turned around and warned, don't casually tutor others in the future either. Chinqing asked innocently, then you go tell them that. I only tutor you. Chinqing froze, but don't you hate studying? Li Xiang and Zi Rui burst out laughing. He announced unhappily, starting today, both of you have to study with me. They were quite startled. They went to the second-year classroom, and when Yufeng pulled out a chair, ready to begin. Seeing this, Chinqing asked, are we going to start explaining problems now? He replied, what else? She said, take out yesterday's math exercises. Let me see what you don't understand. When Yufeng looked up, slyly saying, I don't usually have a workbook. She was still serious. You can only improve by doing more problems. You won't improve without practice. He rested his chin on his hand, a smile playing on his lips. Did your aunt teach you those words? She was surprised. How did you know? He turned his head slightly. Your aunt is quite cute. She was still flipping through the workbook, thinking that this guy had a strange personality, always ignoring others. Mid-sentence, Chinqing suddenly leaned in closer. You don't usually study much, and this exercise is relatively simple, so I'll start with the basics. This caught him a little off guard. She had already started writing. She said, for example, this problem, let's first look at the information given. Look at Yufeng over there. Is he listening to me explaining the problem, or is he watching that cute classmate teach him? I wish time could stop right now. Chinqing looked up and asked, did you understand what I just said? He froze. No. Say it again. She sighed. Yufeng, your basic knowledge is too weak. Chinqing immediately picked up a book from the desk. We should highlight the key points in the book. It will make learning easier. But as soon as she touched the book, she felt something was wrong. It seemed thicker than usual. When Yufeng looked over, thinking, I don't remember the math textbook having this cover. But as Chinqing opened the book, she immediately blushed, stammering, Yufeng, what is this? He was confused. What's wrong? She slammed the book on the table, revealing pictures of scantily clad women inside. Chinqing immediately stood up and ran out. Even he himself was startled by the images before him. At #1 high school, birds chirped and the atmosphere was relaxed. Suddenly, a voice shouted, Chinqing, You have to believe me. Chinqing walked away without looking back, completely ignoring him. Li Xiang desperately explained from behind, really, that magazine is mine. I wrapped it with a math textbook cover. It has nothing to do with you, Fong. Chinqing's face was dark, but Li Xiang continued to plead, my dear Chinqing, you've really misunderstood. You can't wrong an innocent person. She suddenly stopped. That magazine is yours. She asked. She looked impatient. Then why was it on Wen Yofeng's desk? Li Xiang stammered, no one dare to claim it. If it was put on Yofeng's desk. She pressed further. Then let me ask you, has Wen Yufeng looked at those magazines? Li Xiang was completely stunned. Last time Lulu came over, I remember Yufeng flipped through a few pages. Li Xiang rakayat azitanli. Seeing his reaction, she understood and snorted angrily. Li Xiang panicked. No, that's not what I meant. She turned and left directly. Li Xiang could only watch her go, on the verge of tears. Chinqing, you've really got it all wrong. Li Xiang felt utterly helpless. The more he explained, the worse it got. He only hoped Yufeng would spare his life. I'm such an idiot. Chinqing walked out of the classroom, her mind in turmoil. I thought taking a walk would make me feel better, she thought. Unexpectedly, she ran into Zhuo Ank. Xiaoqing, why are you here alone? Ank asked in surprise. As they walked and talked, Ank asked, oh, who made our Xiaoqing angry? Chinqing mumbled, no one. Ank didn't believe her. Tisk, it's all over your face. She took Chinqing's hand. It just so happens there's a basketball game today. Wanna go watch? Chinqing looked blank. A game. Ank pulled Chinqing forward, excitedly saying, it's bound to be exciting. Come on, let's go. Watching it will make you feel better. The atmosphere on the basketball court was heated. Someone shouted, get the ball. When Yufeng dribbled the ball, easily breaking through all the opponent's defenses. The wind blew, he changed direction, and the ball instantly slipped from his hand. The girls on the sideline screamed, so handsome. Zhuo Ank pulled Chinqing's hand, trying to squeeze into the crowd. Excuse me, thank you. Zhuo Ank asked a nearby student, why are there so many people today? Is it the school basketball team's intramural game? The student in front replied impatiently, what school basketball team? It's when Yufeng from the sophomore class, leading a few guys, divided into two teams playing. Hearing this, Ank immediately became excited. Xiaoqing, did you hear that? School heartthrob when is playing basketball. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Quick, let's give him water and a towel. Chinqing panicked. Ank, stop messing around. I'm a little thirsty. Let's go buy some water. Zhuo Ank whined, you're my best friend. I heard one is especially handsome playing basketball. He used to play during class too, but we always missed it. Today we finally encountered it. Please, just accompany me to watch once. Seeing this, Chinqing could only nod. All right, they chose a less crowded spot to stand. The ball was passed directly to Wen Yufeng. He caught it steadily and quickly charged towards the opponent's basket. Using his momentum, he jumped high, and the basketball cleanly slammed into the hoop. The girls cheered. Wen Yufeng is so handsome. Zhuo Ank said excitedly. He's the center of attention wherever he goes. She then asked with confusion, strange, isn't Li Xiang always hanging out with one? Why are they separated today? A nearby student, taking a break, said, who knows what he did to offend one? Didn't you see what Wen Yufeng did to Li Xiang just now? Chinqing also turned to look just in time to see Wen Yufeng catch the ball. But he glanced over, his eyes meeting the little girl's. Wen Yufeng softly said, I'm not playing anymore. The ball landed in Zhao Ziru's hands. Brother, where are you going? He walked closer, facing her directly. Seeing the two face to face, the surrounding people couldn't help but whisper. She turned her head slightly, her throat and lips dry. He understood and immediately asked, does anyone have water? The boy froze for a moment. Yes. He quickly handed the water to Wen Yufeng. He handed over a new bottle of water and said, excuse me, could you move a bit? Chinqing lowered her head without responding, obediently moving aside. The crowd quickly dispersed. Wen Yufeng felt a little disappointed. She wouldn't even look at me. He took the water bottle, walked past her, and casually handed it to her. Thank you for moving. Chinqing immediately turned to look at him, but didn't say a word. Zhuo Ank said boredly, let's go back to the classroom. The crowd was still chattering. Li Xiang and Zhao Ziru watched from the side. I really don't understand. It's just a magazine, and such a small one at that. Was it necessary to make such a big fuss? Zhao Ziru said, you just don't understand the nuances of people in love. Sure, Lulu never cared before. Zhao Ziru seemed a bit exasperated. How can you compare Lulu to the new student? Li Xiang, are you stupid? Li Xiang was a little unhappy. What's wrong with me? What did I say wrong? Zhao Ziru didn't bother with him and walked away, glancing back as he did. Just based on looks, the new girl is much prettier. How can Sure Lulu compare? Li Xiang frowned. So do you think Yufeng and the new student have chance? Zhao Ziru said indifferently. I don't think so, he said in surprise. Just because of this. Zhao Ziru sighed. Can you not be so dense? Once the new student and Yufeng interact, their values will definitely clash. Her upbringing is completely different from ours. Today it's a magazine. Another day it will be something else. Hearing this, Li Xiang nodded. That makes sense. Go on. Zhao Ziru continued. With this kind of fundamental conflict, someone has to compromise. The new student looks delicate, but she doesn't seem like the type to give in. Li Xiang recalled how he apologized and explained, but Chinqing never forgave him, and he agreed in his heart. Zhao Ziru continued. Not to mention Yufeng. You've known him for so long. Have you ever seen him admit he's wrong? Li Xiang looked perplexed. I wouldn't even dare to imagine it. Inside the teaching building, Euong pressed. Xiaoqing, tell me quickly. I'm dying of curiosity. Don't worry, I definitely won't tell anyone. Chinqing replied. This involves personal privacy. I can't say. Saying it would violate my principles. Euong nodded understandingly. All right then. And the two said goodbye. I'll go back first. If anything happens, you must tell me. Chinqing said happily. Okay. But as soon as she went upstairs, she bumped into Wen Yufeng. He, unaware of her approach, was leaning against the corridor wall. Is this also considered a personal matter? He froze the moment he saw her. The two stared at each other for a moment. Both remained silent, as when Yufeng walked closer to her. She suddenly held out the water bottle. I didn't drink it. You can have it back. When Yufeng turned around, thinking, she's determined to draw a line between us. The first thing she wants is to make things perfectly clear. She lowered her head, as if afraid to look at him, but he continued to walk forward. Seeing this, Chinqing stepped back. She kept retreating, and he kept approaching. Having no other choice, she leaned against the wall, looking at Wen Yufeng's expression, remembering his appearance in the ring earlier. She couldn't help but feel a little worried. His expression was too frightening. Wen Yufeng immediately propped one hand against the wall and said in a low voice, You think returning the water I gave you means we're even. His tone softened slightly. Besides, you didn't even drink it. Chinqing blinked. Huh. She awkwardly handed the water back, wondering if he had a stutter. I really didn't drink it. He replied, then take a sip. Chinqing froze again. What? When Yufeng said, take a sip and I'll let you go. Hearing this, Chinqing's face flushed red. When Yufeng gently leaned closer to her, she couldn't help but call his name, but he boldly said, the more you call me that, the less I want to let you go. Just then a classmate passed by. So the school has this kind of dating spot. Got it. This place is nice. Chinqing quickly lowered her head, her cheeks burning, but soon, he grabbed her arm, pressing her hand against the wall. The water bottle fell to the ground. When Yufeng turned around, his face grim. Get lost. He shielded her with his body, and the surrounding students froze in shock. Sorry, it's when Yufeng run. Chinqing struggled. When Yufeng, let me go. He leaned closer and whispered, try to run now. I warned you. Why didn't you listen? She replied innocently, I didn't realize back then, but trailed off. When Yufeng seemed to understand. Oh, is it because you saw that magazine? Chinqing's eyes were brimming with tears. He gently released her hand. What's wrong? Just realized I'm a bad guy. He chuckled coldly. Do you really want to get as far away from me as possible? Chinqing shook her head repeatedly. No. When Yufeng continued, what do you think I am? Studious, motivated, obedient, punctual, rule-abiding. Chinqing said anxiously, that's not what I meant. I remember every gentle side of you. When Yufeng, it's just, I can't accept it for now. Someone with such a clean smile, someone who makes you feel like you're bathed in sunlight, would look at that kind of magazine with that kind of look. When Yufeng gave a bitter laugh. I'm sorry, Chinqing, I'm not, and I never was. Chinqing was stunned. When Yufeng explained, skipping class, fighting, smoking, flirting. I'm sorry, this is the real me. You should have known the first time you saw me. Now that we're here, you can only accept the real me. Chinqing lowered her head and whispered, I don't like it. When Yufeng froze. What? Chinqing said loudly, though her voice was thick with sadness. What you're doing is wrong. If I don't like it, I won't accept it. When Yufeng remained silent, then turned and left. Whether you like it or not, what does it have to do with me? It seemed when Yufeng wanted to back away. Even if you think it's wrong, I don't. You've already accepted it, so that's fine. He walked slowly forward, his voice cold. From today onwards, we go our separate ways. When you see me, pretend you don't know me. Just pass by. When Yufong slowly walked toward the classroom. I can do that too. Chinqing remained silent, her mind a jumbled mess. She picked up her water bottle. The next morning at 6 a.m., Feline Apartments. Grandma, I'm going to school. Grandma asked so early, is your school getting stricter? She reached the door and was about to open it, but Chinqing hesitated. If I leave any later, I'll run into that person. She murmured, Grandma, don't you think those who know they're wrong but refuse to admit it are the worst? Grandma chuckled. Of course, your late grandpa was just like that. Getting him to admit he was wrong was harder than getting him to jump into a vat of boiling oil. It's just too hard for them. She thought to herself, better not to touch on Grandma's sore spot. Outwardly, she said cheerfully, got it, Grandma, I'm off. Grandma called out, be careful. Grandma watched as she left her long-sleeved school uniform at home. Oh dear, I reminded her last night that it would be colder today. How could she forget her jacket? 11 a.m., number 1 high school. The fan was still on. A hand switched it off. Chinqing seemed dazed. The temperature really dropped this morning. She really had caught a cold. Her breathing was heavy. Her cheeks were burning, and sweat dripped down her face. Just then, she bumped into someone. She weakly turned to apologize. When Yufong glanced at her, he saw her flushed face as she slumped over her desk, exhausted. He ignored her completely and turned to leave. At Wen Yufong's seat, a female classmate was chatting excitedly. Li Xiang said with a smile, of course, Yufong is still single. All that stuff about him pinning a girl against the wall, those are just rumors. Zhao Ziru kept nudging him with her elbow. The girl said excitedly, so, I still have a chance. Li Xiang replied smugly, of course you have a chance. Everyone has a chance, haha, it's fair game. When Yufong walked past coldly, and the female classmate immediately brightened up, he quickly returned to his seat. The classmate called out happily, Yufong, but he didn't react at all, just loosened his tie slightly. Then he took off his jacket. Seeing this, Li Xiang felt a vague sense of unease. It looks like they really had a fight. Zhao Ziru held up a sign that read, Idiot, Mr. Phone. Chinqing clearly didn't appreciate the quiet and the comfort, complaining, who turned off the fan. Such a killjoy. Saying this, she turned the fan back on to full blast, instantly transforming the classroom into an Arctic wind tunnel. Chinqing mumbled weakly, sorry, I think I've caught a cold. Oh, no wonder you're not enjoying this strong wind at all. Fang Xiaoqing showed a hint of concern and sighed. If you have a cold, you should wear more clothes. You can add clothes if you're cold, but what am I supposed to do if I'm hot? Peel off my skin. You're exaggerating. Chinqing muttered to herself. Chinqing slumped even more woolly-eyed onto the desk, looking utterly pathetic. Fang Xiaoqing turned around, presumably to enjoy the artificial breeze she had created. A thin layer of sweat appeared on Chinqing's forehead as she cursed inwardly. How could I forget my jacket? Sweating from the cold. What a great combination. Li Xiang snuck a glance, trying to be inconspicuous, but when Yufong remained like a stone statue, completely unresponsive, utterly cold in both expression and demeanor. It seemed the rumors about him and Fang Xiaoqing might really be just baseless gossip. Just when everyone was surprised, there was a sudden bang as when Yufong abruptly stood up, startling both Li Xiang and Zhao Zhao. What had he noticed? He picked up his jacket. Was he finally going to do something? Then he walked directly past the icy female classmate, his indifference absolute. The girl, probably feeling awkward, stammered, You. But when Yufong coldly interrupted, don't bother me, his aura radiating power. When Yufong walked slowly without looking sideways, the atmosphere suddenly tense. Then he stopped at Chinqing's desk. Oh, wasn't this finally a sign of concern? He'd barely move his lips, murmuring hot. His tone was calm, but carried a hint of pressure. He shot a sharp, icy glance at Fang Xiaoqing. Should I help you take it off? The atmosphere immediately tightened with his words. Fang Xiaoqing visibly flinched, clearly understanding his warning. She then stood up and turned away, presumably to sulk in the windy spot she had created. Chinqing slowly raised her head, her face full of confusion. When Yufong's gaze softened as he looked at Chinqing, so he did have a gentle side. He reached for his jacket, the jacket of destiny. He held out to her. Put on. His tone was simple and direct, but after the coldness, it seemed especially gentle. Chinqing just stared blankly at the jacket, speechless. She thought to herself, I'm so sick, and he's still so fierce, just like yesterday. It seemed when Yufong always had this domineering style. She shrank back a little, her voice weak. Yesterday you said, I didn't know you. She was a little sulky. I don't know you, so I won't wear strangers' clothes. Wen Yufong sighed, trying to suppress his emotions. He placed his hand on her shoulder. Chinqing looked up, her face full of surprise. He sighed again. Without a word, Wen Yufong bent down and scooped Chinqing up into his arms. Chinqing's eyes widened in astonishment. He smoothly lifted her and placed her on the desk. Her cheeks flushed, not just from the fever, but also from shyness. The classmates in the classroom all saw this scene and exclaimed, "My God, what's going on? Are we being fed dog food again?" The two locked eyes, and Wen Yufong quickly picked up his jacket. He draped the jacket over Chinqing, but she was still struggling. Wen Yufong leaned closer and whispered, "I was wrong." These words stunned her. He gently helped Chinqing put on the jacket and carefully buttoned it up. "It was my fault," Wen Yufong said softly. Chinqing stared at him, unable to speak. Wen Yufong seemed to be expressing his remorse through his actions. The classroom suddenly fell silent. Li Xiang muttered in disbelief. Wen Yufong actually apologized. Zhao couldn't help but exclaim, "Is our rebellious phase over? Someone pinch me." Zhao Ziruo, however, remained calm. It was still the petite Chinqing who said weakly, like a little rabbit, "Put me down." Wen Yufong, however, held her even tighter. He could clearly feel the heat radiating from Chinqing's body. He gently put her down, helping her to stand steady. Then he crouched down, turning his back to her. "Hop on. I'll take you to the infirmary." Chinqing panicked. "No need, I'm fine." Wen Yufong turned his head and teased, "Do you want to try a different position then?" She immediately recalled the scene outside the stadium, her face flushing even deeper. Flustered, she wrapped her arms around his neck, closing her eyes, trying to ignore the awkwardness. Wen Yufong swiftly hoisted her onto his back. Seeing her so compliant, a satisfied smile played on Wen Yufong's lips. "Li Xiang, please excuse her from the next math class." Li Xiang was stunned. "Huh. Okay." The two left the classroom. Leaning against his back, Chinqing thought to herself, "This is the first time I've been carried like this. So strange." She lowered her head slightly. "He's really tall, 1.86 meters. Both of them froze for a moment. "Huh." Chinqing thought, "Did I just say that out loud?" Wen Yufong turned his head and asked what was wrong, but she was still thinking, "He's a full 20 centimeters taller than me. This difference is despairing." Chinqing shrank back a little, burying her head in his back, then asked in a soft, childish voice, "Why are you so tall?" She kept her head buried, thought for a moment, and said a little dejectedly, "But I just can't grow taller." Wen Yufong laughed. "Why do you want to be taller?" Chinqing explained, "So I can see things you can't see now, and reach things up high, and I won't have to stand on a chair to wipe the blackboard." He just smiled after hearing this. In the infirmary, Wen Yufong cheerfully said, "Then I'll carry you on my back to see those things from now on." As he opened the door, he said, "I'll get things for you, and I'll wipe the blackboard for you too." They walked into the infirmary and saw the school doctor. As soon as the doctor saw them, she immediately said, "You two are here again." The doctor sounded a bit exasperated. "What's wrong with this little girl again?" He gently put Chinqing down and said she had a high fever, no lower than 38 degrees. The doctor said, "She just got better, and now she has a cold again. This little girl's resistance is too weak. This won't do." She handed Chinqing a thermometer and said, "Here, take your temperature. You young girls only care about looking good, not paying attention to keeping warm." The doctor seemed to understand something and asked, "Did you come to school this morning without a coat? You can't just focus on looking pretty. If you damage your joints and develop chronic problems later, it'll be troublesome." Chinqing had the thermometer in her mouth. The doctor sat down at the computer and said, "You might not feel it now, but when you get older, you'll have colds that keep you up at night with pain." Wen Yufong said softly, "Don't blame her, blame me." The doctor turned around. "What do you mean?" He calmly said, "It has nothing to do with her. Please just treat her." He added, "If you want to lecture someone, lecture me." He took out the thermometer and looked. 38.5 degrees. The doctor said indifferently, "If you want to get better quickly, the best way is to get an injection or N4." Chinqing asked with some worry, "Doctor, can I not get a shot or N4? Can I just take medicine?" The female doctor said, "All right, I'll prescribe you some medicine. Remember to take it on time and in the correct dosage." Chinqing replied, "Thank you, doctor." Wen Yufong was a little worried. "Your health isn't very stable right now. Let me carry you home after we get the medicine." She looked up at him. "No need, I can walk by myself." She pleaded, "It's not cold now, and I'm feeling much better." He went along with her. "Okay, but on the condition that you put your coat on." She walked in front, and he followed behind. Seeing this scene, everyone started whispering. The further she walked, the redder her face became. She felt incredibly awkward. Why did it feel so strange? At the door of class 6, grade 11. Both of them froze as they entered. Teacher Shun. Teacher Shin smiled and said, "Oh, you're here." Teacher Shun explained, "It's like this. Your homeroom teacher has had a relapse of his liver disease and needs to be hospitalized." He coughed slightly, composing himself. He raised his voice slightly and said, "I will be your homeroom teacher temporarily this semester." He said happily, "I will rearrange the math teacher." This happened rather suddenly, so let's have physics class this period, okay? But don't worry, once we have a new math teacher, I'll definitely return the class to you. The students all thought, "Please don't, Teacher Shun, please don't. As long as it's you, it doesn't matter what you teach. Please don't give us back." Teacher Shun turned to Chinqing and said, "Chinqing, if you're still not feeling well, remember to tell me and go home early to rest. Don't push yourself." Chinqing said softly, "Teacher, I'm much better now." Teacher Shin said happily, "That's good. Go back to your seats." The two returned to their seats. Suddenly, when Yufeng picked up her water bottle and turned to Teacher Shun, "Teacher Shun, she needs to take her medicine before meals. I'll go get her some water." Teacher Shun nodded and said, "Oh, okay." After getting the water, Chinqing said, "Thank you." When Yufeng leaned down and asked, "Are you nearsighted, Chinqing?" Chinqing was stunned for a moment. "No, I'm not nearsighted." He smiled and said, "Wait for me." Then he left, leaving her confused. Standing at the podium, when Yufeng softly said, "Teacher Shun, will you be in charge of all matters concerning Class 6, grade 11 this semester?" Teacher Shin replied, "Yes, Teacher Fu's illness requires surgery." Teacher Shin lowered his head and said frankly, he can't overwork himself during the postoperative recovery period. "So, I will be your homeroom teacher for at least this semester." When Yufeng said softly, "Teacher Shun, I would like to request to be Chinqing's deskmate." Teacher Shin seemed surprised. "You want to sit next to Chinqing? You'll have to give me a reason. Mr. Fu will come looking for me when he gets back, and you haven't even passed my test yet." When Yufeng replied, "I hope Chinqing can tutor me." Teacher Shin laughed. "Have her tutor you." When Yufeng, "I've taught you for a year, and the number of times you've attended my class can be counted on one hand. Now you're saying you want to sit next to her so she can tutor you." Hearing this, he fell silent. He glanced at her. She was still that clean, bright, and fragile little pudding bunny. Chinqing looked at him blankly. His eyes seemed to droop slightly. "The second time we met, I knew I should keep my distance from you. It would be better for both of us. But I couldn't. I don't know from which meeting onward, but you've become like my son, and I'm like one of those planets. No matter where you are, there's this irresistible gravitational pull that makes me unconsciously focus all my attention, care, and thoughts on you." When Yufeng said softly, "Teacher, I know very well what I want to do. Please allow me." Teacher Shin said calmly, "I always thought you knew what you wanted. Now it seems I was wrong, HM." When Yufeng looked over, a confused expression on his face. Teacher Shin spoke again. "When Yufeng, I want you to understand, for all of you, this period of youth seems long, even boring and difficult. But you all want to grow up quickly and do what you like, without considering whether you're ready. The best opportunities always appear when you're not prepared." Teacher Shun's voice was gentle. "So, in this fleeting time, there are some things you can only do now." He looked over as he spoke. "Have you really thought it through? Is there anyone or anything you're willing to give up for this, so that you won't regret or complain later? I often see you at the shooting range too. I can probably guess what you're doing." A thoughtful expression on his face. Then he softly said, "Teacher Shun, I don't know if I'll regret doing this in the future." He straightened up. "But I know that if I don't do it now, I will definitely regret it." Teacher Shun was silent for a moment, then sighed thoughtfully. "All right." Teacher Shun walked over. "However, this matter of being desk mates concerns both of you." He was very calm. "I can't just change your seat because of what you said. I still have to ask Chinqing." Chinqing suddenly stood up. "Teacher Shun." He turned to face her. "Chinqing, when Yufeng has requested to be your desk mate, hoping you can tutor him, do you have any objections?" Hearing this, she immediately looked at him. Teacher Shun continued, "You don't need to look at him, and you don't need to consider anyone else's opinion." His tone was calm. "I just need to know your thoughts." Her eyes seemed to droop slightly, a hint of hesitation and confusion in them. When Yufeng remained silent, watching her, seeing her reaction, he looked away. Teacher Shun said, "Forget it." But Chinqing suddenly seemed to have an epiphany. "Teacher, I'm fine with it." She was stunned by her own words, as if she was about to miss something important. Chinqing said innocently, "But if when Yofeng's grades don't improve, can we switch back to our original seats?" Both Teacher Shun and When Yufeng were stunned. Teacher Shin smiled and glanced at him. Wen Yufang, did you hear what Chinqing said? I heard it clearly. He didn't answer, just stared at his small desk mate. He slightly curved his lips. I heard it very clearly. Teacher, Shin nodded. Good. Since you both agree, it's settled. But Chinqing still looked flustered. Wen Yufang was so tall that sitting in the front row would definitely block the view of the people behind him. So Chinqing would have to move to the next row. Chinqing nodded. Okay, Teacher Shun. In her heart, she thought, so that's why he asked me if I was nearsighted before. She looked a little worried. Teacher Shun, could you please not tell my mom? She lowered her head and explained, my mom probably doesn't want me to move to the next row, but like you said, I want to listen to my own thoughts more. The teacher sighed dramatically. You're all learning to manipulate me now, aren't you? Fine, I'll change your seats this afternoon. The teacher walked over and patted Wen Yufang on the shoulder. It's getting late. Go home and have lunch. Wen Yufang said calmly, Teacher, I won't easily give up on what I want to do. I can do it. Teacher Shin just sighed helplessly and walked away. During lunch break after class, Chinqing moved to sit next to Wen Yufang. He asked softly, have you packed everything? She nodded. He quickly picked up her backpack and slung it over his shoulder. Let's go. She was completely startled by him. Li Jiang and Xiao Ziru were both shocked by the scene and his words. You guys go ahead. I'll walk her home, he said. Chinqing panicked. You don't have to do this. Wen Yufang leaned closer and whispered, how could I not? You're my guarantee of progress. I have to escort you home safely. She reached for her bag. Give me my bag back. Zhao Izrael and Li Shuang both watched them speechlessly. The two walked out of the classroom together, everyone's eyes on them. Isn't that Wen Yufang and the legendary academic goddess? Shoo, keep your voice down. Wen Yufang walked ahead nonchalantly, carrying her bag, while Chinqing kept urging him from behind, give me my bag back. She lowered her voice as much as possible. Everyone's watching, but he stubbornly refused to return it. Chinqing looked up to see Wen Yufang smiling triumphantly, as if he had won the lottery. She was annoyed, but he was enjoying her adorable anger. Chinqing followed behind him like a little duckling. You really don't have to walk me home. My brother texted me. Qin Hao's message was very clear. Xiao Qing, Grandma said you didn't wear a jacket to school this morning. Wait for me at the school gate at noon. I'll pick you up. She explained in a low voice. It's because I didn't wear a jacket this morning, so he's coming to pick me up at noon. He paused, Wen Yufang's expression suddenly changing. It's that guy again. Chinqing felt caught between two opposing forces. Why are they so hostile towards each other? Wen Yufang frowned, silently watching her. He lowered his voice. Qing, do you know the marriage law? She froze, huh? He continued, direct blood relatives and those with the same surname within 3 generations cannot marry. He made a disgusted face thinking of Qin Hao. You should stay away from him in the future. Qin Hao would probably be furious if he heard that. Qing was dumbfounded. Oh my god, is my new desk made a little neurotic? Wen Yufang was also a little puzzled by her dazed reaction. The two reached the school gate and ran into Qin Hao waiting there. Qing almost fainted on the spot. That's my brother. She immediately grabbed his arm. Qin Hao was completely bewildered, having no idea what was going on. Then she quickly pulled Wen Yufang behind a large tree to hide. She anxiously peeked out. What do we do? They absolutely cannot meet. Wen Yufang, seeing this, said, Who are you looking at, my darling? Qing was startled, and her foot slipped, almost falling. She fell unguardedly, and Wen Yufang immediately became worried. She instinctively closed her eyes tightly. He caught her wrist in time and pulled her into his arms. Their eyes met, both a little surprised. Embraced, both had slightly pained expressions. Wen Yufang opened his eyes and reminded her, Be careful. Don't let anyone see us, shorty. Qing looked up, dazed, and said nothing. She quickly said, Wen Yufang, give me my bag. I have to go find my brother. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. You know what? He leaned down, looking directly into her eyes. You shouldn't mention other boys in front of me right now. Do you understand? Qing looked blank and shook her head slightly. When Yufang turned around helplessly, Forget it, I can't do anything with you. Only then did he hand her the bag. But just as she reached for it, he pulled it back. When Yufang said softly, I chased away Li Jiang and his gang. Do you still have the heart to let me go home alone? Qing. She looked worried. But my brother told me not to be with you if he sees. He sighed. Fine then, make it up to me, call me something. She lowered her head, hesitant to speak. When Yufang stared intently at her reaction, and seeing her embarrassed look, he didn't press the issue. Forget it, you can go. But before he finished speaking, Qing softly called out, brother. He had just turned around when Qing uttered the word brother, and when Yufang froze. Chinqing lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, her heart in turmoil. Wen Yufeng also stood frozen in place. Seeing that he didn't react, Chinqing's heart tightened. Why isn't he saying anything? She slowly turned her head and met Wen Yufeng's gaze. She recognized it immediately. It was that look again. She quickly snatched her bag back from him, regained her composure, and walked straight ahead. Just like that, Chinqing left under his gaze, Wen Yufeng looking disgruntled. Sigh, she ran away again. He leaned against the tree, a smile unconsciously playing on his lips. It's okay, there's still a long way to go. Just then, Li Shuang and Zhao Zhuo arrived. Hey, bro. Li Shuang looked around gossiping. Where's your new friend? Why are you here alone? Sensing Wen Yufeng's aura, Zhao Zhuo warned Li Jiang. Shut up. Wen Yufeng said coldly. Her brother is here to pick her up. I'm leaving. Li Jiang then put his arm around Zhao Zuri's shoulder and whispered, I finally get it. This little girl has definitely got Yu-Ji wrapped around her finger, right? Zhao Zuri asked, You're just realizing this now. Li Shuang exclaimed excitedly. I figured it out a long time ago. I just didn't say anything. Zhao Zuri could only look on with exasperation. Let me tell you, Lingling, Qi Lulu, and all those girls who were crazy about him, Li Jiang said confidently. If they were as clingy as our little friend here, they wouldn't stand a chance. This playing hard to get, hot and cold act, I bet Yu-Ji is already hooked. Wen Yufeng suddenly appeared behind them and asked coldly, hooked by whom? Hearing this, Li Shuang slowly turned around, his face pale. How his brother used perception getting sharper and sharper. He walks without a sound, with his back to them. Wen Yufeng muttered such a gloomy aura. Li Jiang, this is my last warning. About her, you'd better not say a single word you shouldn't. I hate it when people talk about her. Li Jiang, terrified by this aura, broke out in a cold sweat and nodded repeatedly. He forced a smile. Understood. Ooh, it won't happen again. I promise not to say anything more. Wen Yufeng waved his hand and left. I have something to do. I'll go first. Meanwhile, at the school gate, Chinqing sat in the car, staring out the window in a daze. Qinghao noticed this from the rearview mirror and immediately asked, Xiao Qing, what are you looking at? Chinqing, absent-mindedly, didn't answer, making Qinghao feel completely ignored. He quickly turned around. Xiao Qing. Startled, she replied, nothing. I was just spacing out, looking outside. Wen Yufeng happened to walk by. Qinghao asked, was that person who just walked by the classmate you said gave you their jacket? Qinqing blushed slightly and nodded. Qinghao scratched his head. For a moment, I thought you were blushing from a fever. He quickly started the car and stepped on the gas. Seems like there's another reason. Qinghao's tone was slightly displeased. Xiao Qing, I'll pick you up from school at noon from now on. Huh? She looked bewildered. You don't have to, second brother. It's too much trouble. He was exasperated. She added, isn't your university on the other side of the city? Qinghao said, it's fine. This way I can accompany you to Grandma's house every day and have Grandma's cooking. He muttered under his breath and incidentally escaped the terrible school cafeteria food for a while. Qinqing didn't think much of it. Okay, then thank you, second brother. Qinghao nodded in satisfaction. He grinned foolishly, while Qinqing was completely confused. Qinghao thought to himself, with me personally picking her up and dropping her off, let's see which idiot dares to have designs on her Xiao Qing. Qinqing really couldn't understand why these two people around her had been acting so strangely lately. Lunch break at Fuling High School. Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang, and Zhuo Ank lit up on the screen. Qinqing quickly answered, hello. Zhuo Ank yelled excitedly, oh my god, is it true? Qinqing. I heard you and our school heartthrob when Yufeng became desk mates. Qinqing was confused. Okay, how did you know? This was just decided in the last class of the morning. How did you find out by lunchtime? In the cafeteria, Zhuo Ank was getting her lunch while talking to Qinqing on the phone. So it's true then. She sighed and sat down at the dining table. As for how I know, come on, who is Wen Yufeng? Half the girls in school like him. How could news like this not spread quickly? Come on. Qinqing listened and asked, half the girls like him. Do you know how many girls there are in the whole school? Zhuo Ank replied, I'm not exaggerating. The girls who like Wen Yufeng are roughly divided into 3 categories. The first type is the clingy type, represented by Qi Lulu. Definitely the kind of mean girl you need to be especially careful of. The second type are girls who are excellent in all aspects, like the winners of the school beauty pageant. Good at studying, good family background, popular with boys, but that good definitely doesn't include the school heartthrob type. Qinqing asked innocently, so which category does he belong to? Good at fighting, handsome, and a bit of a bad boy. He's at the top of the blacklist every year. Smoking, going to bars, skipping class. He's done everything a student wants to do, but doesn't dare to. But he doesn't flirt with girls casually. Euong spoke while eating. Actually, except for a certain someone, he doesn't care about anyone. Chinqing fell silent. That someone is probably me. As for the third type, they're the hidden rivals. They deny it on the surface when Yufong is mentioned, but who knows what they're thinking. Xiaoqing, trust me, a lot of girls fantasize about being the one when Yufong likes. But when it's not them, they get jealous. Chinqing paused, her chopsticks between her teeth, and said softly, I know, and Ku. Thank you for your concern, but I don't think he's the kind of person you're talking about. Euong was stunned. What? She asked. Going to bars, fighting. I've never seen him do any of that. I don't think he's that kind of person at all. The scene was the school restroom before afternoon classes. Chinqing was washing her hands outside when Xiaoqing came out. As soon as she emerged, she put on a haughty air, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Are you feeling quite pleased with yourself now? Chinqing suddenly remembered what Euong had said, that a bunch of girls in school had a crush on Yufong, but when he didn't reciprocate their feelings, they became incredibly jealous. Chinqing tilted her head slightly, thinking, so there really are so many people who like him. She asked directly, do you like Yufong? Xiaoqing jumped, as if her thoughts had been exposed. I'm a top student. How could I like someone who's at the bottom of the class and skips class to fight? But Xiaoqing's heart was racing. Oh no, what if she tells Yufong? I'm dead. Chinqing didn't speak, just quietly watched Xiaoqing's reaction. Xiaoqing lowered her head and said, because of you, I've realized that I was really wrong before. Good grades don't have anything to do with being a good person. Xiaoqing looked at Chinqing in shock. Chinqing said earnestly, someone like you, who can't even admit to liking someone and has to put others down to feel better about themselves, what's the use of being smart? She turned and said goodbye. Chinqing left. Xiaoqing was left standing there alone, watching Chinqing's retreating figure, her face filled with frustration and embarrassment. She pushed open the door and walked down the hallway, her mind in turmoil. Oh my God, how did I become so awful? Chinqing walked into the classroom. All the girls were whispering about her, but Chinqing was surprised to find a note on her desk. She picked it up and quickly opened it. It read, stay away from him. Chinqing read it with a blank expression, folded the note, walked to the trash can, and threw it in. Evening self-study time in class 6 of the second year. Chinqing was diligently studying when Yufong's seat was still empty. She glanced at it thoughtfully. This person who said he was going to work hard skipped class again this afternoon. What am I supposed to do with him? Just then, when Yufong strolled in and leaned against the doorframe, the students in the front row were startled to see him. When Yufong looked inside, seemingly surprised, his gaze locking onto Chinqing. Then he slowly walked in. When Yufong seemed a bit cold, his aura not quite right. He took a few steps closer and adjusted his collar. He looked a little breathless. Chinqing was focused on her homework and didn't notice him at all. When Yufong finally pulled his chair over and sat down, he quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead and suddenly blurted out, I'm sorry. Chinqing heard him and looked up in surprise. Their eyes met, and there was an awkward silence in the air. Chinqing wasn't happy, though. She turned her face away, her puffed-up cheeks making Yufong even more confused. He subconsciously curled his lips, thinking, so cute. Chinqing stole another glance at him, thinking, wait a minute. She stared at him, lost in thought. Is this the first time I've seen him at school without his uniform? Even though he still looked like a slacker, regular clothes looked like haute couture on him. She was a little dazed and also thought his face was paler than usual. When Yufong noticed her staring at him and asked what's wrong, Chinqing snapped back to reality and blurted out, why aren't you wearing a uniform tonight? Chinqing glanced at her bag under the desk, thinking, oh, is it because I'm wearing his uniform jacket? Seeing him only in a shirt, it must be cold at night. When Yufong turned his head and said softly, I accidentally got it dirty. His voice was very quiet. You'll just have to see me in other clothes for a few days. Chinqing fell into deep thought, still very quiet. She silently took out some class exercises and tonight's homework. Chinqing looked serious. He skipped class this afternoon. He needs to catch up immediately. No rest until the homework is done. She turned her head away, pouting. When Yufong teased her as usual, baby, I swear I didn't skip class on purpose. Chinqing's face flushed red. The whole class was stifling laughter. As soon as the word baby came out, when Yufong reached out and took the homework, blushing and flustered, she even handed him her pen, which he accepted, as if saying all right. He held the cute bunny pen, his hand trembling slightly. What was going on? His expression had completely changed. The atmosphere suddenly became tense as they both focused on their homework. Just then, Li Shuang and Zhao Ziru pushed the door open. She glanced over. Seeing Wen Yufeng actually doing his homework, Li Shuang's jaw dropped. "Dude, you can't even write right now, can you?" Zhao Ziru tried to stop him, but Li Shuang walked over with a disgruntled look and started to say, "Qinqing." But before he could finish, Wen Yufeng coldly interrupted, "Shut up." He immediately stood up and stormed out to talk. Seeing the three of them leave together, Qinqing was completely bewildered. Her phone vibrated in her pocket. She took it out and saw 2 WeChat messages. When she saw the sender, she was startled. After reading the messages, her phone slipped from her hand. The messages read, "Xiao Qing, I heard Wen Yufeng was surrounded by thug from number 3 middle school at noon. Someone stabbed him, and he got stitches. Is he okay?" Qinqing glanced at Wen Yufeng's homework and saw that he had already finished half of it. Without hesitation, she rushed out of the classroom, her phone still ringing. Qinqing's lips moved slightly. "It's so late." As soon as she finished speaking, Wen Yufeng looked back at the 2 boys. "What are you 2 up to? What are you planning to do?" Li Shuang couldn't help but reply, "Of course we're going to avenge you, dude. Those thugs from number 3 middle school only know how to ambush people." Li Shuang was particularly worried this time and a little agitated. Not only did they find some gangsters this time, but they dared to bring knives. Since they don't understand the rules, we'll teach them. The other boys echoed his sentiment, angrily shouting, "He's right. We have to teach those punks a lesson." But the angry voices gradually quieted down as everyone felt the gloomy aura emanating from Wen Yufeng. The whole space fell silent. A drop of sweat slid down his forehead. Half of those guys from this afternoon are in the same hospital as me right now, still hiding there. He turned around, his face grim. "How do you want to get revenge? Break their arms and legs." Li Shuang's palms tightened as he pulled something out. "They dare to let our dude take a knife for them. Breaking their arms and legs is too good for them." When Yufeng looked up, his eyes icy, and said nothing. Then he slowly stood up. Li Shuang started to say, "Dude," but when Yufeng was already moving with a chilling air about him. Seeing this, Li Shuang's eyes widened in fear. Knowing he was about to get hit, he quickly closed his eyes. But it was Zhao Ziru who was knocked to the ground with a single punch. Li Shuang's eyes widened in surprise. Seeing this, Li Shuang quickly explained, "Dude, it was my idea. Zhao Ziru, actually." Before he could finish, Wen Yufeng shouted, "Shut up." He frowned and looked over. "Do you know why I hit you?" Li Shuang struggled to sit up. He quickly propped himself up. "Zhao Ziru said in a low voice, because I didn't stop Li Shuang and the others." He whispered, "It's my fault." Li Shuang quickly helped Zhao Ziru up. When Yufeng said coldly, "It's not that you didn't stop them, it's that you didn't even try. You've known me for so long." Li Shuang is impulsive and prone to mistakes. When you're with him, you have to keep an eye on him. "What were you doing?" Then he turned to Li Shuang. "I know you don't like those gangsters." He stepped closer. "But if you take them to get revenge tonight," he gently grasped his hand, "then you're no different from." He continued to hold his hand. "If you still want to become that kind of person in the future, get lost now." Li Shuang was completely panicked by the pressure. When Yufeng looked at the others, "That goes for you too." He slowly walked towards Ziru. Then he softly asked, "Does it hurt?" Ziru shook his head. He raised his hand, hesitated, and then lowered it. Afterward, when Yufeng left in this unpleasant atmosphere, Li Shuang said sadly, "I drag you into this mess." Zhao Ziru replied, "This time, not only did I not stop you, but I went crazy with you. It was my fault. I deserved that punch." Seeing Zhao Ziru staring blankly, Li Shuang asked, "What are you looking at?" Zhao Ziru asked in a daze, "Do you remember which hand Wen Yufeng used to hit me just now?" Li Shuang was taken aback. "Are you still holding a grudge?" Li Shuang suddenly realized he used his right hand. He just got stitches by the sink in class SIXS classroom this afternoon, and the light was broken too. When Yufeng leaned against the sink, his hands covered in glistening bloodstains. He removed the blood-soaked bandage, his breathing shallow and rapid as blood continued to flow from his wounds. Sweat beaded on his forehead, his face gradually paling. Just then, Qinqing walked in, softly calling Wen Yufeng. Hearing her voice, he froze, quickly pulling down his sleeve to hide the injury. He turned, trying to maintain his composure. He'd barely started to speak when he saw Qinqing's eyes were red. Seeing this, Wen Yufeng asked sternly, "Who bullied you?" She remained stunned for a moment, then shook her head repeatedly. She looked up and asked softly, "Did you go out and fight this afternoon?" When Yufeng turned his face away, his expression grim. "Who told you?" But Qinqing persisted. "Did you?" He avoided her gaze. The fight that afternoon had been an accident. He'd certainly never intended to skip class. Qinqing reached for his hand. But when Yufong pulled away, she whispered, "Let me see." He stubbornly avoided her. Despite the situation, when Yufong teased her as usual, "What do you want to see, babe?" Qing innocently replied, "Let me see your injury." When Yufong seemed surprised, a strange sense of pleasure suddenly blossoming within him. "Are you worried about me?" Qing stubbornly gripped his clothes, looking up at him with concern. He gazed back intently, then sighed softly in resignation. He extended his blood-stained arm. Qing was silent for a moment, but upon seeing his arm, she panicked. Seeing the young girl's reaction, he thought to himself, "She's probably going to cry." An image of Qing sobbing, vulnerable and helpless, flashed through his mind. But when Yufong quickly dismissed the thought, thinking, "Oh no, she's going to become a little fangirl," Qing softly and concernedly said, "Let me go to the hospital with you." She ran off, saying, "Wait for me at the classroom door. I'll go ask Teacher Shun for permission to leave." With that, she ran off, leaving when Yufong standing there, stunned. "She wants to go with me." Just the thought of it made his heart ache. A taxi pulled up at that moment. After getting out of the taxi, she took his hand and hurried him towards the hospital's emergency room. When Yufong waited while Qing went to register. "Here's your number. Please keep it safe." Qing took it. "Thank you." Then she returned and pulled his hand. "This way." She seemed very familiar with the place. When Yufong asked, "Do you come to the hospital often?" Qing replied frankly, "Colds and fevers are a matter of constitution. At least I don't end up in the hospital because of fights." Just then, Qing noticed something and looked to the side. A group of young men were sitting on the hospital benches. As soon as the young men saw her, they smirked, their expressions smug. When Yufong immediately reached out and covered her eyes, Qing turned back to look at him, seeing nothing, but feeling confused. He glared warily at the group, his chilling aura keeping him at bay. His aura made the group instantly sober up, silencing the entire area. He slowly led her forward. He kept her eyes covered, guiding her silently past the group, then his hand landed on her shoulder. Qing's eyes widened in surprise as she felt him put his arm around her. She tilted her head up slightly, bewildered, seeing when Yufong's somewhat intimidatingly cold demeanor. Qing simply stared at him, dumbfounded. In the emergency room, the bandage on one Yufong's right arm was steadily seeping blood, staining it red. The doctor said, "You can't engage in strenuous activity." When Yufong replied innocently, "It was just one punch, nothing else." Qing, standing beside him, couldn't help but call his name. The doctor gave an awkward chuckle. Then, the doctor said gently, "It seems the wound has reopened. We'll administer some anesthetic and stitch it up again." Qing was very worried. "Does it need to be stitched again?" The doctor put on gloves and nodded. "It does. You can wait outside." Qing obediently nodded. "Okay." But when Yufong suddenly remembered the drunk men might still be out there, and he couldn't leave her alone. Seeing Qing about to leave, when Yufong quickly grabbed her wrist, Qing instinctively turned back, her face full of surprise. He said softly, "I'm scared. Can she stay with me?" Hearing this, both Qing and the doctor were stunned for a few seconds. The doctor interjected, "The anesthetic has already taken effect, but everyone reacts differently. And since you had it just a few hours ago, and this is a reopened wound, I can't guarantee it will be completely effective. It might hurt a little." The doctor reminded him gently, when Yufong only hummed softly. All the medical instruments were ready, but the wound on his hand was still bleeding. The doctor approached with scissors, and Qing couldn't help but flinch. She didn't speak, but turned her gaze to Wen Yufong and asked, "Wen Yufong, are you scared?" He replied, "Scared? Please, if I were really scared, pigs would fly tomorrow." Qing held his hand. "So what do we do now?" Feeling her hand covering his, Wen Yufong seemed to freeze for a moment before saying, "Give me a kiss, and I'll be fine." This guy was such a smooth talker, always trying to take advantage of the situation. She was taken aback. "Huh?" He looked up at her. "Or you could call my name like you used to." But in his heart, he still thought it would be even better if she could kiss him. What a shameless guy. She suddenly fell silent, and when Yufong abruptly tightened his grip on her hand, the doctor reminded them, "All right, I'm going to start now. Try not to move." When Yufong's face tensed with the effort of enduring the pain. Seeing this, Qing couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Does it hurt a lot?" Sweat trickled down his forehead. It dripped onto his chin. Qing leaned closer. "What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly." Just then, he suddenly let go of her hand and wrapped his arm around her waist. Just like that, he pulled Qing into his arms. Qing Try to struggle free. Sensing her struggle, he said, "It hurts. It really hurts." She understood and froze. Then she gently ruffled Wen Yufeng's hair with her hand. "Don't be afraid. I'm right here with you." It was a kind of comfort. Caught off guard by this sudden head pat, Wen Yufeng's mind went blank for a few seconds. He narrowed his eyes slightly. "You promised." Wen Yufeng rested his chin on her shoulder. "Don't go back on your word, Chinqing." Chinqing softly reassured him, I won't." His hands were trembling now. Chinqing asked worriedly again, "Does it really hurt that much?" He replied, "It's fine." Seeing Wen Yufeng enduring the pain so stoically, she felt a pang of sympathy. Her heart was filled with worry, and she rolled up her sleeve. He stared at her, dumbfounded. "What are you doing?" Chinqing said very seriously, "If it hurts, bite me. I'm not afraid of pain." This surprised Wen Yufeng even more, and he could only sigh helplessly. Chinqing solemnly swore, "Really, I'm not afraid of pain at all." Wen Yufeng turned his head, almost failing to suppress a smile. "I am afraid," she asked anxiously. "That's why I told you to." Wen Yufeng interrupted her, "I'm afraid you'll get hurt." Goodness, even the editor was charmed by his gentle words. He asked happily, "Why are you so worried about me?" Chinqing lowered her head. "I don't know," he added, "but you're still worried." She said firmly, "So, if it really hurts, just bite me." He sighed inwardly. "You're so stubborn." But he indulged her, saying, "Okay, give me your hand." Chinqing extended her hand, and he immediately took it. She turned her head, feeling uneasy, but she didn't feel anything, so she slightly opened her eyes. Then she was surprised to find that Wen Yufeng hadn't bitten her at all, but was gently kissing her hand. He kissed every part of her palm tenderly. His gaze remained fixed on her, his lips never leaving Chinqing's hand. The doctor removed the bandage and, after finishing the first aid, said, "You can't do any strenuous exercise or get too excited before the wound heals, especially after I just stitched it up for you, Chinqing." Chinqing was stunned. "What just happened?" The doctor explained, "Getting too excited can cause heavy bleeding." Wen Yufeng stood up as well. He put his arm around Chinqing's shoulders and replied, "Thank you, doctor." Chinqing still hadn't processed what had happened. The night was quiet, and a gentle breeze rustled the trees. Wen Yufeng and Chinqing slowly walked out of the hospital. Suddenly, Chinqing's phone rang softly in her pocket. She saw it was a call from Qin Hao and immediately felt nervous. She quickly answered the phone. "Hello, brother." Qin Hao's anxious voice came from the other end of the line. "Xiaoqing, where are you? Third period of self-study has already started at school, and I didn't see you come out." Startled by his tone, Chinqing held the phone slightly away from her ear and quickly whispered, "I'm outside accompanying a friend to the hospital." Qin Hao complained, "Why didn't you tell your brother first?" "Got it." She nodded obediently. Qin Hao asked again, "Which hospital are you at?" "I'll come pick you up." She turned to look at him. Wen Yufeng noticed her gaze. Seeing his bright smile, Chinqing's eyes widened in surprise. Qin Hao's anxious voice continued from the phone, "Hello." "Hello, Xiaoqing." Hearing this, Chinqing turned around and said, "Okay, brother, come pick me up." Wen Yufeng was stunned for a moment. She added, "I'm at the emergency room closest to the school." Qin Hao replied, "All right, wait for me at the hospital entrance. Don't wander off." After saying that, she hung up the phone and let out a long sigh of relief. Wen Yufeng walked over and asked, "Is your brother coming to pick you up?" She hesitantly nodded. "Yes." He softly said, "Then I'll wait for your brother to pick you up." Chinqing looked up at him in surprise. Wen Yufeng continued, "Don't worry, I won't let him see me." A few minutes later, Qin Hao's car slowly drove over and stopped in front of Chinqing. Wen Yufeng stood behind a tree, watching Chinqing as if whispering something. The car door opened, and Chinqing got in. Wen Yufeng suddenly froze. Unexpectedly, Chinqing changed her mind and suddenly ran towards him, calling his name as she ran. "Wen Yufeng." She ran to him and stopped, panting. Wen Yufeng softly asked, "What's wrong?" Still catching her breath, she replied, "Your hand is injured. I'm not comfortable letting you go home alone." As she spoke, she quickly grabbed his hand. "Let's go home together." Her hand gently held his fingers, and she pulled him forward. Chinqing held his hand and looked back at him, while Wen Yufeng's face was full of surprise. Qin Hao sat in the car, watching Chinqing obediently pull Wen Yufeng away, his expression extremely displeased. Having previously seen Wen Yufeng boxing had already annoyed Qin Hao, Chinqing walked over and, seeing his face, said, "Brother, if you don't want to take him home, I'll have a friend call a car to take me back." Qin Hao was silent for a moment. He seemed to be thinking and finally reluctantly spat out, "Get in the car." Inwardly, he thought, "I'd be crazy to let this guy be alone with Xiaoqing." Chinqing was very happy to hear this. "Thanks, brother." Wen Yufeng got into the car first. Then Chinqing closed the door for him and happily walked around the back of the car to the other side. Qin Hao sat in the front, glaring fiercely at Wen Yufeng, his face full of displeasure, but he saw the corner of Wen Yufeng's mouth lift slightly. His voice was calm. "Thank you, brother." Qin Hao wanted to punch him, cursing inwardly. "Who's your brother?" Wen Yufeng turned his head, pretending not to hear. Chinqing climbed into the car and was startled by the scene in front of her. Qin Hao was furious, extremely annoyed. Damn it. Chinqing sat beside him, looking at Wen Yufeng, completely clueless about what had happened. Just like that, the car drove away from the empty street. When they arrived at Feline Court, Qin Hao, who was in the driver's seat, stopped the car and said, "Xiaoqing, you go home first. I'll take your friend back." Chinqing hesitated for a moment. "Brother, he lives in this building too." Qin Hao was silent for a moment before reacting. "He lives here too." The car door opened, and Chinqing gently helped Wen Yufeng out of the car. Qin Hao also got out. She slammed the car door shut. Seeing Qin Hao's serious face, Chinqing couldn't help but feel worried. She had never seen her brother with such a terrifying expression. Just one glance, and her own expression became unsteady. She wanted to run away, but subconsciously reached out and leaned against Wen Yufeng, spreading her arms to shield him. Both of them froze. Chinqing stood in front of Wen Yufeng. This defensive reaction seemed a bit strange. She shook her head, as if trying to shake off the thought. "Forget it," she said softly. "Brother, his hand is still injured. Don't scare him." Qin Hao thought to himself, scare him? When did I become the villain in this story? Qin Hao grumbled, his face dark. "If you dare do anything to Xiaoqing." With that, he turned and quickly got back into the car. Watching Qin Hao drive away, Xiaoqing breathed a sigh of relief, then turned and asked with concern, "Wen Yufeng, are you okay?" But she saw that Wen Yufeng's figure had already walked far away, and she quickly followed. At the elevator door, she stood behind him, her head lowered, lost in thought. Wen Yufeng hadn't said a word since earlier, and his hand was tightly clenched. She looked up at him. Is he angry? Suddenly, Wen Yufeng raised his head, his expression serious. "Wen Yufeng, she's still young. You should have some sense of propriety and conscience, right?" The elevator doors slowly opened, and he strode out. It was dark outside. She said, "Is the light broken?" Walking out, Chinqing continued to look around. A sudden soft sound startled Chinqing. She gently reached out, softly calling his name, Wen Yufeng. Her hand groped in the darkness, lightly touching the wall, seemingly quite afraid. Was he still there? Suddenly, Wen Yufeng grabbed her hand, and Chinqing froze. They stood there face to face. At some point, Wen Yufeng had embraced her tightly. "Little darling." Wen Yufeng's voice whispered in her ear, "You should be afraid of me." Chinqing asked blankly, "Why should I be afraid of you?" Wen Yufeng leaned on her shoulder, as if the more he tormented her, the more secure he felt. His voice murmured softly in her ear, "Because you simply don't know." He held her tightly, while she wondered what he was thinking. Wen Yufeng shifted slightly, his hand still holding Chinqing's. Chinqing's eyes widened in surprise. Then, he gently pulled her hand and started walking forward. Just like that, he led Chinqing forward, leaving her puzzled. He kept pulling her, leading her towards a nearby apartment. He placed her hand on the doorknob, and the lock system beeped in response to her touch. Then he turned and left. A voice came from inside. "Xiaoqing, is that you?" But Chinqing just stood there, watching his retreating figure. He quickly stopped and quietly looked back. Then Wen Yufeng sighed, a hint of helplessness in his expression. Suddenly, a strange sound startled him. He quickly turned around, vigilantly looking around. Light seemed to be coming from the doorway, and Wen Yufeng instinctively took a step back. A man walked out, identical to Wen Yufeng, but with cold eyes. Wen Yufeng froze when he saw him. "Uncle." Back at Chinqing's home, she sniffed the air after entering and asked her grandmother, "Grandma, are you making chicken soup?" Her grandmother replied gently, "Not chicken soup, it's chicken congee. But I simmer chicken soup first before making the congee." She said happily, "It'll be ready in 2 hours. I promise it'll be delicious." Chinqing turned her head and looked around, worriedly saying, "I wonder if he's eaten." Her grandmother continued, "You students are under so much pressure these days. You can't neglect yourselves." While stirring the soup, she said, "I have to nourish my precious granddaughter properly." Chinqing hesitated for a moment and asked, "Grandma, can I take some congee?" "For someone else." Her grandmother asked in surprise, It's so late. Who are you giving it to? She replied softly, it's for the boy who lives across the hall. Her grandmother was even more surprised, the boy who had that girl chasing him and crying at our door. Chinqing felt a pang of guilt and didn't speak. Chinqing frankly explained, he's a good person, and he's helped me a lot at school. Her grandmother put down the spoon and turned around, asking, all right, I'll find a thermos. Let's take some kanji over to him together. Chinqing immediately brightened up. I knew Grandma was the best. Her grandmother sighed. If I didn't agree, would you still think I was the best? She said happily, of course. Her grandmother gently tapped her nose. You little ingrate, always caring about others. 10 minutes later, everything was ready. Her grandmother smiled and said, come back quickly and eat your kanji before it gets cold. Chinqing took a flashlight, replied, and went out. Okay, Grandma. Arriving at apartment 1202, she gently pressed the doorbell, thinking, he probably hasn't gone to bed this early. The door opened, and it was Wen Yufeng's uncle. Chinqing immediately realized it wasn't Wen Yufeng and froze. Hadn't he said he lived alone? His uncle softly asked, are you looking for Wen Yufeng? Chinqing carefully nodded. His uncle looked at her, seemingly contemplating something. She clutched the container of chicken kanji tightly. His uncle opened the door wider. Kumin, Chinqing replied somewhat blankly. Thank you. She slowly walked inside and paused. His uncle glanced at his watch and said, I have something to take care of. Wait here for a moment. Chinqing nodded. Okay. His uncle quickly left. Chinqing looked in the direction he had gone, wondering, wasn't that the kitchen? What was he doing in the kitchen? She carefully shone her flashlight around. Maybe he was going to get something, so she shone the light while looking around. Suddenly, she realized there was no one in the kitchen at all. At that moment, Wen Yufeng was showering in his room, cool water flowing down his body. He quietly felt the stream of water. Water droplets fell. He stood there, eyes closed, his mind blank. Wen Yufeng's voice suddenly echoed in his mind, and he immediately opened his eyes. Chinqing asked blankly, why should I be afraid of you? Wen Yufeng leaned on her shoulder, seemingly reassured by her words. He murmured in her ear, because you don't know anything. He hugged her tightly. What are you thinking about right now? A man quietly walked out, his demeanor elegant. This person bore a striking resemblance to Wen Yufeng, but his eyes were exceptionally sharp and cold. Wen Yufeng was startled when he saw him. Uncle. Chinqing held a container of chicken porridge in one hand and a flashlight in the other, scanning her surroundings. She suddenly realized the kitchen was empty. At this moment, Wen Yufeng was taking a shower in his room. Cold water cascaded down from above, and he quietly enjoyed the flow. He closed his eyes, his mind blank. Wen Yufeng, a voice suddenly echoed in his subconscious, and he immediately opened his eyes. That was a recap of the previous chapter. Now Wen Yufeng will take us to the next scene of the story. The shower head was gently turned off, water droplets still clinging to it. Wen Yufeng gently turned off the valve and quickly grabbed a towel. He walked out quickly, wrapping the towel around his waist, and looked around the dark space. As expected, there was no one there. He felt a little tired and cursed inwardly. Damn it, I'm starting to hallucinate, even hearing voices. Am I going crazy? Just then, Wen Yufeng heard the sound of running footsteps and abruptly looked towards the door. Chinqing, tears in her eyes, rushed over and suddenly crashed into Wen Yufeng's arms. She looked up at him, and he looked down at her. The two stared at each other in surprise. Wen Yufeng swallowed. In the evening at Fuling Garden, Chinqing sat with her head down, her cheeks flushed, seemingly lost in thought. Grandma, seeing Chinqing's unusual reaction, asked, Dian, what's wrong? You've been acting strange since you came back. Chinqing suddenly snapped back to reality. Ah, I'm fine. Then she asked her grandma, do you think someone can really climb up to the 12th floor with their bare hands? Grandma nodded happily, of course. She explained gently, I've seen it on TV before. Some special forces soldiers, after special training, can climb even higher than the 12th floor. Chinqing looked bewildered. Is uncle a special forces soldier? If that were the case, and thinking about how that person walked without making a sound, she couldn't help but feel a little creeped out. Perhaps it was an occupational habit. Thinking of this, Chinqing breathed a sigh of relief. She thought she had encountered a ghost. Grandma continued, you're so easily scared. No wonder you're blushing like that. Chinqing's heart skipped a beat. I'm not a scaredy cat. Grandma started tidying up. Don't think too much about it. Hurry up and eat. After you're done, go wash up and get ready for bed. Chinqing froze. Wash up. Wen Yufeng. Wen Yufeng's lips moved slightly. That was my uncle. Then he turned and left. Leave the porridge in the living room. Thank you. His grip seemed to tighten. It's getting late. You should go back. With that, Chinqing stared at him blankly for a moment before slowly turning to leave. Chinqing ate her meal, feeling disturbed. She seemed to have really angered him tonight, but why? The next day at noon, at Sure City High School, in the classroom of Class 6, Grade 2, discussions were rife. Seriously, Yungo actually took 2 weeks off. What's going on? Wait, isn't the point that Yungo would actually take time off? Chinqing walked down the hallway with her backpack, thinking. He didn't even tell me he was taking leave yesterday, and his expression was very unhappy. I even risked being glared at by my second brother and being reported for speaking up for him yesterday. She pondered as she walked. Even if I did make him angry, couldn't he just tell me directly? At that moment, 2 classmates walked towards her. One of them twitched the corner of their mouth. Are you Chinqing? Chinqing stopped, realizing she was surrounded by 3 people. She looked up bewildered. The girls' voices rose slightly. I really don't understand what Yuga sees in her. Besides being somewhat pretty, she's like a little bean sprout. Is it because she's a good student? One of the girls said maliciously. After finishing their sentence, they laughed triumphantly, as if they had reaped a bountiful harvest. Chinqing asked seriously, what do you want? Another girl grinned. Nothing much, just delivering a message for someone. She leaned forward slightly, her expression dark as she warned, you'd better stay away from Wen Yufeng. Chinqing didn't respond. She said so. The note on my desk telling me to stay away from him, you guys put it there. The group laughed arrogantly. TSK pretty smart, huh? Chinqing remained silent, looking at them seriously. Then she said, whether I'm smart or not, I'm afraid you're not qualified to judge. Ugh. Chinqing's words made her grind her teeth. What a little brat. She didn't say another word and was about to slap Chinqing, but Chinqing quickly raised her phone. Since you've investigated me, she held up her phone. My second brother picks me up from school every day. I've already told him to come directly to this classroom. The person immediately stopped. Chinhao's account was on the phone screen. I can't beat you guys, but my second brother has a bad temper. Chinqing said seriously, when he gets here, you'll definitely regret coming today. The girls next to her were stunned. One whispered to her friend, I saw him last night too. If it wasn't noon, I wouldn't have told you. We can't afford to mess with them. Outside the school, her face was ugly. She said sullenly, forget it, whatever. Anyway, I haven't seen Wen Yufeng since yesterday. Maybe sitting with you was just a whim of his. After saying that, the 3 of them left. Too lazy to waste my energy on you this time. Just then, a voice rang out. So, the thing with you and Wen Yufeng is fake. Chinqing was startled and looked up. It was a boy with dyed purple hair and glasses. He looked gentle and wore a red armband on his shoulder, probably the disciplinary committee member. Chinqing asked blankly, do you know me? The boy smiled. Who doesn't know you? Who in number 1 high school doesn't know you? He said happily, but thanks to today, I can finally officially meet you, friend. Chinqing. Chinqing was a little embarrassed and didn't reply. Then he asked, those girls might be waiting for you on the road. I'm just about to go out. Want to walk together? Chinqing hesitated for a moment and nodded. Thank you. At the school gate, Chinqing and the boy walked together, about a meter apart. Chinqing was about to say something, but the boy interrupted. My name is Lin Wentao. Chinqing still didn't react. Lin Wentao scratched his head and said, when we divide into arts and sciences, I guess we'll be in the same class. See you then. Chinqing heard him, but didn't say anything. Lin Wentao left after he finished speaking, and she was still hesitating and thinking. Dividing into arts and sciences. She thought, although the school leans towards science, with my grades, everyone thinks I'll definitely choose science. Lin Wentao had already walked quite far, and Chinqing was still in a daze. But why does everyone take it for granted? In class on Friday morning, after each monthly exam, the top of the grade ranking board for the second year was always crowded with students checking their scores. Oh my God, you're first in math, physics, and chemistry. The doorway of class 6, grade 2, was just as lively. Everyone knew her scores and results. Many classmates surrounded her, praising and envying her. Chinqing, you're amazing. First in all 4 subjects. I can't even imagine your score. Do you have an extra brain or something? How do you even study? Didn't they say Chinqing and Lin Wentao from class 7 are competing for first place? I heard that except for math, they're only 3 points apart. Lin Wentao can't compare to Chinqing in the other 3 subjects at all. But Lin Wentao is also very good. From a first year to now, no one has been able to take first place in the grade except for Chinqing. Chinqing thought the name sounded familiar. Lin Wentao. Two classmates said excitedly, yes, that Lin Wentao from class 7. He's a great student. Chinqing, before you came, he was the nightmare of our grade. Now you've replaced him. You're the best. Chinqing suddenly remembered Lin Wentao talking to her outside the school gate. So he was the first place in the last exam. No wonder he said that. Chinqing fell into deep thought. Chinqing's old classmate said, that night at Feline Garden, I could tell you were in a bad mood. Was it because of the pressure of the exams? Did you relax a bit at the amusement park today? Chinqing had just gotten out of the taxi when her friend said, see you tomorrow, same time, same place. Chinqing was speechless. Lin Manshua, you're such a lunatic. Manshua said with a grin, girl, are you just getting to know me now? We live so far apart. It's rare to be able to get together for 2 days. What's wrong with going a little crazy? Manshua rubbed her chin and smirked. Tell me, are you secretly dating someone? Chinqing sighed dramatically. Fine, I give up. Whatever you say is right, okay? Manshua was overjoyed. That's more like it. Then she waved her hand. Bye. With that, the two friends waved goodbye at the elevator. Just as the elevator doors slowly opened, a familiar figure brushed past. Chinqing glanced over and immediately recognized him. Was that Wen Yufeng? Chinqing slowly approached and asked, Wen Yufeng, were you waiting for me here? Wen Yufeng looked at her and saw Chinqing smiling at him. He looked away and said indifferently, no, I just came to return the thermos. I wasn't waiting for you. We just happened to run into each other. Pure coincidenza. Cough. Really, I wasn't waiting, although I've been waiting for almost 4 hours. Chinqing originally wanted to ask what she had done that day to make Wen Yufeng angry, causing him to storm off without even saying goodbye. But seeing his current attitude, she couldn't bring herself to ask, swallowing her words instead. Wen Yufeng's reaction was extremely cold. Chinqing recalled the girls who had warned her about him, and a wave of self-pity washed over her. Chinqing spoke softly and was about to walk past Wen Yufeng when he casually asked, where did you go this afternoon? Chinqing replied indifferently, the amusement park. Wen Yufeng continued to press, who did you go with? Chinqing paused, her lips twitching slightly. Why are you asking? She felt a pang of panic. This was too much, wasn't it? She turned around, her heart racing. His mood swings were too drastic. Chinqing took a step forward and extended her hand. Give me the thermos. The action caught Wen Yufeng off guard as her hand quickly approached him. But Wen Yufeng quickly took a step back. Chinqing was speechless at his reaction. Her hand clenched into a fist and trembled slightly. That sense of distance was back again. She asked in a hurt voice, do you hate me? Wen Yufeng froze, stunned by her words. Chinqing felt incredibly wronged. After saying that, she couldn't speak anymore. The air suddenly fell silent, even Wen Yufeng was stunned. He was about to speak when Grandma called out, Dian Dian is back. Why aren't you coming in? Grandma walked out and upon seeing Wen Yufeng, asked, is this your classmate? Chinqing quickly said, Grandma, I'm coming in now. Grandma asked with a smile, is this child here to return the thermos? Wen Yufeng was slightly taken aback. It had been years since anyone had called him child. Grandma kindly asked, so, did you like the chicken soup I made? Wen Yufeng politely replied, thank you, Grandma. The chicken soup was very delicious. I didn't waste a single drop. Grandma praised him with a smile. This child is so sweet. Chinqing's expression suddenly became complex. If Wen Yufeng acted like this at school, everyone would be shocked. Their eyes would pop right out. Grandma said gently, perfect timing. I made a lot of delicious food for Dian Dian today. You're just in time. Have some with us. Chinqing was stunned. Wasn't she just angry with Wen Yufeng? Grandma asked again, have you eaten? Wen Yufeng lowered his head and softly said, not yet. Chinqing was still wondering why Grandma was so enthusiastically inviting him this time, but Grandma warmly said, that's perfect, coming quickly. So the three of them went inside. Put the thermos on the table and go wash your hands in the kitchen. From beginning to end, Grandma was exceptionally kind. Take this out first, be careful. Wen Yufeng nodded, okay. Grandma added, help yourself to whatever you want, don't be shy. Watching all of this, Chinqing thought to herself, Wen Yufeng was acting like a child. But she was also a little surprised. If the teachers and classmates saw this scene, their eyes wouldn't just pop out, they'd roll across the floor. You've already picked up your chopsticks. It's too late to refuse. Wen Yufeng just kept staring at the dining table, clearly not wanting to attract attention. Seeing his hesitation, Grandma asked, are you left-handed? He gently put down his chopsticks and replied frankly, it doesn't matter which hand I use to write. Grandma laughed and said, why are you acting like you're in an interview? Don't be so formal. Just make yourself at home. But Chinqing, sitting opposite him, felt completely different. Why did she think he was kind of cute? Chinqing suddenly snapped back to reality. What am I thinking? After dinner, when Yufong offered, I'll wash the dishes. He stood in the kitchen, his movements practiced, clearly not his first time doing this. No wonder he was so reserved during dinner. He probably hadn't eaten with his family in a long time. Every spring festival, while firecrackers went off outside and every house was brightly lit, was he alone in his cold room. When it got cold, no one reminded him to wear more clothes. When he was sick, no one asked if he was feeling unwell. When he was hurt, no one cared if it hurt. That's probably why he was so indifferent to malice. Because no one else will be sad for you. No one will even care. Once the dishes are washed, put them neatly back on the rack. At Grandma's house, DMD's dishwashing skills are far worse than yours. But when Grandma talks about Chinqing washing dishes, she says it's like a cat washing its face. Looking at the clean plates, she says just wiping them with a cloth is enough. But when Yufong happily says, DMD's hands are too small, she can't hold the bowl steady, it's better to keep her out of the kitchen, lest she break them. Chinqing sat outside, hearing these words, and couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Grandma nodded and said, yes, but you're so skilled. Do you usually cook, wash dishes, and clean at home? When Yufong politely replied, yes. I'm used to living alone. He added, if Grandma needs to move anything heavy in the future, you can call me anytime. You and DMD together. Grandma's old, her bones aren't strong, and DMD doesn't have much strength. Chinqing was thinking, when Yufong become so smooth-talking? Grandma said with a smile, I really will have to trouble you then. He cheerfully said, it's no trouble at all to help Grandma. I won't disturb you any longer. Chinqing observed from the side, feeling like he had become a completely different person. Grandma happily continued, Xiaoyu, you must come to Grandma's house for dinner every weekend. I'll make you delicious food. Chinqing sat beside them, stunned, a little dazed. At that moment, she suddenly understood who Xiaoyu was. When Yufong noticed her reaction, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly when he saw her. Then he nodded and said, thank you, Grandma. Grandma said warmly, what are you thanking me for? You're so polite with me. Don't be so formal in the future. After when Yufong left, Grandma gently closed the door. Chinqing leaned forward and asked Grandma, why are you so nice to him? Grandma said seriously, that child lives alone. How pitiful. What's wrong with inviting him over for a meal? You little rascal. When you were little, you couldn't take your eyes off stray dogs. How come you have no sympathy now? Chinqing retorted a little awkwardly, but didn't you also say he must be the type who often teases girls at school? Grandma said seriously, I haven't interacted with him before. Now that I have, I've lived for so many years. I'm still good at judging character. That child is definitely not the kind of person you said. Chinqing was slightly taken aback and fell silent, seemingly lost in thought. But she suddenly reacted, wait, how did it become the kind of person I said? Grandma walked over and sighed softly. Nowadays, you young people are too impulsive. There aren't many people who can patiently wait for someone. Chinqing's head spun. Wait for what? Just then her phone rang. She quickly answered, hello, Manchua. On the other end of the phone, Lim Manchua said, Xiaoqing, I've already booked the place for tomorrow. I'll pick you up in the afternoon. Don't stand me up. Chinqing asked blankly, go where? You're not dragging me to some MMA arena again, are you? Lin Manchua was confused. What the heck is an MMA arena? It's a secret for now, she said and hung up the phone, leaving Chinqing bewildered. The next day, the taxi stopped, and it was actually the amusement park they had been to before. Chinqing immediately started complaining. Manchua, you've dragged me to this kind of place again. Lin Manchua said with a grin, what's wrong with this kind of place? This time it's not karaoke. Fun comes in many levels. Chinqing gripped the car door tightly, refusing to get out. Lin Manchua pulled her. Xiaoqing, relax. I swear this time will be much more fun than last time. Chinqing looked at her suspiciously, but felt that hesitating like this wasn't the way to go. Entering the bar, Lin Manchua announced, this is it. At this moment, someone came over and pointed at her, saying, excuse me, minors aren't allowed in here. Chinqing's face darkened. Minor. Lin Manchua quickly put her arm around Chinqing, laughing awkwardly. Haha, we're classmates. She's already in her second year of high school. Lin Manchua pouted and said, if you don't let us in, just wait for Brother Yu to come and settle the score with you. Chinqing asked in a surprised whisper, Manchua, how did you know? Lin Manchua gave her a smug shush. I'm just bluffing. I brought you here today to broaden your horizons. She continued excitedly. Didn't you believe me before? I said that when Yufong, the ridiculously handsome one from number 1 high school, I heard about him from people at number 3 high school. When Yufong Fong comes to this bar every Sunday afternoon. Chinqing panicked. Manchua, you're crazy. What if he finds out? What if he beats you up? Let's go home. Lin Manchua said confidently, don't worry. I heard that although he's fierce, he never hits girls. She took Chinqing's hand. It's okay. Our seats are over there. Chinqing's mind was in turmoil when Yufong smoking, drinking, fighting, skipping class, hanging out in bars. All the good things I said about him to Fong Xiaoqing were wasted. Just then, an old classmate spotted her and called out excitedly. As soon as Chinqing arrived, her friends started chatting excitedly. Lin Manchua leaned in and whispered, bear with it. The main reason I brought you here today was so you could meet. When Yufong, Chinqing immediately looked away. I don't want to see him at all. After a while, they casually joined everyone at the table. Lin Manchua suddenly saw something and nudged Chinqing's shoulder. Hey, he's here. Look up. Chinqing looked up. Sure enough, it was Yufong's familiar figure. He was sitting alone at the bar, smoking. He sat there quietly for a moment, then suddenly glanced over, and his eyes widened when he saw Chinqing. Why was she here? Before he could recover, a waiter came over. Yuji, I saved you a seat. Chowan and the others are waiting for you. Aren't you going over? He turned his head and softly replied, lead the way. The waiter carefully said, okay. When Yufong gently stubbed out his cigarette, and the waiter carefully pointed in a direction. Please. When Yufong carefully sat down, Lin Manchua, who had seen everything, was incredibly excited. Well, isn't he super handsome? But Chinqing looked uncomfortable. I don't understand. He couldn't even wait to come to a bar, yet he took 2 weeks off. Chinqing was almost in tears. What did I do wrong? Why is he avoiding me like this? He was the one who wanted to sit with me in the first place. Lin Manchua exclaimed in surprise, are you kidding me, Xiaoqing? What's wrong? When Yufong overheard and was startled, he looked over. Lin Manchua was still worried about her. The girl next to them said, Lin Manchua, can you keep it down? That boy from number 1 high school is looking over here. King softly replied, I'm Fine, Manchua. But everyone was still talking. Didn't you also transfer to number 1 high school, Xiaoqing? I heard you even skipped a grade to sophomore year. Do you know that handsome guy? Introduce us. Other friends were also excited. Yeah, we all want to meet him. Looking at when Yufong sitting there, even his profile was perfect and the lines of his arms were so good looking. Doesn't he always fight with people from our number 3 high school? He's definitely the type who looks slim in clothes, but is muscular underneath. Chinqing's hand were clenched tightly. Chinqing softly said, I don't know him. Her friends were stunned. Chinqing gave an awkward laugh. If I knew him, wouldn't he have come over to say hello just now? The other students nodded disappointedly. That's true. What a pity. We were hoping to get to know him through Chinqing. But her former class monitor noticed Chinqing's reaction. Isn't that the guy who stopped me from confessing before? He looked as if he'd seen a ghost. Could I be mistaken? Let me look at when Yufong again. No, that face looks familiar. A girl turned to him and asked, Hey, Vice Monitor Lin, are you jealous? He quickly explained, Hey, don't worry, I only like myself. Lin Manchua saw this and whispered to Chinqing, the Vice Monitor failed to confess to you and was soon pursued by Sun Wang. It's normal for him to have a little crush on you, so be careful. On the other side, a young man saw when Yufong like that and asked, Brother Yu, who are you looking at? Do you want me to help you? Before he could finish, a hand smacked him on the head. Damn, who is that? The young man's face paled slightly. Ouch, Brother Chowan, I'm sorry. I wasn't cursing you just now. Chowan glanced at him. Go sit somewhere else. Don't bother Brother Yu. He obediently moved to the side and said helplessly, I just saw that Brother Yu seemed interested in that table and wanted to introduce him to a pretty girl. Chowan sat down next to him and said, Brother Yu, if they're too loud, I'll have someone ask them to leave. They're just a bunch of kids, probably trying to attract attention by being noisy. When Yufong softly said, it's fine, then he gently picked up his glass. Sun Wang then suggested playing a game, picked up a bottle of alcohol, and announced, let's play truth or dare. Same rules as always. Whoever the bottle points to gets punished. The punishment is to go to the next table and toast someone of the opposite sex. She encouraged everyone loudly. If you can get the other person to drink, you pass. If you fail, you draw a penalty. How about it? Everyone happily agreed. Oh, that's a bit obvious, isn't it? How interesting. Vice Monitor Lin, keep an eye on your girlfriend Chinqing. Chinqing tugged on Manchua's hand. Manchua, it's getting late. Chinqing kept anxiously pulling on Manchua's sleeve. Let's go home. Otherwise, our families will be worried. Manchua refused. No, let's play a little longer. Lin Manchua froze slightly, then slowly turned around, meeting Chinqing's displeased gaze. Manchua pleaded coquettishly. Then can we finish this round before we leave? Pretty please. Chinqing sighed helplessly. Fine, you promised. Finish this round and we leave. Lin Manchua was overjoyed. Okay, no problem. Chinqing turned her head, thinking to herself about this girl. The vice class president, Lin, saw Chinqing stand up and asked, Chinqing, Lin Manchua, aren't you going to play a little longer? Manchua whispered in her ear, I guarantee you, the vice class president hasn't given up yet. Sun Wang shouted excitedly. All right, since everyone agrees, let's start. Chinqing was taken aback. Huh, I have to participate too. Lin Manchua said as if it were obvious. Of course, no exceptions. Why should you be special? Do you think you're that great? Chinqing suddenly realized, but I've never played this game before, and I've never drunk alcohol. The game started, and the bottle spun wildly. Who will be the first lucky one? Everyone's eyes were fixed on the mouth of the bottle. The bottle slowly turned towards her, and Chinqing's eyes widened. But in the end, it pointed to the student opposite. Oh, it's you. Chinqing breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, it's not me. She encouraged, go on, drink a glass, show everyone what you're made of. The girl hurried towards Wen Yufeng, and when Yufeng looked up at her, Sun Wang said excitedly, oh my god. He looked. If it were my turn, I would definitely go over too. But don't think he'll let you off the hook. He might even make you look bad. Hey, he actually drank it. Chinqing was stunned. Then she watched intently as Wen Yufeng drank the entire glass in one go. He casually handed the empty glass back, and the girl ran back, looking completely smitten. How about that? Are you all happy now? You're amazing. You definitely won. Let's do another round. I can't wait. After a few more rounds, Wen Yufeng was constantly being chosen. Wow, he's not afraid of anyone. Watching him drink without spilling a drop, all the girls were smitten. No wonder he was the school heartthrob of Sure High School. He was just too cool. He handed the glass back after finishing. I want to go too. Chi Miao, sitting next to him, was a little worried seeing Wen Yufeng like this. He turned his head and said, later, just have security throw these clueless guys out. Each and every one of them thinks they're so smart. Chinqing sat there waiting, feeling down as everyone praised him. He's so awesome. He's already had so many glasses. Yeah, even if he has a high tolerance, drinking like this could lead to alcohol poisoning. I wonder if his stomach is okay. Sun Wang said proudly, you're underestimating him. He knows his limits. Don't worry unnecessarily. Let's keep playing. But Chinqing's hands were clenched tightly. Lin Manchua noticed Chinqing standing up and shouted in surprise, Chinqing. She didn't respond, her fingers only clenching tighter. Chinqing lowered her head and said softly, sorry, I think I'll go back first. Lin Manchua grabbed her hand. No way. Didn't we agree to finish this round before leaving? She put on a pitiful expression and begged, just this round, okay? We'll leave after this round, all right. Chinqing looked at her silently and finally sighed, fine. Lin Manchua immediately brightened up upon hearing this. But she still felt uneasy. After all, the probability was only 1 in a few dozen, and they had already played so many rounds. One more round shouldn't be a problem, right? Half a minute later, the bottle unexpectedly landed squarely on Chinqing. Lin Manchua laughed. Haha, is this the legendary Murphy's Law? Chinqing's face was filled with anguish, regretting her decision deeply. But she suddenly remembered, actually, I don't drink alcohol. Lin Manchua had already prepared 2 glasses of juice for her. I knew you wouldn't drink, so I specially poured you some juice. Go. Chinqing stood up with the 2 glasses of juice, and Manchua sat beside her, cheering her on. Go. Chinqing. Even Vice Class President Lin was stunned. She held the glasses with both hands, looking very nervous. There were whispers around them. Oh my god, could this little girl still be in middle school? No way. I saw her with those other people. Aren't they all high school students? But this high school student looks so young. 2 people nearby were also whispering, don't you think she's incredibly cute like this? You pervert, stay away from me. The friend sitting next to Chowan couldn't help but compliment her in his mind. So cute. But Chowan was very unhappy at this moment. Chinqing slowly walked towards the seated Wen Yufeng, and when her steps stopped in front of him, Wen Yufeng gently opened his eyes. He looked up at her, seemingly a little disoriented at the moment. Seeing him like this, she felt a pang in her heart. She clutched the juice glasses tightly, determined not to let him drink another drop of alcohol. Everyone else, seeing this scene, cheered excitedly. Chinqing turned around and looked at the other man, who appeared serious. The guy just leisurely drank his wine as if nothing had happened. My friend whispered in Chaoen's ear, "This girl is so naive. Let me tell you, Sun Shifeng is the real wolf in sheep's clothing." She slowly walked over to Sun Shifeng. Chinqing gently offered her glass. "See, can I buy you a drink?" She looked embarrassed, as if pleading, "Please accept this drink." Sun Shifeng glanced at her after hearing this, the corner of his mouth hooking up into a smile. "No problem." Chinqing breathed a sigh of relief. But Sun Shifeng added with a playful grin, "But I have a condition." Chinqing froze. "Huh?" He pointed to the side. "You sit here, and I'll drink it." Chinqing obediently sat down, but kept a meter's distance from Sun Shifeng. Her whole body curled up like a small shrimp. Then she pushed the glass over. A smug smile spread across Sun Shifeng's face. He leaned forward, startling Chinqing with his proximity. She subconsciously closed her eyes. Lin Monshaw, who had been watching all this from the side, finally stood up, unable to bear it any longer. When Yufeng also stood, his voice cold. "Try touching a single hair on her head." Sun Shifeng rolled his eyes at this, looking at Wen Yufeng with disdain. Wen Yufeng slowly stood up straight, and the orange-haired guy exclaimed in surprise, "Brother Yu." His footsteps slowly moved forward. On the other side, Chinqing awkwardly tried to avoid him, thinking, "Didn't this guy just pretend not to know me?" The guy next to her reacted, "Chaoen, I told you, you definitely had your eye on the girl at the next table. Look, isn't he walking over there right now?" Sun Wang also chimed in. "She's quite good at playing hard to get. She knows how to attract Wen Yufeng's attention." The vice-class monitor, Lin, didn't say a word. The bar suddenly fell silent. The guy looked at Wen Yufeng, a smirk playing on his lips. "Brother Yu, are you trying to steal someone else's prey?" He lifted his chin slightly. "But this little girl ran from you to me. You couldn't even keep her." Sun Shifeng moved closer to Chinqing. "And now she's running back and putting on an act. Isn't it a bit pathetic?" Chinqing felt extremely uncomfortable. Wen Yufeng remained silent. Without saying a word, he suddenly reached out and grabbed Sun Shifeng by the collar, startling him. Sun Shifeng feigned indifference. "What, want to fight? If it weren't for your family, I wouldn't know what gives you the right to be so arrogant here." Everyone was stunned by the scene. "Brother Yu, don't get angry with him." Wen Yufeng's expression remained unchanged. "I don't need any qualifications. I rely on myself. I can cripple you with one hand. Want to try?" Sun Shifeng was even more taken aback. In their circle, everyone knew that after the unruly wolf raised by the Wen family went out on his own, he was picked up by the eldest son of the main family and acknowledged as a legitimate heir. Although it was said that this wolf cub was wild and difficult to tame, unwilling to truly submit to the family, everyone knew that he dared to bear the title of the eldest grandson of the Wen family. Even if he lived alone outside now, no one dared to provoke him casually, especially since this wolf cub had been personally taught by his uncle for 2 years. Once he sharpened his teeth and claws, he would naturally be a fierce wolf, no less than Wen Jing. Sun Shifeng suddenly glanced at Chinqing. He brushed Wen Yufeng's hand away and straightened his clothes. "Brother Yu, you're keeping such a close watch. I'd better take my person back and hide her away so as to avoid further trouble." After saying that, he snorted. Chaoen and his old partner came over to mediate. "Brother Yu, if you have your eye on someone, just say it in advance. Sun Shifeng is ignorant. Don't resort to violence. Calm down." Wen Yufeng glanced at Chinqing, who was looking at him fearfully, then turned his head and said indifferently, "She was already mine." This left the other two stunned. Chinqing slowly opened her eyes, her gaze falling on a pair of legs in front of her. She looked up, meeting Wen Yufeng's gaze. "Who told you to go to someone else?" Chinqing honestly replied, "I saw you drank too much." She stopped mid-sentence, noticing his expression. Wen Yufeng clicked his tongue softly. He moved his lips slightly. "Come here." Chinqing was confused, thinking, this distance is clearly only a few centimeters. Our legs are almost touching. Where else can I go? Wen Yufeng looked like he was about to lose his patience. He moved closer to her, his arm wrapping around Chinqing's slender waist. Wen Yufeng leaned in even closer. Chinqing trembled slightly, startled by his touch. She closed her eyes tightly. It seemed his shirt was now damp. Chinqing had accidentally spilled her drink on Wen Yufeng. Wen Yufeng, his face flushed and looking tired, met her gaze and softly said, "You spilled it." Her eyes widened. "I didn't mean to." Wen Yufeng gently asked, "Then how are you going to compensate me?" Chinqing looked bewildered as she lightly dabbed at his shirt. "Let me wipe it for you, okay?" This seemed to surprise him even more. A jolt seemed to pass through him, and he quickly steadied himself with his other hand. He leaned in closer still. Chinqing froze, and as when Yufeng's hand touched her face, she instinctively closed her eyes again. When Yufeng coaxed her eyes open, "Are you afraid of me?" Chinqing's eyes widened in surprise. She seemed completely unaware of what was happening. Seeing her silence, he urged, "Say something." At the same time, when Yufeng leaned closer to her, his face deeply flushed, his mind seemingly hazy. "I don't dislike you. Am I scaring you?" He narrowed his eyes dreamily. Chinqing remained silent, her mind blank. When Yufeng simply gazed at her, his hand gently cupping her chin. Then when Yufeng leaned in closer and closer, his lips swiftly approaching hers. His hand moved to the back of her neck, slowly, inching closer to Chinqing's lips, but then he suddenly stopped. His voice was low and hesitant. And then, after a moment, he buried his face in her shoulder. "Can you grow up faster?" His chin rested on her shoulder, and then his whole body slowly slumped against her, startling Chinqing. Just like that, he lay there, asleep from utter exhaustion. The other boys nearby panicked at the sight. Years later, a group of people, including 3 friends, were picnicking and chatting. A fearless school bully, even drunk, could maintain his composure in front of you. If I had experienced something like that in my youth, it would definitely be the most unforgettable moment of my life. Another person added, "When I'm 80, I'll still be bragging about it to my grandchildren." A girl with a clear voice laughed brightly. Unfortunately, that wasn't the most unforgettable scene. The other 2 friends looked surprised. Wasn't it? The girl's lips curved into a distinct smile. For those few seconds, that scene could indeed have been the most unforgettable of my life. But unfortunately, it only lasted until he finished scolding me. She held a piece of cake in her hand, her voice echoing softly, then leaned back on the sofa and fell fast asleep, oblivious to everything. The other 2 curiously asked, "And then?" The girl said, "And then." Time rewound back to Fenghua Entertainment Street. Chowan and another person were supporting Wen Yufeng, carefully helping him into a car. They struggled to get him inside. Chinqing watched, her eyes wide. After closing the car door, Chowan looked over at her. He slowly approached. "My name is Chowan." Chow as in tall, and as in peace. Standing in front of Chinqing, he continued, "Although this is indeed the first time we've met, Miss, we're not very well acquainted." Chinqing looked up confused. Chowan said cheerfully, "Yug and I have known each other for 2 years. May I ask how I should address you?" Chinqing spoke nervously. "My name is Chinqing." Qin, as in the Qin dynasty. Qing, as in clear sky. Chowan smiled. "So it's Miss Qin. I understand. Miss Qin knows Yug. May I ask what your relationship is?" Qing interrupted. "Classmates." Then she lowered her head. "Just desk mates." He paused slightly. "I see." Chowan looked thoughtfully at Wen Yufeng. Wen Yufeng never let any girl get within a foot of him before. If he wasn't interested in this girl, how could she have become his desk mate? Thinking of this, Chowan glanced at Wen Yufeng sleeping soundly in the car and recalled his reaction at the bar. This interest was probably not ordinary. But Yug's family background. Chowan asked brightly, "So where do you and your classmate live, Miss Qin? I'll have someone take you back." Lin Manchual waved his hand. "No need. I'll take Chinqing home." Lin Manchual insisted. "After all, I'm the one who brought her out." Chinqing said cheerfully, "Yeah, don't bother. We can go back ourselves." Chowan lowered his head and said earnestly, "You came to my place today, and I didn't entertain you well. I'll make it up to you next time we meet." Lin Manchual looked over. "Oh, that bar is yours. This whole Fenghua Entertainment Street is mine." Lin Manchua's jaw dropped at these words. Then, Chowan got in the car as well. "I'll take UG home then. Safe travels, ladies." Lin Manchual waved goodbye, and Chinqing thanked him. Lin Manchual said excitedly, "Xiao Qing, you know Wen Yufeng, and it's not just a casual acquaintance." Chinqing panicked slightly. "It's late. Let's call a car. We'll talk on the way." Lin Manchual nodded repeatedly, eager for gossip. Okay. We'll chat in the car." The next morning in Class 6 of the 11th grade at the unmanned high school, it was the short break before morning self-study. Wen Yufeng strolled over leisurely. Mr. Shun cleared his throat. "Weren't you on leave? How come you're back in less than a week?" Wen Yufeng replied triumphantly, "If I took any more leave, I'd miss the first monthly exam. I hurried back to study hard, so you wouldn't send me back to my old seat." Mr. Shun was speechless. He said gently, "It's good to think that way, but don't be too disappointed. With your previous grades, Whether you take the exam or not doesn't really make much difference. When Yufong smoothly followed up, with Mr. Shen's guidance and help, how dare I slack off? Mr. Shun sighed. After changing desk mates, I don't know how much your grades will improve, but your smooth talking has definitely gotten better. Huh? When Yufong grinned mischievously. That must be because my new desk mate is so sweet, don't you think? He said, slowly walking towards Chinqing. Leaning on the desk, he asked, why didn't you wait for me today? Chinqing was a little surprised to see him. Her eyes widened. She had thought he would explain why he missed the exam, but he was blaming her instead. Chinqing pouted slightly and turned her head away. You haven't been to class for several days. Her reaction surprised him. The corners of his mouth lifted involuntarily. Then he said loudly, I was waiting for you at the elevator at 7 this morning. But she still pouted. He turned around again, smiling confidently. If you weren't deliberately avoiding me, how could we have missed each other? She picked up her practice paper, put it down, and turned back to him, still pouting. I'm on cleaning duty today. I have to clean the restrooms, so I had to come to school early. He froze. Cleaning duty. When Yufong acted as if he was hearing this for the first time, she continued, as a member of the class, maintaining the hygiene and honor of the classroom is everyone's responsibility. He was momentarily speechless. At this moment, Mr. Shun interjected, in this monthly exam, our class's math scores and overall average scores have significantly improved compared to the first year of high school. In addition to the efforts of the whole class, I want to praise two people. The whole class immediately started murmuring. Suddenly, when Yufong stood up, the first is Chinqing from our class. Chinqing was also startled. Mr. Shin added, everyone knows, right? Chinqing got first place in math, English, physics, and chemistry this time. Hearing this, everyone looked at her with envious eyes. Wow, so amazing. First in the grade. When Yufong looked at her, classmate, can you share your learning experience? Chinqing replied calmly, my experience is don't fight, don't get injured, so you can take the exam smoothly. Mr. Shun continued, the second person I want to praise is, of course, Wen Yufong. Both Chinqing and Wen Yufong were surprised. Mr. Shun said with a smile, quick, Chinqing, quickly tell Wen Yufong not to take the exams, so his scores won't drag us down, and our class average will be even higher. Everyone, give Wen Yufong a round of applause. Then he added, keep up the good work. However, unlike the teacher's lightheartedness, the class was silent. No one clapped. At this moment, Chinqing suddenly started clapping, attracting everyone's attention. She clapped happily, cheering him on. Wen Yufong, sitting next to her, was a little surprised. He smiled involuntarily, then straightened up and clapped along with her, feeling a warmth in his heart. Mr. Shun turned and began writing on the board. All right, let's officially begin class. The whole class focused on their studies, opening their textbooks. He casually glanced at Chinqing, thinking, it seems that the top student's excellent grades have left her in a daze for half the class. She truly relies on her intelligence. Not long after, Mr. Shun said cheerfully, okay, let's take a break and digest what we just learned. Everyone performed so well this time that I didn't even have a chance to showcase my teaching skills. When Yufong leaned close to her ear, why weren't you paying attention? Chinqing was startled and turned to look at him. Chinqing's eyes widened. Wen Yufong rested his chin on his hand. Although you were looking forward, your eyes were a little glazed over. Chinqing, that was a bit too obvious. You know, Chinqing scratched her head. Mr. Shun lectures so slowly. I really want to concentrate, but I already know his train of thought and what he's going to say next. He speaks so slowly, my mind just wanders. He paused, speechless, then turned his head away, trying to suppress a laugh, but failing. She noticed and asked, Wen Yufong, what are you laughing at? Wen Yufong was still stifling his laughter. Chinqing looked a little unhappy. I haven't even done the exercises Mr. Shi mentioned. She pouted. You're not allowed to get distracted with me. Wen Yufong said nonchalantly, I can't focus anyway. Chinqing replied, you have to listen. Listening to the lecture is important. He casually dropped his hand. It's okay. He grinned like he'd won the lottery. I have you, my little teacher. She thought, little buddy, little teacher. She really didn't understand why he always added little before everything he called her. Then she softly said, I'm not little anymore. I'll grow up soon, very soon. Chinqing stated, and when Yufong listened silently, he suddenly remembered that day at the bar. He had leaned into her ear and said, can you grow up faster? He recalled, thinking, I probably scared her. Even if she was scared, she shouldn't have run. I am sorry. His eyes glazed over, and then he closed them. He didn't want to be like this either, falling asleep from exhaustion under Chinqing's gaze. Chinqing was still staring blankly at him. The look on her face at that moment remained in his mind. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Okay, you promised me. I'll always remember. During break, Mr. Shun came over and saw him like that, and asked, not playing basketball today? He casually replied, spring sleepiness, autumn fatigue. Can't play ball, so I'll just study hard. Thanks for your concern, Mr. Shun. Before leaving, Mr. Shun said, let me see your performance on the exam next month. At this time, a male classmate scratched his head and awkwardly walked over. Chinqing. But when Yufang answered for her with a cold "Oroat," the male classmate flinched. Chinqing understood and turned her head, saying with some displeasure, when Yufang, don't bully your classmates. When Yufang looked away, I didn't do anything. But the male classmate still scratched his head and stammered, it's nothing. It's my fault. Saying that, he handed over a love letter. Chinqing, this is from Lin Wentao from class 7. Here you go. As soon as he handed it over, he immediately ran off. Chinqing took it and opened the letter. Seeing this, when Yufang became suspicious. That name sounds familiar. Isn't that from class 7 next door? If he's a second year, logically they shouldn't know each other, right? Could it be that they met while I was away these past few days? His expression immediately darkened. Holding that letter, there's definitely something fishy going on. Li Shang and Xiao Zirwei stood at the doorway, also looking bewildered, watching Chinqing intently reading the letter. When Yufang grew increasingly irritated and uncomfortable, Li Shang pretended to casually walk in a classroom, smiling brightly, and asked, bro, what are you looking at? But when Yufang ignored him completely, his gaze fixed in the 3 o'clock direction. Chinqing, when Yufang turned to Li Shang with a serious face. I just saw someone hand her a note. But Li Shang didn't pay any attention to Yufang's concern, instead leaning in excitedly and asking. She already received a threatening letter. So fast. When Yufang glared at him suspiciously, asking with a blank expression, what do you mean? Li Shang flinched under his stare and quickly stammered, trying to smooth things over. I was just guessing. But when Yufang interrupted him, wait, Li Shang froze. Talking nonsense in front of the person you like isn't a good thing. When Yufang stood up and walked toward the door. Let's talk outside. Seeing that when Yufang had suddenly become serious, Li Shang obediently followed, and Xiao Zirwei silently followed as well. As soon as when Yufang and his group stepped out into the hallway, everyone around them scattered like they had seen a ghost, restoring the usual quiet. They were long used to this kind of scene. When Yufang narrowed his eyes at Li Shang, getting straight to the point. Tell me what's going on. Li Shang mumbled, nothing. He forced a smile and scratched his head, trying to bluff his way through. I was just guessing. If I guessed right, it's considered skill. If Mr. Lin Jiang could really guess accurately, I bet a bunch of people would ask him for lottery numbers. Of course, when Yufang wasn't swayed by Li Shang's clumsy attempt at distraction, his voice remained icy. Speculation leads to threatening letters. Seeing his older brother's stern expression, Li Shang knew he couldn't fool around any longer. He sighed and explained, Yug, you might not realize it, but you have a lot of admirers. Your desk mates with Chinqing, plus that military training incident. So this kind of thing is normal. You probably never heard that girls like bad boys, and you're that premium bad boy. It's reasonable they like you. Li Shang put on his most sincere expression and continued, actually, when the rumors spread about Lin Manchua being your girlfriend, she also received threatening letters. I heard they even had blood on them. Remembering Lin Manchua's unwarranted suffering, Li Shang felt a pang of sympathy. Hearing this, when Yufang stared into the distance, his expression indifferent, his voice low, do you know who did it? He was probably already plotting against whoever threatened Chinqing. Hearing this, Li Shang was a little apprehensive. Perhaps he knew Yufang too well and worried about what he might do. Although he didn't get a definite answer from Li Shang, when Yufang didn't press further, simply turning and walking away. When Yufang returned to the front of the classroom, his face displeased. He spoke in a low voice to his 2 friends beside him. Keep a close eye on things these next few days. Relieved he wasn't questioned further, Li Shang smiled and nodded confidently. Don't worry, Yug. Only Xiao Zirwei remained silent. But perhaps he was the only one who truly understood Yufang's thoughts. At noon, in the cleaning area shared by Class 11 and Class 6, Chinqing and her classmate were busy sweeping fallen leaves from the lawn. They worked diligently, quickly gathering the last of the dry leaves. Seeing the task completed, the classmate said cheerfully to Chinqing, we're almost done, right? Let's go home. Chinqing smiled gently at her friend and nodded, quickly tying up the last bag of rubbish. However, while Chinqing didn't look for trouble, trouble always seemed to find her. A group appeared on the stairs. Watching Chinqing and her friend's every move. Sometimes, some people don't want trouble, but trouble insists on finding them. Chinqing was a typical example. The group of girls who had just appeared stood above, deliberately speaking loudly, seemingly to ensure Chinqing could hear. I heard a long time ago, the girls were also carrying several bags of rubbish, their expressions clearly malicious. The red-haired girl, who seemed to be the leader, continued, Chinqing, I saw you cleaning here. I didn't think it was true. Hearing the voice, Chinqing instinctively looked up, perhaps knowing these girls weren't to be trifled with. Chinqing's classmate was visibly flustered. Only Chinqing remained expressionless, watching them, muttering under her breath, it's that group again. The girl's previous viciousness flashed in her mind. Their expressions, demeanor, and arrogance were exactly the same as today. The pretty girls slowly descended the stairs, not forgetting the large bags they had been carrying. The girl who looked like the leader was Songyin. As soon as she reached the bottom, she walked straight between Chinqing and her friend, her tone flippant and mocking. Tsk, you've swept quite cleanly. Her friends also looked at the two girls with derision. Suddenly, as Chinqing watched in surprise, Songyin lifted the large bag and shouted, ah. As if anticipating Songyan's action, Chinqing hurriedly shouted, wait. But it was too late. The black rubbish bag was overturned. Faced with this scene, Chinqing and her friend could only watch with anger and helplessness as all kinds of filthy rubbish tumbled onto the ground at their feet, soiling the courtyard they had just painstakingly cleaned. Songyin dropped the black rubbish bag and looked at Chinqing with an extremely arrogant expression. Chinqing's classmate, her face filled with anger and grievance, said tearfully, how could you do this? Only Chinqing remained silent, her gaze fixed calmly on Songyin and her group. Songyin elegantly brushed some petals off her clothes and said pretentiously, I warned you. But you just wouldn't listen. Songyin continued, smoothing her hair. So, you just have to suffer a little. Her tone was extremely haughty. She glanced sideways at Chinqing and said with feigned sympathy, it's just a pity that your friend got dragged into this too. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Songyin's tone suddenly became panicked. Her eyes landed on someone she never expected to see there. She looked across in alarm. Her two friends, seeing her change in expression, followed her gaze. The three of them froze, leaving Chinqing bewildered. Noticing something strange about the three troublemakers, Chinqing grew curious and glanced back. What could have made these three girls, who just a moment ago seemed ready to transform into wild beasts, suddenly turn to stone? Had Medusa arrived? 5 people, 10 eyes, all stared at the stranger who had just appeared and was squatting there, watching the drama unfold between Songyin and Chinqing's group. In fact, it wasn't a stranger at all, but Wen Yufeng, the school's heartthrob. He was watching the group with amusement, seeing Songyin's sudden loss of momentum. Wen Yufeng nonchalantly asked, why stop now? Wen Yufeng maintained his domineering squatting posture, feigning a yawn as he covered his mouth with his hand, acting bored. But in Chinqing's eyes, this action was unusually cute. He looked like a little tiger, both adorable and mischievous. She smiled at him, thinking that he resembled a tired little tiger yawning in the jungle. Contrary to Chinqing's amusement, Songyin and her group were now panicked and afraid. Their mouths, so sharp and quick-witted when threatening her earlier, were now suddenly silent. The girls, who had just been acting like they were in a superhero movie, now seemed to be in a quiet place. Looking at those pretty little mouths, each one was clamped shut tighter than the last. It was truly comical. Seeing this, Wen Yufeng couldn't help but sigh, burying his face in his hands, then smacked his lips and let out another sigh. He placed his hand on the edge of the stairs, preparing to stand. Just as he was about to stand up and do something, Chinqing immediately called out Wen Yufeng and looked at him with a serious expression. Drawn by her voice, Wen Yufeng glanced at her, seemingly calculating something in his mind. But in his mind, she was barefoot, and he immediately understood what he was about to do. The moment she shouted the warning, do you want another 4-drip? He froze, looking at her. Perhaps at that moment, Yufeng was wondering why this little squirt could always guess his every move. However, he showed nothing at the time, just smiled slightly, and then he lightly jumped down, slowly walking down the stairs, step by step, towards her. He descended, his gaze gentle and doting, his tone leisurely as he said, is this better? He stopped in front of her, moved a little closer, leaning towards Chinqing, and gazed tenderly in her round, cute eyes, whispering, little teacher. Chinqing leaned back, stammering, why are you here? But he just smiled at her like a wolf cub looking at an adorable bunny, wanting to both pamper and nibble her. Hearing her question, Wen Yufeng suddenly felt like teasing her. He stared at her and said, "Didn't you say that maintaining the classroom's honor and hygiene is everyone's responsibility?" Hearing this, Chinqing was momentarily speechless, so she fell silent. He continued, "So I came to the restroom to take a look." As he spoke, he glanced at Song Yan's group and immediately changed his tone. "As for you all, so even school bullies can breathe the air of love, and don't forget to keep an eye on their wanted targets." Seeing Wen Yufeng's attention on Chinqing, the little devils planned to sneak away from the battlefield. But how could they escape the school bully's eyes? Seeing the three little devils lining up to escape, he growled, "Where do you think you're going?" The three immediately froze as if their feet were bound with lead weights. As expected, the school bully's words carried weight. Wen Yufeng could dote on his girl, but he had no chivalry for other girls. So, he coldly warned the little devils, "I don't have a very good temper. If you want me to waste my time finding out who you are and which class you're in." He raised his head, his sharp gaze fixed on Song Yan's group, emphasizing each word. I guarantee his expression was like he could bite someone's head off at any moment, his tone still cold. "You definitely don't want to bear the consequences." Witnessing all of this, Chinqing thought to herself, "Even if I went to find Teacher Shun, these students wouldn't be like this, as if they'd seen their natural enemy, right?" The usually tyrannical Song Yin and her group finally ended up like mice, just wanted to run away with their tails between their legs. Chinqing muttered softly, "As expected, it takes a villain to deal with villains." Suddenly, she covered her mouth, letting out a silent "ah." In her panic, she looked up at the tall boy beside her and secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, thankfully, he didn't seem to hear. Oh dear, if Wen Yufeng heard Chinqing calling him a villain in her mind, many people would probably be curious about his reaction. Of course, that was just hypothetical curiosity, but now, the real curiosity is happening. Wen Yufeng slowly walked towards Song Yin and her group, saying, "Actually, I'm quite curious too." He walked past the trash song Yin had just dumped and continued, "How exactly did you warn her?" Perhaps all three faces were now as pale as if they hadn't used any whitening cream, as Wen Yufeng approached step by step. When he reached a distance close enough to intimidate them, he stopped. His expression and gaze were unforgettable, the kind that could crush anyone. Resting his chin on his hand, he continued, "Tell me, what did you all say?" Song Yan's group seemed to have their souls scared out of them, each stammering and unable to speak. "We." Song Yin lowered her head, closed her eyes tightly, and apologized with a trembling voice. I'm sorry. I won't dare to do it again." The three little devils finally knew what fear was. The whole group trembled and pleaded, "We won't dare to do it again. Wen Yufeng, please let us off this time." Having witnessed Wen Yufeng's methods firsthand, they knew he hadn't done anything physically, but every powerful word was enough to chill them to the bone. Seeing this scene, the timid classmate involuntarily took 2 steps back, while Chinqing thought to herself, "Everyone treats him like a monster." Even though Wen Yufeng hadn't targeted her, the timid classmate couldn't help but feel afraid, her eyes filled with worry. Seeing her friend's emotions, Chinqing felt a bit confused. Clutching the garbage bag in her hand, a sense of defiance rose in her heart. Actually, he's very gentle. But Chinqing didn't know that Wen Yufeng was the kind of man who would bite the whole world to pieces, but only be gentle to her. Chinqing lowered her head, recalling the images of Wen Yufeng in her mind. She remembered the time they had dinner with her grandmother. Back then, Wen Yufeng was flustered and awkward in front of unfamiliar neighbors, cautious like a child. The joy of that meal was still imprinted in Chinqing's heart. At that time, Wen Yufeng was a completely different person. Perhaps only those who truly touched the depths of his soul could see the real him. He could be that passionate Wen Yufeng, deeply in love, whispering sweet nothings in your ear. Chinqing kept recalling his bright, sunny smile. Whether it was the mischievous Wen Yufeng or the teasing Wen Yufeng, he wasn't a monster, right? But now, Wen Yufeng's face was expressionless, his eyes sharp as knives, as if he wanted to cut down anyone who displeased him. Thinking of this, Chinqing approached him, gently tugged at his sleeve, and softly called, "Wen Yufeng." Chinqing's voice made him slightly startled. He turned to face her, met with a pair of pleading eyes. She whispered, "That's enough." He looked at her, in confusion. He was clearly standing up for her, preventing others from bullying her. So why was Chinqing stopping him? But seeing Chinqing's extremely serious expression, when Yufong felt a pang of guilt. She gently took his hand and said they could just go home. But do you know, soon the whole school will know that you scared 3 girls to tears. It turned out Chinqing was thinking of him. Although he was protecting her, in the eyes of outsiders, it looked like he was bullying those girls. His bad reputation was already bad enough. There was no need to add to it, right? After speaking, Chinqing stepped forward and picked up a student ID card from the ground. The card clearly stated the name Song Yen. Chinqing said clearly, "I remember your name." Chinqing handed the card to Song Yen and looked directly at the group in front of her. She said decisively, "For the next 2 years, as long as I'm fine, everything's good. But if anything happens to me, my parents, my teachers." She continued to look at Song Yen, who was crying like she was caught in a downpour, and added, "The first person they'll look for will definitely be you." As expected, the protagonist's aura was real. When needed, her aura was fully unleashed. This warning would definitely go down in history. Chinqing's meaning was clear. "I have connections. Mess with me, and you'll find out why the sea is salty." Chinqing firmly added, "I guarantee it." When Yufong stood by the side, silently watching her, his expression softened, and he smiled gently. He reached out and affectionately patted Chinqing's head, as if petting his own little pet. Chinqing was stunned by the pat on the head, but his next action surprised her even more. He said to Song Yan's group, "For her sake, I won't bother with you today." Chinqing was still looking at him in confusion. Then he pointed to the trash on the ground and warned, "But if there's even a bit of trash left uncleaned." He continued, "Then the 3 of you don't come to school tomorrow." What a cool male lead. He looked into Chinqing's eyes, as if confirming that she was safe and sound. Then when Yufong took the garbage bag from Chinqing's hand and continued holding the broom. When Yufong held Chinqing's hand as they walked, bathed in the glow of a protagonist's aura, Chinqing looked at him, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent, following him obediently. If the scene were filmed, it would be incredibly beautiful. It would be even more perfect without the extra baggage trailing behind them, their shy classmate. Such a romantic and delicate scene. With about 10 minutes left before class, the trio and Chinqing arrived at the classroom door. Seeing Chinqing with them, whispers and murmurs immediately erupted within the classroom. But when Yufong pushed open the door, broom in hand, the entire class fell silent. His appearance startled the boys, who jumped back in unison. Wang Fengxiao was so frightened he nearly cried. He quickly shook his equally stunned desk mate, as if seeking support, his mind screaming, "Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, what's going on?" Wang Fengxiao muttered to himself in terror. "I definitely didn't schedule Yufong for cleaning duty." His expression was akin to that of an emperor being asked to farm. "If I'm not executed by my entire family being slaughtered, I'll at least be drawn and quartered." The more Wang Fengxiao thought about it, the more frightened he became. As a class cadre, how could he commit such a grave sin, making the big boss clean? He looked around, as if searching for the culprit who had altered the cleaning duty roster. He inwardly lamented, "Some villain must be trying to frame me." However, Wen Yofang's next words shocked him even more. "Starting next week, put me in Chinqing's cleaning zone." Wang Fengxiao forced a smile, tears streaming down his face. Why does Wen Yufong suddenly want to clean? He blurted out. The moment the words left his mouth, he instantly regretted them, wishing he could stuff them back in. He feared that one wrong word would lead to his dismemberment, his face etched with remorse. He cautiously observed Wen Yufong, testing the waters. But perhaps Wang Fengxiao was overthinking it. Wen Yufong simply glanced at him, smiled, and then turned to Chinqing. "Someone taught me that everyone has a responsibility to maintain the classroom's honor and cleanliness. I think she's right." Ah, the words of the person you like are always right. If Chinqing said the sun was blue right now, he'd probably be nodding like a woodpecker. Wang Fengxiao involuntarily looked at Chinqing, still bewildered as to how he had escaped unscathed. That afternoon, as the last self-study period of the week ended, Li Shang immediately turned his phone horizontally and passionately started playing a game. Suddenly, a figure approached, a chill wafting into the classroom, sending a shiver down Li Shang's spine. Li Shang instinctively turned around and, without thinking, jumped in fright, yelling, "Brother, you!" The chill had been brought by Wen Yufong. Wen Yufong paid no attention to his underling's reaction, simply asking, "Where is she?" Li Shang was momentarily stunned, not comprehending. Suddenly, it clicked, and he immediately understood his boss's meaning. 2 minutes before the end of the last self-study period, Li Shang continued, pointing to Qing's seat. "It seems a friend from class 7 passed the new student a note." Then he added, "I saw the new student looking at it for a long time during self-study, and writing for a long time too." As soon as class ended, she ran out with the note. He closed his eyes slightly and raised a hand, feigning indifference, completely oblivious to Wen Yufong's darkening expression. Li Shang continued to chatter. "She probably want to find." Suddenly, he yelped, his phone clattering onto the desk as Zhao Zhuo pinched him, warning him to shut up. Li Shang tearfully turned to Zhao Zhuo, but Zhao Zhuo didn't apologize. Instead, he nudged him with his elbow, a silent "take care of yourself." A man of action indeed. Zhao rarely spoke, sometimes making one wonder if he could even talk. In any case, Li Shang now knew he'd said too much. He lowered his head, anxiously awaiting Wen Yufong's outburst. However, despite his still grim expression, Wen Yufong merely glanced at his two teammates and said nothing. He then looked at Qing's seat and, sure enough, saw the green note Li Shang had mentioned. Wen Yufong's mind immediately began to calculate. Class 7, there's a Lin Wentao there. 81 different scenarios began to play out in his head. Yufong walked towards his desk, thinking that since last week, Yufong had noticed Lin Wentao almost constantly passing notes to Qing. Although not frequently, it was at least every 2 or 3 days. Yufong pulled out his chair and sat down, but his thoughts continued to linger. He'd been thinking about it, but he hadn't known before that his little girl would specifically run to deliver a reply each time. This mess of thoughts made him unable to care about Li Zhuang's crimes any longer. So Li Zhuang's little heart was finally able to beat again. He sat down, letting out a long sigh of relief. Two displeased characters surfaced in Yofeng's eyes, a gaze that seemed to pierce through any small animal that carelessly wandered into his line of sight. His thoughts continued to tangle like fishing line. These two had already made their move, he thought. Sure enough, what displeased him was the correspondence between his little bunny and Lin Wentao, the boy from the next class. With a disgruntled feeling, Yofeng's head felt like it had been electrocuted, his gaze fixed on that hateful green envelope. Its appearance had truly stirred up a storm in his heart for more than 3 minutes. Yufong struggled between two thoughts, wanting to act like a gentleman, and being consumed by curiosity to peek at the contents of the letter. He continued his intense internal struggle, while that hateful green envelope remained defiantly before him. Fortunately, this mental battle only lasted a minute. The next minute, Yufong couldn't resist and opened the envelope to read. But after just a glance at the green stationery, he closed his eyes and sighed sadly. Because for Yufong, this letter's damage value was 0, but its humiliation value was a full 100%. He stared at it for a long time, completely unable to understand it. It was a letter containing math homework. Looking at it, Yufong felt like a dog looking at a map. Although thin, the letter was a powerful weapon, striking a heavy blow to our school bully's self-esteem. Meanwhile, at the door of Class 7, Grade 1, Qing was handing a note to Song Lin. She held the folded note out to him, saying, "Can you give this to him for me?" However, Song Lin pushed it away, waving his hand in refusal, his tone bitter. "Friend, it's not that I don't want to help you deliver this." Song Lin sighed dramatically, with enough flair to win an Oscar. He continued, "Listen, just this afternoon, Lin Wentao said in class, all serious, that whoever has the answers should give them to him, not hand them in directly, but wait for him to personally collect them. What's going on? Does our top student want the person or the answers? Or is handing in the homework just an excuse to see Qing? Whatever that guy says, the whole class listens." Qing was still bewildered, twirling her fingers, muttering softly why. Song Lin, the know-it-all, could only shrug. Who knows? Seeing Qing getting confused, he quickly added, "Don't worry, he just went to the restroom. You should be back soon." As soon as he finished speaking, as soon as the name left his mouth, a head of purple hair popped up. Lin Wentao's timing was incredibly impeccable, almost as if he had some superpower, able to light mosquito coils with his mind. The moment Wentao appeared, Song Lin waved his hand enthusiastically, like he'd been given a shot of adrenaline. "Hey, Lin Wentao." Having caught his class's top student, Song Lin put his arm around his shoulder, proudly taking credit. That new girl from class 6 is looking for you. I held her back for you. Then, he lowered his voice conspiratorially. Am I not a good bro? The two exchanged a knowing glance and a mischievous grin, as if they both understood each other's meaning. When Tao played along, saying, all right, I'll treat you to dinner another day. It seemed that even an encyclopedia-level top student could turn into a sly fox when caught in the web of love. After Song Lin walked away, Lin Wentao turned to Chinqing. You finished the test as soon as you got it. So fast. Chinqing was a little flustered by the praise, just softly humming in agreement, a shy blush creeping onto her face. However, when the topic shifted to books and homework, she immediately regained her confidence, smiling brightly and casually boasting, I finished my homework in half of the last self-study period, and then I worked on your practice test. Hearing Qing's words, Lin Tao looked at her intently and asked, so, what do you think of my test? Something sounded off about that. His question and expression didn't match at all. Asking about a math test with such a strange expression, unless he wasn't actually asking about the test. If Lin, the top student, was really asking about the math test, then his perplexed expression made no sense whatsoever. Seeing Qing's expression change from surprise to slight awkwardness, Lin Wentao quickly smoothed things over, changing the subject. Compared to last time, has my question writing improved a lot? Qing stared at him blankly, as if her brain was still loading an important update. Then, like a little bird, Qing chirped away about the exam questions. When it came to studying, she was a total whiz. She explained how there were 2 tricky conditions in the exam, along with some confusing logic and a critical turning point in the problem-solving process. Getting stuck there was incredibly difficult, but once you broke through, the rest was smooth sailing. Ugh, could someone hand me a piece of paper? My brain is fried. I can't understand a word she's saying. Honestly, these top students have their own secret language. Lin Wentao sighed dramatically, feigning defeat. You're really amazing, he said. Qing beamed with confidence, as if thinking, I might not be an expert in romance, but when it comes to academics, no one can beat me. Suddenly remembering Lin Wentao's real reason for seeking her out, she asked, Lin Wentao, is there something you needed? Your friend just said you insisted I hand you the test paper in person. It was obvious, yet he still asked. This Lin Wentao clearly just wanted to see her. Oh, Qing, you silly girl. Hearing her naive question, Lin Wentao scratched his face sheepishly. There's something, he admitted. Then, like any good student, he used studying as an excuse. He scratched his head awkwardly, laughing nervously. I carefully reviewed your answers on the test paper I gave you last time, but your method was a little different from mine. She looked up at him, a hint of confusion in her eyes, as he continued. I wanted to discuss our different approaches with you. Qing asked, puzzled. Different approaches. Qing had a very endearing quality. She was incredibly helpful to her classmates. Upon hearing the suggestion of an academic exchange, she immediately agreed. Sure, we can see whose method is simpler and easier to understand. Lin Wentao seized the opportunity. Are you free next period? Maybe we could discuss it in the reading room during the next self-study session. It was a classic studious invitation, making a date sound as casual as discussing a math problem. Qing smiled brightly and agreed. Just then, a thought flashed through her mind like lightning. She thought, remembering when Yofang's face and his words, I only allow you to tutor me. A wave of guilt washed over her. She knew she couldn't disobey him. Even the slightest tremor on the roof could bring the whole house down. Qing bit her lip, anxiously trying to figure out how to refuse Lin Wentao. At that moment, someone said, excuse me, and a familiar hand pushed open the door. The newcomer walked straight to Qing and firmly grasped her shoulder, as if staking a claim. Turning to face the other person, he declared, she's my exclusive tutor. When Yufang possessively put his arm around her. His face was dark as he continued, not for long. Some handsome guys don't mind playing the villain to protect their precious treasures. With that, when Yufang glared at the other boy, his warning clear. Lin Wentao understood that the warning was directed at him. Being a boy himself, he wasn't afraid to meet Wen Yofang's gaze, but he couldn't help feeling a little intimidated. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife. Faced with such a forceful declaration of ownership, Lin Wentao simply smiled faintly and said to Yufang, but hasn't Qing already agreed? Qing's eyes were filled with embarrassment. Sandwiched between the two boys, she was afraid to offend the top of the food chain, but didn't want to reject her classmate either. She was completely flustered. Yufong ignored Lin Wentao and turned to Qinqing, reminding her, don't casually explain problems to others in the future. She could only offer an awkward explanation, but they came to ask me. Inwardly, she thought, but I already agreed, didn't I? However, in front of this incredibly possessive guy, she didn't dare to say it out loud. Qinqing looked up at him, a little lost, thinking this shouldn't count, right? She was quick-witted when it came to studying, but in situations like this, she was always hesitant. Seeing her indecision, Yufong changed his tactics. He looked at her intently, his voice softening. You can't agree. The heartthrob's charm was too powerful. Qinqing's heart fluttered, and she stammered, unable to speak. Yufong leaned closer and whispered in her ear, promise me, okay? Qinqing's defenses completely crumbled. The low whisper and gentle voice were like mind control. Her face flushed crimson with a mixture of panic and shyness. Before his opponent could react, Yufong delivered the final blow. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes. And just like that, the game was over, and Qinqing was utterly defeated. No wonder they said boys were dangerous, and handsome boys were 10 times more so. Realizing she had fallen into Yufong's trap, she could only grumble sullenly. This guy is really too much. Having witnessed the whole scene, Lin Wentao was both jealous and annoyed. He clenched his fists and shouted, enough. Then, in an older student's tone, he sternly reprimanded Yufong. Yufong, you shouldn't make things difficult for Qinqing. It's just a question. I'll write down my solution and answer for you another day. He addressed Yufong only by his surname, his aloofness undisguised, as if in his eyes, Yufong was just a troublemaker who needed to be educated and corrected. Hearing Lin Wentao say this, Qinqing didn't know what to say for a moment. She just lowered her head and softly said, I'm sorry. Then, Lin Wentao held up the paper with Qinqing's question and smiled at her. It's okay. I'll definitely study the question you gave me seriously. Lin Wentao's magnanimous and forgiving demeanor made Yufong's face darken. Seemingly noticing the change in Yufong's expression, Lin Wentao glanced at him sideways. Lin Wentao's condescending attitude made Yufong very uncomfortable, and he immediately turned and walked over. Yufong immediately spoke, wait a minute. He turned to his beloved girl, bent down, and said to her with a gentle smile, you go back first. Qinqing seemed to have spent enough time understanding Yufong's habits and personality. Hearing this, she hesitantly reminded him, Yufong don't. Only Lin Wentao didn't understand what he was planning to do. Seeing Qinqing's worried expression, Yufong quickly made up an excuse, pointing to his injured hand and saying, I'm fine, it's just, I should take my anti-inflammatory medication. I suddenly remembered I haven't gotten any water yet. I want you to give me a bottle of water. Sure enough, only his mind could come up with such a quick way to reassure her. Qinqing seemed convinced by this perfectly logical reason and turned to get Yufong some water, but her meticulous nature made her turn back and remind him, don't bully other classmates. He smiled at her and said with certainty, I know. However, seemingly understanding the weight of his I know, Qinqing's expression became serious. She pointed at him and warned, no matter the reason, if your wound splits open again, I'm moving back to sit next to Fong Shaoqing. Wow, Miss Qin was serious this time. Sure enough, this made Yufong feel a pang of guilt. Before leaving, she gave him another warning look, as if to say, I mean it, don't blame me. Yufong's face, which originally resembled a little rabbit's, now looked a bit fierce. He didn't dare to resist, so he just touched her head and watched her leave. As soon as she turned around, Yufong smiled, as if he had encountered some cute and interesting little creature. He smacked his lips. Maybe I haven't discovered this side of Qinqing yet. He watched her figure disappear behind the door, his eyes gentle, his lips carrying 3 parts indulgence and 7 parts amusement, murmuring, she's even learned to threaten me now. As her footsteps faded away in the corridor, Yufong's expression changed instantly. He stared coldly at Lin Wentao and said, we need to talk. However, class monitor Lin retorted coldly, I don't think Yufong and I are acquainted. His aloof demeanor was undeniable. In the school, Lin Wentao glared and emphasized word by word. What is there to talk about? The 2 boys, originally from 2 different worlds, were now confronting each other because of a girl. Listening to Lin Wentao's words and feeling his hostility, Yufong stood up calmly and replied, if you think there's nothing to talk about, then stay away from her in the future. After saying that, he slowly walked towards the door. But these words obviously irritated Lin Wentao. Barely suppressing his anger, he repeated, "Stay away from her." Lin Wentao clearly wasn't planning to back down and sarcastically retorted, shouldn't I be the one saying that to you? Wouldn't that make more sense? When Yufong had his back to him, so he couldn't see his expression, but his eyes had already turned cold. Lin Wentao's words undoubtedly touched Yufong's sore spot. He turned his head and gave Lin Wentao a cold glance. The kind of look that would make anyone advise Lin Wentao to shut up and run. Unfortunately, they were the only two in the corridor. Lin Wentao didn't sense the danger and still wanted to save some face, stubbornly saying, "Am I wrong? I just don't understand. A girl like Chinqing." Suddenly, Lin Wentao shouted in front of Yufong, "How could she end up with someone like you? What can you give her?" Lin Wentao seemed to have reached his limit with Yufong and no longer wanted to pretend to be a nice guy or the student council president. These words seemed to have been bottled up for a long time, and now that he finally had the chance to vent at his rival, he wouldn't miss it. He continued to accuse Yufong, besides dragging down her grades. "Do you also want to lead her to skip classes, fight, smoke, and go to bars?" Every word landed like a gavel. But strangely, Yufong didn't flare up as usual, but just growled in a low voice, "None of your business." But Lin Wentao was in the midst of his interrogation, his hands clenched tightly as if he wanted to vent all his suppressed anger on this problem student, saying triumphantly, "I'm not just meddling, this is a warning." Besides the trouble and pressure from teachers and parents, Lin Wentao's condescending expression made him look like he was looking down on someone inferior. The usually rational Lin Wentao seemed to have been blinded by emotion this time, repeating, "You can't give her anything." It was clear that Lin Wentao's seemingly justifiable reasons all stemmed from jealousy. The studious Lin Wentao rambled on, lecturing like he was in class. "Before anything happens, you better stay away from her now." Before he could finish, Yufong grabbed him by the collar, startling Lin Wentao. Yufong shoved him against the wall and roared, "I warned you." Yufong's eyes resembled those of a legendary, fearsome boss. Everyone in the nearby high schools knew that a talkative person would only end up embarrassed, while the other was concise. But the real core was Yufong's overwhelming aura and intimidation. Yufong stared at Lin Wentao like a wolf eyeing its prey, a gaze that could send chills down one's spine even in the midst of summer. He glared at Lin Wentao and growled, "You're not qualified." Only then did Lin Wentao realize who he had messed with, his eyes filled with shock, fear, and panic. Meanwhile, in Class 6, Grade 11, Chinqing saw a classmate talking to an unfamiliar girl. The classmate looked nervous and awkward. I really can't help you deliver this. If he finds out, I'm dead." The girl held out a pink letter and pleaded, "Please, just put it on his desk." It was hard for anyone to refuse such a plea from a girl, but self-preservation was paramount. The classmate scratched his head, looking troubled. Just then, he saw Chinqing, and his eyes lit up as if he had grasped a lifeline. He pointed at Chinqing and shouted, "Let her do it. Let her do it. She's the only one in our class who can get away with it." He immediately passed the hot potato to Chinqing, and as soon as he finished speaking, he ran off as if his life depended on it. In the blink of an eye, he was gone without a trace. Someone told me that running first and asking questions later is also an effective way to save your life. Only the two girls remained in the hallway. The girl stared at Chinqing, seemingly doubtful of her ability to help. Chinqing looked at her in surprise and asked, "Is there something I can do for you?" The girl bowed deeply and handed the letter to Chinqing, her voice on the verge of tears. "Sister, please give this to Yufong. Thank you." Then, as if afraid Chinqing would return the letter, she imitated the classmate and ran off, leaving Chinqing standing there, completely bewildered and clueless about what had just happened. Looking down at the letter, Chinqing suddenly felt like she had been struck by lightning. The neat, rounded handwriting on the envelope read, "To one Yufong," with a cute little heart drawn underneath. Oh no, she thought, this place is probably going to be in an uproar again. Chinqing walked into the classroom in a daze, staring at the letter in her hand, oblivious to the people around her. The other students, seeing her, were already whispering and gossiping. She finally placed the letter on her desk. Li Shang turned to look at Chinqing, his face full of shock. "New girl, you're really brave." She simply explained, "A girl shoved this letter into my hands and ran off." Hearing this, Li Shang immediately switched to Big Brother mode. "Let me give you a piece of friendly advice. throw that thing in the trash. But she immediately stood up, her face serious. It's someone else's property. I can't just throw it away without permission. Li Shang sighed and shrugged. Fine, I warned you. Don't blame me if something bad happens. She probably didn't have time to pay attention to Li Shang's reaction anyway. She glanced at the clock and was startled. Class is about to start. I have to go get some water. Her mind was only on Wen Yufeng, still in class 6, grade 11. The scene shifted to Wen Yufeng, who noticed the unfamiliar letter on his desk. He stared at the letter and looked around, trying to figure out who had put it there, his expression growing darker. Then he roared, "Who put this thing here? Can't you tell the difference between a trash can and a desk?" The entire class immediately fell silent. No one dared to provoke the school bully's authority, a rage that seemed capable of swallowing anyone who dared to leave a letter on his desk. At that moment, Chinqing walked into the classroom and said, "I did." When Yufeng's anger was instantly choked off. Apparently, anyone didn't include his precious girl. When Yufeng looked at her, speechless, she approached him, holding the water cup she had brought for his medicine, and looked at him with innocent eyes. When Yufeng was dumbfounded, what could he say? When Yufeng looked at Chinqing, and words from the past suddenly surfaced in his mind, stinging him deeply. Those simple words, like thousands of tiny needles, pricked his heart and echoed in his mind. You're only close to her now because of proximity, but can the distance between you really be bridged by being close? The voice in his memory kept hammering at him. Admit it, Wen Yufeng, you and her are not from the same world. I really don't understand you. Why are you still clinging to her? Standing before him was his sweetheart, his little bunny, Chinqing. But was simply staying by her side truly that difficult? That voice echoed repeatedly in his mind. After the class division into science and liberal arts, with her grades, she would definitely enter the science experimental class. By then, how great would the distance between them be? I'll wait for her there, can you? His face was always cold, but no one knew the storm brewing within him. Chinqing didn't notice his emotional fluctuations, innocently explaining the letter. A junior high school girl stuffed the letter into my hand and ran away. After speaking, she pulled over a chair and sat down. Chinqing's innocence was driving Wen Yufeng crazy. He picked up the letter, waved it in front of Chinqing, and asked, "Do you know what this is?" The young girl looked up at Uncle Wan, completely clueless about what he was trying to convey, and casually replied, "A love letter." As if it were the most ordinary thing in the world, nothing special at all. He was probably roaring inwardly. What kind of creature is this? But he still held back, trying to maintain his patience. Do you really not feel anything at all? Chinqing still looked bewildered. Feel what? Good heavens. Every word Chinqing said was like a slap in Wen Yufeng's face. A flash of anger crossed his eyes, and then he slammed the letter down on the table in front of Chinqing, completely enraged. He moved closer to her, half angry, half sulking, and asked now, "Do you feel anything now?" But she immediately recoiled, defensively wary, and cried out in a panic, "Wen Yufeng, this is school you can't do this." Wen Yufeng reached out and wrapped his arm around her back, saying, "I thought you really didn't feel anything at all." He stared at her meaningfully, moving closer and closer, bringing his face close to her ear, whispering as usual, "If I did this to someone else, would you still not feel anything?" He probably wanted to make her jealous, but she just nervously clutched her chest. This kind of intimacy wasn't the first time, but every time it caused a strange flutter in Chinqing's heart. She looked at him with clear, bunny-like eyes, shy about her own emotions. Chinqing averted her gaze, not daring to look directly at him, but she quickly let down her guard, showing that she didn't resist his closeness. Chinqing continued to look into Wen Yufeng's eyes and softly said, "I know you wouldn't do that." She suddenly sat up straight, no longer retreating. Her change stunned Wen Yufeng for a moment. She glanced at the letter and continued, "Even if you received it, you wouldn't read it, right?" Even Chinqing, the class monitor of class 2, grade 11, had her double standards. She looked up at Wen Yufeng with those innocent eyes and smiled slightly. "Wen Yufeng, I know what kind of person you are. I believe you wouldn't do that." After she finished speaking, she narrowed her eyes and smiled, a gesture that made his heart skip a beat. Wen Yufeng looked at her as if hypnotized, swallowed hard, desperately suppressing the surging emotions in his heart, and then looked away, not daring to look at her again. Even the school bully was afraid of his own heart skipping a beat. This saccharine-sweet interaction was witnessed by two onlookers, Li Shang and Zhao Zihua. They were the only ones in the class fortunate enough to stand by and watch. Li Shang lowered his head and shouted towards the back of the classroom, Is this the legendary reverse flirting? Oh my god, I'm impressed. New student, Chinqing's move is too powerful. When Yufong is completely defenseless, not a single crumb left, Li Shang continued to exclaim, as if he had witnessed a historical moment. She has our Yuge completely wrapped around her finger. Zhao Zhou also nodded in agreement. Isn't that right? How clever does someone have to be to come up with this kind of maneuver? To reach this level, even someone as taciturn as Zhao Zhou couldn't help but voice his opinion, and everyone nodded in agreement. He continued, compared to Qinqing, Wu Danling's little tricks from before are just far inferior. Hearing Zhao Zuo's words, Li Shang nodded frantically, like a bobblehead in a car. Genius. Zhao Zuo concluded, of course, clever should be in quotes, everyone understands. This was the last class of the day, and school was about to end, when Yufong suddenly said casually to Qinqing, after the monthly exams next month, we'll be dividing into science and liberal arts classes. What are your thoughts? Hearing this, Qinqing's pen stopped abruptly, and she looked up at him with a puzzled expression, completely booming by what he meant by this question. He feigned indifference. Are you planning to choose liberal arts or science? Qinqing turned to look at Wen Yufong and replied, I haven't decided yet. What about you? He glanced up at the blackboard and said in a light tone, it doesn't matter to me. Either science or liberal arts is fine. Then he suddenly turned and looked intently into her eyes. But I want to be closer to you. It turned out that grades weren't the motivation for his efforts. Qinqing was the ultimate goal of his life. Seeing his sudden seriousness, Qinqing's eyes widened, looking at him with a confused expression. When Yufong continued, if you choose science, I'll choose science. If you choose humanities, I'll choose humanities. Qinqing's eyes gradually moistened, like an extremely loyal puppy, now seriously contemplating which subject to choose, as if she were responsible for Wen Yufong's future. Yufong, completely oblivious to the small emotional storm brewing in her eyes, simply continued, Paje George's song before we choose our streams. We'll have the monthly exams, so before then, I'll do my best to get closer to you. After finishing his sentence, he leaned closer to Qinqing and whispered, will you help me? Hearing this, she nodded vigorously like a bobblehead doll. Perhaps it wasn't just about helping a classmate. Maybe Qinqing also wanted to get closer to him. Seeing her expression and obedient demeanor, Yufong couldn't help but laugh and said, then let's go all out with the tutoring. Or could you maybe chat less with that Lin Wintao from class 7? Oh, the handsome guy's true colors were finally revealed. It turned out he wanted to isolate his precious girl from all other male creatures. Seeing Yufong laughing and rolling around in front of her, Qinqing puffed out her cheeks with displeasure, saying nothing but thinking, how did the topic suddenly shift to this? Seeing her silent and unresponsive, Yufong suddenly felt a pang of guilt. He stopped laughing, looked up at her with a hint of worry, and asked, is that not okay? Seeing him turn serious again, it was her turn to feel uneasy. Afraid he'd overthink it, she quickly said, I agree. At that moment, the thought of actually agreeing to Yufong's possessiveness made her blush slightly. He looked at her and smiled gently. Yufong thought to himself, you agreed, so you can't go back on your word. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was a few weeks before the monthly exams. At the back of the classroom, a young couple was still studying diligently. Yufong studied hard, and Qinqing tutored him attentively. Her voice resonated steadily in the back of the classroom. The formula here is, if this were a game where effort determined survival points, then Wen Yufong would probably be at the top, because his effort in studying was constantly increasing. At this moment, Li Xiang just entered the classroom and, as usual, lowered his head to address him as boss. But the words, brother, you were barely out of his mouth when the scene before him shocked him speechless. Seeing Wen Yufong buried in his studies, Li Xiang was completely taken aback. Covering his face in shock, his mind went blank, unsure of where he was or who he was. Even the usually silent Zhao Zhou, nicknamed Silent Clam, surprisingly shouted, Xiang, pay attention. However, none of this reached Yufong's ears. He was still buried in his books at the back of the classroom. Fast forward, time jumped to the teacher's office sometime later, where Teacher Shun was drinking tea from a teapot, holding Wen Yufong's workbook in his other hand. It seemed the teacher didn't have much hope for this name, intending to put it aside casually. However, the score inside made Teacher Shin spit out his tea in surprise, coughing repeatedly. What's going on? Is this really the school heartthrobs test paper? He seemed unable to believe his eyes, but the score was right there, and Teacher Shun had to accept reality. During a class activity, Teacher Shun excitedly showed the whole class when Yufong had achieved unprecedentedly good results in the math and chemistry exams. He had to be praised. Hearing this explosive news, the whole class erupted. The protagonist himself, however, just yawned, treating it as idle chatter during self-study. During class success self-study period, Yufong was probably too tired and fell asleep directly. Chinqing looked at him tenderly, thinking, he's improved so quickly, he must have sacrificed a lot of rest during this time. Suddenly, Song Lin from the next class rushed in like a whirlwind, his face full of excitement, shouting, "Big news! Big news!" Before anyone could ask what had happened, he blurted out, "The autumn sports meet that was supposed to be canceled this week is back on." But his mouth was faster than his eyes. After shouting, he realized when Yufong was still sleeping at the back of the classroom and immediately worried. "Oh no, I forgot he's a permanent resident here now." Sure enough, as the saying goes, don't mess with someone who's sleeping. If one accidentally woke this great god, they could only pray for themselves. Song Lin's shouting woke when Yufong, still not fully awake. Yufong stood up, glared at the source of the noise, and cursed, "Are you sick?" When Yufong's icy gaze stared straight at Song Lin, as if saying, "Are you tired of living?" Song Lin's face instantly turned pale, as if he had been scalded by boiling water 981 times. He instinctively took a few steps back and stammered, "Sorry, brother you." Seeing his terrified look, Song Lin's soul probably flew away. When Yufong got up from behind his seat, intending to teach Song Lin a lesson, Chinqing, seeing his reaction, widened her eyes in surprise. It had probably been a long time since she'd seen him angry. She quickly grabbed his hand, trying to stop him. Chinqing held Wen Yufong's hand and looked up at him tenderly. "Wen Yufong, don't be angry," she said. Her round, gentle, and adorable eyes were her most powerful weapon. When Yufong stared at Chinqing, stunned, worried that her persuasion wasn't enough, Chinqing continued, Can I help you with the problems?" Her gentle eyes never left his. At this moment, what Chinqing wanted most was probably for Wen Yufong to stop being angry. Wen Yufong looked at her silently, or rather, he wanted to say something but didn't know how. Chinqing's gentle and lovely appearance left him momentarily speechless. So, their eyes met. He looked at her, she looked at him, and neither of them said another word. All their emotions lingered in their gazes. The two of them just kept spreading dog food, forcing everyone around them to eat a mouthful. In the end, when Yufong decided to sit back down, sparing Song Lin's life, just like he was a shark outside but a small fry at home, as soon as the family housekeeper appeared, he became a tiny shrimp. The fact that he didn't punish the troublemaking Song Lin, but instead obediently listened to Chinqing and returned to his seat, shocked the whole class. After coaxing Wen Yufong back to his seat, Chinqing continued to explain the health tip. Getting irritable when you wake up is mostly due to low blood sugar. You can go get it checked. If that's really the case, just carry some candy with you. However, it seemed he wasn't planning on storing this information in his limited memory. After a while, when both of them were concentrating on their homework, when Yufong suddenly said, casually, "It turns out my blood sugar really is a bit low." Chinqing, are you throwing out bait now? Or is your information update a little delayed? He looked up and continued, "But I still don't need candy." Chinqing stared at him blankly and asked, why? Wen Yufong, who was doing his homework, suddenly stopped writing. Then he turned to her, a happy smile spreading across his face. "Don't I have you?" he said. Chinqing stared at him, dazed, unable to resist his flirting. Because in Wen Yufong's heart, her existence was the sweetest thing in his life. One day, Chinqing was preoccupied and depressed, worried about the upcoming sports meet. She grumbled to herself, "Ugh, the autumn sports meet is coming again. Do I have to participate?" The class monitor's voice echoed in her mind. Unless you have a doctor's note, everyone has to participate in at least one event. It was terrible. Chinqing sighed helplessly. She had barely escaped military training, and now she was about to fall into the pit of the sports meet, out of the frying pan and into the fire. Seeing Chinqing looking like she had just lost a fortune in the stock market, when Yufong asked in surprise, "Do you really not want to participate in the sports meet?" As soon as she heard the word sports, she immediately pouted and complained, "I hate running the most." The usually enthusiastic Chinqing wilted at the mention of class activities. It turned out everyone had their weaknesses. Seeing this, Wen Yufong immediately sat up straight, stood up, and raised his hand. Song Lin, "Give me a registration form," he said. Upon hearing this, Song Lin immediately wagged his tail and came over, replying smoothly, "I, Captain," pushing the registration form in front of Chinqing. When Yufong earnestly suggested, besides track and field, you can also choose field events. Chinqing bit her finger, staring at the registration form with a look of deep thought. After staring at the registration form for a long time, Chinqing looked up innocently and asked, "What's track and field, and what are field events?" It turned out that the god of cuteness could possess anyone at any time, and this time, it had chosen their little cutie. Her question left Wen Yufong speechless. He stared at her, unable to utter a word, probably not expecting his all-around little darling to have a blind spot in her knowledge. But Li Xiong, the goofball, couldn't help it and burst out laughing. "Brother you, I never thought that an all-around player like you would find a sports newbie as a girlfriend." "Oh, Li Xiong, you really have no sense of timing." Seeing his bro Li Xiong laughing like a fool, without even glancing at the big boss's face, Zhao Ziyue reached out and pinched him hard. Li Xiong's expression instantly froze in pain, as if he had been exorcised. It seemed Zhao's pinching skills were very effective. Li Xiong immediately changed his tune, his attitude doing a complete 180, and started flattering, "New classmate, you must learn more from brother you, so you can compliment your shortcomings. No, so you can develop morally, intellectually, and physically." These false words flowed smoothly from Li Xiong's mouth like they were greased. Chinqing stared at him wide-eyed, as if hypnotized, while Zhao Ziyue closed his eyes and turned his head away in speechless exasperation. Even so, when Yufong patiently explained the events of the sports meet to Chinqing, running and walking were track events, while jumping and throwing were field events. He then tried to persuade her, saying that if she didn't want to participate in track events, she could choose field events. The cutie finally seemed to understand, replying, like throwing a ball and javelin. Chinqing wasn't completely ignorant about sports. It was just that no one, like Wen Yufong, had guided her before. He was about to continue explaining the sports events to Chinqing when he suddenly realized that all he could see was Chinqing. She was a petite and frail girl. With such a physique, even walking seemed strenuous, let alone participating in sports. When Yufong gazed at Chinqing intently, then looked away, thinking that perhaps he should suggest she switch to a different event. Meanwhile, she seemed particularly excited about the field events, hesitantly saying, "Maybe I can try, right?" But when Yufong, looking at her, said, "Maybe you can, but let's not." Confusion filled Chinqing's eyes as she hesitantly asked why. He glanced at her and said, "If you sprain your ankle, I'll feel bad." In fact, anyone who had been watching this young couple from the beginning was probably already overwhelmed by their sweetness. Youth should include a boy like Wen Yufong. Hearing this, Chinqing looked at him with innocent eyes as if begging to be pampered. Sure enough, no one could resist those adorable eyes, and Wen Yufong was no exception. He moved closer to Chinqing, startling her into exclaiming, "Wen Yufong, you can't do this." But Wen Yufong stubbornly refused to back away, instead moving even closer and asking, "Can't do what?" Chinqing quickly grabbed a piece of paper from the table and held it in front of her face, naively thinking that this would maintain a safe distance between them. Hiding behind the thin paper, Chinqing said, "My second brother said I'm not allowed to talk to boys at school." Still hiding behind the paper, Chinqing turned her face and continued, "He said I'm not allowed to talk to boys who flirt with girls at school." Hearing this, Wen Yufong's expression went blank. Then he repeated her words with a hint of displeasure. "Flirt." He said coldly, "When did I flirt with you?" Chinqing froze, as if reorganizing her words, still hiding behind the paper, and clearly said, "You." But before she could finish, Wen Yufong suddenly leaned forward and pressed his lips against hers, or rather, kissed her through the paper. The sudden action made her eyes widen in surprise. Wen Yufong immediately turned away and said, "Is that considered flirting?" The school bully even blushed when kissing a girl. Wen Yufong was really petty, being called a flirt. He simply kissed her to let her know what real flirting was. Since he was wrongly accused, of course he had to get some benefit. After the kiss, Chinqing froze, her hands still in their original position, completely unable to move. Without the support of her hands, the paper slipped to the floor. She remained motionless, unable even to turn around. Seeing her like this, he chuckled softly. When Yufong gently touched his lips, perhaps the lingering taste of the kiss still on his mind. Although it was only an indirect kiss, the shock of the moment was evident on Chinqing's face. She looked up at him. When Yufang's perfect profile was flawlessly handsome, captivating from every angle. He stared intently at the blackboard, unsure if he was actually seeing the words written there, clearly pretending not to look at her to hide his own feelings. Chinqing also seemed to gradually realize a strange feeling welling up in her heart, her cheeks burning red. The two turned their backs to each other, no longer speaking, but that strange and warm feeling had probably already spread through them. The piece of paper that witnessed their kiss lay quietly behind them, forgotten. After all, youth is a sudden downpour, and everyone gets drenched at least once. Besides the sudden rain, youth is also made up of scorching days known as sports meets. To be honest, Chinqing's aversion to sports was probably something on a spiritual level. She could have chosen an easier event, but there were long jump experts in the class, and her physical condition automatically eliminated her from shot put and high jump. So, as if fate couldn't be resisted, Chinqing could only sign up for track and field, for the knitter and the seafood seller. This was truly unfortunate. After some consideration, she finally chose the women's 4x100-meter relay, and so the arduous training days began. Now, Chinqing, whose heart was nearly pounding out of her chest, bent over, hands on her knees, gasping for breath. No matter how hard she tried, it was extremely exhausting for her. During these long training days, Euong always played the role of support, meticulously taking care of Chinqing. Seeing Chinqing's pale face from exhaustion, Euong handed her a bottle of water and said, "Zhao Qing, you have the worst stamina I've ever seen." "Miss Zhou, is that supposed to be comforting?" But Chinqing wasn't angered or upset. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and said with a smile, "Is it that bad?" Taking the water bottle from Euong, Chinqing thanked her and brought the bottle to her lips, intending to drink it all in one go to quench her thirst. But just then, a boy's hand reached out and tightened the cap with a snap, interrupting her moment of refreshment. Bang! Who else could it be? When Yufang was right behind her, saying in nagging tone, "You can't drink water immediately after exercising." The water bottle had almost touched her lips, but it was snatched away. Chinqing's face was filled with shock and disappointment. As soon as she saw him, Euong became like a child who had seen a tiger, nervously shouting, "Punk." But as soon as the words left her mouth, Euong realized she had misspoken. She wished she could stuff the words back in, even wishing the ground would open up and swallow her whole. "I am doomed," she thought. Euong quickly turned around, not daring to look at Wen Yufang. Witnessing her friend's social death, Chinqing could only stand there like a statue. As for Wen Yufang, he subconsciously repeated Euong's words. "Punk." At this moment, the nickname didn't make him feel cool at all. He leaned closer to Chinqing and asked, "So that's what you call me behind my back?" As soon as he called her name, Chinqing stammered, not knowing how to explain, and could only weakly defend herself. "No, it's just that before." But her flustered expression made Wen Yufang burst out laughing. It turned out he hadn't intended to make things difficult for her at all. Chinqing stared at him blankly, her face full of confusion. He kept laughing, and she kept staring at him. As she watched, she pouted, feeling that he was going too far in teasing her. Only Euong, caught in the middle, felt incredibly awkward. Euong hesitated between leaving and staying, struggled between speaking and silence. In short, Euong was like a third wheel right now. Obviously, if she didn't want to be questioned about her slip of the tongue, it was best for Euong to leave quickly. If she didn't want to be force-fed dog food, she should also leave. After weighing her options, she decided to slip away. Euong glanced at Chinqing and said, "Shou Qing, I suddenly remembered I have something to do, and also..." Oh, I almost let it slip again. Fortunately, she stopped herself in time and added, "Oh, Senior One is also here. You can ask him at time you're training." As she spoke, Euong frantically gestured to Chinqing, but her clueless teammate didn't seem to understand. To add a bit more flattery, she added, "Senior One is much more professional than me, right?" Then Euong walked to Chinqing's side and whispered in her ear, "You were so pale when you were running just now, but why is your face so red now that this person is here?" What a good friend, exposing her best friend's embarrassment. Fortunately, Euong didn't know what happened in class this morning, otherwise Chinqing wouldn't know how she would tease her. As soon as she finished speaking, Euong ran away quickly. When Yufang looked at Euong's retreating figure and said, "Actually, I'm curious too." Then he stared intently at Chinqing's face, which was as red as the sun, and teased, "This is the first time I've seen you blush like this when you see me. Did I do something?" Chinqing frowned in embarrassment and retorted, "When Yufang, you know why." But when Yufong still wouldn't let it go, determined to tease her, and asked with a smirk, "Yes, I know. That's why I'm asking you." He seemed determined to get to the bottom of it, continuing to press the topic Chinqing was desperately trying to avoid. He leaned in close, looked directly into her eyes, and asked, "Do you know Shou Qing? Do you know what I did to you this morning means?" Her pitiful, shy expression was enough to soften anyone's heart, and she looked like she was about to cry. Was she blaming him? She clearly wanted to avoid it, but he had to bring it up. Her pitiful appearance amused Wen Yufong. He chuckled softly and looked at her tenderly, thinking, she's still so easily embarrassed. It takes her so long to figure out something so simple. Wen Yufong thought to himself, our little darling is so thin-skinned. Seeing that she still wouldn't answer, and he was about to continue teasing her, Chinqing finally mustered up her courage, closed her eyes, and replied, "I know." Then she ducked her head and replied awkwardly, trying to sound calm, even though her heart was probably racing. She said, "But Wen Yufong." She turned to look at him and answered firmly, "I'm still young." These words stunned Wen Yufong, who had been smirking, and he quickly wiped the smile off his face. At 7:15 p.m., the usually bustling Sure City High School soccer field was now filled with only the rhythmic sound of footsteps. Chinqing was panting, while Wen Yufong was seriously instructing her, helping her adjust her breathing. Inhale for 2 steps, exhale for 2 steps. Chinqing dragged her feet, grumbling in frustration. Wen Yufong looked at her, drenched in sweat and wearing a pitiful expression. "I really can't run anymore." He glanced at his watch like a robot. "You've only run 2.5 laps. Then he gave her a serious look. "Is your stamina really this bad?" Breathing heavily, her cheeks flushed, she pouted. "My athletic performance has always been poor, okay?" His gaze deepened. "This isn't about athletic performance. Your physique is too weak. It means you have seriously poor endurance. If there's a minor virus going around, you'll be the first one down." Chinqing lowered her head, silently accepting the criticism. He continued to advise her in a gentler tone. "In the long run, your organs and everything else will weaken. Have you thought about how harmful that could be?" Wen Yufong looked like a professor giving a lecture. Hearing this, Chinqing bit her lip. She had always known she wasn't healthy, but she hadn't realized it was this serious. Her eyes moistened with a pleading look. Her flustered appearance was actually quite cute. He looked away, slightly embarrassed. "Chinqing, don't try to get out of this with your little girl tricks." She froze. "Little girl tricks? Oh my God, I'm not relying on any goddess charm, okay? I didn't do anything." He couldn't deny, though, that those clear, large eyes were hard to resist. Wen Yufong suddenly grabbed her hand. He wanted to pull her along to continue running. Chinqing was startled. "I haven't rested yet." Wen Yufong closed his eyes, holding Chinqing's hand, as if transferring strength to her. "You can't stop immediately after running, especially since what you just ran barely counts as a warm-up." Feeling underestimated, she mumbled, "A little boo fu cheat. How can I compare to you?" Wen Yufong chuckled, a teasing glint in his eyes. "Compare to me? Where does your confidence come from?" Hearing this, Chinqing was so angry she felt like her head was about to explode. She just wanted to punch this annoying guy. Despite her anger, she could only pout and say word chip. "Ly, your legs are much longer than mine. Of course, I can't compare to you." Wen Yufong couldn't help but laugh. He suddenly let go of her hand. "So you know your legs are short." He took a step back, looking at her seriously, still not willing to run more. He started jogging backward, urging her to run towards him. Before long, Chinqing was panting, her legs weak, and she finally tripped and fell. Fortunately, Wen Yufong caught her just in time. Her small, exhausted body now rested safely in his arms. However, as she fell into his arms, she smelled the familiar scent of mint and frowned slightly. Chinqing immediately accused him, "You've been smoking again." Wen Yufong didn't answer, just looked at her quietly, something hidden in his eyes. After a moment of hesitation, he said defensively, just to stay alert. A breeze blew by, carrying the noise and cheers of the surrounding students, all of whom had witnessed the sweet scene between Chinqing and Wen Yufong. Noticing the many onlookers, Chinqing felt uneasy, a panicked look appearing on her face. She subconsciously tried to pull her hand back, taking a step backward. But when Yufong held her hand tightly, his other arm protectively around her, shielding her from the curious and gossiping gazes of the other students. The whispers didn't seem to affect him at all. Instead, he seemed to be asserting his dominance. Nestled in his arms, she said shyly in a low voice, "When you fawn." But he seemed to completely ignore her weak resistance. Looking directly into her eyes, he said, "Skip morning's self-study tomorrow." Chinqing asked in surprise, "Huh? Why?" When Yufong said firmly, "From now on, every Sunday morning, I'll take you through some simple physical training. And every day before evening self-study, you have to run at least 2 laps on the track." Chinqing could only sigh, unable to argue, but a warmth inexplicably rose in her heart. Murmurs continued in the crowd. Chinqing, still panting, heard someone sneer, "Look how tired our little sister is." It was a boy from class 7, grinning at her. Chinqing glanced at him, frowning slightly, and suddenly asked, "Are your liberal arts scores really that good?" Her sudden question stunned him, leaving him momentarily speechless. The boy with the gray hair retorted, "At least better than some people who skip class to fight and are at the bottom of the grade, right?" Everyone knew he was taunting Wen Yufong. Chinqing didn't know how capable he was to look down on Wen Yufong like this, so she asked again, "What's your liberal arts ranking in the grade?" He hesitated, stopping just below 10%, but so what? Wasn't Wen Yufong even lower, at less than 5%? Chinqing nodded in agreement. Was this guy stupid? Wen Yufong at 5% was still better than him. She immediately retorted, "You're already gloating over someone with 5% when you only have 10%, and you're doing it in front of someone who got a perfect score." She put her hands behind her back and asked seriously, "Is that how your math teacher taught you courage?" The boy was stumped. "That has nothing to do with." He blustered. Chinqing said, "Although my grades are average, I can still teach elementary school math. For example, which is bigger, 100 to 10 or 10 to 5. When Yofong's little bunny was about to breathe fire today, she added innocently, "Oh, that's probably not even elementary school level. More like kindergarten, right?" The boy clenched his fists in anger. "I'm not arguing with you, because you're a girl." Then he stood up and yelled, "Don't go too far." A boy who couldn't even win an argument with a girl and then threw a tantrum after losing. I really wanted to sing him a song. What was that spicy one again? Oh, right, chili pepper. He was about to continue when Yufong walked over coldly. "Who told you to bully my girl?" As soon as when Yufong appeared, the boy froze. Just a moment ago, he was righteously holding forth, and now he was like a statue. He was still like a god, but now more like a crazy god. When Yufong approached him, seeing Wen Yofong's expression, the boy broke out in a cold sweat. Just as he looked like he was about to charge forward, Chinqing quickly stopped him, saying, "I remember saying." She continued to persuade him not to fight. "What if your wound opens up again? What am I supposed to do?" When Yufong stared intently at Chinqing, as if trying to figure out what she was thinking. It was obvious she was worried about him. But when Yufong seemed to suddenly understand something, and said something that left Chinqing speechless, it won't necessarily open up. Chinqing panicked and quickly pulled Wen Yufong away. Before things could escalate, Wen Yufong gave the group one last cold look, making everyone uneasy. The two boys stood frozen, only snapping out of it after Wen Yufong left. Chinqing kept pulling Wen Yufong along. They stopped after walking a short distance. She turned around and softly said to him, "I won't hang out with that class 7 bunch anymore." She sighed. "He's not like you." Then she started praising him again. "No one can compare to you." When Yufong listened attentively to Chinqing's words, the two gazed at each other for a long time. It was always like this. The way he looked at her was always so gentle. She also looked at him firmly and affirmed, "You're the best." When Yufong was stunned by these words, speechless for a moment, completely defenseless against such a confession. Sunday morning, 6 a.m., Chinqing's apartment complex. Grandma Chin asked her, Tian, aren't you supposed to be at school for self-study today?" She replied, I've already asked Teacher Shun for leave." Chinqing answered while looking at herself in the mirror, "I won't be going to school for self-study on weekend mornings anymore." Grandma asked in surprise, "Not going to school? Then why are you up so early and dressed so nicely?" Chinqing, afraid of being discovered by her grandma, pouted and said coquettishly, "I just grabbed a random tracksuit." But ginger is indeed hotter when old. Grandma saw right through her and continued to press, Why don't I remember my lazy cat granddaughter ever taking the initiative to wear a tracksuit to go running? Grandma seemed determined to get to the bottom of it. Tell Grandma the truth. Did you arrange to go running with someone? Chinqing blushed and stammered. It's that boy across the street. Grandma burst out laughing when she heard this. Oh, it's Xiaowen. While handing Chinqing her breakfast, she said enthusiastically, it's good for young people to exercise and run more. Grandma has seen Xiaowen go out to exercise early every morning. Grandma's loudspeaker officially went online, broadcasting a long string of nagging. Unlike you kids nowadays, you're all taken care of like flowers in a greenhouse, unable to withstand even a slight breeze. Perhaps she heard it every day, but every time this speech made Chinqing's heart race. She picked up the soup Grandma had just served and drank it with a straight face. He said, I'm too weak and my resistance is too low, so he's going to drag me along to run and exercise from now on. Grandma nodded in satisfaction. That's right. She looked particularly pleased. Chinqing thought her grandma's expression was a bit strange. She recalled the last time when Yufeng came over for dinner and how enthusiastic her grandma had been, constantly instructing him, put the thermos on the table, go wash your hands in the kitchen, bring this out first, be careful it's hot. The guy, who usually acted like a school bully, actually obeyed like a well-behaved grandson. Grandma even continued to remind Wen Yufeng, if you want to eat anything, just help yourself, don't be polite. Chinqing thought to herself, Wen Yufeng was as obedient as a wind-up toy. Remembering this, she muttered softly, Grandma's attitude towards him has really become strange. Without thinking further, Chinqing hurried away. She opened the door and said, Grandma, I'm leaving. Seeing this, her grandma called out to her, you've only had a few bites of food. But Chinqing had already checked the time, 6:25, a full 20 minutes earlier than the agreed-upon time. She put on her baseball cap, thinking to herself, just after leaving the house. Chinqing was still thinking, surely this time it wouldn't be someone else arriving first again. However, when she arrived, she was surprised to find Wen Yufeng already standing there. She asked, why are you here so early? Chinqing approached, turning into a clingy puppy, nuzzling close to Wen Yufeng and sniffing him. Then, like a police dog detecting something off, her eyes filled with grievance. She asked, did you smoke again? Chinqing immediately switched into big sister mode, starting to interrogate him. Smoking is bad for your health. It's not good for you at all. Her eyes were full of disappointment. How many times have we talked about this? Why do you still? Every word, every action exuded sternness. Should she start managing her man? She looked at him with a wronged expression, sullen. Seeing her turn to leave, Wen Yufeng quickly apologized. I was wrong. I'll try not to smoke anymore. Sure enough, boys in love also turn into obedient puppies. Yunge today was not the same Yunge as yesterday. Hearing the words, try not to, Tian was stunned. She repeated try. Then she started to educate him on health knowledge. The ingredients in 1 gram of cigarettes can poison 300 rabbits or 500 mice. 50 milligrams is enough to be fatal to a human. Her head was practically steaming, but he still only said try. Seeing her anger, he said awkwardly, Tian, I promise you. He looked at her seriously. From now on, I absolutely will not touch cigarettes again. Okay. She was still a little skeptical of his words. Really? He suddenly leaned in and kissed her. Anything I promise you. I'd rather die than go back on my word. Write it down in your little notebook. Have you learned this knowledge point? The way he coaxed his girlfriend was incredibly sweet. Tian blushed because of his sudden action, but when Yufeng acted as if nothing had happened, as natural as buying candy or milk. He walked forward, turning back to call her, let's go. She shyly replied, The two went to the training room together and ran into Wen Yufeng's junior. The junior asked, Yufeng, same as usual today. Warm up, then shooting. When Yufeng replied, no, just simple physical training today. You don't need to arrange it. I'll take her. You can go out first. The junior immediately agreed. Okay, Feng Ge, call me if you need anything. When Yufeng just hummed an acknowledgement and left with Chinqing. Under his supervision, Chinqing trained diligently like a busy little bee. After a hard training session, the two walked back together. By the time they returned to Fulin Xian, she was exhausted. When Yufeng asked her how she felt, and she said weakly, I feel like I'm not myself anymore. The training was really tiring. Hearing her answer, he felt quite smug. Right, a complete transformation is good. He didn't comfort her, instead deliberately teasing her. Chinqing puffed out her cheeks angrily. You're so heartless. The two walked towards Chinqing's house, one after the other. As they walked, she suddenly stopped. He asked in surprise, what's wrong? She raised a hand to silence him. The two looked around together. It was the sound of a cat meowing. Chinqing's eyes lit up. I wasn't hearing things. It's a cat, a kitten's meow. One that hadn't grown up yet. She pleaded with him. Can I go take a look? When Yufeng actually wanted to agree to his girlfriend's request immediately, but still seriously reminded her, stray kittens can be fierce, and they might carry viruses. Don't get scratched or bitten. Chinqing smiled sweetly and agreed. Okay, I'll be careful. Then she carefully approached the cardboard box. Her expression was a little nervous, and when Yufeng followed, the excitement of thinking about the kitten was replaced by caution and concern. As she was about to open the cardboard box and saw the cute kitten inside, her emotions suddenly burst forth. Chinqing couldn't help but cry out, completely stunned by the little creature's cuteness. Meow! The little thing meowed. Chinqing found the kitten utterly adorable and couldn't resist reaching out to pet it. But when Yufeng reacted swiftly, grabbing her hand before she could touch it. Startled, she yelped. The kitten, frightened by the sudden noise, began to meow frantically. He looked at her seriously. Didn't I tell you not to touch it? She hesitated. I couldn't help it, she mumbled. He remained firm. You have to help it now. It's my turn to manage your bad habits. He looked at the cat appraisingly. It looks pretty dirty, probably abandoned. It can't be more than a month old. It might have viruses or parasites. Seeing the kitten being regarded with such disdain, Chinqing felt a pang of sympathy. It's not dirty. Look how white it is. Not even a single stray hair. He asked skeptically, do you want to keep it, Chinqing? Chinqing nodded vigorously. She really wanted to keep this super cute kitten. When Yufeng continued, are you sure your grandma will let you? At his words, she froze. All right, she hadn't even considered that. Chinqing's grandmother was always kind and loved flowers and goldfish, but she strongly disliked cats and dogs. Bringing the kitten home was practically impossible. Chinqing's excitement plummeted, replaced by a wave of sadness, both for herself and the adorable kitten. She turned to Wen Yufeng. I want to keep it, she said, as if hoping he could solve her dilemma. Could we keep it your place? The question caught him off guard. He feigned coolness for 5 seconds, but Xiao Tiantian used her big, round eyes as a weapon. Wen Yufeng wasn't fond of animals, especially small, fragile creatures. If he were to keep this kitten, he felt a dark cloud would descend upon his single life. But looking at Chinqing's hopeful eyes, he couldn't bring himself to refuse this adorable human. Clearly unable to resist those eyes, he sighed. Fine. Chinqing was overjoyed. They both looked at the kitten, the atmosphere quiet, the clearest sound the kitten's meows. When Yufeng watched the kitten, thinking, she really resembles herself. If Chinqing had a pair of ears and a little black nose, she'd truly look like a kitten. Xiao Tiantian's face did resemble a cat's, the common denominator being their cuteness. He was captivated by her cat-like face, while Chinqing was engrossed in communicating with the kitten through meows. This method of learning a foreign language was clearly ineffective, but people still enjoyed it. Her nonsensical actions, however, didn't annoy him. Instead, he found them endearing, his gaze drawn to her. Suddenly, Chinqing turned to him. Wen Yufeng, should we get a bath? The question caught him off guard. He stared blankly for a few seconds before clearing his throat. Chinqing, thinking he was unwell, asked worriedly, Wen Yufeng, are you feeling all right? He quickly feigned enthusiasm and began earnestly explaining pet care tips. We should take it to the vet to get rid of fleas, give it a bath, and get its vaccinations. Then we need to buy litter and kitten milk. He'd actually just Googled all this information. His phone screen was still lit, as if exposing him. Being able to access the internet is definitely worth the money. Although Chinqing loved cats, she hadn't thought of any of this. Her eyes widened. We need to prepare so much. I don't know anything about this. She smiled at Wen Yufeng. It's a good thing you're here. Seeing her trusting and admiring gaze, he felt a twinge of guilt, knowing his knowledge was freshly acquired. Seeing Chinqing's happy expression, Wen Yufeng thought, having a pet might not be so bad after all. They went together to get the kitten treated for fleas, checked by the vet, and bought supplies. Once everything was done, Xiao Tiantian, holding the kitten, looked at him gratefully. Wen Yufeng, thank you so much for your help today. She smiled. Let's take it back to your place first, and then I'll treat you to dinner. Wen Yufeng gently agreed. Okay, let's go home. Before he could say anything else, Chinqing had already told her mother. Half an hour later, they arrived at Wen Yufeng's apartment. Chinqing happily watched the kitten. After a while, perhaps feeling hungry, she turned to Wen Yufeng. Where should we go for lunch? Chinqing walked to the doorway, and saw him. He was preparing vegetables. Peeking into the kitchen, she was surprised to see him so skilled at cooking. She asked softly, "When Euong, you can cook?" He continued cooking as he replied, "I'm not used to eating strange things of unknown origin." She suddenly felt a pang of envy for the female lead. Are all other boyfriends like this? He turned slightly, offering a simple explanation. "I live alone." That was his reason for knowing how to cook, plain and simple. Hearing this, Chinqing looked back at herself, suddenly feeling a little ashamed. She thought she had wanted to help, but just deveining shrimp had left her dizzy and exhausted. Such a small task had worn her out. If she were asked to prepare a whole banquet, she might as well be asked to concoct poison. She looked at herself again, thinking it was better not to compare. The more she compared, the worse she felt. Seeing when Euong's deft hands move so efficiently, she felt embarrassed about her own inability to do housework. Although she knew her skills were lacking, could she really let him do all the work alone? Thinking of this, she walked over and asked, "Is there anything I can help with?" Euong softly said yes, but then chuckled and added, "You standing here watching me is probably the biggest help you can give." Feeling that he was teasing her, Tian still had some self-respect. After all, she had her girlish pride. "Okay," she replied hesitantly. "Actually, I'm not as clumsy as everyone thinks." Euong immediately explained, Tian, you misunderstood." When Euong turned to prepare the ingredients as he spoke, "Last time I said your hands were too small to hold a bowl steady and told you to stay away from the kitchen so you wouldn't break anything." He remembered it clearly, looking at the tableware and food on the counter, each item a potential hazard to her. So he continued, "The spines on the shrimp heads are very sharp. They'll prick your hands. The knives in the kitchen are all very sharp. You could easily hurt yourself. When you put things in the hot oil, if any water gets in, the oil will splatter and burn you." Euong continued gently, "The range hood can't absorb all the fumes, which isn't good for your respiratory system or your skin. I was just joking with you last time." Finally, he said seriously, "What I really want to tell you is that Tian is a girl who should be well protected, and I don't want you to do these things." He truly lived up to his reputation as the #1 doting husband. He looked at her affectionately. "In the future, I'll do all these things for you. You don't need to learn, and you don't need to be sad because you're not good at it." Euong gazed at Chinqing tenderly and said, "I'm happy that you don't know how to do these things because it means..." Chinqing's innocent and pure aura seemed to radiate from her eyes, making everyone who saw her want to take her home and cherish her. Standing before her, a man's protective instincts were instantly aroused. He said to her, "The Tian I didn't know, before we met, was always well taken care of and never suffered any hardship." The doting affection emanating from him lit up the entire space. Euong softly added, "This way, I won't regret not having appeared in your life sooner." Goodness, even I was moved by that, let alone Tian. This kind of love was like treating her as a precious treasure, afraid to drop her if held, and afraid she'd melt if held in his mouth. Autumn at Yizhong High School, the kind of autumn that makes your heart clench. The sunlight was soft and golden, bathing the entire campus, and the leaves were starting to turn yellow. Just then, Mr. Shin suddenly announced the upcoming autumn sports meet. Standing at the podium, Mr. Shin began to explain the arrangements for the sports meet in detail, saying that the school felt everyone needed to relax, so safety was the priority. The whole class nodded like bobbleheads. Seeing that everyone agreed with the school's arrangements, Mr. Shun continued, "I won't say much more. The first rule is that students who are not participating in the competition should not go down to the field, just watch from the stands. Snacks and drinks are allowed, but clean up after yourselves." He glanced at the training and class schedule and said, "Finally, the sports meet will be held all day, so no evening self-study tonight. How about that?" Hearing the words "no class," everyone erupted as if they had won the lottery, the entire classroom buzzing with excitement, as if they had witnessed the birth of their own younger brother. They had been looking forward to this day for so long. It was a dream come true. Mr. Shun had anticipated this, and he waited for everyone to calm down before saying, "Are you all done now?" This wasn't a question, but a signal, and the result. Instant silence. Once the classroom quieted down, Mr. Shun continued, "One last announcement. After the sports meet, no one is to leave the field immediately. Wait for 15 minutes. Mr. Shun put his hands behind his back and said, "Seriously, I want to talk to you all about choosing your majors. All right, go line up now." Just as everyone thought the sports meet announcements were over, a student slowly walked up to the podium and said softly, "Mr. Shun, I'm holding a class banner. but my first event is early, and the roll call is early too. Who can hold it for me? Mr. Shun stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, don't we have a student in our class who's absolutely injury-proof? Give the banner to him, problem solved. Hearing this, the student holding the banner's face fell. Everyone knew who he was talking about. The student instinctively looked at Wen Yufang. Seeing the school bully's expression, he was already half scared to death, his mind screaming, I'd rather run 1,000 meters in the wind holding the class banner. But Mr. Shun didn't hear his inner plea. Wen Yufang, come here for a moment. Wen Yufang glanced at Chinqing. He suddenly grabbed her bag and walked ahead. Ms. Shun seemed surprised, but went along with it. Wen Yufang, you're in charge of carrying the class bag today. Wen Yufang said as he walked, carrying a bag, sure, but not for the whole class. He gave Chinqing a playful look. This is for exclusive royal use. Chinqing looked at him blankly, while Ms. Shun mimicked, oh, exclusive royal use. Then, as if understanding Wen Yufang's meaning, Ms. Shun played along. She asked Chinqing, the class would like to borrow your royal bag carrier to hold the class banner. Do you mind? Chinqing replied, Ms. Shun, Wen Yufang's hand hasn't healed yet. Hearing the students' saccharine interaction, the young teacher froze. Can you two please stop using your poor teacher as an excuse to show off your love? But they probably didn't even notice her expression. Chinqing blushed and looked down, while Wen Yufang stared at her with a silly grin. On the field, the broadcast announced, the Yizhong High School Autumn Sports Meet has officially begun. The homeroom teacher's voice echoed from the speakers. Everyone, please gather at the central stadium. Wen Yufang, carrying the class banner on his shoulder and Chinqing's bag in his hand, attracted sidelong glances and murmurs from other students. A little embarrassed, she nudged him with her elbow. Wen Yufang, give me back my bag. Everyone's looking. He remained unmoved. She asked softly, can I have it back? Why not? Wen Yufang reached out and gently ruffled her hair. With your height and those short legs, you'll only get shorter. Then you won't even be able to run the long-distance race, understand? Other girls might have been jealous, but Chinqing wasn't. She just pouted and complained, you just think your legs are long. As soon as she finished speaking, she looked up at Wen Yufang, feeling a bit foolish. Comparing height at this moment seemed pointless. Their height difference was like a small building next to a skyscraper. Many girls probably envied his long legs, wanting those superior genes for their children. Thinking about the future, Chinqing felt dizzy and speechless. She knew she was losing the argument, but didn't want to admit defeat completely. She mumbled, Wen Yufang, you shouldn't be standing here. He replied, as the only one not participating today, I'll be the temporary sports committee member. Wen Yufang looked at Chinqing's pouting face and smiled brightly. Right now, this was exactly where he should be. From the stands, Wen Yufang was walking towards Chinqing. Suddenly, on the stairs, a disciplinary teacher shouted, stop. Non-participating students are not allowed in the competition area. But when Yufang's aura seemed to intensify, he completely ignored the teacher and continued down the stairs. The teacher called after him, do not leave the stands without permission. Didn't your homeroom teacher tell you? Wen Yufang glanced back coldly, but his pace didn't slow. The teacher continued, if you have something to do, get a leave slip from your homeroom teacher before coming down. But when Yufang paid no attention, his eyes fixed on Chinqing, who was putting on her competition badge and preparing to enter the field. He slowly descended the stairs from the other side. In the Class 6 stands, Song Lin finished taking attendance and ran up to the stands. Where's Yuji? He asked. Someone replied. He seemed to have gone to the other side just now. Hearing his friend's words, Song Lin's eyes widened in surprise. So he's not coming back. Just as he spoke, when Yufang appeared. It seemed like every time when Yufang lit incense, it worked. Song Lin wagged his tail like a puppy and ran to Wen Yufang, trying his best to flatter him. Yuji, I'm finished here. I'll take the class banner. When Yufang didn't respond, only asking, did the class prepare ice packs? Song Lin froze for a moment, then quickly replied, the class doesn't have any, but the sports committee member should have some prepared. Go get an ice pack. Song Lin, still not understanding, asked in surprise, huh? Song Lin stammered, what do you need an ice pack for? Before he could finish, he watched in a daze as when Yufang jumped down from the stands. Perhaps because the disciplinary teacher had just sent him back, he now had to climb over the wall to enter the field. But what did he need an ice pack for? Song Lin stared blankly at his retreating figure, his mind full of questions. As soon as he landed on the field, Wen Yufang saw Li Shang and Zhao Zi warming up below. His appearance startled them both. Li Shang shouted, "Ooh." Seeing his wall-climbing skills, the two exclaimed, "Looks like he'll be at the top of the blacklist again next month." Li Shang and Zhao Ziruo were certain of one thing upon seeing Wen Yufang. Yi Zhonghai's Wen Yufang was about to take over again. Just then, his appearance caught the attention of the group across from them. The girls who had just finished their competition turned to look at him, their smiles fading as they whispered amongst themselves with a hint of worry. What's going on? Judging by his expression, it doesn't look like he's here to congratulate us on our win. Chinqing, is he looking for you? He looks scary. Just then, a teacher stepped forward and pointed at the troublemaker. Aren't non-participating students prohibited from entering the competition area? Wen Yufang completely ignored the teacher, his face expressionless, like a tuna. Perhaps afraid of being sent back to the stands like last time, he said coldly, "One of our classmates is injured." "Teacher, if you insist on maintaining discipline and ignore the actual situation, then we'll have to handle it ourselves." The teacher's face flushed. What kind of attitude is that? Is that any way to talk to a teacher? At the same time, Chinqing looked up at him in confusion, as if asking why he was there. Seeing Chinqing, Wen Yufang didn't say a word. He grabbed her shoulder, completely ignoring the teacher's gaping mouth, and led her away like a doll, paying no mind to her wide-eyed surprise. The way he held her was both domineering and endearing. After a while, Wen Yufang brought Chinqing to a chair and gently set her down. Chinqing's cheeks flushed. She whispered, "Wen Yufang, are you crazy? Didn't Mr. Shun just say we can't?" Before she could finish, Wen Yufang interrupted her, "I think you're the one who's crazy." His words stunned her. They stared at each other. Chinqing's reaction speed seemingly slowing in direct proportion to Wen Yufang's doting. Finally, Chinqing lowered her head, too embarrassed to look at him. He sighed in resignation and shook his head, exasperated by her foolishness. Wen Yufang turned to the classmates who were still chattering amongst themselves. She sprained her left ankle. Someone go down to the stands and tell Song Lin to throw down an ice pack. Suddenly called upon, the surrounding students froze for a moment, then quickly dispersed with a chorus of, "Oh, okay." Someone whispered, "Our Wen Yufang is quite thoughtful." Wen Yufang turned back, sighed, and took off his hat. He placed the hat on Chinqing's head. She looked up at him. After putting the hat on her, he asked, "The moment I let my guard down, you can't sit still, can you?" Sweetie." The way he called her sweetie was full of affection. Chinqing stammered, "It's really nothing. I just didn't land right during the relay sprint and twisted it a little. It really doesn't hurt at all." As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly retracted her leg as if trying to hide the pain. Wen Yufang saw right through her lie. He reached out and squeezed her foot, making her wince. He'd been waiting for this moment. "Didn't you say it didn't hurt?" he asked sternly. He then took off Chinqing's shoe and sock to let her foot breathe and to examine the injury. The sprained area was already swollen like a small bun. Those around them looked at her injury with concern. He carefully examined the injury, gently cupping her ankle and massaging it softly. "You can't put weight on a sprained ankle. It's common sense, don't you know that?" Wen Yufang looked up at her sternly. Chinqing replied sheepishly, "I didn't think it would be this serious. I just wanted to wait until I got back to the classroom." Mid-sentence, she sensed a dangerous aura emanating from Wen Yufang and knew she was in trouble. The smartest thing to do at this point was to avoid angering him further. She quickly added, "To come find you. That's the real reason." Wen Yufang smiled. "Getting smarter, sweetie." Wen Yufang looked up at her in surprise, perhaps unexpected by her reliance on him. Suddenly, several girls ran over shouting, "Ice pack! Ice pack!" They were shivering from the cold, the ice pack practically vibrating in their hands. Wen Yufang took the ice pack and casually asked, "Why is it so cold?" The girl replied, "The sports committee member just got it from the freezer." Chinqing, sitting on the chair, said softly, "It's okay. We can use it later." But Wen Yufang, without hesitation, took off his jacket and then his t-shirt. His movements were swift and decisive, completely oblivious to the fact that he had attracted the attention of the surrounding girls. He then wrapped his t-shirt around the ice pack. Perhaps he couldn't wait for the ice pack to warm up, or perhaps, more accurately, he didn't want Chinqing to suffer any more pain. Faint scars were visible on his bare arms. Seeing the scars, the girls instinctively took a step back. The surrounding students began whispering and murmuring. "Oh my God, that's so scary, so domineering. No wonder he's the school bully. I heard he works part-time at a bar, and his grades are terrible. He's such a delinquent. Chinqing wasn't spared either. Who's that girl? Someone asked. I heard she's a top student in her first year, first in every subject. They don't match at all. How embarrassing. But when Yufeng didn't care about these whispers. He was long used to the buzzing gossip and paid it no mind. His eyes were only on Chinqing, and he quickly knelt down. He carefully placed the ice pack on Chinqing's foot and asked with concern, "Is it cold?" Although the ice pack made Chinqing shiver involuntarily, she looked at him and softly replied, "No, it's not cold." Perhaps she was telling the truth, because his gentleness warmed her from the inside out. She smiled like a happy little bird, whispering silently in her heart, "When Yufeng, thank you for being here." Hearing this, when Yufeng smiled too, his outward indifference hiding a gentle joy that soared with the autumn breeze. Honestly, everyone just stood around watching and gossiping for half an hour. They had way too much time on their hands, completely ignoring everyone else. When Yufeng focused on taking care of her, feeling embarrassed and awkward from the whispers, Chinqing softly said, "When Yufeng, let's go back, okay? My foot doesn't hurt as much anymore." When Yufeng remained unmoved, his expression unchanged as he continued to examine Chinqing's foot, checking to see if the swelling had subsided. He saw Chinqing's continuous pleading, aware that sitting there was drawing too much attention. It seemed when Yufeng was playing deaf, Chinqing's condition was his priority, and all the buzzing gossip meant nothing to him. Chinqing had no choice but to continue persuading him. Students from other classes are watching too. "Let's go back to the classroom, please." When Yufeng finally looked up at Chinqing, facing her teary, bright, and lovely eyes, he didn't say anything, only letting out a long sigh. Suddenly, he stood up so quickly that Chinqing was startled and instinctively recoiled. Seeing this, when Yufeng asked, "Why are you hiding? Are you thinking about that kiss in the classroom again?" Blushing like that. Seeing he hadn't thought anything of it, Chinqing realized she was overthinking and shyly replied, "I can walk back myself." When Yufeng questioned, "You plan to hop back like a rabbit in front of the entire school?" He glared at her coldly, but his tone held concern. Or, "Do you want to be a one-legged rabbit? Your foot is so swollen. If you don't hop, you'll have to drag yourself home." Chinqing was taken aback, wondering why she hadn't noticed how much he liked using metaphors before. She immediately retorted, "Even if I have to hop back, it's better than having you carry me to the stands." But when Yufeng clearly wasn't going to let her off the hook, he was domineering, and domineering people take care of you. Ignoring her objection, he took a step closer and said, "It seems carrying you is the best option." Chinqing panicked and yelled no. Left with no other choice, she softened her approach and tentatively asked, "Can you at least help me walk back?" When Yufeng pretended to think it over in silence. Meanwhile, Chinqing's mind raced, imagining him saying, "I'm going to carry you." Panicking, she screamed internally, "No, no, no." But what came out her mouth was, "Fine, whatever you want." Had she been spending too much time with him? Her thoughts were starting to jump around like him. Just as she closed her eyes, preparing to be dragged away like a sack of potatoes, nothing happened. She cautiously opened her eyes and was surprised to find Wen Yufeng sitting in front of her, his broad back towards her. He said, "Is this okay? I'll carry you back. Get on." Seeing her hesitation, he added, "Don't even think about letting your foot touch the ground." His domineering command left her speechless. Although a little embarrassed, Chinqing felt this might be better than she imagined. She immediately agreed to let Wen Yufeng carry her. It was the first time her arms wrapped around a boy's broad shoulders. She could smell the faint scent of mint on him. An indescribable feeling welled up inside her. Chinqing couldn't help but think. Chinqing looked content, thinking she must have been studying too hard. Why else would her heart bounce like a spring every time when Yufeng gave in or compromised? Was this what liking someone felt like? Chinqing couldn't say for sure. All she knew was that being carried on his back, her face pressed against his broad, warm shoulder, she wished the walk could be longer. Just then, Teacher Shun from the stands happened to see Wen Yufeng carrying Chinqing as they passed below. Seeing the teachers also seemed surprised, and Mr. Shun appeared to be deep in thought. The disciplinary teacher barked at Wen Yufeng just as the two of them walked up. But Wen Yufeng didn't seem to think it was a big deal. He walked past the disciplinary teacher with an air of nonchalance, completely ignoring him. This infuriated the teacher, who yelled after him. Without even stopping, when Yufong called back over his shoulder, "Mr. Shun, I'll take Chinqing back first and come back to listen to your lecture later. Her leg hurts. She can't be punished with me." My goodness, that concern was heartwarming. Although Chinqing's leg was visibly swollen, the disciplinary teacher, always rigid, still wanted to give him a hard time. His face red with anger, he roared, "When Yufong, what kind of attitude is this? Don't you know what's important? If you continue like this, I'll—" But these words clearly had no effect on him. Seeing the tense atmosphere and Chinqing's poor condition, Mr. Shun interrupted him. With a gentle smile, he soothed the furious disciplinary teacher. "Disciplinary teacher, let me handle my student." Though still angry, the disciplinary teacher gave him some face, replying, "Then Mr. Shun, you'll have to put in extra effort. If the higher-ups blame me, I won't be able to explain myself." Mr. Shun replied, "Don't worry." After appeasing the disciplinary teacher, Mr. Shun turned to Wen Yufong and, to lighten the mood, said, "What are you standing around for? Go on." At that moment, in Class 6 viewing area, when Yufong was tending to Chinqing, cautioning her, "Don't move, Chinqing." Chinqing sat obediently like a little rabbit, listening to him attentively. Noticing Mr. Shin not far away, when Yufong turned and walked towards him. Seeing him approach, Mr. Shun said to Wen Yufong, "Sit down." He then seriously continued, "I know you don't like the rigid rules and regulations of the school, but you have to understand you are still a student here." Mr. Shin's tone was gentler than the disciplinary teacher's, but every word carried a sternness. He continued, "As long as you are here, you must abide by the rules." When Yufong immediately retorted, "Even if those rules are unreasonable." Understanding Wen Yufong's personality, Mr. Shun patiently explained, "What you consider unreasonable only applies to individuals. But rules are never made for just one person." "That's true," Wen Yufong added upon hearing this. "So, the rules are reasonable for most people. Only the minority who find them unreasonable will violate and break them." Mr. Shin turned and asked, "So, do you want to be part of that minority?" He calmly replied, "Mr. Shun, I don't want to be different. It's just that which side I stand on depends on whether the rules are reasonable. The answer to right and wrong is always in my heart." Mr. Shun fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. He then smiled at Wen Yufong and said, "So, all the teachers at school think you are capricious and go with the flow. Now I think arranging you two as desk mates is the right decision." He looked at Chinqing and continued, "You teach her direction. She teaches you restraint." "Very good." Watching their backs, it looked more like two men having a heart-to-heart than a teacher lecturing a student. Hearing the teacher say this, Wen Yufong responded with a smile, "I teach her direction." "Mr. Shun, did you get that backwards?" Mr. Shun smiled confidently. "Although I can't fully understand you young people, I won't make a mistake when it comes to judging character." Seeing that Wen Yufong seemed willing to open up, Mr. Shun continued, "The first time I saw you, I knew you were someone with your own direction." Mr. Shin added, "But she's different." At this point, Wen Yufong suddenly glanced at Chinqing. She sat obediently, waiting for him to return, appearing very well behaved. Mr. Shan's words still echoed in his ears. "She's still too naive about the world. Perhaps because she's too outstanding, showing her talent too early. It's even harder for her to see the path she wants to take." Near noon, Mr. Shun and Wen Yufong's conversation had presumably ended. Mr. Shun announced to the class, "The sports meet is over. Next Monday is the monthly exam, and the results will be out in 3 days." He continued, "Also, within these 3 days, you need to fill out the science/liberal arts elective forms and hand them in to me." Mr. Shin looked around the class and said gently, "I know most of you have already discussed this with your parents or elders and made a decision." Mr. Shun continued, "I also know that most of the students in our class have excellent grades, and your parents want you to choose science, considering future university admissions and job prospects." Murmurs arose from below. The choice of subjects might indeed determine the future of these young people. Mr. Shin quickly explained, "Don't misunderstand. I'm not standing here today to tell you whether to choose liberal arts or science. I just want to say, I hope my students choose liberal arts or science." Mr. Shin continued, "I also know that most of the students in our class have excellent grades, and your parents want you to choose science, considering future university admissions and job prospects." Murmurs arose from below. The choice of subjects might indeed determine the future of these young people. Mr. Shin quickly explained, "Don't misunderstand. I'm not standing here today to tell you whether to choose liberal arts or science. I just want to say, I hope my students choose liberal arts or science." Teacher Shun's deep voice resonated, not because of your parents' or other adults' judgments or expectations, not because of anything in this society. He finally spoke seriously, adding firmly, "You shouldn't impose the thought of this is how I should be on yourself." Qing, and when Yufeng listened silently and attentively. Teacher Shin continued, "I hope the choices you make are choices you won't blame others for in the future, choices you're willing to work hard for and not give up on easily, choices that truly come from your heart. Only then, many years later, on some random night, when memories suddenly flood back, will you not regret wasting your best youth." Up above, the teacher spoke with such passion. He must be thirsty. Seeing Qing listening so intently, when Yufeng moved a little closer, lost in thought. After the speech, people gradually left, but Qing was still immersed in thought, completely oblivious to the changes around her. When Yufeng noticed and patiently waited by her side, after a while, she finally came back to her senses. "Ah, I'm sorry, I was lost in thought just now. Did I hold you up?" When Yufeng responded gently, "I'm not in a hurry. It's okay." Of course, how could such a small matter trouble our male protagonist? Seeing her dazed expression, when Yufeng asked her, "What were you thinking about just now?" she replied with a hint of worry, "I was thinking about whether I should choose liberal arts or science." He had just touched upon her inner dilemma. Qing eagerly asked, "Do you also think I should choose science?" When Yufeng turned to look at her, his expression serious, as if considering how to answer. After a moment of contemplation, when Yufeng said, "I remember you told me before that you enjoy the thrill of solving difficult problems, the satisfaction of finding the quickest or most novel solution. But you also enjoy the sense of accomplishment after memorizing long passages of liberal arts and political content." When Yufeng recalled Qing once saying to him, "It's not just math. I also really like literature and politics. I enjoy memorizing long literary passages or large amounts of logical content. English too. I like the words, sentences, and essays." When Yufeng always responded to her, "I don't really have any subjects I particularly like or dislike. To me, each subject is like a hurdle of a different height to overcome." Qing said somewhat dejectedly, "There's a sense of accomplishment after overcoming it, but I can never quite tell how much each subject itself appeals to me." When Yufeng advised her, "Then think about it carefully. There are still a few days before the class division, which should be enough time for you to consider it thoroughly." Qing turned to look at Wen Yufeng, a trace of longing in her eyes. He looked at her tenderly and asked, "Is there anything else you want to tell me?" You don't have to hesitate. Perhaps she had never seen him look so mature and dependable before. Self-doubt welled up in her heart again, and Qing hurriedly lowered her head. However, when Yufeng comforted her, "You don't think like others. I'm good at science, so I should choose science, do you? Is it difficult for you to turn what you're good at into what you love most?" Hearing this, Qing was stunned, still processing the information slowly. A few minutes later, she seemed to have gained some understanding and shook her head in denial. When Yufeng nodded affirmatively, "Exactly," she still couldn't completely shake off the anxiety in her heart. When Yufeng placed his hand on her head and continued, "If you already have the capital to choose, why limit your vision to one place and force yourself onto a single boat?" When Yufeng's hand remained on her head as he continued, "Besides, no one thinks it's easy to master something they're not good at, that they can do it just by working hard. I don't know if these words are for you or for myself." Then when Yufeng turned to look at her and smiled gently, "But turning something you dislike into something you like is truly difficult. You can't force yourself to like or dislike something." The unease in her heart still lingered. Qing remained silent, still lost in thought. She mumbled to him, "What you said about turning the unfamiliar into the familiar might be possible, but turning dislike into like is simply impossible." When Yufeng immediately suggested, "Then there's only one question left. What do you truly like?" The playground gradually emptied. Almost everyone had gone home. But when Yufeng patiently continued to chat with her, or let me put another way, if you were to enter society now, what kind of career or lifestyle would you most want to pursue? When Yufeng turned to look at her and continued to ask. Upon hearing this, Qing blurted out two words, "Writing." Qing's answer surprised Wen Yufeng somewhat, and he was momentarily speechless. "So you like writing?" "I didn't even realize it myself." Qing's spirits lifted. "I love reading, especially detective novels. I started writing my own things in 7th grade. My room is filled with notebooks that are actually novels." She continued pouring out her heart. "I write everything by hand, but Mom doesn't like me writing novels. She says it's a dead end." It seemed like she hadn't shared her inner thoughts with anyone for a long time. I used to write during class in middle school, but since my second year of high school, I've been trying so hard to keep up with everyone that I haven't written anything in ages. When Yufeng asked curiously, and now, after so long, do you still want to write? Chinqing's eyes sparkled like stars. Of course I do, she replied instantly. I've been wanting to for so long. Then she recalled a painful memory. The last time I picked up a pen was in my third year of middle school. At my old school, she suddenly became dejected, tears welling up in her eyes. I was writing a novel during math class, and the math teacher caught me. He tore up several pages of my manuscript. I was really heartbroken back then. She quickly composed herself and brightened up again, ready to tell another story. And another time, Chinqing chattered excitedly, completely immersed in her own narration, only to be interrupted by a voice. Hey, you two, come back. Hearing this, Chinqing blushed and shyly lowered her head. When Yufeng stood up and said to her, "It's okay. I love hearing you talk about the things you're passionate about." He smiled gently and added, "Because seeing you smile makes me really happy too." Chinqing looked at Wen Yufeng with that same gentle gaze. Honestly, who wouldn't like such a gentle male lead? When Yufeng continued, "Lunch break is almost over. Everyone's starting to leave." Chinqing asked, "Do you have something to do?" He suddenly covered his slightly reddened nose and replied, "Yeah, I do have something to take care of." She seemed to have forgotten about her injured foot and tried to walk, limping. It looked like she'd have to give up. At this moment, when Yufeng approached Chinqing and said, "I should carry you back. You don't want anyone to see you like this, do you?" Hearing this, Chinqing froze, her heart pounding in her chest, unsure of what Wen Yufeng was thinking. But he just gave her a gentle smile. He bent down and said, "No one's around now. Come on." Some gestures are just so natural, warm as sunshine. When Yufeng carried Chinqing on his back towards the school gate, but he seemed to have become a chatterbox, talking nonstop along the way. Perhaps talking about her passion made him happy. His voice remained steady. "If you're really drawn to writing, you should join the literature club. Seeing you talk about writing just now, that was the first time I saw you express yourself like that. Compared to how you talk about math, I don't think the sense of accomplishment from solving a problem is true passion." He patiently explained, passion should be the kind of, you might fall down on this path, but you believe you can get back up and are still willing to keep going. However, she still hesitated, but can I really just consider what I like? Suddenly, his voice dropped. "When I was 12, my mother passed away." He probably had never told anyone this before. Chinqing listened quietly, seemingly surprised by his sudden confession. Wen Yufeng's voice remained calm. He seemed to be confiding in her and also talking to himself. "Before I was 12, I had so many ideas. I wanted my mom to take me mountain climbing, to see the ocean, to travel the world with me, to chase away her loneliness, to do so many things I wanted to do, but hadn't had the chance to yet." Every word he spoke was like a slow-motion replay of past scenes in his mind. Sad memories kept flooding back. The day my mom passed away. His voice was still steady. "It wasn't until the moment she left that I understood that the most uncertain thing in the world is fate, because you never know what will happen next." When Yufeng recalled how he had reached out helplessly, and when that hand couldn't control fate, he continued, "There are many things that if you don't do them now, you may never have the chance again. Actually, the way to find these things is very simple. Just think about what you would regret most not doing if death were to come." When Yufeng's confession was probably the darkest moment of his life. A gloomy young man looked up at the starry sky, as if trying to connect with his mother in heaven. Because in the face of death, all pretense and glamour are stripped away. Perhaps it was at that rock-bottom moment that he understood a truth. A person is left with nothing but their truest essence in the end. Whether it's real or fake, a heartfelt desire or a futile pursuit. He paused, then continued. "Even if you want to choose, you may not be able to." Perhaps at that time, the 12-year-old, when Yufeng already understood the truth of life. So now, under the autumn sun, carrying the girl he liked on his back, he understood even more clearly that fate must be created by oneself. When Yufeng said, "So, Chinqing, don't care about the things others want you to care about. Don't think about whether you are dazzling or ordinary in their eyes." When Yufeng turned his head and smiled gently at Chinqing, then continued, "Just ask your heart. Ask it what it wants to do, how it wants to live, and it will give you the answer." He went on, "Choose according to the answer in your heart, Chinqing. For you, perhaps the guidance of your heart is the most accurate. People only live once in this world. Isn't it to live happily and brilliantly?" Chinqing quietly lay on his back, her face full of contemplation. She hadn't said a word along the way, just letting Wen Yufong talk. Only this way, when that moment comes, you won't regret it. I've lived for so many years, but I've never truly lived for myself. Her silence was probably due to her brother, Qin Hao, always teaching her to be wary of all men in the world. Qin Hao had always thought that he had been mentally preparing himself all these years, and was well aware that his tender little cabbage would one day be targeted by someone. Until noon today, a hateful guy gritted his teeth and carried Qin Hao's little cabbage home on his back, just in time to bump into Qin Hao, who was waiting for her after school. Seeing that hateful guy, Qin Hao wished he could smash the steering wheel, thinking, damn it, it turns out all the mental preparation was fake, all a lie, completely unreliable. Furious, Qin Hao immediately thought of using his precious knife. One day, I'm going to slaughter the guy who wants to steal my little cabbage. Qin Hao thought to himself at this moment. Right now, I really want to pull out my knife from the car and stab the person who dares to look at my Qinqing. If you want to touch my little cabbage, you'll have to step over my dead body. With the mentality of I'd rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let one go, he glared fiercely at Wen Yufong when he appeared, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Understanding Qin Hao's temper, Qinqing quickly explained, "Brother, I sprained my left ankle running in the sports meet today. He's just giving me a ride home." Hearing Qinqing's explanation for why she was on this guy's back, Qin Hao asked worriedly, "Do you need to go to the hospital for an x-ray?" Qinqing was still reluctant to leave when Yufong's back, waving her hand and hugging his neck tighter. "No need, it's not that serious." However, people who care about the same person often share the same thoughts. At this time, Wen Yufong also agreed with Qin Hao's suggestion. He turned to Qinqing and said, "It's better to go to the hospital for a checkup, just to be safe." This perfect boyfriend didn't hesitate to pick her up. Regardless of how shocked Qinqing was by Wen Yufong's sudden action, Qin Hao only felt that this guy was too bold, daring to carry away his little cabbage in broad daylight. Wen Yufong, holding Qinqing, opened the car door, preparing to put her inside. After gently settling her in, Qin Hao immediately jumped into the driver's seat and turned to her. "I'll take you to the hospital." Hearing this, she shook her head. "No need, second brother. I'm really fine. There's no need to go." Wen Yufong, seemingly worried that Qinqing would suddenly drive off, quickly knocked on the car window to remind her it's still best to go to the hospital for a checkup. Qinqing wanted to refuse again, but seeing his worried expression, she nodded. He instructed her, "Listen to me." Wen Yufong hurriedly said goodbye, politely waving his hand as Qin Hao drove off like a rocket. While driving, Qin Hao frowned, thinking, this is the difference between people, sometimes even greater than the difference between objects. The scene shifted to the Fulanuan residential complex where Qinqing lived. A shout came from inside the house. "Mom, Xiaoqin is here." Her mother told her to come to the living room quickly. As soon as Qinqing entered, her parents started nagging. "We only have limited time with you. We have to go back tonight and can't stay longer." Seeing that her son and daughter-in-law were about to leave before they had even settled in, Mrs. Jean was surprised and asked, "What's going on? Didn't Xiaoqin tell you?" Mrs. Jean immediately asked, "Tell us what." "Xiaoqin sprained her ankle yesterday. I thought that's why you came back." The information Mrs. Jean had just revealed stunned the couple. Mrs. Jean fell silent, seemingly pondering something. Mr. and Mrs. Jean immediately asked, "She sprained her ankle. Is it serious?" Mrs. Jean replied, "It swelled up quite a bit. Luckily, I took her to the hospital for an x-ray yesterday." Mrs. Jean continued, "The doctor said the bone is fine, but it's definitely a sprain. Her ankle might sprain frequently in the future." Just casually asking, Mrs. Jean still pretended to be indifferent and said, "Mom, it's like this. Yesterday, Xiaoqin called us and said." Before she could finish, Qinqing walked out of the bedroom and softly called, "Dad, Mom." Then the family quickly held a small family meeting, and the atmosphere in the living room gradually became serious. Mrs. Jean was the first to speak, looking at her and saying, "Xiaoqing, yesterday you called and said you wanted to choose liberal arts. Are you serious?" Qinqing lowered her head and nervously replied, "Mom, I've thought it over. I want to choose liberal arts." Mrs. Jean seemed to not understand the reason, nor what had influenced her. She sighed and said to her, "Your math, physics, and chemistry scores are all very good. Science is your strength." Then she displayed the authority of a strong woman, saying loudly, "But liberal arts, especially history, is at best above average. Why do you want to choose liberal arts?" Mrs. Jean felt that her words were a bit harsh, so she softened her tone again, trying to persuade Qing. Qing, you're still young, and there are many things you don't understand. Simply put, choosing your major is the first important crossroads you've encountered since starting school. Only if you choose this step correctly can you have smooth sailing later. After listening to her mother's long speech, Qing simply replied, "Because I like it." Mrs. Jean seemed unable to believe her ears and asked again, but even if she had to say it again, Qing still stuck to her answer. "I want to choose liberal arts stream B because I like it." Every word came out her mouth, short but full of meaning. Sometimes, simple liking is enough, without caring about reasons, causes, or consequences. Just as a certain idol said, liking it is enough, why look for a reason? Mrs. Jean was stunned by her daughter's words, frozen there, speechless for a moment. Back to the Qin family meeting. After the intense reaction to Qing's choice of major, Mrs. Jean was stunned, as if she couldn't believe her eyes. She softly said, "Qing, Mom always thought you were an obedient child." Mrs. Jean continued with the usual reasons all mothers use. Try to overpower her child. "You're excellent, more sensible than your peers, and you've never worried Mom and Dad." Her voice was steady, while Qing just sat there with her head down. Mrs. Jean continued to hold her head and sigh. "Mom didn't expect this, so Mom was wrong." These words were like the moral shackles all mothers use to bind their children within the framework they set. But perhaps this time, Qing was really determined to pursue what she liked and believed was right. She calmly said to her mother, "I like sociology." "Is that an unforgivable mistake?" Mrs. Jean leaned one hand on the table, pretending to understand and coaxing her, "You didn't do anything wrong, but you're still a child. Your current thinking is naive, only caring about whether you like it or not." Then she suddenly stood up, her tone becoming sharp. "But there are many things that have nothing to do with whether you like them or not. You don't understand? You can't see it yet." Mrs. Jean still insisted on her own point of view. "That's why your parents are making the decision for you. When you look back on these things in the future, you'll know who is truly good to you and what choice is right." Beside her, Qing's father and grandmother were silent, watching the mother and daughter's conversation. But seeing the atmosphere getting more and more tense, Grandma softly spoke to ease the tension. "Oh, what are you doing?" Such a loud voice will scare the child. But perhaps in everyone's eyes, she was no longer the cute, obedient, and sensible Qing. Now, the stubbornness in her heart finally awakened. Qing gritted her teeth and said word by word, "Mom, what is right and what is good for me?" Qing continued, "Just because everyone thinks it's right and the people around me think it's right, does it mean it's good for me?" Every word was spoken softly and calmly, but in reality, her heart was like a turbulent sea. She continued, leaving everyone surprised and confused. "Or is it that everyone thinks it's good for me, regardless of whether I think it's good or not?" These words, perhaps no one present expected to hear from this always obedient daughter and granddaughter. But these words were what Qing had always kept in her heart. Too shocked, Mrs. Jean frowned and shouted, "Qing, how can you talk to your mother like this?" But at this moment, Qing no longer wanted to play the role of the obedient daughter. She resolutely stood up and said, "You said, I'm more sensible and obedient than my peers, but have you ever thought about why?" Qing clenched her hands, all the grievances and past disappointments welling up in her heart. She said with resentment, word by word, "I'm sensible and obedient because you two are always absent. It's been like this since I was young. To see you once, I have to wait a long time." Each long was emphasized, as if doubling and redoubling the grievance in her heart. The image of the well-behaved girl, waiting for her parents' touch and praise, kept flashing in her mind. Her voice continued, "So I just wanted you to praise me more, to look at me more. I thought if I was more obedient, you would spend more time with me." It turned out that being sensible was a kind of exchange. This girl wanted to use her obedience to exchange for her parents' love and care. But perhaps this was just a one-sided effort. So Qing's entire childhood was spent watching other children have all the love and care of their parents, while she could only secretly yearn for it. Qing's voice was still choked with sobs, just like other children's parents. All the suppressed emotions suddenly surged up. Qing shouted, "But is my obedience your reason to make me give in?" Mrs. Jin's face darkened, leaving her speechless. Memories flashed through Qing's mind, her words echoing, words she had never spoken, emotions she had never shared. Piano, painting, transferring schools, skipping grades. Whether I liked it or not, whether I wanted it or not. Qing continued, "As long as you're good to me, You could decide everything for me. Is that it? Then, as if finally releasing all her pent-up emotions, she cried out, I've had enough. She looked at everyone present with unwavering determination. I've had enough of being an obedient, good child. Even if I choose the wrong path, I will bear the consequences myself. Chinqing's voice remained steady. But if you make the decisions for me, she looked directly into her mother's eyes, speaking from the heart. If one day I'm tired and can't go on, can you live my life for me? Mrs. Jean was shocked and stunned, but Chinqing continued. You always say it's for my own good, for my own good. Is it the good that you want, or have you really considered my feelings? These words, buried deep within Chinqing's heart for so long, were not an impulsive outburst. Finally, unable to hold back any longer, tears of grievance streamed down her cheeks, her voice still echoing in the air. Well, I'm thinking what I like, what makes me happy, what makes me sad. Every word she spoke left her parents speechless with astonishment. Mrs. Jean could only sit down, holding her head and sighing. This child, how did she suddenly become so stubborn? Even now, her parents probably still couldn't understand her true feelings. In their eyes, she was just a wayward child, speaking rebellious words. Chinqing probably understood this too. She choked back a sob. The things you think are good for me are actually very bad for me. I'm sorry, Mom. I can't listen to you this time. With that, she turned and left. Grandma stared at her in shock, anxiously calling out, Dian Dian, where are you going? Chinqing wiped her tears and replied, I'm sorry, Grandma. I just want to go out for a walk, get some air. I'll be back soon. Then, she walked away quickly, before pushing the door open, her back to the living room. Although she couldn't see, she knew the people inside were still watching her. Chinqing finally spoke what was in her heart. Mom, this is me. It's just that you've never really looked at me, never really understood me. Chinqing's tone was gentle, but it still made Mrs. Jin's heart tremble. She stared blankly at her daughter's retreating figure, speechless. Chinqing walked out of the house and slammed the door shut, but she stood at the doorway for a long time. Perhaps she wanted to leave, but didn't know where to go, or more accurately, besides the place she had just left, she had nowhere to go. Chinqing stood there blankly, lost in thought. It wasn't until a pang of pain shot through her injured leg that she was pulled back to reality. She frowned and softly cried out, It hurts. Chinqing limped towards the stairwell. She entered the stairwell, her face gloomy. The surroundings were silent, only the sound of her footsteps echoing. She gently closed the door, shutting out the hallway light, plunging the space into darkness, just like the darkness in her heart at this moment. Chinqing slowly slid down the wall until she was sitting on the floor. At this moment, all the grievances and sadness she had been holding and finally erupted. Tears, as if they had been waiting for this moment, flowed freely. She could no longer control them. Chinqing curled up into a ball, like a small dog, burying her face in her arms and sobbing softly. The space was silent, only her sobs echoing. At this moment, Chinqing looked extremely pitiful, just like an abandoned puppy. She didn't know how long she had been crying when suddenly the door creaked open and the hallway light spilled into the dark stairwell. Chinqing was startled and looked up. The faint light shone directly on her tear-stained face. Chinqing was a little surprised, quickly wiping away her tears, and looked up. A tall figure walked in and crouched down in front of her, gently pulling her into a hug. Chinqing didn't resist, because this person's scent, this person's warmth, was all too familiar. Like a heartbroken child being comforted in someone's arms. Chinqing's tears continued to flow, but now she no longer felt alone and helpless. Because as long as he was there, everything broken seemed to be instantly mended and filled. When Yufeng held her tightly, burying his face in her shoulder, it seemed that in his heart, the most unbearable thing was to see the person he loved cry. He whispered, 3 minutes is the limit. If you cry any longer, I'm really going to break down. Hearing these comforting words, Chinqing's suppressed emotions completely collapsed, and like a wronged little girl, she burst into tears. When Yufeng simply held Chinqing tightly, letting her cry freely on his shoulder. After a long time, perhaps after all the grievances had flowed away with her tears, when Yufeng reached out and gently wiped the remaining teardrops from Chinqing's face. With soft sobs still catching in her throat, Chinqing slowly opened her eyes. A very familiar figure gradually came into focus. She looked at him, still sniffling, softly calling his name. Seeing her pitiful state, Wen Yufeng didn't know what to say for a moment and just quietly looked at her. His eyes were full of tenderness. Wen Yufeng gently put his arm around Chinqing's shoulders, letting her lean against him as she sobbed. Perhaps at this moment, a shoulder to lean on was more important than any words of comfort. After a long time, Wen Yufeng slowly helped Chinqing up from his shoulder. Because she had been sitting for so long, or perhaps because she had been crying for so long, Chinqing stumbled slightly when she stood, losing her balance. Instinctively, she grabbed his clothes and fell into his arms. She remained in this position, making no move to let go, her face pressed against his chest, as if wanting to hear every beat of his heart. Wen Yufeng softly asked, "Are you uncomfortable? Does your leg still hurt?" She whispered, "No, I just want to stay like this for a little while longer." Her legs were still kneeling on the cold ground. Chinqing seemed to have forgotten her injured, bandaged leg as she continued in a low voice, "I don't want to go back." Seeing this, Wen Yufeng immediately stood up and said, "Then wait here for me." Chinqing looked up at him, her eyes full of surprise, but she didn't say anything. Wen Yufeng left and returned a minute later. When he came back, he was holding a thick coat and a cushion, clearly prepared for her. He gently put down the cushion. Chinqing looked surprised, seemingly not understanding what he was doing. As she looked down at him, he suddenly turned his head, and their eyes met. Perhaps in this dimly lit, hazy space, even such a simple action made them both a little shy. However, the awkwardness didn't last long, as when Yufeng put his arm around Chinqing's shoulders and, 30 seconds later, lifted her into his arms, carrying her horizontally. Chinqing lay obediently in his arms like a beautiful doll. Neither of them spoke. The only sound in the silent space was his footsteps as he quietly walked, step by step, up the long, dim staircase. Partway up the stairs, when Yufeng suddenly stopped and looked down at the well-behaved doll in his arms. He shifted his position, bracing his leg to make himself more comfortable. Then, he settled her securely on his leg, adjusting her to a comfortable position. Chinqing continued to stare blankly at him, her eyes dazed, round like glass beads. He turned his head and said to her, "Hold on tight." Then he released her with one hand, like someone standing on the edge of a cliff without support. Chinqing immediately turned and clung tightly to his neck. She held on tight. When Yufeng let Chinqing hold him, simply saying softly, "Didn't I tell you not to put weight on your foot until it's healed?" As he spoke, he gently draped the coat over her. Chinqing listened, still silently looking up at him. Perhaps at this moment, in this vast world, only in his arms did she feel safest, and so she wanted to hold on to this feeling. Seeing her silence, when Yufeng asked, "Do you want to stay outside a little longer to calm down?" Chinqing nodded slightly, extremely docile. But she had been outside for too long, and her bare feet were already numb with cold. Not to mention that one foot was still bandaged. Seeing the state of her feet, when Yufeng had her sit down, he sat on the step below her, putting his hands in his pockets as he gently admonished her. Then, he carefully buttoned her coat to keep her warm. He gently cupped her feet in his hands, warming them. Looking up at her, he asked tenderly, "Does your foot still hurt?" His eyes were full of warmth. At this moment, Chinqing was like a small puppy, nestled in Wen Yufeng's large coat, her eyes moist, completely reliant on his care. He continued to gently warm her feet, softly reminding her, "Don't do this again. Don't hurt yourself to protest, okay?" Wen Yufeng's tone was gentle but firm. He added, "I'll let it go this time, but don't let it happen again." Then he stood up and, looking at her, said, "Next time, if you don't want to go home, remember to come find me, okay?" Chinqing was stunned, unable to say a word, but she immediately nodded slightly. I understand. At that moment, she seemed to no longer be that lonely, abandoned puppy, because she suddenly realized that from now on, Chinqing would always have a place to return to, someone who would always be waiting for her, taking care of her. When Yufeng smiled gently at her, patted her head lightly, and said, "Now that you've calmed down, let's go home, okay?" The scene cuts to room 1202, Wen Yufeng's home. Chinqing sat on the sofa. Suddenly, Xiaobai, the little cat, saw her, meowed, and walked over. Chinqing subconsciously looked towards the sound. She recognized the chubby, cute little white cat. Xiaobai seemed to recognize her too. As if recognizing a relative, Xiaobai immediately jumped on her lap and rubbed against her affectionately. Qingqing's attention was completely captured by Xiaobai. Like a happy little bird, she said, "I haven't seen you for just a week. How have you gotten even rounder?" When Yufeng put the keys on the table and replied with a smile, "It grows fast." Then he teased her, "If only you could grow as fast as it does." Qingqing couldn't help but imagine herself turning into a fluffy white ball of fur, lying beside him and meowing. Qingqing suddenly looked up, a silly and cute expression on her face. She smiled happily at Xiaobai and asked when Yufeng, "Have you given a name?" But he seemed not to have heard what she said. He suddenly became serious and softly called, "Xiaobai, Xiaobai." Then when Yufeng gently waved his hand. His gesture must have been very familiar, as Xiaobai immediately jumped down from her lap. Qingqing instantly looked up at him with a surprised and puzzled expression, her face even more shocked. Xiaobai now sat confidently on his shoulder, as if it were its favorite spot. When Yufeng handed her a key and said, "This is the key to my house," he placed the key neatly in her palm and continued, "You can come over any time." Then he crouched down, facing her directly, and said with tenderness in his eyes, "Just like today, you looked like a little stray cat abandoned by the roadside." Xiaobai meowed softly and wagged its tail affectionately. He added, "Don't let me see you like that again." When Yufeng gently held her hand and continued, "Otherwise, I don't know what I would do." The fluffy white ball of fur, Xiaobai, was still licking his hand on his shoulder, meowing. Mid-November, the course selection results had just come out, and the class was in an uproar, everyone discussing animatedly. In the corner, someone said, "Did you hear? Qingqing's scores are incredible this time. She's in the top 40% of the entire grade." Another voice chimed in, "I heard, is it true? Did she cheat? I can't believe it." Another student said, "I heard that Director Sun even specifically checked the surveillance footage of her exam room and found nothing. Maybe she really has turned over a new leaf." Speaking of which, the course selection rules need to be explained. There are only Class 1 and Class 2. The top 50% go to Class 1, and the bottom 50% go to Class 2, based on overall ranking priority. So as long as you squeeze into the top 50%, you can join the Humanities Class 1 with students from the other 6 classes. The motivation is self-evident. This time, it's all thanks to teacher Shun. She's practically the biggest contributor to course selection. Meanwhile, the gossip in Humanities Class 1 didn't stop either. Someone said, "I just passed by the office and heard the teachers saying that Qingqing is going to choose Humanities." A group of students gathered around and discussed. Someone replied, "No way. Why suddenly become less challenging?" Another added, "Who knows? Director Sun's face is practically as black as the bottom of a pot." All sorts of rumors were flying around. Everyone was incredibly excited, and Qingqing and when Yufeng had practically become invisible. Just then, a student's voice exploded right next to Wen Yufeng's ear. "Aren't you going to inquire? But that school bully is right there. Who would dare? Haven't you felt the cold air around him? You go inquire yourself." In the office, an old teacher sighed as he looked at the application form. Sigh, this teacher Xian, why didn't he persuade Qingqing to choose Humanities too? When Yufeng had been waiting at the entrance of the Academic Affairs office. As soon as he saw the teacher come out, he immediately called out, "Director Sun, I heard that you used to be a Chinese language teacher. I'd like to ask you a question." Director Sun was startled by the sudden appearance of this problem student, but still calmly replied, "Ask away." When Yufeng continued, "The words personal wishes on the application form, how do you generally interpret them?" Director Sun was completely stunned, the application form still in his hand. Before he could answer, when Yufeng pressed on, "Also, does this personal wishes refer to the student's wishes or the wishes of the teachers and parents?" Director Sun's face paled, and he stammered, "The teacher." But when Yufeng was relentless, still maintaining a very obedient appearance, pretending not to see the sweat on the director's forehead, if it's the wishes of the teachers and parents, then the school might as well just decide for everyone. "Director Sun, you can assign me to any class you want." When Yufeng continued speaking, acting like a model student, pretending not to notice the cold sweat on the director's face. Director Sun didn't say a word, turned around, and left, leaving Wen Yufeng with his stomach full of unanswered questions. Seeing that Wen Yufeng had likely achieved his goal, he didn't follow him. At that moment, Li Shang suddenly appeared and said, "Wenge, I heard the new student chose liberal arts." Are you choosing liberal arts too? Li Shang asked a question that didn't need asking. Hearing his friend say this, Wen Yufeng retorted directly, so what? At this moment, Li Shang felt his third wheel's status skyrocket. He really wanted to turn into stone on the spot. He couldn't abandon his awesome bro, but if they really ended up in the same class, then his future days would be filled with endless dog food. Invisible dog food was the deadliest. Just imagining that future made Li Shang want to cry. After all the fuss about choosing subjects, life returned to peace. At this time, inside the classroom of Class 1, Liberal Arts, Year 2, Wen Yufeng walked into the classroom carrying a stack of books, having transformed into a serious and studious young man, no longer the rebellious kid he once was. As he passed the podium, the new teacher, who was writing on the blackboard, suddenly put down the chalk and said, Wen Yufeng, come here for a moment. He turned and looked up at the new teacher, his face full of confusion, because he didn't understand why he was called. The new classmates below stirred a little, while Wen Yufeng quickly walked towards the podium. Standing in front of a new teacher, Wen Yufeng politely greeted, Hello, teacher. His serious and proper attitude greatly surprised the teacher, who couldn't believe such politeness would come from a notorious troublemaker. The classmates below gasped and started whispering, No way, our school bully has been swapped. If they weren't afraid of being heard, they would probably shout, Who are you? Why are you possessing our school bully? When Yofeng's politeness was simply beyond their comprehension. The teacher was stunned for a moment, but quickly regained composure and continued, I heard your grades have improved a lot this time. Even the math teachers are surprised. However, praise was clearly not the new teacher's main purpose. He pushed his glasses up and said seriously, I accidentally drank a peach tea this morning, and my current mission is to dig up some dirt on you. I've also heard about your past behavior. Since you're in my class, unless something unexpected happens. The new teacher warned with a particularly solemn tone, You'll be staying in my class for the next 2 years. When Yufeng listened quietly to the teacher's show of force, his face indifferent, probably thinking, What are you trying to say, teacher? However, he stopped himself in time and didn't utter any sarcastic remarks. After all, the current Wen Yufeng had been reformatted, both externally and internally upgraded. He calmly replied, Teacher, in the next 2 years, I will try my best not to violate any school rules. Finally, when Yufeng bowed slightly, Please rest assured, teacher. His attitude was extremely polite, leaving the new teacher with nothing to criticize. The teacher could only say, All right, as long as you sincerely put in the effort and don't just pay lip service, I will treat you as a student, and guidance and supervision will not be lacking. The cultural exchange between teacher and student finally ended. When Yufeng bowed again, Thank you, teacher. Then he looked around the classroom, searching for a seat. Some students had already arrived and were sitting in the middle. Suddenly, he saw 2 empty desks next to each other in the back row of the classroom, a perfect spot. When Yufeng walked straight over and placed his books on the desks, the surrounding classmates began to murmur. Everyone's focus was on the 2 stacks of books Wen Yufeng had just placed on the 2 desks. Perhaps everyone was used to others obeying Wen Yufeng, but they had never seen the school bully working for someone else. A student in the front row muttered, Whose is that extra stack of books Wen Gu is carrying? Before the old classmates from Class 6 could answer, the new student, Chinqing, appeared at the classroom door. An old classmate glanced towards the door and said, She's here. As soon as the new teacher saw Chinqing, the top student in the grade, she frowned and asked, Chinqing, where are your books? Chinqing answered breathlessly, Teacher, our class monitor was looking for me just now, so asked a friend to bring them for me. Chinqing looked at Wen Yufeng. Sure enough, in such a classroom, Wen Yufeng was the most conspicuous. At this moment, he raised his hand and signaled, I have them, as if to supplement Chinqing's explanation. Seeing that the explanation was sufficient, Chinqing bowed to the teacher and then quickly walked towards Wen Yufeng. Wen Yufeng also naturally stood up, making way for Chinqing. Not content with simply sitting next to his girlfriend, Wen Yufeng stood up to explain. He said slowly, New teacher, my grades improved so much before, thanks to my friend Chinqing. If possible, I hope to continue sitting with her. After all, he was the school bully, and his words were impeccable. The whole class focused on the new teacher, waiting for his decision. Although everyone knew Wen Yufeng's words were high-sounding, the new teacher couldn't refute them. The new teacher cleared his throat and nodded in agreement. All right. The teacher's all right shocked and frightened the entire class. No one expected the notoriously strict new teacher to compromise so quickly. Only when Yufeng remained calm, as if he had anticipated this. See, I told you, if he miscalculated even one step in the path of love, 1 + 1 would never equal 2. Only when Yufeng, Chinqing, and their classmates in Class 6 looked stiff, their faces screaming, "We're doomed." Some were filled with resentment, silently wailing. What sin did I commit in my past life to be force-fed dog food in this hell for 2 years of high school? Can life get any worse? Amen, amen. After the class assignments and settling in, everyone's biggest concern was the medals, or more accurately, the results of the placement test rankings. Chinqing still firmly held the top spot in the liberal arts track, especially since her math scores were almost always perfect, leaving those who wanted to catch up to her in tears. Everyone was talking about Chinqing, saying she was a freak. Even the top students in the science classes came to her for help with math problems. So why did she come to the liberal arts class to torture everyone? On the ranking list, Chinqing's scores hung high in first place. Math 149, English 148. The academic god label above Chinqing's head was well-deserved. In the senior year liberal arts office, the English teacher said to the new teacher with a surprised look, "New teacher, your class has the highest average score in the whole grade." But the new teacher's attitude wasn't surprised at all, as if the English teacher's words were as ordinary as milk and cereal. Seeing her words ignored, the English teacher asked again, "What are you looking at? Do you know what Wen Yofeng's rank is in the whole grade?" Speaking of this school bully, even the teachers didn't dare to predict casually, because Wen Yofeng's state fluctuated like the stock market. The English teacher said, "I wouldn't dare to guess. Your students' grades are like a roller coaster." Then she sighed and continued, "This time he's in the top 10 in the whole grade. Next time he might drop below average." His state is really unpredictable. However, the new teacher evaluated Wen Yufeng from another perspective. Staring at Wen Yofeng's test paper, he said, "This kid's information processing ability and logic are very strong, not to mention his memory. If only he didn't always skip the subjective questions in Chinese." His eyes still fixed on the test paper, the new teacher continued, "His score shouldn't have fallen out of the top 10 in the class this time, but it doesn't matter. I've already found a way to deal with him." His tone was full of confidence. The English teacher leaned in to look at Wen Yofeng's test paper in the new teacher's hand. Her eyes widened, and she exclaimed, "Wow, 4th in the class, that's a pretty good score." This also proved that their school bully was truly both academically and physically gifted. The English teacher's surprise escalated into shock, and it was true. Looking at Wen Yofeng's scores, who would dare call him a problem student? The English teacher said in disbelief, "With his English score, he can still rank 4th in the class. It seems Wen Yofeng's English is indeed a bit weak, but he's still at the top." The new teacher explained his total score in liberal arts is the highest in the whole grade, and his math is also 3rd in the liberal arts class. Seriously, this is no joke. Maybe the school bully only likes to study liberal arts, so he skipped the English questions, otherwise those behind him would only be eating his dust. Judging from the scores, Wen Yofeng's frightening results were hard to understand. The English teacher, still surprised, asked the new teacher, "What method did you use to make him work so hard?" The new teacher, still staring at the transcript, didn't answer, only smiled mysteriously. Haha, holding Wen Yofeng's transcript. Even Chinqing couldn't help but exclaim, "First place in total liberal arts score." She leaned closer to Wen Yufeng and asked softly, "What did the new teacher say to you when he called you out before the final exam?" Wen Yufeng, still holding his book, turned his head and said slowly, he said if I didn't get into the top 50 in the whole grade this time, he would move my desk as far away from you as possible. Hearing this answer, Chinqing almost collapsed. The reason was as simple as weaving a basket. She was truly speechless. At that moment, in Class 1's classroom, Ms. Nikki's voice still echoed. "All right, everyone, take your final exam report cards. Remember to have your parents attend the parent-teacher meeting on time." Then, Ms. Nikki announced loudly, "The last day of this semester has officially come to an end." A burst of cheers and screams erupted from the students. Time really did fly by, like a dog running across a field, and the semester was over in a blink of an eye. Someone groaned listlessly, "Oh my God, if I show this report card to my dad at the parent-teacher meeting, he'll kill me." Another person chimed in, "Same here. It's tough being a low-scoring student." As soon as the teacher left the classroom, Wen Yufeng turned to Chinqing and said, "I need to step out for a bit." "Wait for me, okay." She nodded slightly, and he got up and left. Chinqing, Watch when Yofang's figure walk out of the classroom. Seeing his hurried manner, she suddenly felt a little worried, thinking, is he going to ask for leave to attend the parent-teacher meeting? Lost in thought, she suddenly heard someone call out, Chinqing. She turned to look at the person who had just called her, a hint of confusion on her face. Seeing her expression, the new classmate explained, it's like this, we the students from the former class 6 are discussing something. The new classmate handed her a contact information sheet and said, we want to take advantage of these 2 days, and, as agreed. The new classmate scratched his nose, a little shyly saying, we want to invite our former homeroom teacher and subject teachers to dinner, as a way of thanking them. He looked embarrassed as he spoke, glancing around as if guarding against something. Seeing no movement, he thought Wen Yufang must be far away. With that thought, his awkwardness suddenly disappeared. Chinqing turned to him and said, I have no problem with that. Hearing this, the new classmate said happily, great. Then he handed the contact information sheet to Chinqing to fill out. He placed the form on the table and said, please write your contact information here. Then he hesitated and when G's meaning is, seriously, the presence of the school bully is no joke. Whenever anything related to Wengu comes up, everyone cowers like mice. Seeing his nervous look, Chinqing could only smile and explain, he's not that scary. You don't need to be afraid of him. But the fear was probably deeply rooted, so the person only hesitated for a moment, the expression on his face still saying, you know, he's the school bully, it's better to be a little afraid. Chinqing stared at him for a while, seeing that he really couldn't change his mind. She could only smile and say, then I'll ask him for you, okay? The person was relieved, his face immediately brightening, and he said excitedly, okay, thank you, Chinqing. The class monitor will contact you later. You can just tell him directly. After the person returned to his seat, Chinqing sighed, lowered her head, and thought to herself, this damned impression, it really can't be changed. After school, Chinqing and Wen Yufang walked home slowly together, chatting about the upcoming gathering for Class 6. Chinqing turned to him and asked, will you go? Wen Yufang replied coldly, no. Chinqing asked with a puzzled look, why not? Wen Yufang replied with an indifferent expression, do you think they want to see me? Hearing this, Chinqing retorted, you don't want to go because they don't want to see you. She leaned in slightly, looking at him with inquiring eyes, or do you not want to see them? Wen Yufang didn't want to answer this question. He just turned to look at her and said meaningfully, my Tian is getting smarter and smarter. She didn't get the answer she wanted, but was instead thoroughly charmed by him. Chinqing stared at him for a long time, then glared at him fiercely and snorted, and in his mind. She then turned around and pretended to be angry. However, what Wen Yufang cared about now was Chinqing's thoughts and wishes. He immediately asked, do you want to go? Hearing this, Chinqing nodded happily like a little bird and made him, Mr. Shun is a very, very good teacher. I want to go. Then she innocently asked him, then will you go? This question was actually pointless, because it was obvious that wherever she was, he had to be there. He smiled slyly and asked back, what do you think? This was actually the answer. She looked at him with clear eyes, then suddenly snatched his school bag and walked quickly towards a residential complex, smiling innocently as she said, haha, then I'll tell you when the time and place are confirmed. Okay. He looked back at her, his eyes full of tenderness. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he added, by the way, morning jog tomorrow morning, physical training in the afternoon, don't forget. Hearing Wen Yufang's reminder, Chinqing suddenly felt like she was turning to stone. Any feeling of being pampered vanished. At 11 a.m. on the third day of the semester, Wen Yufang rang the doorbell at Chinqing's house. Grandma Qin opened the door with a kind smile and said, oh, Xiaowen, are you two going to visit your teacher? Chinqing is changing her clothes. I'll go and hurry her up. But Wen Yufang just smiled gently and replied, no need to rush her, Grandma. I'm not in a hurry. I can wait at the door. What a smart and considerate boy. After all, there's an unspoken rule. Never rush a girl when she's getting ready, or the consequences can be dire. Even so, Grandma Qin still called out, Chinqing, Xiaowen is here. Don't make him wait too long. Grandma Qin was quite sharp too. In fact, Chinqing had already finished getting ready. Hearing her grandma's call, she immediately replied, okay. Knowing that Wen Yufang was waiting at the door, Chinqing opened the door and walked out. Their eyes met, and they both froze. They were no longer in their usual school uniforms, and they both looked different. They just stared at each other in silence for a moment. Chinqing wore a red dress, looking playful and cute like a doll, her eyes big and bright. Wen Yufang was impeccably dressed, looking incredibly handsome. They were a perfect match. The elevator display lit up with the number 12. They suddenly became self-conscious neither of them speaking, the atmosphere a little awkward. They remained silent. After a while, when Yufong decided to break the ice, saying, "Let's go straight to the parking lot." Suddenly, he moved closer to her. Chinqing yelped in surprise and dodged to the side. But she quickly realized that when Yufong was just trying to press the elevator button, her face flushed with embarrassment. She felt like a country bumpkin. Seeing her reaction, when Yufong asked, "What are you hiding from?" his tone implied, "I didn't do anything." Qing's embarrassment doubled. Her overthinking hadn't stopped. Hearing they were going to the parking lot, she panicked, covering her face. "Why are we going to the parking lot?" As if there were 81 traps waiting for her. Seeing her like this, when Yufong sighed helplessly and said, "I'll drive you." Then he reached out and pressed the elevator button. New information. Qing asked in surprise, "You could drive?" When Yufong didn't answer verbally, but silently pulled out his car keys, looking every bit the rich young master, his aura strong. Logically, she should have complimented him or expressed excitement about being driven by her boyfriend, but she did neither. Instead, she blurted out something stupid. "How do you have a driver's license?" The answer was obvious, yet she still asked. If he could, when Yufong would probably have said, "I talked my way into it," but he couldn't joke around here. He simply gave the simplest answer. "I'm an adult." "Didn't you know?" "Oh, right." Qing pondered, recalling the time she ran into him, her face showing a hint of worry. She thought, speaking of which, I think someone mentioned he was 18 during the boxing match. Being in the same class for so long, I actually forgot. Now in the parking lot, she was still dwelling on his age, asking, "Then why did you repeat a year?" But when Yufong immediately said, "I didn't," then he reached out and helped Qing fasten her seatbelt. Qing's expression was still unreadable. When he leaned in to help her, she didn't resist, but her surprise grew. Silence filled the space. Neither when Yufong nor Qing spoke. Only the click of the seatbelt broke the quiet. When Yufong broke the silence again, his expression calm and gentle as he said, "Before coming to Qin City, I stayed abroad with my uncle for 2 years and then transferred directly to number 1 high school." As if suddenly realizing something, Qing subconsciously said, "Uncle." The image of a young man who resembled when Yufong flashed through her mind. She asked, "Is that the one who can climb down from the 12th floor with his bare hands?" At this point, she couldn't help but feel that when Yufong stayed for 2 years was clearly more than just traveling or studying. Things were definitely not as simple as he made them sound. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but ask curiously, "So you became good at boxing during those 2 years?" When Yufong replied, "That's right." The convertible slowly drove out of the residential complex. When Yufong calmly explained, "Those 2 years were the foundation." Qing's mind raced. She thought, even if when Yufong doesn't say anything, I can feel. The car continued onto the main road, and questions about when Yufong still lingered in Qing's mind. During those 2 years, his pace of growth was completely different from that of children from ordinary families. For when Yufong, there must be many things that were heavy and difficult to talk about. The car stopped in front of a famous restaurant in Qin City, a private restaurant that was very difficult to get a reservation at. The restaurant's valet and Chi Miao, the former class monitor of Class 6, were already standing at the entrance, as if waiting to greet Wen Yufong. Seeing Wen Yufong's car stop, Chi Miao happily shouted, "He's here, he's here." Then the two bowed respectfully and said loudly, "Hello, Yin Ge." Wen Yufong, accustomed to this, calmly got out of the car, while Qing remained seated, still recovering from her surprise. Seeing Chi Miao's somewhat excessive attitude, the valet thought he was greeting some underworld boss and trembled with fear. But when Chi Miao introduced him, saying, "This is our classmate," the valet's expression turned puzzled. Looking at the two of them, Qing couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, a hand reached out to her. Qing momentarily forgot she still had to get out of the car. Looking up, she saw Wen Yufong extending his hand towards her with a gentle smile on his face. At that moment, perhaps precisely at that moment, Qing suddenly felt that the one Yufong before her was completely different from the joking, always smiling Wen Yufong she knew before. Standing before her now was a Yufong as warm as sunshine. He continued to patiently extend his hand, waiting for her, while Qing forgot to get out of the car. She stared at him, thinking that he had really grown up, his personality and demeanor more mature than his peers. Seeing her like this, when Yufong jokingly teased, "Do you want me to carry you down?" Only then, reminded by his words, did she snap back to reality. Her cheeks flushed red, and she awkwardly said nothing. Without waiting for another prompt, she jumped out of the car in one breath. The two walked into the restaurant together, leaving Chi Miao standing there alone, bewildered. He muttered to himself, "Is it that obvious now?" Chinqing and Wen Yufong entered the reserved private room. As soon as they appeared at the door, the people inside erupted, matching outfits. But when Yufong simply glanced around, and the room immediately fell silent. Suddenly, Chi Miao looked towards the door and waved. "Teacher Shun is here." Sure enough, the young teacher, Shun Liang, appeared at the door with a bright smile. "Is everyone here?" He greeted several people, and everyone responded, "Teacher Shun. Teacher Shun, it feels like New Year's." But suddenly seeing Chinqing and Yufong standing together, the teacher jokingly said, "Aren't these our class's talented girl and her deskmate?" Chinqing didn't know how to respond for a moment, so she just said, "Happy New Year, Teacher Shun." Teacher Shun continued, "Chinqing, I heard you're still first in the liberal arts." Then, half seriously and half jokingly, he turned to Yufong. "What's most impressive is that I heard you've been influenced by her too." Chinqing shyly touched her ear and replied, "Teacher Shun, that's when Yufong's own hard work. His liberal arts score this time is the highest in the grade, even higher than mine. So it has nothing to do with me." Being praised by both his teacher and girlfriend, when Yufong remained expressionless, as if going from the bottom of the class to first in liberal arts was as commonplace as buying candy. Then Teacher Shun looked at Yufong and asked, "You ranked 16th in the grade in liberal arts this time, right?" He replied, "Thank you for your concern, teacher," seemingly confirming the teacher's information, as if to say, "You can spread the word." However, after the standard polite response, Teacher Shun leaned closer and said in a low, meaningful voice to Wen Yufong, "You haven't forgotten about the other matter, have you?" Wen Yufong seemed to understand and replied, "No, I haven't." Teacher Shun's voice dropped even lower as he added, "Your thoughts haven't changed, have they?" This time, Wen Yufong didn't speak, but gave Teacher Shun a meaningful look. Both of them unconsciously looked at Chinqing. Perhaps those few sentences were about her. Seeing Chinqing's bewildered expression, they started whispering again. When Yufong said, "I wavered, but it's okay." Teacher Shun nodded, "You know very well the outcome you want." What on earth were these two talking about? It sounded so mysterious. Speaking of mystery, when Yufong's expression suddenly darkened, perhaps affected by Teacher Shun's words, a thought flashed through his mind. Before that day arrives, I won't waver again because everything I'm doing now is so that I can go to that place with you. After the gathering ended, Teacher Shun quickly found an excuse to leave early. Something came up at home. "I'll be going now. Have fun, everyone." The private room immediately became lively, with students chatting amongst themselves. "I told you, it's not easy to be let loose." The pressure of final exams was intense. We were held back the whole semester. Someone in the corner called out, "Don't go. What time is it? Why are you in such a hurry to go home?" At another table, a group was playing a game, and several voices rang out, "Come on, let's count numbers. Skip 7. If you lose, you have to accept a penalty, truth, or dare." People at each table joined in. "This game is good. This game is pretty good." Back at the party, a plate of crumpled paper slips filled with penalty ideas sat on the table. Someone who looked like the game host said, "Truth or dare penalties. Everyone write down a penalty, mix them up, and whoever loses draws one." After a few rounds, a boy's voice rang out in dissatisfaction. "This isn't fair. This game is just you science students bullying us humanities kids, isn't it? You know we're bad at math. Whoever suggested this, I'm gonna beat them up." However, Song Lin's expression remained calm. He said, "You guys need to have some shame." He looked at Yufong and continued, "I think Yufong and Chinqing are also in the humanities classes, and they haven't lost once." But as soon as the words left his mouth, Song Lin immediately wanted to take them back. Because the moment Yufong's name was mentioned, everyone reacted as if they had touched some kind of taboo. Yufong glanced at them, and everyone looked at each other with terrified expressions. The person who dared to say Yufong's name was Song Lin, and he gradually realized something was wrong. Seeing her friend's expressions, Chinqing gently pinched Yufong's hand, as if reminding him to restrain himself. Having received the warning signal, Yufong closed his eyes and listened. After all, he was just a cornerstone under the eaves. Yufong said gently to his classmates, "If everyone thinks it's unfair, let's switch to something more random." He patted the table and continued, "Let's do something simple." Yufong pointed to the pile of cutlery and said, "Spin the fork." Sure enough, no matter how boring the school bully's idea was, there would always be someone who responded. Everyone shouted in unison, "Okay, let's play this. Hurry up and start." But hearing this, Chinqing suddenly frowned. Perhaps it was because any game with the word spin reminded her of the spin the bottle game at the bar last time. So while everyone was playing, Chinqing kept her head down, her face full of worry. She thought, "I think I've developed a PTSD reaction to the word spin." Yufong seemed to see through her thoughts and turned to ask, "Are you scared, Chinqing?" Chinqing looked up at Yufong, hesitating, as if she wanted to say something serious. It was truly a cruel twist of fate. The more you fear something, the more life throws it in your face. Before she could speak, the spoon had already begun to spin, and it was about to point at Chinqing. But that wasn't the case. Perhaps Chinqing had accumulated good karma recently, and even the heavens were helping her. The spoon unexpectedly ended up pointing at Yufong. Chinqing's worried expression immediately turned happy and excited. She was clearly glad to have escaped. She smiled and said, "Yufong, you better choose dare." Yufong's eyes suddenly changed. Then he smiled slightly, thinking to himself, "For the first time in my life, I feel like this boring game is actually necessary." As he thought this, he reached out and drew a dare card. Opening it, the requirement was clear: show everyone the photo in your wallet's photo slot. Hearing this request, some people in the class started to jeer, "Come on, who wrote this card? It's so boring. Who still keeps photos in their wallet these days?" But no matter how much everyone complained, Chinqing rested her chin in her hands, staring expectantly at the dare, and glanced at him with an unreadable expression. Li Shang and Zhao Zirua both looked at Yufong. Everyone was curious about what kind of photo could make this school bully, who usually didn't care about anything, show some expression. But Yufong didn't shy away. He reached into his pocket, pulled out his wallet, and opened it on the table. Inside was a banknote. He pulled out a 20 yuan RMB note and placed it openly on the table. An utterly ordinary banknote. It was perfectly normal to have this in a wallet, or rather, it was precisely because it was so ordinary that it seemed abnormal. Seeing everyone's focused and confused expressions, Yufong cleared his throat and said, "Seen enough." Like a conditioned reflex, the moment he spoke, the classroom instantly fell silent. But the atmosphere felt a little too heavy, so two boys from the next table quickly jumped in to smooth things over. One said, "Wow, is that wallet the latest Da Vinci design this year? I've been asking my cousin overseas to get me one for ages, but he hasn't been able to find it." The other chimed in, Yeah, I've seen it too." Seeing that everyone was no longer focused on his wallet, Yufong carefully put the banknote back inside. Then he casually stuffed the wallet back into his pocket. But suddenly, he turned to look at Chinqing beside him. She was still staring at him with a puzzled expression. Yufong was startled by her gaze. It was a blank yet curious look, as if she had 9,981 questions in her mind but didn't know where to start. Chinqing's eyes were full of confusion. She thought to herself, something's not right. Chinqing's gaze made him suddenly feel a little guilty. Hi. Judging by this guy's reaction, that 20 yuan bill was definitely more than just ordinary paper. It must have held some other symbolic meaning. She stared at him, as if all the answers she sought were written on his forehead. In fact, even within the database-like capacity of Chinqing's brain, there seemed to be some information related to this matter, but the harder she tried to retrieve it, the more confused she became. So Chinqing just sat there, lost in thought, but unable to figure anything out. The party games were still in full swing. After a few rounds, a boy, looking particularly excited, grinned like he'd won the lottery. "Who wrote these dares?" he asked. "There's no name on them. Are you all too shy?" Hearing this, Chinqing felt a pang of annoyance, suspecting it was her. Someone else chimed in, "Yeah, it's a bit boring. Let's spice things up, get the atmosphere going." Another person laughed, "Haha, you can go wild if you want, but don't drag us down with you." But the boy wasn't giving up. "I know," he said. "I just downloaded a Truth or Dare app. Let's use that. All 4 tables can participate. We'll draw cards and spin the wheel." Less than 30 seconds later, a challenge popped up on the screen. Choose someone of the opposite sex and sit on their lap for 2 minutes. Both feet must be off the ground. The room erupted upon hearing this penalty. Whoa, what kind of crazy dare is this? The students buzzed with discussion. That's too much. Someone complained. A girl, looking somewhat bored, said seriously, it's fine if a girl gets it, but what if a guy does? You'll crush us. Hearing this, a boy immediately retorted, that's so sexist. If you got it, you'd probably crush us too. The girl glared at him defiant. I'll crush you right now, believe it or not. To prevent a fight, someone suggested, how about this? If a girl gets it, she sits where she is. If a boy gets it, he chooses a girl to sit on his lap. Of course, the girl has to agree, no forcing. But I bet you girls are secretly hoping for this. When Euong turned to Chinqing with a smile. If it's my turn again, will you agree? Chinqing was taken aback. Huh? Chi Miao, already standing, was stirring up the atmosphere. As the host, he excitedly announced, to make sure it's fun, we'll go table by table. Let's begin. The candidates from tables 1 to 3 had already been chosen. The expressions on everyone's faces varied. Some were dazed, others were giggling foolishly. Only the spinner on table 4 was still spinning. Chinqing chanted silently in her heart, please don't let it be me, please don't let it be me, please. Before she could finish, she heard someone shout, oh, what a coincidence. Chinqing rolled her eyes, speechless. Wasn't this Murphy's Law? The more you didn't want something to happen, the more likely it was. How tragic. Chinqing was on the verge of tears, while when Euong was beaming. I told you, he said, Euong is always the fastest when it comes to these things. Hearing his words, Chinqing blurted out, I don't agree. But seeing his expression, she couldn't continue. When Euong immediately interrupted her. If you don't choose me, you'll have to choose someone else. I might not be able to stop myself from jumping off the emergency stairs right now. His words sent a chill down everyone's spine. Who would dare provoke the school bully's sweetheart? Chinqing stammered, I'm heavy. If she was considered heavy, then who wasn't? Her words made when Euong paused for a moment. Then he leaned in close to her ear and whispered, have you forgotten how many times I've carried and held you? Chinqing's face flushed crimson. With only a minute left until the penalty, the chairs were already set up. Chi Miao excitedly called out, ladies first. Ladies first. The countdown began. The girls from all 4 tables stood up, each thinking, my feet must be off the ground. After a quick discussion, they decided to adopt a sideways, slanted, sitting position with their legs raised. It was a bit tiring, but there was no other way. As Chinqing walked towards Wen Yufeng, she complained, Wen Yufeng, your legs aren't even crossed. Looking at Wen Yufeng's posture, Chinqing thought, everyone else has lowered their knees, so if you sit down, you'll slide off. But this guy has his knees raised so high. If I sit down, I'll definitely slide towards him. Isn't this deliberate? Wen Yufeng grinned mischievously. The chair is too short. There's nothing I can do. My legs are too long. It was a reason that left her speechless. Chinqing simply made a face. She was too tired to argue with his unreasonable behavior and resigned herself to sitting on his lap. He, on the other hand, looked utterly content, his smile practically overflowing. Class monitor Chi Miao reminded them, ahem, by the way, your toes have to be off the ground too. Chinqing was already on tiptoe, thinking it's not that I don't want to lift them, it's just that the difference in our leg lengths is too great. She could only continue to stand on her toes, figuring that at least she wouldn't have to worry about lifting her legs. Before she could even lift her foot, Wen Yufeng swept her into his arms. It was completely unexpected, and the surrounding crowd erupted. Wen Yufeng always solved problems with maximum handsomeness. No wonder everyone shipped them so hard. Just then, Chi Miao, the class president, yelled, 1 minute left. Oh my God, I almost forgot. Group photo time. Click, click, click. The shutters of phone cameras went off one after another. Seeing everyone taking pictures, Chinqing's face flushed crimson. She tried to bury her face in Wen Yufeng's chest, then simply hugged him tightly, her embarrassment only intensifying the more she tried to hide it. Wen Yufeng froze, completely still for a full 5 seconds. She just held him, completely unaware that the entire class had formed a circle around them, staring like it was a festival. The awkward atmosphere persisted until someone suddenly shouted, oh my God, I can't hold it in anymore. Hearing his friends yell, Wen Yufeng finally snapped back to reality. Chi Miao grinned like a Cheshire cat. I'm about to lose it too, she said. If this doesn't end soon, there will be extra penalties. Let's do a round of sit-ups. Seeing this, Yufeng bent down and gently placed Chinqing back on the ground. Then he admitted, I broke the rules. I accept my punishment. Chinqing was completely stunned. He then glared at Chi Miao and asked, what's the punishment? Chi Miao stammered, intimidated by his gaze. P push UPS. 200 push-ups. Time starts now. When Yufong started taking off his jacket, preparing for his punishment. Even when being punished, the school heartthrob was undeniably handsome. They say push-ups have a magical effect. Everyone guess what it is. Knowing the punishment was 200 push-ups, Chinqing felt incredibly embarrassed. She thought, I must have scared him just now. That's why when Yufong reacted like that. And now he has to take the punishment for me. If we were to share the punishment, 200 push-ups, based on last week's physical training results, I can only do 5 at most. She wanted to help, but felt powerless, incredibly frustrated. Chi Miao, still grinning mischievously, quickly said, start counting. Yufong began doing push-ups, and everyone counted in unison, 1, 2, 50. Everyone continued counting 100. Yufong's face showed no sign of fatigue or strain as he did the push-ups. 199. He went from set to set, seemingly with endless stamina. He effortlessly completed 200 push-ups. When Yufong finally stood up, and everyone whispered amongst themselves. 200 push-ups in one go was shocking enough, but he wasn't even sweating. Ignoring the murmurs, he maintained his indifferent expression, as if 200 push-ups were nothing. Yufong's friends, Li Shang and Zhao Zhuo, were stunned by his strength, thinking just how monstrous is this guy's potential. He's insane. Even Chinqing was amazed by his ability. She thought he actually did 200 push-ups in one go. Seeing her admiration, when Yufong said nothing, Chinqing excitedly praised him. You're amazing. Yufong just coughed a few times, still aloof. She didn't see his expression and continued to praise him like a little bird, happily saying my second older brother's record is 213, and it took him almost 10 minutes, and he bragged about it for ages. Yufong still didn't turn around, but his attitude seemed to shift slightly. He turned to look at her and said, without changing positions, my record is 270, but that was last year. I could probably do more now. Chinqing fell silent, unsure how to respond. His attitude suggested it was nothing, a piece of cake. A few seconds later, she finally processed his words, completely dumbfounded. T270. When Yufong thought to himself, did I just let that slip? He mocked himself internally. So childish. Why can't I suppress this competitiveness? 2 hours later, the class reunion ended. Yufong drove Chinqing home again. On the way, he asked, what are you thinking about? But she just sat quietly. After a long silence, as if she couldn't hold back any longer, Chinqing suddenly asked him, does that 20 yuan bill have anything to do with me? When Yufong didn't answer immediately, he paused for a moment, then said, you shouldn't ask me questions like that while I'm driving. Chinqing looked at him quizzically. When Yufong smiled, it's easy to cause an accident if the driver is distracted. Chinqing suddenly understood, her expression like she'd just been enlightened. She looked forward and said, I won't do that again. When Yufong smiled secretly in the rearview mirror. When Yufong finally breathed a sigh of relief and answered her question. You guessed right. He continued, that was the taxi fare you gave me when we first met. Chinqing's face suddenly flushed red. When Yufong's confession left her flustered and speechless. Slightly bewildered, she asked, but all banknotes look the same. Maybe you accidentally switched it with another one, or maybe you replaced it with something else in your wallet, like a lucky charm or something. When Yufong immediately interrupted her confidently, I wouldn't mix it up. Chinqing persisted, searching for an excuse. Maybe it's, she started, but when Yufong cut her off again, clearly reciting a string of numbers. BT 78,444,703. Startled by the sudden appearance of the strange number, she could only respond with a bewildered, huh. He immediately replied, that's the serial number on the banknote. He then explained, I looked at it so many times I memorized it unintentionally. His simple explanation left her completely stunned. Time continued to flow, spring, summer, autumn, winter, year after year, unstoppable. About 7 or 8 days before the Lunar New Year, Number 1 High School welcomed its winter break. The Lunar New Year was fast approaching, even before the winter break had truly begun. This year, the New Year atmosphere at Chinqing's home felt a little different. Festive couplets adorned the entrance of the Chin family home. This year, at Grandma's request, the whole family decided to celebrate the new year at her house. Holding her phone, Chinqing thought happily, I have to tell him this news quickly. But as she looked up, she saw 3 obstacles in the living room. No, actually it was just the 3 adults in her family sitting on the sofa. She needed a legitimate reason. This innocent girl suddenly became cunning, scratching her head as she said, I'm going to buy some New Year's goods. In reality, she just wanted to see Wen Yufong. Her attempt at lying was incredibly endearing. Unaware of her own transparency, Chinqing continued, I just want to go out and buy some things from the supermarket. Grandma said, you can't carry it all by yourself. Let your dad go with you. Chinqing immediately replied, no need. Realizing her own unusual behavior, Chinqing quickly made an excuse, rubbing her head. There are only 4 of us in the family anyway. We don't need to buy too much. I can carry it. Her strange attitude made Grandma feel something was amiss, but Mom didn't say anything. So she added a bunch of reasons. Actually, I just want to buy some snack for myself. Grandma didn't want to make things difficult for her daughter, so she simply said, then you should eat less pickled, smoked, fried, and sugary things. Seeing her mom being unusually agreeable today, Chinqing's eyes widened in surprise, but she didn't forget to say, I know. I'll go change my clothes first. Even as she said this, her fingers were already flying across her phone, typing, I'll come to your place to pay my New Year's greetings later. Feeling that this was too direct, Chinqing changed it to, I'll go see the cat later. I'll use the key you gave me so my family won't find out. Seeing the cat was just an excuse. Her real purpose was to see him. Love always changes a girl, and perhaps Chinqing was no exception. Seeing Chinqing still daydreaming and playing with her phone, Grandma reminded her, Dian, haven't you changed your clothes yet? Hearing this, Chinqing immediately jumped up, coming, and hurried off to change, looking left and right. Chinqing stood nervously in front of Yufong's door. After making sure no one was around, she carefully inserted the key into the lock. The door opened, and Chinqing quietly slipped inside. The room was pitch black. Every time she entered Wen Yufong's home, the unfamiliar space made her heart race. Not seeing him, she looked around, muttering to herself, strange. Even if he's not looking at his phone, with Wen Yufong's extraordinary perception, he should have noticed me by now. She suddenly recalled a news story about a lonely elderly person who died from carbon monoxide poisoning at home without anyone knowing. Thinking of this, her face paled. Chinqing continued further inside, calling softly before she could finish, Wen Yufong's voice came from the bathroom, Dian. Immediately afterward, a fluffy white ball of fur shot out, covered in white foam, meowing. Less than a second later, Yufong appeared before her, soaking wet, his hair and body covered in foam, clearly having just experienced some kind of foam war with the cat. She looked at him, surprised and speechless. Wen Yufong's face and body were covered in water, with clumps of foam clinging to his hair, cheeks, and shoulders. He looked like he had just crawled out of a cloud, both funny and adorable. Just then, Chinqing burst out laughing. Standing before her was the lonely old man she had just been thinking about. If this were true, then this old man was simply a top-tier masterpiece. Witnessing this scene was the mischievous little Dot, always eager to test Chinqing's patience, causing trouble whenever possible. About 10 minutes later, after bathing Wen Yufong and drying Dot, Chinqing turned to him and asked, is it always this chaotic when you bathe him? Wen Yufong was drying the cat with a towel, while the main culprit, the little white fur ball, was nestled obediently in its bed, allowing Wen Yufong to pamper it. He casually replied, not every time. Chinqing suddenly felt a pang of sympathy, thinking how distressing it would be if it were always like this. Wen Yufong picked up the hairdryer to dry his own hair and continued, probably 8 or 9 times out of 10. Hearing his frank answer, Chinqing was speechless, simply lowering her head in silence. The culprit of this chaos, the white Dot, nonchalantly licked its paws as if the previous cat-and-mouse battle had nothing to do with it. Looking at its innocent appearance, Chinqing thought to herself, I won't be fooled by it this time. At that moment, Wen Yufong bent down and said to the cat with a smile, just like you. Hearing this, Chinqing instinctively turned to look at him, her eyes full of suspicion, as if wondering if she had misheard. Wen Yufong continued drying Dot's fur. Chinqing looked at his profile. Chinqing's expression was priceless. She thought, clean, beautiful. He must be bewitched by something. Handsome guys really know how to flirt. Suddenly remembering the reason for Chinqing's unexpected visit, Wen Yufong asked, why did you come over so suddenly today? Hearing this, she smiled innocently and blurted out, my family is celebrating New Year's here this year. Chinqing pouted, remembering that when Yufong hadn't replied to her message. I sent you a message. Didn't you see it? He glanced at her and asked, when did you send it? She immediately replied, before I came. When Yufong explained with a helpless look, do you think I had time to look at my phone? Finding his reason justifiable, Chinqing stopped nagging him and turned to the white cat, smiling sweetly. If you don't behave during your bath next time, I'll have when Yufong give you away. She said this with a bright smile, even nuzzling her nose against the cat's. The heartwarming scene was undisturbed as the cat continued to play. It licked Chinqing's face. Watching this scene, it was as if two kittens were playing together because at this moment, Chinqing was also as cute as a kitten. Chinqing let the cat sit on her lap and play. Then, she was once again amused by the cat's playfulness, her laughter brightening the entire room. Seeing her adorable laughter, when Yufong was momentarily stunned, he picked up the cat, holding it at face level, and stared at it intently. Are you jealous of Chinqing's affection for this white cat? Oh, and it's a male cat too. That's quite petty, when Yufong. But at this moment, who cared about their image? When Yufong softly said, spring is coming soon, he stared directly at the cat's face, as if trying to intimidate his rival with his gaze, then whispered, I heard that neutering male cats can prolong their lifespan. Maybe we should consider it. As expected, love can make people do bad things. He picked up his phone, glanced at the message she had just sent, and asked coldly, so you came here specifically to see it today? Chinqing, while comforting the white cat in her arms, picked up his words, and to wish you a happy new year. When Yufong was still rereading her message, and, hearing her say this, gave her a pointed look. And me, Chinqing's expression immediately became tense. Oops, did she just let something slip? Didn't that just admit that when Yufong was an afterthought, and the real object of her affection was this fur ball? Disaster from the mouth. Before she could explain, he continued, and me too is fine. With a hint of disappointment in his eyes, when Yufong went on, I've been in Xinjiang for a few years now, and this is the first time someone has wished me a happy new year. Every word was filled with loneliness and understanding. Seeing him like this, Chinqing immediately said, I came because of you. She turned to look at him, her voice exceptionally sincere. I managed to sneak out with great difficulty. She lowered her head, a faint sadness in her expression, and softly said, it's really not. Her tone and expression were almost as if she were correcting herself, as if when Yufong was the center and purpose of her trip. When Yufong was just about to reach out and touch Chinqing's head, just then, a voice suddenly spoke from the doorway. Those are heartbreaking words. The newcomer was Wen Yufong's uncle. His sudden appearance surprised even Wen Yufong. When Yufong finally looked up and exclaimed in surprise, Uncle. As expected, people with similar genes behave similarly. His uncle didn't use the door, instead choosing to enter through the window. His behavior, like Wen Yufong's, was unpredictable. It seemed no one noticed they were on the 12th floor of the apartment, but his uncle simply leaped gracefully through the window and landed. He then looked up and said softly, you're actually able to raise such a small kitten. Startled by the stranger, the main cat immediately ran away, while the follower cat quickly hid behind Wen Yufong, staring wide-eyed at the young man called Uncle. Sensing the teasing in his words, Wen Yufong simply replied indifferently, Uncle, this is my own business. Actually, although a bit slow to react, Chinqing finally understood who he meant by the other kitten. Sigh. Qin Xiaoji's brain was really slow at the moment. In the living room, the uncle sat facing the two of them and began, although you're an adult now. He glanced at Wen Yufong and then picked up an apple, continuing, I'm still your former guardian. As he spoke, he pulled out a dagger, deftly playing with it, as if deliberately drawing attention to the knife itself. Then, he quite naturally began to peel the apple with the dagger. Sure enough, Qing noticed, thinking, does he carry a knife with him all the time? Seemingly indifferent to Qing's reaction, the uncle continued his conversation with Wen Yufong. I heard you were drunk at the Chowan residence before. It was all because of her. The uncle's voice was as calm as his apple-peeling movements. Wen Yufong replied briefly, equally indifferent to his nephew's attitude. The uncle continued, before I speak, do you have any thoughts? Wen Yufong lowered his head in silence. The uncle said in a low voice, It seems you've been living too comfortably these past 2 years. He coldly scanned the two opposite him, like radar, then continued, the person I trained shouldn't be a good-for-nothing who only idles around women. Hearing this, when Yufong interrupted, Uncle, this has nothing to do with her. I know which direction I should be heading. Hearing this, the uncle placed the peeled apple on the table and said, I thought you'd forgotten. Then, he meticulously wiped the dagger with a tissue and said indifferently, Don't disappoint me. Hearing these words, when Yufong stood up silently, his uncle spoke as he walked towards the window, a piece of advice for you, by the way. He turned slightly to look at Wen Yufong and said, if all you can do is live a peaceful life with someone, then you're only fit to raise cats. He then reached out and pushed open the window, preparing to leave the same way he came. But just as he was about to climb out, he paused and said, Oh, I almost forgot. Is there anything else? So long-winded. Chinqing, and when Yufong had barely reacted since his arrival, the uncle smiled slightly for the first time since appearing and said, The gift is on the coffee table. Happy New Year. Then, with a meaningful smile, he added, My dear nephew. After saying this, he jumped out the window in a flash. Sometimes, there's no need to show off. We can use the door. We don't have to be Spider-Man to be cool. When Yufong's uncle's entrance and exit were certainly unique. Although he had probably seen it many times, Wen Yufong was still a little surprised this time. As for Chinqing, she was probably stunned. As if suddenly remembering something, Wen Yufong turned to look at the coffee table. On the coffee table sat a neatly and beautifully peeled apple, along with a single, unbroken spiral of apple peel. Although it was just an ordinary thing, for some reason, Wen Yufong suddenly smiled slightly. Seeing these expressions, Chinqing felt a little strange and a little worried. She softly called out, Wen Yufong. But before she could finish, her phone suddenly rang. Knowing it was her mother calling to check on her, Chinqing had to lie and cover up, Mom, I ran into a classmate at the supermarket and chatted for a bit. I lost track of time. As expected, good children become slippery once they're in love. Mrs. Chin probably wouldn't have guessed that the supermarket Chinqing visited was in the complex opposite their home. Chinqing continued nodding. I'm buying dried fruits. I'll be home soon. Her voice was full of docility and obedience. Hearing her on the phone, Wen Yufong asked, What's wrong? Did something happen at home? She lowered her head and confessed, I told my mom I was going out to buy dried fruit for the new year, but I snuck out, and just now I lost track of time. Chinqing smiled brightly. I have to go. I need to get to the supermarket. Pushing the door open, she complained, If I stay any longer, I'll be too late getting home. See, the price of being in love is that the moment I reach the door, my mom's words just vanish into thin air. Just then, Yufong suddenly reached out and put his arm around her. What's there to be afraid of? Chinqing, startled, turned back. He quickly corrected himself. Don't misunderstand. I just came to see you off. Those round eyes looked up at him, and Yufong couldn't help but think, so cute. He swallowed, thinking, she really makes me want to. The sentence trailed off, leaving him curious and wanting to skip to the next chapter. He leaned in close, so close to Chinqing that her heart began to race. Who says goodbye this close? She thought, but he was clearly bold, smiling as he said, I've never been seen off like this before. Then he gently kissed her forehead. Now you have. He leaned in closer still, whispering, You'll get used to it soon, okay? The script called for a sweet kiss, and Chinqing seemed willing. She closed her eyes, waiting expectantly, as if ready to be kissed at any moment. His lips were almost touching hers, but unexpectedly, her passive acceptance was a ruse. Suddenly, she bolted, flinging open the door and rushing out of Yufong's apartment. Yufong stood there, stunned, thinking, maybe I shouldn't have trained her to be so athletic. Yufong went back inside, walked to the wardrobe, and grabbed a jacket, preparing to go out. Passing the storage cabinet, he noticed a gift inside, sitting quietly as if it had been there for a long time. He walked over and picked it up. A small card rested on top. He picked up the card and glanced at it. His uncle's words echoed in his ears. Only someone who has settled down deserves a cat. After reading it, he tucked the card into his pocket. Meanwhile, Chinqing was waiting for the elevator, her mind replaying Yufong's plans and goals like an Olympic-level gymnastics routine. He's so selfish, she thought. He couldn't even wait. I really don't understand. I've known him for over half a year. Lost in thought, she continued, Why do I feel like the change in him is earth-shattering? Suddenly, her mind went blank. Is this a side effect of studying liberal arts? She wondered, oh man, if everyone who studied liberal arts was like this, the hospitals would be overflowing. The elevator doors opened, and Chinqing stepped inside. Chinqing stepped into the elevator, seemingly nonchalant, her mind still wandering. Just as the doors were about to close, a hand shot out and stopped them. Yufong was standing there. Chinqing was stunned, her expression saying, "Didn't I run fast enough? How'd he catch up?" Seeing him, Chinqing blurted out, "What are you doing here?" He replied casually, "Buying some New Year's goods. Unless Miss Chin thinks I'm chasing you down to claim that stolen kiss." Yufong pressed the elevator button, grinning. "It's for Dian." The elevator reached the first floor. As soon as the doors opened, Chinqing practically flew out. But just then Yufong reached out, grabbed her, and pulled her back. Once again, Chinqing was surprised, colliding with him as he pulled her. Seeing the force of the impact, Chinqing quickly turned and asked, "When Yufong, are you okay?" He said softly, "I'm fine." Then he added, "Since we're going the same way, want to walk together?" His smug look made Chinqing realize what he'd done. "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" she said angrily. His expression softened. "Actually, that hurt a bit." Chinqing just scoffed, clearly not believing him. About an hour later, they walked together to the parking lot. Chinqing suddenly asked, "Does your uncle always like to take the long way around?" "It's such a strange habit." Yufong simply replied, "It's not to avoid anyone." He continued walking, adding, "It's because he doesn't want the Wen family to know he's back." Yufong continued walking calmly, but Chinqing stopped. "This is the first time I've heard him talk about his family," she thought. "But he sounds like he's talking about a stranger, even more distant than a stranger." Suddenly, Chinqing ran after him and took his hand. She looked up and said softly, "I'll come see you every New Year from now on, okay?" Yufong paused, then a bright smile spread across his face. "Okay." With just that simple word, they both seemed filled with anticipation for a beautiful future. Entering the apartment building, when Yufong softly called out, "Chinqing." At the same time, she turned and called his name, Wen Yufong. They had both spoken each other's names almost simultaneously. The coincidence felt endearing, and Chinqing covered her mouth, giggling. Yufong said to her, "You go first." Her eyes sparkled as she looked at him. Chinqing took a deep breath, tried to muster her courage, then said, "Can you tell me?" She clutched her bag tightly, her hands clenching as if gathering the strength to continue. "About what you said, the path you want to take." She looked up at Wen Yufong, her voice tentative. "It's not about the Gaokao, is it?" Chinqing's question seemed to completely stun Wen Yufong, leaving him speechless. He remained silent, his face expressionless. This made Chinqing feel a little disappointed, but when Yufong suddenly spoke, his expression serious. "No." Hearing this, Chinqing felt a sense of worry and unease. When Yufong continued, "That's right, I won't take the Gaokao route. Or rather, I'll graduate high school with you, but I won't go to university." Chinqing anxiously asked him, "Why?" She suddenly realized she was a bit agitated, so she adjusted her tone. "I'm sorry. I know it's your choice, and I have no right to interfere. But can I know the reason?" When Yufong replied in a low voice, "Because that's not what I want to do, Dian. I have my own goals." The past flashed through his mind like a slow-motion film. The days of practicing shooting tirelessly in pursuit of his goal. He thought to himself, "In all the years before I met you, I've been able to get to where I am today because of this goal." When Yufong calmly continued, "Indeed, I wavered because of you, but I understand that if I deny it now, I'm completely denying my past and present self. I don't even know what else I can do. Sai, why does reading this make me feel so sad?" He reached out to touch her, saying, Dian, "I'm sorry." Hearing this, Chinqing's face suddenly darkened, and she coldly asked, "It's dangerous, isn't it?" Each word she spoke seemed choked with emotion. When Yufong kept apologizing, "I am sorry. I am sorry." She probably also wants to know what he's apologizing for. He continued, "The path I want to take is dangerous. That's why he warned me, and warned you too." Chinqing asked Wen Yufong with a sorrowful face, "Can't you not go? Can't you go to university and work like a normal person?" He calmly replied, "You know I don't have a choice, Dian." Those past scenes flashed through Chinqing's mind again. She remembered the first time she saw him, thinking to herself, "That's right, from the first time I saw him, this person wasn't the type to yield or obey. If she forced him to take a path that others considered safe and smooth, what difference would there be between that and her mother's previous insistence on her practicing piano, transferring schools, and skipping grades under the guise of concern?" Thinking of this, Chinqing asked, "Then can I know what your goal is?" The two faced each other, the atmosphere somewhat awkward. He He continued, it's not mixed martial arts, is it? When Yufong began to tell Qing, it's more dangerous than that. Becoming a boxer is a necessary step for me to achieve my goal. After graduating high school, I will participate in the boxer selection and join the special forces. Qing asked blankly, like your uncle. When Yufong replied, he's different. He's not in the special forces, or rather, he's not from our country. Hearing this, Qing asked in confusion, isn't he your uncle? Your uncle? He replied, he's mixed race. You should have noticed that his mother and my grandmother aren't the same person. Is what you want to do as dangerous as his? Their conversation continued. If the danger you're talking about is just climbing tall buildings, then that's not dangerous. That's just normal training. Then, what is considered dangerous? Different units have different levels of danger. A trace of confusion flashed in Qing's eyes. How dangerous is the place you want to go? When Yufong stood in front of Qing, hesitating, the mortality rate is about. Before he could finish, Qing shouted, enough. Seeing Qing's agitated state, when Yufong softly called out Dian, but her face was still full of anger. Don't call me that. Just go. If you want to go die, then go. I won't stop you. When Yufong walked over and pulled her into his arms to comfort her, Qing forced herself to say, your life has nothing to do with me. You're the one who doesn't care, so just go. I won't stop you. Suddenly, when Yufong seemed to realize something and quickly gestured to Qing, it turned out to be Qing's grandmother outside. She said, I clearly heard Dian's voice just now. Did I hear wrong? A voice came from inside, Mom. You must have heard wrong. It's cold outside. Let's go in first. After entering the house, Grandma said, you seem distracted. Qing held her silenced phone, thinking to herself, even if I'm in this terrible situation, it's hard to explain. Those sad eyes reappeared in her mind, and she worried if there was even more terrible news. Then she said to Yufong, let go, I don't want this. Of course, how could the male lead let her go so easily? Qing raised her voice and said, your 5 senses, your boxing skills, are all for your goal. You learned a little, and you're using it like this. He pointed to his head and replied, of course, it's not just a little, there are more things and skills in here. Hearing this, Qing said suspiciously, your social skills, your memory is so strong. Is it also trained for that goal? When Yufong replied, I've reached a photographic memory level. Memorizing in a short time and converting it into long-term memory through repeated recall is very important training. After listening, Qing was confused and said, I have to go home now. When Yufong interrupted her, at least take the New Year's gift I prepared for you. Before he finished speaking, he grabbed Qing's hand. He held her hand, and Qing blurted out, before she could refuse, when Yufong had already put the bracelet on Qing's wrist and said, Happy New Year, Tian. With a click, when Yufong fastened the bracelet on her hand, it's locked. Now you're mine. Locking the bracelet is like locking our love. Qing can only belong to the male lead. Then when Yufong leaned closer to Qing's head and said, from now on, Happy New Year, this blessing only belongs to you. Ugh, so cheesy. What if when Yufong said these things, but our Qing didn't hear them? Time flies. It's already the second semester of the sophomore year. The teacher walked into the classroom during morning self-study. The homeroom teacher stood on the podium and announced, our class's math scores last semester were very good, and I wasn't disappointed. I'm especially happy with the liberal arts class rankings, especially in math. Qing's math scores have always been first in the entire grade. Our class took 2 of the top 3 spots. I'm used to it. But when Yufong, I have to say, you really surprised me. The male lead sat there like a statue, being praised by the teacher. Seeing when Yufong silent and seemingly uninterested, Qing kicked him. The homeroom teacher's face was full of satisfaction. Suddenly, Qing said in a panic, when Yufong, let go of me. He just covered his mouth and laughed. I didn't grab you, you reminded me. Oh, you mean down there. So, just after Qing kicked him, he clamped her legs together. Then he teased her, sorry, I can't spread them too wide. Qing frowned and muttered discontentedly, just showing off those long legs of yours. When Yufong retorted, but I like short legs. This answer left her speechless. In the next few classes, after being praised by various teachers, when Yufong seemed to have had enough of listening, and Qing, who was sitting next to him, naturally listened as well. At this time, a teacher walked straight up to him and said, when Yufong, when did I offend you? She looked at him seriously and said, before school started, your homeroom teacher and subject teachers had a meeting. I was so embarrassed to go. 16th in the grade overall, 6th in Chinese, 3rd in math. and first in liberal arts comprehensive studies. She remained calm, then suddenly gritted her teeth and said in English, "Your English score isn't even in the top 100. I become the laughingstock of the entire English group. If it weren't for me, your English teacher dragging you along, your scores could totally compete with Chinqing for first place in the liberal arts. Tell me, how on earth did I offend you? You just had to throw me under the bus." Even being scolded like this, when Yofang's expression remained unchanged. "I'm sorry, Teacher G, my English foundation is too poor, I can't catch up." Of course, he had to give first place to his Chinqing. The old cat continued to nag. If you can't catch up, then work harder. The first place in English class, Chinqing, sits right next to you. If the school didn't always deduct points from her essays, Chinqing would have gotten full marks a long time ago. She felt that Chinqing could totally tutor the three of you. Chinqing listened from the side and just sighed. The old cat continued. "Teacher and I said, if you can't even bring the top student in English along, then don't waste resources. Chinqing can be moved to another desk to tutor others." Actually, the old cat thought to herself, "I don't understand why Teacher and I asked me to say these things." Hearing that she might have to change seats, Chinqing couldn't help but chuckle, teasing Wen Yufang, making him a little embarrassed. "Hey, stop it." After the English teacher relayed Teacher Ni's decree, someone started seriously learning English from Chinqing. This sudden change definitely surprised the old cat. After starting to teach Wen Yufang English, Chinqing discovered that this guy had even more outrageous aspects. For example, his basic vocabulary and grammar were so bad that it was maddening, but his spoken English was surprisingly good, fluent, and with perfect pronunciation. Talking to him, as long as it didn't involve specialized vocabulary, felt like communicating with a native English speaker. So, Chinqing turned to Wen Yufang with a puzzled look on her face. "Don't tell me you're mixed race too." Wen Yufang replied, "My uncle's mother is a foreigner, but my grandmother is a local through and through." Chinqing asked curiously, "Then how is your spoken English so good?" Wen Yufang answered, "Didn't I say before? Before entering Yizhong, I stayed abroad with my uncle for 2 years." She snorted softly, "So the reason your English grades aren't good is simple. Start by memorizing the vocabulary list at the back of all your English books." Hearing the word start, Wen Yufang was a little confused. Start. Chinqing changed her words. Or maybe start by flipping through the latest edition of the Cambridge Dictionary. As she spoke, she picked up the first book. The young girl's manner left Wen Yufang with no choice but to obediently listen and start working. Afterward, she also handed him his English books. After a while, he took out all of his English books and said, "All my English books are here." Chinqing immediately pulled one out and said, "Who knows if there are any strange magazines hidden inside?" As soon as she finished speaking, Wen Yufang's eyes widened. Chinqing was startled by the racy magazine in front of her, and her face flushed red. The female lead's premonition was completely correct. 1 month later, in the high school office area, 2 people were gossiping about how our male lead, Wen Yufang's, progress was too fast. Even now, many people still couldn't believe how someone could be so enviable. Chinqing asked in surprise, "Enviable?" Fang Xiaoqing replied with a smile, "It's a bit of an exaggeration, but there's some truth to it." Did everyone know why? Xiaoqing continued. His grades were poor throughout his first year of high school, but as soon as the first semester of his second year ended, his progress was like a leap. Because although he didn't skip class and sat honestly in the classroom, you've never seen him work so hard. Take this month's English exam, for example. His English grades were so bad last semester, and it's only been a little over a month into this semester, and his progress is so great. Everyone is joking that he's not human. Hearing Xiaoqing talk about the male lead like this, Xinqing suddenly laughed. Fang Xiaoqing turned her head to look at Xinqing in confusion. "What are you laughing at?" She started talking about Wen Yufang. He has a characteristic, that is, he is very focused. Once he decides on something, he will definitely persevere. Chinqing giggled again, and he is indeed very capable. No one can stop him from achieving his goals. Looking at Chinqing's expression, Xiaoqing was speechless, really not understanding why she had such a good impression of Wen Yufang. At this time, someone was waiting at the door of Class 1, Liberal Arts. Seeing this scene, Fang Xiaoqing asked, "Aren't those the ones who fought with Wen Yufang and skipped class before? Are they really here to look for Wen Yufang?" Chinqing was a little puzzled, not quite sure. Fang Xiaoqing replied, "It seems that people from number 3 middle school have already blocked him twice at our school gate. The boys in our grade are all saying they want to fight with number 3 middle school." Hearing this, Chinqing's eyes suddenly became tense. and then she left Xiaoqing behind and continued walking forward. Xiaoqing shouted behind her, "Hey, don't go." Chinqing walked outside, and the crowd unexpectedly dispersed one by one. Chinqing faced Wen Yufong and said, "You haven't finished memorizing your vocabulary, so you can't go anywhere." Li Shang smiled brightly, about to say something, but Wen Yufong glared at him coldly, scaring both Li Shang and Zhao Zirwei into silence. Wen Yufong walked up to Chinqing and said gently, "Dian Dian, I've memorized it all." Chinqing's face flushed red, and she quickly covered her face with a stack of test papers, shyly complaining in her heart about how Wen Yufong could call her nickname in public. Wen Yufong reached out and took the test papers away. Chinqing thought to herself that if she weren't so weak, she would really like to lightly hit him so that he wouldn't have to go out and fight with the people for number 3 middle school and wouldn't come back injured with his right arm hurt. She turned her head away, pouting angrily. Then she looked at Wen Yufong suspiciously. "Memorized it all." He replied happily, "I really memorized it all." Chinqing pointed to the stack of workbooks and continued, "Oh, then I'll randomly check your writing every day this week." As soon as she finished speaking, Chinqing immediately surprised Wen Yufong. "Writing test in 2 minutes. Go prepare." The male lead was dumbfounded but still followed her to study. Before leaving, he didn't forget to say to Liang Jiang, "I don't want her to be unhappy." After saying that, he left with the girl. Liang Jiang and Zhao Zirwei were both speechless. Did someone change Yug's heart? Thinking back to when Ling Wu and Shi Lulu were ignored, they thought Yug was very cold and indifferent. It seems they were wrong. It depends on who can control him. It's a world of difference. They couldn't help but sigh. By the way, when Wen Yufong told Chinqing, "I haven't agreed to them yet," she said angrily, "You haven't had the chance to agree yet, have you? If I had arrived 5 minutes later, would I not have seen you?" Hearing this, Wen Yufong replied with a happy smile, "I probably wouldn't have left in 5 minutes. What does this mean? Are they teasing us?" Seeing Chinqing's expression, he immediately turned around and apologized. "I was wrong. I'll only listen to you from now on. If you don't let me leave, I won't leave." Then he whispered to Chinqing, his voice full of remorse, "Dian Dian, I'm sorry, Dian Dian, oh, Dian Dian." He made her blush, and she couldn't help but shout, "Wen Yufong, shut up." But he immediately said with a smile, "Okay, I'll listen to you." But reality hit Wen Yufong like a slap in the face. Chinqing said, "Write 10 phrases, each with more than 2 meanings. Make sentences with them in order, no repetitions, and they must be compound sentences." Oh my God, this is exactly like the saying, "A shark outside, a guppy at home." Right, everyone? As winter turned to spring, Chinqing and Wen Yufong entered the 2nd semester of their senior year, ranking 1st and 3rd in the liberal arts, respectively. To alleviate the pressure of graduation, the senior year planned a school anniversary performance. Each class had to have at least 1 group performance and 2 individual performances. At Mr. N.I. Ku's insistence, Class 1, as a model liberal art class, absolutely had to come up with 3 or 4 individual performances. Sigh, the pressure is immense. After receiving the task, the arts committee member scratched his head and thought, "It's already the 2nd semester of senior year. Where can I find students willing to spend their time and energy performing? And I still need to find 3 more individual performances." Honestly, a group performance would be fine. Even writing a skit wouldn't be too difficult, but these individual performances. He suddenly saw Chinqing's personal file and was stunned. Grade 10 piano, we have a hidden expert in our class. However, with Wen Yufong in the way, as long as someone else can take her place, he definitely wouldn't bother Chinqing. Smart. The arts committee member flipped through the class roster again. A few minutes later, looking at everyone's so-called talents, some were good at eating, some had no skills, and some were only good at studying. The arts committee member grabbed a student in frustration and said, "At least Chinqing said she can study. What gives you guys the courage? You've got some nerve." After venting, the arts committee member covered his forehead and thought, "I really need to do some ideological education." The arts committee member walked into the classroom, feeling like he had a smile on his face, but his soul was screaming, "We understand you, brother." Suddenly, he saw Chinqing sitting alone and hurried over, bowing his head and saying, "Chinqing, I have something I need your help with." Chinqing quickly waved her hand and said, "What is it? If I can help, I will. You don't have to be so formal." And so, when the school anniversary performance arrived, when Yufong learned that Chinqing was going to perform a piano solo, when Yufong walked towards the arts committee member with a cold expression, That look made the arts committee member break out in a cold sweat, thinking, there are indeed no airtight walls, that's for sure. When Yufong said unhappily, did you sign her up? The arts committee member quickly explained, Yufong, I had no choice. The pressure from above was too great. It's not easy to choose an individual performance in such a short time. Besides Chinqing, there are only a few students in the class who can paint or write calligraphy. He continued, we can't have them go on stage and paint for half an hour, can we? Although Chinqing said she's a bit rusty, she's a grade 10 pianist after all, so it would be quicker for her to prepare. I really had no other choice. I've already asked the student union's arts department to prepare the piano and costume. Before he could finish, when Yufong interrupted and asked, will it take up too much of her time? The arts committee member quickly shook his head and waved his hands, absolutely not, absolutely not, absolutely not. When Yufong glanced at him and said, try bothering her behind my back again. The arts committee member quickly nodded, absolutely not, I swear. After saying that, the arts committee member sighed and left, thinking, if there's a next time, I'll just resign. He felt bitter. Being a class officer is like risking your life. Whoever wants to do it can do it. He's absolutely right. Backstage on the second day of the school anniversary performance, when Yufong arrived early and prepared a seat for Chinqing. Ah, so sweet. When Yufong suddenly became impatient and gradually restless, his boyfriend power overflowing. Suddenly, he saw a sheet of music. Judging by its condition, it was probably used for practice. He thought, did she accidentally drop it? Will she need it later? Should I take it to her? Backstage, Chinqing hesitated in front of the costume. Do I really have to wear this on stage? Her friend said helplessly, I can't help it. Of all the costumes in the arts club that fit your size and are suitable for the performance, this is the only one left. It's a performance, after all. We can't have you go on stage in your school uniform, can we? Chinqing said worriedly, but I've never worn such high heels. Her friend urged, shift your weight forward. There's really not much difference between thick heels and thin heels. Trust me, easy for her to say. She wasn't the one wearing them. The friend continued, besides, this outfit is practically our arts club standard. I remember it was just issued last year, and this style is much nicer than the other solo performance costumes. You're playing a piano solo, so we specifically picked this for you. Hearing this, Chinqing still couldn't help but worry. She asked again, are you sure it's okay? Another classmate chimed in, trust the future stylist's vision. You'll look beautiful in this dress. Standing in front of the costume, she thought, just looking at the style, it's a floor-length gown at least, with a cinched waist and sequin decorations. It's so pretty. This is the first time I've seen such a long dress. I find it both novel and stunning. But looking at the design, the deep V-neck and backless style revealed a lot of skin. Chinqing imagined herself wearing this outfit and felt a bit curious, but then she thought about having to wear high heels and a long dress. What if she panicked and fell under so many gazes? Just thinking about that scene was terrifying. At that moment, the arts committee member suddenly poked her head in and said, what are you old ladies still dawdling about? Hurry up and change and get your makeup done. Chinqing ignored her and went straight into the changing room, thinking whatever. There was no time to think anymore. Meanwhile, when Yufong was wandering around outside, the arts committee member asked him, who are you looking for? He immediately replied, oh, is Chinqing here? Chinqing is changing into her costume inside. If you need something from her, you can wait outside for a while. So when Yufong waited outside, after waiting for 2 minutes, Chinqing still hadn't come out. When Yufong thought, why is it taking so long to change? Could something have happened? So he stood up, preparing to go in and check. It seemed like there was a bit of a situation inside. Something was wrong with the costume. He wanted to go in and see, but ultimately returned to his original spot and continued to wait. Half a minute later, she finally finished changing, finally got it on. Hearing this, when Yufong opened his eyes and saw Chinqing walk out, he froze, because Chinqing looked stunning for no other reason. Even I, a girl, was mesmerized. Everyone saw Chinqing in the gorgeous costume, and the arts committee member beamed. See, I told you you'd look great in this dress. He reached out to help Chinqing adjust her dress, but before he could touch her, when Yufong suddenly appeared and grabbed his wrist, saying coldly, what gives you the right to touch her? This woman is mine. Only I can touch her. Understand. Chinqing turned around and exclaimed in surprise, when Yufong, don't do this. The other student cried out in pain. Stop. Chinqing grabbed Wen Yufong's hand to stop him, one hand gripping the other. The scene was so dazzling it was hard to look away. when Yufong suddenly grabbed Qing's hand and pulled her closer. Their eyes met, fingers intertwined, when Yufong was struggling internally. Then, he wrapped his arms around Qing from behind, his hand accidentally brushing against her bare back. Who knew what was going through when Yufong's mind? Qing's cheeks flushed, and she shyly called out, when Yufong didn't hesitate to pull Qing tightly into his arms and whispered, if you go on stage wearing this. He leaned close to her ear and murmured, I'll press you against the piano and kiss you until you can't speak. He added, I swear. Hearing this, who knew what Qing was thinking? The scene was enough to give anyone goosebumps. After saying this, when Yufong thought, I shouldn't have said those greedy thoughts out loud. What if I scared her? But I can't help myself anymore. I might do something irreversible. When Yufong looked at the other student and said, give me the jacket. The student stammered in a daze, When Yufong took the jacket and draped it over Qing. Although the jacket was a bit short, it temporarily covered her alluring bare back. When Yufong returned the jacket to the student, then took off his own jacket and immediately draped it over Qing. This time, the length was just right. 20 minutes later, it was Qing's turn to perform. Sitting at the piano, she looked as if she belonged on stage. Seeing Qing dressed like that, the audience murmured, their heads filled with question marks. What is this look? What is she trying to express? Don't anger my male lead. Qing lowered her head, thinking, after all these years, I don't celebrate my birthday anymore, and no one remembers. Time just passes by, and I've even forgotten myself. May 29th, a summer day, Qing fell into a reverie. So there's one day in the year that belongs to me, called Qing's birthday. She glanced at her watch and softly said, I don't expect any gifts. You can make it up to me after the college entrance exam. When Yufong replied somewhat awkwardly, it's so sudden, I haven't prepared anything. Qing fiddled with the small gift in her hand and responded, actually, I don't need anything. Even so, when Yufong still whispered, I understand. With that, he left. Qing was a little surprised and asked him, Yufong, where are you going? He turned back and said in his usual casual tone, of course, I'm going to get you a present. It was already dark after school. Seeing his sister's expression in the rearview mirror, Xianhao asked Zhao Zirwei, did anything happen at school today? She replied nonchalantly, nothing. Xianhao didn't press further, but he kept looking at her through the rearview mirror. As soon as the car stopped at the entrance of the residential complex, Qing got out and said, brother, grandma made a cake today. Come up and have a piece. But Xianhao politely declined. I helped you set up your birthday party at noon, and I have something to do tonight, so I won't go. Seeing this, Qing simply waved goodbye. Okay, bye, brother. She entered the building, thinking as she walked, I wonder where he went to buy me a gift. He still hasn't come back. At this moment, a trace of worry flashed in Qing's eyes. I hope nothing happened. The elevator reached the 12th floor, and she called him, but no one answered. But as soon as the elevator doors opened, he suddenly appeared, saying, you're back so soon. Seeing Wen Yufong, she was a little surprised and just responded softly. She reminded him, it's getting late. But when Yufong interrupted her, happy birthday, her surprise instantly turned into a smile. However, after the blessing, there was still no sign of a gift. She jokingly teased him, you hesitated for a long time and didn't buy anything, did you? Wen Yufong lowered his head slightly. Then he nodded and admitted, I didn't buy anything. But Qing wasn't angry at all. Instead, she said happily, I heard that the most meaningful birthday gift this semester is 5 years of college, 3 years of simulated exams. I thought you were going to give me a book. When Yufong interrupted her, I should have thought of that. Seeing his nervous expression, Qing comforted him. I was just kidding. It's okay if you don't have anything now. But in the next second, when Yufong suddenly moved closer to her, then he pulled her behind the stairwell door. Seeing this, Qing exclaimed, when Yufong, don't mess around. But it was too late. He pulled her inside and closed the door. Qing trembled slightly and said, can't we talk inside? It's too dark here, I'm scared. But he moved closer to her and said, we can't talk inside. He stepped forward, placing his hands on the wall, trapping her in his arms. Qing softly asked why. He whispered in her ear, don't you know there are surveillance cameras in the hallway? But there aren't any here. Ambiguous actions, ambiguous space, ambiguous words. When Yufong, what are you trying to do? He continued his psychological attack. In other words, no one will know what I do here. If this were Qing a year ago, she might have already started crying. But the Qing of now had grown into another version of herself. She glared at him and whispered in his ear, "Wen Yufong, do you really think I'm afraid of you? We don't even know who's the prey and who's the hunter yet." Chinqing turned her head, a look of disgust on her face. "Are you a child, Wen Yufong?" Perhaps our Wen Yufong was a little embarrassed. He slapped his hand against the wall and said forcefully, "You're too unguarded around others." But Chinqing remained calm. "No." Then she smiled like a flower. "I only trust you. Don't miss this opportunity, brother. A cow doesn't eat the grass it's already grazed, but it will eat corn. Someone who doesn't take the bait is even dumber than a cow, brother." But suddenly remembering the important matter, Chinqing said, "You pulled me here just to give me a present, right?" She leaned in and started searching Wen Yufong, saying as she searched, "Stop hiding it." Wen Yufong immediately denied it. "I'm not hiding anything." He raised his hands, rolled up his sleeves, and continued, "Actually, the gift is right in front of you." When Yufong presented his arm, tied with a red ribbon, like a gift to Chinqing, continuing, "I am your birthday present." Boys often use this trick, such a large gift that couldn't be exchanged. It seemed Yugo had tried it, but hadn't put much thought into it. While the readers were still judging his act of offering himself as a gift, Yugo was still flirting with his girlfriend, Chinqing. "Chinqing, do you accept?" Before this, a voice echoed in Chinqing's young heart. "I'm 18 years old, and I've never seen anything like this." Faced with this enormous, impractical birthday present that threatened to deplete her food budget, Chinqing was completely dumbfounded. She thought, "What happens if I accept? What happens if I don't?" When Yufong looked at her, thinking, as expected, after all this time my little girl has finally become clever. After all those naive moments, she's finally starting to understand things. Don't provoke her. When Yufong leaned closer to Chinqing and whispered, "If you don't accept, I'll be very, very angry." He moved even closer, whispering in her ear, "I might do something, and I can't guarantee I'll be able to control myself then." Yugo was actually threatening her into accepting the gift. Sensing danger, Chinqing immediately changed tactics, laughing and changing the subject. "When Yufong, you really didn't buy anything. No wonder you brought this ribbon." But her laughter was quickly interrupted by Wen Yufong. He reached out and lifted her chin, his gaze fixed on Chinqing's eyes, drawing closer and closer. She tried to break free from his grasp, but failed. He continued to coax her in a low voice. "So, do you accept or not?" This time, Chinqing nodded vigorously while pushing him away. "Accept, accept, accept. Isn't this what you wanted?" When Yufong smiled, "Does that count as giving in?" He gazed at her, his eyes full of affection, and whispered, "Actually, I was hoping you'd struggle a little more." However, since the decision had been made, there was no returning or exchanging the gift. When Yufong held her tightly, making Chinqing wonder, "I've already accepted the gift. Why aren't you leaving?" She thought that accepting the gift meant the end of the charade, but it wasn't. When Yufong immediately said, "But you haven't unwrapped it yet." Chinqing's expression seemed to say, "Unwrap it. I have to unwrap the gift. This act has to continue." At this point, Chinqing's face was as red as a tomato, stammering, "When Yufong, you." But she couldn't get the words out. When Yufong seized the opportunity to ask with a serious face, "What's wrong with me?" she retorted impatiently, "You're so shameless." But today, Yuji's persistence was off the charts, and he continued to pester her. "For you, I'm willing to do anything. What's a little shame?" Chinqing's expression seemed to say, "I've said all I can say. What more do you want?" But when Yufong didn't give up, still maintaining a serious face, "Or are you too embarrassed to unwrap the gift yourself?" Saying this, he took her hand and placed it near the buttons of his undershirt, saying, "Then let me help you." Chinqing froze, her face stiff. Perhaps this was the first time he'd teased her to this extent. Seeing her like this, when Yufong stopped teasing her, sighing, "I really can't do anything with you," he lightly flicked her forehead and said, "You're like a little gosling right now." What did he mean by that? Was he saying she looked dazed like a goose? Then he undid the buttons one by one, covering her eyes with his hand, and said, "You can open your eyes now." But she immediately covered her eyes with her hands, firmly saying, "I won't open them." When Yufong continued to coax her, "I really do have a gift for you." But the timid Chinqing still refused to open her eyes. Was our little rabbit really afraid of getting addicted? Meanwhile, the big bad wolf, Wen Yufong, thought to himself, "Is this too much?" Seeing her stubbornly refuse to open her eyes, Wen Yufong gently changed his approach. "If I really wanted to do something, I wouldn't have waited until today." Sure enough, the little rabbit was easily coaxed. With just that one sentence, she obediently opened her eyes. Whether it was because she was shorter than him or out of instinct, the first thing Chinqing's eyes landed on after opening them was his six-pack abs. She subconsciously reached out and touched them. See, she was addicted and shy. Such a perfect physique wasn't a common sight. But when she looked up at him, she noticed something else. She noticed a tattoo of the character Qing on his left chest. He said, "When I said I was the gift, I wasn't joking. I was serious." He looked at her, his eyes full of sincerity, and continued, "10 years from now, I will give myself to you. My whole life will belong to you." Words from the heart always move people. At this moment, Qing looked at him, tears of emotion glistening in her eyes, but she couldn't say a word. When Yufeng moved closer and said, "For these 10 years, no matter what you do," he leaned in closer and continued, "In 10 years, I'll be 30. Whether you give up or not, you won't like me anymore, will you?" He continued to look at her, his voice still steady, "But it doesn't matter. This is my choice." With that, when Yufeng leaned down and gently kissed her lips, whispering, "Dian Dian, happy birthday." Then he hurried out of the bright hallway, leaving a bewildered Dian Dian alone in the dim stairwell. He muttered to himself that it was a personal choice, yet he didn't dare stay to hear the answer. Yufeng clenched his fists, as if angry at himself, his thoughts still roaring inside. When Yufeng, how can you be so cowardly and pathetic? Time passed quietly, and the day of the high school graduation exam finally arrived. These 2 short days were the goal that students had been working towards for 3 years. But for Qing, these 2 days were no different from ordinary days. She easily took first place in the liberal arts without any difficulty. This time, she didn't apply to the universities most people around her suggested, but filled in the application she had been thinking about for a long time. At that moment, in the Qin family home, Mrs. Qin was saying, "In about a year, you'll officially be an adult and you'll have graduated from high school. Your father and I don't mind letting you adapt to adult thinking and life in advance." 6 months in advance. Mrs. Qin sat on the sofa and continued to instruct Qing. "So from today onwards, you must remember that your parents will no longer interfere with your choices, but likewise, every choice is your own responsibility." Mrs. Qin added sternly, "You must do this." Qing didn't speak, just listened quietly with her head down. At this time, Grandma Qin came over to comfort her. "Your parents are so heartless. Other people's daughters are 18 or 19 years old and just starting university, and their parents are still by their side, but your parents have already let go." Hearing her grandmother say this, Qing smiled happily and replied, "Grandma, I'm fine." At this moment, Xian Hao also walked in and immediately asked her, "Xiao Qing, have you contacted the moving company? You can't move so many heavy things by yourself." She pulled her suitcase and replied to Xian Hao, "Second brother, don't worry." Although she said she was fine, her expression was extremely uneasy, and she became increasingly silent. Xian Hao looked at his younger sister and thought, "I don't know if it's my imagination, but since the college entrance exam ended, Xiao Qing seems to have become much quieter. This silence is completely different from before." Seeing her silence for so long, Xian Hao took the initiative to find a topic to break the atmosphere. "Ahem, I just went to the school to get your materials and graduation certificate. I heard that your desk mate also got good grades." He asked again, which university did he apply to? She replied indifferently, "I don't know." Seeing her attitude, Xian Hao panicked a little, not knowing whether to continue the conversation. Soon after, they arrived at the airport. After a reluctant farewell, Qing finally raised her hand and said goodbye to her second brother. "Goodbye, second brother." Xian Hao just hummed softly and also raised his hand to say goodbye to his sister. He was still thinking, if I could find that brat. Watching Qing's lonely and desolate figure walk into the security checkpoint, Xian Hao was still in a daze. Who made our Xiao Qing so sad? Xian Hao continued to silently watch her back, vowing to throw that person into the sea to feed the fish. In the crowded airport, Qing was still immersed in her own thoughts. She walked in a daze, gently took out her phone from her bag, glanced at it, sighed, and put the phone down again because she hadn't received any messages. Many years later, whenever she thought of that message, she still couldn't control her complex feelings. She never thought that it would be the last message he sent her in so many years. Qing and the white cat, Dian Dian, met again more than a month after she started her second year of university. That day was a general elective course at the university, and Qing was a student in class 4 of the Chinese department. In this school, probably no one didn't know the name of this talented woman in the Chinese department's beauty. Her phone rang with a new message notification. Chinqing opened it and saw that it was from her roommate. Chinqing, someone just brought a white cat and said it's D&D. Before she finished reading, she was so shocked that she dropped her phone. She immediately stood up and said loudly, "Professor Song, I'm sorry, I have an emergency." The usually calm campus beauty hadn't been so agitated in a long time. She ran back to the dormitory panting, and the moment she pushed open the door, her eyes searched everywhere. Seeing her so unusual, her roommate asked, "Chinqing, what's wrong?" She asked anxiously, "Who brought the cat? Where are they?" Her roommate casually replied, "They took it to the dorm supervisor. None of us saw them." The dorm supervisor also said that the white cat can't stay in the dormitory. At this moment, her roommate seemed to notice something and hurriedly turned around and exclaimed, "You." Chinqing's face was already covered in tears, drop by drop sliding down, all the long-suppressed grievances and sadness erupting completely at this moment. Looking at Chinqing, it was as if she had just experienced 100 years of pain. She sat down, her whole being seemingly collapsing, all defenses gone. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She thought in agony, "I try not to think about these things, but that doesn't mean they don't exist. Some feelings are encountered too early, carved too deeply into the bone. Like some wounds, I don't bandage them, I don't touch them, thinking time will heal everything. But that's not the case. Just one accidental slip, the bandage falls off, and I discover the wound is still bleeding, as if freshly cut." Chinqing covered her face, continuing to sob. "From now on, it still lives, but a part of my heart has died. I want to let go, but I can't. I want to forget, but I can't bear to." She gently stroked her cat, Dian, murmuring, "You've grown so big." The pain in her heart twisted again, and tears continued to slide down her cheeks. Chinqing clutched her chest tightly, waves of pain washing over her. In her mind, she cried out silently, "Is anyone there? Someone, please save me. I am dying." Her consciousness was spiraling out of control, memories and past events flashing before her eyes. Chinqing lamented silently, "My brain is like a broken projector, replaying forgotten junior high memories every moment of every day." He's always the protagonist in those scenes, with that smile and those warm gestures. He's there when I'm awake, and he's there in my dreams. After so long, I can no longer distinguish between what's real and what's a dream. A few days later, in the emergency room, Chinqing lay weakly in a hospital bed. The doctor's voice came. "Why are her white blood cells so low? Has she had any infections recently?" The doctor standing by her bed observed her and said, "Although there are no signs of swollen lymph nodes, that's not necessarily a symptom. Let's start in 4 and see if her red blood cell count comes up in a few days." The doctor turned to leave, but their voice still echoed. "If it's effective, then it's nothing serious. If not, we'll do further tests." At this moment, Chinqing slowly opened her eyes and looked out the window, thinking, "I wonder if he can see." She reached for her phone, scrolled through her contacts for a long time, and pressed the call button. But all she heard from the other end was a dry, hopeless automated voice. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is powered off. Please try again later." Chinqing could no longer hear his voice, but she couldn't bear to hang up, tears falling like rain once more. She closed her eyes, lying woolly on the hospital bed, her mind filled with thoughts. If it's leukemia, if it's blood cancer, if he can never see me again. She thought, will he regret it? When you fong, I regret it. She typed a message, I regret it. That gift, please throw it away. The message showed as read. Time flew by, and before she knew it, it was Chinqing's final year of her master's program. Now, she was in Chincheng. She hopped into a taxi, and the driver casually asked where to. Chinqing looked out the window, her expression dazed, and subconsciously replied, Feline Bay. It was as if only that name had popped into her head. By the time she came to her senses, she realized she had misspoken. Chinqing smiled and said, Sorry, driver, I said the wrong place. Take me to number 15 Yinshan Villas, Huiding Road. The driver, upon hearing this, asked amiably, Do you go out often? Can't even find your way home. Chinqing was silent for a moment before replying, We moved from the old house a year ago. I'm not used to it yet. Sorry. The driver said warmly. It's all right. I've seen worse. Chinqing looked out the window, her thoughts wandering with the changing scenery. These past few years, Grandma's health has been declining, and Mom has also retired. Time really does change everything. She was still reminiscing about her family when she suddenly remembered that a year ago, her grandmother had been brought to Yinshan Villas to be cared for, so they wouldn't have to go to Feline Bay anymore, and she wouldn't have to go to that place she didn't want to go, but had to. It's for the best, she thought. It sounds like a kind of liberation, but there's always a sigh in my heart. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was Euong. Her voice burst from the phone. You landed, right? I've called you countless times. Your phone's been off. Ank yelled into the phone. I was so worried. Let's meet up this afternoon. I haven't seen you in ages, and we haven't really talked. Ank was always like this, as boisterous as a summer rainstorm. Chinqing replied, I just got off the plane. Can you give me a few days to rest? Before she could finish, Ank continued, rest. You rest. Your ancient body has been soaking in the school library for how many years? What you need most right now isn't rest. If I don't drag you out to exercise, you'll rust. Ank added, besides, you used to be running around all the time, and I never stopped you. This time you're back for 2 whole months of vacation. You have to spend more time with me. Don't even think about making excuses. Hearing this, Chinqing resigned herself to her fate and sighed, complaining, I knew I shouldn't have told you I had 2 months off. What a blunder. But Ank didn't care, just laughing and teasing. Too late for regrets now, darling. At this point, Chinqing was completely defeated. At a relaxed outdoor cafe, Enku and Chinqing chatted. Enku, a whirlwind of words, gushed, Chinqing, you've become so beautiful this year, practically enchanting. Chinqing laughed. You're such a flatterer. Enku continued, you've been working at the law firm for 2 or 3 years now, right? You must have charmed quite a few junior colleagues this year. Chinqing, wanting to change the subject, quickly asked, don't just talk about me. What about you? You're graduating with your master's soon. What are your plans? She hesitated slightly. I haven't decided yet. Suddenly, Enku lowered her voice. You're not planning on staying away, are you? Chinqing's expression darkened for a moment. Then she smiled again. Of course I'll be back. Grandma is still recuperating in Chincheng. I can't go too far. Enku pressed. Then what are you hesitating about? Chinqing sighed. Maybe you want to take a break, travel, and see the world. Seeing Enku's confused expression, Chinqing quickly added, it's nothing. I won't be leaving Chincheng for these 2 months. I still have to go back to school for my dissertation defense in 2 months. I can decide then. Hearing this, Enku coughed a few times and said, well, you've saved up some money writing for magazines these past 2 years. It's good to travel and see the world. There's really no need to settle down so early. Enku looked down thoughtfully, while Chinqing seemed to have already made up her mind. But I probably won't be staying at home for these 2 months. Our lifestyles are too different, or rather, it's a bit inconvenient. I'm planning to rent a place outside in a few days. I'll need our great lawyer Joie and Ku to help me out then. Anka grinned. No problem. This lawyer will give it her all. I can even help you move and clean. Suddenly, Chinqing's tone became subdued. By the way, how's the cat I asked you to look after? Seeing Chinqing's sudden hesitation, Enku looked at her intently for a few seconds, a puzzled expression on her face. Quickly regaining her cheerful tone, Enku replied, oh, it's doing great. Snow white, fluffy fur, super soft. It just feels like it needs to lose some weight. Chinqing asked softly, did you change its name again? Enku continued chattering, I did. I'm too lazy, so I just call it meow meow. I end up meowing louder than it does every time I feed it. Chinqing nodded. Meow meow is a good name. I want to go see it once I've rented a place. You don't mind, do you? Enku replied, of course not. You can take it back if you want. Chinqing raised a hand to signal there was no rush. After I'm done moving, let's go to Chincheng for a change of scenery. Enku happily agreed, okay. As they walked towards the parking lot, Enku continued chatting. A new restaurant opened in Chincheng last year. It's really good. I'll take you there. It's just down this road, very close. Driving, Enku kept talking. Things have changed so much in the past few years. I hardly recognize a lot of familiar places anymore. Chinqing looked out the window, her gaze falling on Chowin's bar, a place that held memories of her and when you fought. She glanced at it, memories flooding back. Chinqing gave a wry smile, thinking to herself, that's why I don't want to come back. The scenery remained the same, but her thoughts drifted far away. Those beautiful memories now felt like a punishment. If only she could forget them all. They arrived at the place, and Ku wanted to take Chinqing. Getting out of the car, and Ku exclaimed, "We're here." Thankfully, the restaurant wasn't closed today, and they had arrived early. Before Ku could finish speaking, she suddenly saw someone and froze. It seemed the other person recognized her too. Chao and Li Xiang were walking out of the restaurant. Li Xiang recognized Chinqing and said sarcastically, well, if it isn't the great beauty who dumped Yufeng a few years ago." Li Xiang's appearance and his words stunned both Ku and Chinqing. They were completely baffled by his intentions, and Ku cursed him silently. But Li Xiang didn't care, continuing in his mocking tone. "So, even someone as hard to get as Miss Qin is willing to return to Qinsheng." Qinqing seemed unfazed by his words, simply offering a soft greeting. "Long time no see." Seeing a potential conflict brewing, and Ku quickly interjected, "I have some personal matters to attend to today, so I won't disturb you." Qinqing took the hint and said goodbye. "See you tomorrow." But Li Xiang's mouth was faster than Qinqing's feet. Before she could walk away, he added, "Leaving so soon, Miss Qin? We were acquainted once. Don't you miss the old days at all?" He continued his mocking laughter. "Ha, ha, my memory is really good." Then, as if that wasn't enough, he rambled on, "I almost forgot back then, Yufeng was completely devoted to her, but she still turned around and left him. Not to mention this long-past affair. Miss Qin probably doesn't care at all, right?" Qinqing stopped. Perhaps if she kept giving in, this guy would just escalate, mistaking an inch for a mile. She turned around and said sharply, "What happened between him and me, right or wrong, is none of your business. You have no right to say these things." Hearing this, Li Xiang angrily shouted, "Fine, I'll be sure to relay your words verbatim." Suddenly, it was as if a bolt of lightning struck her. It made her freeze. Qinqing asked faintly, "He's back." But Li Xiang turned his head and denied it. "No." His expression remained unpleasant. "But whether he comes back or not, what does it have to do with you?" Qinqing's steps suddenly became heavy, as if a stone was pressing down on her back. She thought to herself, "That's right, whether that person comes back or not, what does it have to do with me?" Just as she was about to leave, Chowan suddenly spoke. "Miss Qin." Chowan looked at her and continued, "I don't mean anything else. I just want to apologize for Li Xiang's rudeness. He's always been impulsive. It's not like you've only known him for a day. I hope you can forgive him." Chowan's words softened Qinqing's heart. Qinqing sat across from her. "A girl softly asked you, and you and him, did you dump him?" Qinqing shook her head and slowly replied, "I don't know." The girl whispered, "You guys." Qinqing smiled brightly. "You could probably say that. You must have heard about it back then, right?" Even though his grades were so good that year, he didn't fill in anything for his university applications. The girl crossed her arms, her face full of confusion. "How could we not have heard? His total score was only 2 points lower than yours, but he didn't apply to a single school. I heard Sun Jing was furious." The girl added with a bewildered look, "Yeah, it was even more famous than anything he'd done before." Qinqing lowered her eyelids slightly, because that summer, he was directly selected by the mixed martial arts team and went straight into the special forces. The girl was a little surprised. We didn't know that." Qinqing said sadly. "His identity couldn't be made public, of course. After that, I never saw him again. But even if I want to see him, I couldn't." The girl's lips twitched slightly. "A week before I left Xinjiang, I sent him a message saying I was leaving." Recalling that year, Qinqing said softly, "Then I waited for a week. The day I left, he finally messaged back, saying he had to participate in a long, multi-stage selection and training process." The turmoil in her heart was still hard to calm. "At that time, I couldn't have imagined." The girl asked doubtfully how long. "How long?" Qinqing blurted out, "I didn't know how long, because a year later, when I was almost diagnosed with leukemia, I still hadn't been able to contact him even once." Qinqing's tone remained as gentle as a little rabbit. "Actually, before that year, I hadn't thought about him much. I thought it would be like him." The girl listened quietly. "Maybe, without realizing it, I would wait 10 years until I was 27 and then get to know him again. That wouldn't be so bad. Later, I realized I was wrong. That last week, every day, every hour, every minute, I was waiting for his message. All the longing I had suppressed for a year and all the disappointment suddenly surged up. In those days, her small lips continued to speak. At that time, I made a decision." The girl was stunned. "A decision?" Qinqing. Qinqing replied softly, "Yes, I sent him a message. Just 2 sentences. I regret it. Please throw that gift away." At this point, she gave a wry smile. "Just consider a breakup. It's not wrong to say that I dumped him. Chinqing smiled brightly on the surface. But in the end, we were never actually officially together, were we? This left the girl speechless for a moment, and so they chatted, confiding in each other. Did you explain the reason in that message you sent? No. So in a sense, you still dumped him so heartlessly. The girl asked seriously, was that message you sent before or after you two got together? Really? Chinqing was silent for a long time, as if thinking. I sent it before we officially confirmed our relationship. I thought, if it was just baseless worry, I would take the opportunity to break it off. If that's the case, then you still left him a way out before you died, didn't you? The girl said with some disappointment. How could you be so cruel to yourself? Silly, the food's here, and there's wine too. Chinqing was a little surprised. Wine? The girl gave a wry smile. Don't tell me you've never even had a sip. The girl immediately brightened. Great. With me here, you can test your limits without worry. Even if you get drunk, I can take you home. Chinqing replied obediently. Okay, I'll just have a little, but I'll stop when I've had enough. Don't even think about getting me drunk. The girl laughed. All right. I'll keep an eye on you. Just don't drink too much. For Chinqing, alcohol was her Achilles heel. After more than an hour, Chinqing was already drunk after just one glass. The girl thought to herself, speechless. She had suspected Chinqing's low tolerance, but she hadn't expected her to be a lightweight. After getting her into the car, the girl sighed. At least she didn't look too bad when drunk. Chinqing, still drunk, asked with flushed cheeks, where are we? The girl replied blankly, in the car. Taking you home, Miss Chin. The tipsy Chinqing just mumbled, oh. The girl asked with some surprise, Xiao Qing, I've always been afraid to ask, are you seeing any other men now? Chinqing, holding her head, replied, Grandma, don't rush me. Later, I will in the future. The girl calmly pressed, then why not now? Are you still not over him? Chinqing softly said, forgotten. I forgot him a long time ago. The girl pressed further, if you've forgotten him, why aren't you dating again? Chinqing turned her head and said indifferently, it's meaningless. The girl asked, puzzled, huh? What's meaningless? Dating. Chinqing closed her eyes and didn't speak again. But after a while, she added, not him. It's just meaningless without him. The girl could only sigh, silly girl. A white car stopped in the open space downstairs at Building 11, Feline Court. Chinqing's friend dropped her off at home. Which floor do you live on? Chinqing replied with a headache, 12. The elevator display also stopped on the 12th floor. Which apartment? Her friend asked. East or west side? Which apartment do you live in? But Chinqing didn't hear clearly and just mumbled, huh? She then asked hazily, east or west, which one? Chinqing seemed to be in a daze. She thought to herself, which apartment do I live in? Her friend just stared in disbelief. Zhuang, I swear, this is a headache. Zhuang said softly, with me around, I'll never let Chinqing touch another drop of alcohol. With that, her friend took the key from Chinqing's hand. Give me the key. I'll open the door. Chinqing was still drunkenly rambling. Don't move. Zhuang walked towards the door with the key. I'm not moving. She thought to herself, even if she opened the wrong door, hopefully, the neighbors would be understanding. Her friend forced a smile, looking troubled. It clearly wasn't this apartment, as the key wouldn't turn. Zhuang suddenly froze. Suddenly, Chinqing hugged the door. Her friend quickly ran back, thinking resignedly, I'll forgive this silly girl one more time. Standing in front of another door, Chinqing leaned her head on Zhuang's shoulder, but her friend was disappointed again. It was still clearly not the right one. Just then, the door opened, and when Yufeng walked out groggily, Dian was also there. Zhuang was slightly taken aback. When Yufeng, the two stared at each other in a daze. When Yofeng's gaze towards her was somewhat hostile, making Zhuang want to turn a stone on the spot. He picked up Chinqing without hesitation. When Yufeng carried Chinqing into the apartment, Zhuang slowly followed, looking around. Is this your place? But she was only met with Wen Yofeng's silence. Watching his back as he carried Chinqing inside, she thought, he's even colder than he was in high school. Chinqing, covered in sweat, was sleeping soundly. Suddenly, she kicked off the blanket right in front of him. Wen Yufeng was silent for a moment, looking at Chinqing. Chinqing also opened her eyes and glanced at him. Then she turned her face away, slightly sulky. When Yufeng sat down gently, his deep voice soft, tell me, what do you want? Chinqing replied, but Chinqing grabbed his hand coquettishly, then you still can't go. When Yufeng ignored her and picked up his phone from the side. While Wen Yufeng was on the phone, Chinqing sat beside him and couldn't help but complain, my feet are so cold. Wen Yufeng immediately sat next to her and placed her feet on his lap. Wen Yufeng continued his phone call, asking the hotel to prepare some hangover soup, while keeping Chinqing's feet warm on his lap. Chinqing had already closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep, hazy with drunkenness. About an hour later, on the 15th floor of the Yinshan building, Zhao Onkong mumbled in a daze. How did you know where she was? Why would she give you the address? When Yufeng carried Chinqing, walking ahead, and said softly, if she wanted to tell you, she would have. He handed the unconscious Chinqing over to Zhao Onkong and said, she's all yours this time. It's the west-facing room again. He turned to leave. Don't mention me when she wakes up. Zhuo Enk looked bewildered. She even went to your house today. How could she not remember tomorrow? Zhuo Enk looked up. Why are you doing all this extra stuff? When Yufeng narrowed his eyes slightly. She's not only a lightweight, but she also gets completely disoriented when drunk. Zhuo Enk was a little surprised. Wasn't this her first time drinking? When Yufeng community played? No. In college, she accidentally drank soda mixed with alcohol. She probably forgot about it herself. At this moment, Chinqing gently rubbed her eyes. Zhuo Enk froze. When Yufeng saw it too, his lips twitching slightly. Then I'll be going. Zhuo Enk held Chinqing, thinking blankly. Didn't you say he never contacted you, and you never saw him? Then how would he know you drunk alcohol before? Did you call him and bother him? And he actually answered. A week later, Zhuo Enk watched Chinqing pick out clothes. Stunned. There really are people who can get that drunk. Isn't this like having a goldfish's memory? Thinking about that campus heartthrob when Yufeng, it's a bit much. The two were in the room. Zhuo Enk softly asked, after you got drunk that day, did you feel unwell the next morning? Chinqing nodded. I was a bit dizzy when I woke up, but otherwise fine. Zhuo Enk gently asked again, then do you remember how you got back? Chinqing turned around, silent for a moment, as if thinking. Chinqing replied, didn't you bring me back? Zhuo Enk was speechless. Chinqing continued, still looking bewildered. Grandma even said that drunk people are especially heavy and told me to thank you properly. I'll treat you to a nice lunch today to make up for it. Zhuo Enk remained silent, only thinking. Heavy. She stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. But it wasn't me who carried her back. How would I know? Zhuo Enk asked blankly, did you dream that night? Chinqing quickly replied, why are you suddenly asking this? She coughed a few times and laughed awkwardly. It's nothing. It's just that night I heard you. Seemed like you were calling someone's name. Chinqing froze. She was stunned, thinking, are you poking at my wounds just to talk about yourself? Chinqing panicked. Did I mention him? So embarrassing. Forget it. For the sake of our revolutionary friendship, better not to say anything. Suddenly her spirits lifted. Hey, let's have lunch together and go for a walk in the afternoon. Zhuo Enk nodded, smiling awkwardly. Chinqing has changed so much in the past 2 years. You have to show me around. Suddenly she saw something. Huh. Zhuo Enk reached out curiously and picked it up. What's this? Zhuo Enk held the small accessory, still looking surprised. Chinqing turned her head. It's nothing, just a small gift someone gave me a few years ago. Zhuo Enk picked it up and looked at it. A few years ago. It's quite stylish, but her expression suddenly changed. Wait, why does this look so familiar? Chinqing turned around in surprise and asked. Zhuo Enk whispered, are you sure this is just a small gift? Then she looked up at Chinqing, her face shocked. Chinqing froze for several seconds. Zhuo Enk was still in shock. Oh my God, you must introduce me to the person who gave you this small gift. I swear I'll burn incense and worship Buddha for him every day. She carefully put the accessory on her hand and asked suspiciously, this couldn't be from when Yufeng, could it? Seeing Chinqing didn't respond, she immediately understood. No wonder. Chinqing asked in surprise, is there something special about this bracelet? Zhuo Enk continued, it seems he didn't tell you anything. Chinqing was confused. Tell me what? Zhuo Enk softly explained, this bracelet is a former style from a certain luxury brand. Do you know how much it costs? Chinqing asked back, how much? Zhuo Enk held up 6 fingers. 6 figures. I bet when Yufeng didn't buy it because of the price, but because of its meaning. Chinqing was even more surprised. What meaning? Lock up your lover. In other words, you belong to me for the rest of your life. A faint smile played on her lips. You sly fox, when Yufeng. An hour and a half later, Chinqing calmly said, Lawyer Zhao, please let me treat you to a meal. Zhao Onkai replied happily and excitedly, let's go, I'm starving. I'm going to eat you out of house and home today. Just then, Chinqing's grandmother walked in and asked upon seeing Zhao Onkai, who is this? Chinqing quickly introduced him. Grandma, this is my high school classmate, Zhuan Kai. Her grandmother continued, the same age as my dear granddaughter. And she turned around slightly embarrassed. That was my childhood nickname, Chinqing. Grandma has always refused to change it. Zhuan Kai suddenly remembered something. Just last night, when Yufeng blurted out that the name sounded familiar, Chinqing's grandmother smiled. Calling you by your nickname is more intimate, right? You're the same age. Zhuan Kai quickly replied, yes, Grandma. Grandma continued to ask, do you have a boyfriend? This made Chinqing stunned, a blush creeping up her cheeks. Grandma, what are you saying? Grandma suddenly rolled her eyes. Single dogs shouldn't talk. Zhuan Kai couldn't help but laugh, while Chinqing wasn't happy at all. She replied, huh, Grandma, who did you learn that from? Grandma narrowed her eyes. I know a few nice young men. Should I introduce you to one? Zhuan Kai gave an awkward laugh. No need, Grandma. I already have a boyfriend. Hearing this, Grandma turned to scold Chinqing. Look at her, proactively finding a boyfriend, unlike you, every time I introduce you. But you always refuse. Chinqing blurted out, I'm only 24. I'm not in a hurry. Grandma, you really don't need to worry. Grandma sighed in disappointment. If you stayed in Xinjiang all the time, of course I wouldn't worry, but you're always running around the country, always out and about. Your parents and I can't take care of you. If you get dizzy or have a fever, there's no one to even ask about you. How can I not worry? Chinqing lowered her head, lost in thought, then softly said, I'll listen to you, Grandma. I'll definitely meet someone this month. Okay. Grandma sat in her chair and slowly said, it's good to make friends, just don't always be alone. She simply replied softly, Outside, hearing their conversation, Zhuan Kai asked, are you really willing to listen to Grandma and go on a blind date? Chinqing slowly replied, I don't want her to worry, so I'll go and meet them. If it's not suitable, I'll make up an excuse. Zhuan Kai was stunned. Who are you breathing a sigh of relief for? At that moment, a call came from an unknown number. The person on the other end said, I wonder if Miss Chin is free this afternoon. If it's convenient, I'd like to chat with you. Chinqing's lips moved slightly, and she replied without hesitation, I'm sorry, I have plans this afternoon. The other party immediately interrupted. 2 years ago, Yinge became blind due to a retinal injury and was later discharged from the army. Doesn't Miss Chin want to know about this? Chinqing froze for a few seconds, her face instantly turning pale. The other party kept calling her name because she didn't respond. Hello, Chinqing asked urgently. Where are you now? The other party replied, Fenghua Entertainment District, first floor coffee shop. Zhuan Kai called out, Chinqing, come look at this bag. What's wrong? Chinqing, can you accompany me somewhere now? Kai frowned. Although puzzled, she agreed. The scene cut to the coffee shop. Someone saw the person next to them looking unwell and asked with concern, Miss, why are you sighing so heavily? The man calmly replied, I'm praying that Yinge won't come looking for me, because I forgot to emphasize that the blindness was only temporary. It ended up scaring his little girlfriend. Zhuan Kai sensed something was wrong and asked, is something urgent happening? Chinqing hesitated. It's not urgent now. Even if it was, it's no use. Zhuan Kai seemed to understand something. Is it about Wen Yufeng? She remained silent for a moment, not answering. Standing at the entrance of the upscale residential complex's coffee shop, her best friend's voice rang out. Zhao Qing. Zhuan Kai said dejectedly, I really did run into Wen Yufeng recently. He said you got drunk in college and forgot everything. Chinqing lowered her eyes slightly and said softly, maybe you forgot, but you two must have been in contact. What you remember might be wrong. Chinqing's eyes widened in shock. Drunk in college and forgot everything. A finger tapped lightly on the black screen. Inside the upscale coffee shop, the two sat facing each other. Miss Chinqing, she asked softly, what did Mr. Zhao mean on the phone just now? The man named Zhao moved his lips slightly. Just the surface truth. This made her suddenly become somewhat agitated. You mean he's now? Mr. Zhao interrupted. I'm very sorry for the misunderstanding, Miss Chin. Yinji's eyes fully recovered 2 months ago. She breathed a sigh of relief, gradually calming down. Mr. Zhao's actions made me seem uncool, especially after what I said on the phone. Actually, I invited Miss Chinqing here because I have more important matters to discuss. Mr. Zhao seemed satisfied and said, I wasn't sure I could convince Miss Chinqing to come. His gaze flickered slightly. I hope Miss Chinqing understands. Chinqing slowly closed her eyes. What other important matters? Mr. Zhao's expression shifted subtly. May I ask when Miss Chinqing proposed breaking up with Yinge? She fell silent, and an eerie quiet descended upon the room. After a moment, she spoke softly, a hint of displeasure in her voice. I've already said, what happens between him and me is none of anyone else's business. A look of determination flashed in Chinqing's eyes. Chinqing was stunned. Her grandmother sat in a chair, speaking softly. Yes, I asked you yesterday, and you said you were free today, didn't you? Hearing this, she could only force a laugh. I didn't realize you were talking about this kind of thing, Grandma. Grandma asked excitedly, aren't you surprised? Chinqing felt uneasy, thinking surprised. I'm more like startled. And she said, Grandma, I really don't want to go today. Can we reschedule? Grandma sounded disappointed. Did you forget what you promised me? Or were you just saying it to appease me? Chinqing sighed. No, it's just that I'm really not in the mood lately. Grandma urged, the worse your mood, the more you need to go out, meet new people. I'm not forcing you to find a boyfriend. I'd just be happy if you made a new friend. Grandma continued, be more lively, be more cheerful, and I'll be happy. Chinqing reluctantly agreed. Fine, I'll go on this blind date. Grandma, please sit down. Hearing this, Grandma immediately brightened. Then it settled. 2 o'clock this afternoon, at the Unexpected Encounter Cafe. I specifically chose the most beautiful cafe in Xinjiang. Aren't you happy? I picked out myself. Young people these days like to meet in cafes. She replied dejectedly, happy Grandma, so happy. A few hours later, at the Feline Apartments, when Yufeng stared blankly at the person opposite him. What are you doing here? The other person spoke softly. Brother, I came to apologize. His hand tightened slightly. When Yufeng calmly opened a bottle of water, his gaze averted. And Xiao said apologetically, I saw Chinqing a few days ago. When Yufeng calmly asked, what did you tell her? And Xiao gave an awkward laugh. I just told her the truth. She should know. When Yufeng blurted out, who told you to stick your nose in? And Xiao feigned innocence. Director Wen told me to. He said he really didn't want to see you again. He hesitated, his expression turning grave. He looked half dead. You know, even though your eyesight has recovered, Director Wen still told me to push Chinqing to get rid of you quickly, so you can disappear from his sight as soon as possible. When Yufeng remained silent for a long time, his expression shifted slightly. Did you really tell her that? And Xiao replied, I just explained to Miss Chinqing why you couldn't be contacted before, and I also told her that you never. He seemed to hesitate, swallowing his words, leaving Wen Yufeng lost in thought. And Zhao's expression was cautious. Oh, right. I also explained to her about you being discharged from the army 2 years ago due to blindness and only regaining your sight 2 months ago. I believe Miss Chinqing will understand. Just then, the phone rang, and Xiao gave an awkward laugh. Brother, wait a moment. I need to answer this. Seeing the caller ID, and Zhao's face darkened. Brother, I'm sorry. I might have been mistaken. It seems Miss Chinqing still doesn't fully understand. At the cafe, Chinqing looked around awkwardly. So the Unexpected Encounter is on the first floor of Fenghua Entertainment. At that moment, a man recognized her. You're Miss Chinqing, right? She nodded, smiling politely. And you're Feng Zishu. A staff member greeted cheerfully, welcome, Director Zhuan Kai. It turned out Wen Yufeng and his Xiao had also come to the cafe. Chinqing smiled and said, Mr. Feng, you were in the army before, right? It must have been very hard and tiring. Feng Zishu replied casually, the army isn't an easy place. It was indeed very hard, but it also strengthened my will. Those experiences will be unforgettable and have a profound impact on me. She widened her eyes slightly, surprised, and fell silent for a moment. Seeing her in a daze, Feng Zishu asked with confusion, Miss Qin. Miss Qin, hearing this, she snapped back to attention. Ah, I'm sorry, Mr. Feng. What were you just saying? He smiled. Nothing. I was just saying we've been sitting here for over half an hour. Would you like to go for a walk? Chinqing was about to refuse, a look of unease on her face, when she suddenly remembered her grandmother's words. Don't even think about leaving as soon as you get there. You have to stay for at least an hour. Do you hear me? Thinking of this, Chinqing sighed outwardly, feeling a bit helpless, but still managed to put on her friendliest smile. Mr. Feng, where'd you like to go? Feng Zishu scratched his head. I'm not really sure where girls usually like to go. The cinema or an amusement park? Chinqing pondered for a moment, stroking her chin. I wonder if Mr. Feng has ever seen mixed martial arts. On the other side of the room, the two whispered to each other. Yang, they're leaving. Should we follow them? It seems they're together, not separated. When Yufeng replied cautiously, Forget it, let's not. This made Xiao somewhat impressed. He's got guts. Half an hour later, inside the mixed martial arts arena, when Yufeng and Xiao arrived as well. Feng Zishu walked ahead, turning back to call out to Qing. Over here, we're a bit late. There are no seats in the front. I chose 2 seats in the back. Qing looked at the 2 tickets and noticed there were a couple seats. Sitting side by side, Feng Zishu smiled. I didn't expect Miss Qing, who seems so gentle and quiet, to also enjoy something action-packed like boxing. Qing gave an awkward little laugh. I can't really say I enjoy it, but my first time here left such a deep impression that I felt like something was missing if I didn't come back for another look. Feng Zishu seemed surprised. Really? I was too scared back then. I didn't even see how that person finished the fight. I only remember his smile. Qing reminisced, lost in thought. Qing was lost in her memories as the lights above brightened. Feng Zishu turned to ask her, Qing, aren't you scared? Qing returned a smile. As long as Mr. Feng isn't scared, there's no need to worry about me. Looking into the distance, Qing felt a little uneasy. Is this person sitting too close? She hadn't expected that someone else had quietly sat down beside her. Compared to her first time here, the scene was much larger, and the noise level was astonishingly high. Qing couldn't stand the chaotic noise and subconsciously covered her ears. Suddenly, a familiar voice cut through the clamor. It's too loud. Hearing that voice, Qing's eyes widened. She immediately turned around. What did you just say? Feng Zishu was taken aback. Huh? What's wrong? Qing suddenly looked away. Nothing. She lowered her head, her hands nervously fidgeting. Ever since the person on her right sat down, she had felt uncomfortable, even her hairs standing on end. It was so strange. Seeing the scene before her, she instinctively raised her hand to cover her face, letting out a soft cry. Before she could react, a hand grabbed her shoulder and pulled her over. Just like that, she was pulled into that person's arms. In a daze, a familiar voice reached her ears. Dian, you should be pushing me away right now. Qing was completely stunned. The person cautiously continued, didn't you want to dump me a long time ago? Qing looked up blankly. Her palms clenched tighter. It was him indeed. Qing buried her head in his chest, about to speak when Yufeng interrupted her. You'd better not say anything. At this distance, if you say another word, I might go crazy. If you don't care about the person next to you hearing or seeing anything, then go ahead and speak. He finished calmly. Qing became even more uneasy. She didn't care about others hearing or seeing, but if her grandmother found out. Oh no, when Yufeng was still holding Qing's shoulder. Do you like him? She was about to answer, then remembered she couldn't speak, so he took her silence as agreement. Sigh. When Yufeng softly asked, can you please not like him? He rested his chin on top of Qing's head, his voice low. Just one last time, can you pick me up again? He spoke with an almost pleading tone. This left Qing completely stunned. The first match began, and everyone was scrambling to watch. Qing quickly pushed when Yufeng away. Feng Zishu turned back, asking foolishly, Miss Qing, are you all right? Are you feeling unwell? She looked as if her soul had left her body, her cheeks uncontrollably flushing. When Yufeng suddenly looked as if he had encountered a rival who was trying to steal his wife. Feng Zishu looked bewildered. He wondered when someone had sat down, but outwardly he said, dude, what's wrong? This made when Yufeng's expression change slightly. Qing immediately raised her voice. Mr. Feng, startling Feng Zishu. She suddenly stood up. I'm feeling a bit unwell. I was really startled just now. Let's go. Feng Zishu hesitated, but I bought tickets for 3 consecutive matches. Are we leaving now? Qing gave an awkward laugh. Then I'll treat you to a movie as compensation. Okay. Feng Zishu immediately perked up. If Miss Qing wants to go to the movies, then let's go. Qing turned around and whispered to Wen Yufeng, don't follow me. Not long after, Feng Zishu had just stepped outside when he raised his phone. It seems Miss Qing's grandmother and my aunt have finished their conversation. They said they've booked dinner for tonight and want us to join them. Qing asked calmly, and you agreed. He replied innocently. Miss Qing's grandmother is very persuasive. Feng Zishu stroked his chin, brimming with confidence. Actually, I came here with a mission of my own. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. I know a little about Miss Chinqing's situation. Although we're not meant to be in other aspects, I truly admire Miss Chinqing's character. I think we can be friends. After I go home, I'll explain everything clearly to Miss Chinqing's grandmother and my aunt. Tonight's dinner could just be a casual chat between ordinary friends. Chinqing's mood brightened considerably. Mr. Feng, thank you. Later that evening, around 8 o'clock, Feng Zishu escorted Chinqing home. Before entering, she added, Mr. Feng, thank you so much for today. I appreciate it. I'm home now. Be careful on your way back. Feng Zishu nodded with satisfaction. It was my honor to take Miss Chinqing home. Chinqing then swiped her card and calmly walked inside. The door closed as usual. Suddenly, something flashed by quickly, startling her slightly. Before she could see what it was, Chinqing turned and slowly continued walking inside. She continued walking calmly and slowly when suddenly a hand reached out from behind and quickly covered Chinqing's mouth. At the same time, another hand grabbed Chinqing's wrist. In the blink of an eye, the doorway was empty. Chinqing was truly terrified, her eyes squeezed shut. Then, a familiar voice called her name, Chinqing, Chinqing. Chinqing jolted in surprise. Opening her eyes, Chinqing was completely shocked. Recognizing the familiar face, she immediately yelled, Wen Yufeng, you jerk. You scared me to death. But Wen Yufeng just pulled her into his arms, still speaking calmly, so you can go out with others. You can have dinner, watch movies, go on dates with other men, smile, and be happy, completely forgetting about me. His deep voice echoed softly in her ear. Chinqing, I regret it. Chinqing was astonished, her eyes wide. Wen Yufeng slowly rested his chin on her shoulder. In the end, I still feel regret. It turns out you're someone I absolutely cannot lose. Wen Yufeng gently kissed Chinqing's neck. My Chinqing has finally grown up. Chinqing froze as if petrified. She couldn't move at all, just staring blankly with wide eyes. Wen Yufeng slowly released her. But my Chinqing doesn't belong to me anymore. He simply turned around slowly. Chinqing softly called out, Wen Yufeng. She looked up at him and grabbed his arm. I promised you I would grow up, and I did. What about you? You once said you would give yourself to me. Does that promise still count? Chinqing's soft reminder stunned Wen Yufeng. He quickly turned around. Say that again. Chinqing hesitated. Her gaze flickered, and she quickly released his arm. But Wen Yufeng grabbed Chinqing's wrist again. Say it again. She whispered, You clearly heard me. Wen Yufeng didn't answer. He just waited quietly. Chinqing turned around and repeated helplessly, I'm talking about the promise you gave me before. I want it back. Does it still count? He immediately reached out and wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Wen Yufeng held her tenderly. Gifts can't be taken back. Chinqing, have you really thought this through? Chinqing glanced sideways at him. Then I don't want it. Wen Yufeng was stunned. He paused, then laughed, cupping her face in his hands. It's too late. I'm already yours. No returns or exchanges. Chinqing's eyes slowly closed as the person in front of her drew closer. She instinctively closed her eyes tightly, a blush creeping up her cheeks. Just like that, their lips gently touched, a reunion of a kiss separated by years. How romantic. In the elevator, Chinqing stood beside her mother, wanting to explain, Mom, actually he and I, but her mother interrupted her. Let's talk about it at home. I don't want to argue with you outside. Chinqing felt a little frustrated. We just got back together today, and Mom saw us. But then she suddenly smiled. Wen Yufeng's luck, who else could it be but him? As soon as they arrived home, Grandma came out just in time. What's wrong? She heard the seriousness in Chinqing's mother's voice. Grandma said, Chinqing, come here. Let's talk. Grandma asked with concern, Chinqing, weren't you fine just a moment ago? Why suddenly? She replied carefully, I was planning to go downstairs for a walk. She glanced at Chinqing as she spoke. Unexpectedly, as soon as I got downstairs, I saw Chinqing in a corner, hugging a boy. So late at night, just the two of them. He was so angry. If I hadn't seen it, who knows what would have happened. Go ask her what she did. Chinqing just stood there quietly observing. Grandma immediately asked, Dian, are you and Mr. Feng progressing so quickly? Did you know each other before? Chinqing quickly explained, Grandma, it's not him. After Feng Zishu walked me home today, he said we should just be ordinary friends. Grandma asked again, then who is it? Dian, haven't you always been single? She paused, then shyly replied, Grandma, you know him. It's the person who used to live across from your house. Grandma was silent for a moment, tried to remember. Suddenly, she exclaimed happily, "Oh, it's Xiaoyu." Feng Zishu, who had been observing from the side, was stunned, completely bewildered. Meanwhile, when Yufeng thought to himself, it was just a kiss, wasn't it? He quickly asked his mother, "You know that child too, right?" Grandma replied happily, "Of course I do. Xiaoyu lived across from us for several years. How could I not know him?" Qingqing looked puzzled. "Grandma, are you talking about the boy who lived alone?" Grandma said cheerfully, "Yes, that's him. He's sensible, considerate, can cook, and very polite to his elders." Qingqing stood frozen. "Is this really the one Yufeng I know?" Grandma winked at her. Seeing this, Qingqing could only smile helplessly. Well, Grandma was trying to boost Wen Yufeng's image. Her mother immediately frowned and asked, "When did you two meet?" She answered honestly, "Was it before or after I transferred to number 1 high school? I skipped a grade later and ended up in the same class as him, so we gradually got to know each other." Her mother was shocked. It started in high school. Qingqing quickly waved her hands. "No," Grandma interrupted. "Jinghe, Dian is 24 years old this year. She should be thinking about dating and getting married. Everyone else is eager to marry their daughters off. Why are you keeping her locked up at home?" Her mother said seriously, "Mom, I'm not stopping her from dating. Look, Xiaoqing is 24 this year, and she's barely even left the school gates." Patting Qingqing's head, she continued, "There are many things she doesn't understand yet. I'm afraid she'll be deceived and hurt." Then, turning to Qingqing, she said, "Let me be clear. That boy gave me a very bad first impression tonight. Don't feel wronged. No parent wants to see their daughter hugging a stranger downstairs in the middle of the night. From tonight onwards, I'm going to question whether he's responsible and mature enough." Qingqing suddenly brightened. "Mom, tonight was a special situation." Qingqing's eyes widened in surprise. Her mother pressed, "Aren't you going to let me meet him?" She replied with a bright smile, "Of course I will. I will definitely bring him home to meet you." Her mother turned around, her voice still echoing. "Arrange a time in advance and let me know. I'll tell your dad to come back too." Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Triple interrogation. Her lips moved. "I know, Mom." She found in Xiao's old number and quickly called Wen Yufeng, but the call was immediately disconnected. The only sound left was the beep 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 of the dial tone, just like before. "The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable." Qingqing sighed softly. Having just showered, she lay in bed, staring blankly at her phone. She wondered if Wen Yufeng still had her old number. She still had his inner contacts. She imagined the day this phone would ring again. All right, it seemed to have rung a few times before, but they were all spam calls. There were also 2 wrong numbers, but none from Wen Yufeng, until she dialed again, and he finally answered, "Dian." Qingqing immediately sat up. Qingqing retorted, "Hello, did you dial the wrong number? The number I gave you isn't Dian." Wen Yufeng paused, then asked softly, "Did she give you a hard time?" Qingqing replied, "My mom didn't do anything to me, but she'll definitely give you a hard time." Wen Yufeng said confidently, "I'm not afraid." Qingqing said seriously, "My mom is really scary." He laughed. Dian, you're back with me. What else is there to be afraid of?" She was so surprised she couldn't speak for a moment. Qingqing smiled helplessly. "Yeah, because of you, I'm not afraid of anything either." When Yufeng continued, "That's good. I can go home with peace of mind now." She asked in shock, "You're still there?" He whispered, "I've been following you, just in case you got kicked out. I could also pick up a sandbag and take it home. If I couldn't pick you up, it would be a shame. I'd have to come back and wait tomorrow." Qingqing laughed helplessly. All right, Lawyer Zhao. Your mind has been working overtime lately." Zhao Ankong said confidently, "Of course. So now you know how much I held back in front of you before, right?" She suddenly whispered, "Ankong, thank you." This greatly surprised Zhao Ankong. She rested her head on the table, her voice tinged with a playful whine. "Oh, come on, don't say that. You're making me blush." Qingqing chuckled softly. Seeing this, Shui Ink also brightened up. "It's so good to see you smiling so beautifully again. It's really great that he's back by your side." Just then, her phone rang. It was Wen Yufeng. Qingqing immediately answered. He asked urgently, "Where are you?" She answered truthfully, "I'm having coffee with Ankong." He sounded puzzled. "Ankong, is it the girlfriend who knew your birthday before I did?" Qingqing pouted. "Wen Yufeng, you're holding on to that for way too long." Wen Yufeng repeated, his face full of surprise. "Me, holding a grudge. I haven't even mentioned that you still haven't had coffee with me." Qingqing was almost bored to death. "Well, you're mentioning it now. I'm having lunch with Ankong this afternoon." Wen Yufeng calmly said, "Then I'll treat you both." Qingqing still hesitated. "Let me ask her." She turned to Zhue Ank. "Are you going this afternoon?" Euong said cheerfully. As long as it's not a PDA fest, I can handle joining you. When Yufong arrived, Euong couldn't help but exclaim, "Whoa, the campus bully is here. I can't believe he's 27. He looks like he's barely in his 20s, and those legs. So much youthful energy. Can you ask this campus bully his secret to staying young?" I swear, the moment he got out of the car, everyone in the shop was looking out the window. Euong continued to mutter. Everyone on the street, men and women, young and old, couldn't help but look at him. Chinqing said confidently, "I'll pass on your compliments later." Euong exclaimed, "Compliments? Just look outside." I swear, everyone's trying to figure out how to add him on WeChat. What do you think he'll do? Chinqing listened, remaining calm. Euong was stunned. "You're so nonchalant. Is he even your husband? If it were someone else's boyfriend, they'd be ready to fight. You're just watching the show." Chinqing replied confidently, "He's already mine. I'm not worried." Euong was speechless. "Ugh, I'm starting to regret agreeing to this PDA-filled lunch." She muttered, "What do you think the campus bully will say? I bet he'll either say he doesn't have WeChat or that he doesn't have a phone." Chinqing suddenly pulled out her phone, startling Euong. "Whoa, are you preparing to kneel on durian shells when you get home?" Her phone buzzed a few times. Euong continued, "Oh, reinforcements have arrived." Chinqing remained calm. "Keep guessing." Euong persisted. "Put on speaker." Chinqing obliged and quickly answered the phone. "What's up?" Yufong said calmly, "Wife, someone's trying to add me on WeChat." Both Chinqing and Euong were taken aback by this. Yufong showed them his phone screen. "Sorry, my wife is very strict." Chinqing coughed lightly, while Euong was speechless. She said, "Is Yufong trying to let the whole world know you're his girlfriend?" Kong's tone was teasing. That deep voice, the intimate way he says wife, the suppressed laughter. Is he always like this in front of the campus bully? You guys are making my teeth ache with all this sweetness. Chinqing's cheeks flushed. "It's not as exaggerated as you say." Kong continued to tease her. "It's amazing you can resist being pursued by such a perfect man." Chinqing puffed out her cheeks and remained silent. Euong took a sip of water and smacked her lips. What a waste. After lunch, Zhao Kong sat in the back of the car and said excitedly, "Summer vacation is almost here. Isn't the 5-year #1 high school reunion coming up soon? Are our 2-star alumni, Chinqing and Yufong, planning to visit our alma mater this year?" Chinqing blinked. "A reunion." Yufong said while driving, "If the timing is right, I'll go with her." Euong smacked her lips, her tone teasing. "I heard they invited you several times before, but you never agreed." Yufong, why the sudden change of heart? Ulterior motives, perhaps. Chinqing was stunned. "Lawyer Zhua." Euong hopped out of the car. "Oh, you're even threatening me now. Fine, fine. I won't disturb you lovebirds. See you." As soon as Euong left, Yufong closed the car door and fastened Chinqing's seatbelt, he sat beside her. Chinqing hesitated, seemingly having something to say. Her gaze drifted, and she appeared somewhat distracted. "I forgot to tell you 2 things yesterday." Yufong calmly asked, "What is it?" Chinqing replied casually, "Don't be so serious. I'll tell you slowly while I drive." He asked, "Does it have anything to do with me?" Receiving no answer, Yufong refused to let her drive. "For the safety of both of us, I think it's best you tell me first." Chinqing was taken aback. "Huh?" Yufong calmly stated, "Even if you're not afraid, I'm afraid that after hearing what you have to say, I'll be so agitated that I'll drive into oncoming traffic." She suddenly panicked, unsure of what to say. He gently unbuckled his seatbelt. "Tell me." Then he turned to his girlfriend. "What's wrong?" Chinqing cautiously said, "The first thing is I have to leave Chin City tomorrow and go back to school." Before she could finish, Yufong glared at her sternly, his reaction causing Chinqing to freeze. Yufong said sternly, "You should be thankful we're parked right now. Otherwise we might have already flown across the road." Chinqing hadn't thought much of it before, but now she understood. This guy's driving skills were terrifying. They continued talking in the car. "Well, my final thesis defense is scheduled for next Monday, so I have to go back to school to prepare." Yufong asked for how long. 2 weeks. That's too long. Before she could respond, Yufong interrupted her. "You're leaving tomorrow, and you're just telling me today." Chinqing said softly, "But we only just made up yesterday." Yufong retorted, "You didn't tell me last night either." She smiled sheepishly. "I forgot." He asked again, "And the second thing?" Chinqing said awkwardly, "I think it's better to tell you the second thing after we get out of the car." He raised an eyebrow. "Oh." Chinqing looked around blankly and asked, "Which seat did you choose?" "Huh?" Yufong held up 2 tickets. "It's the same seat you usually sit in." Wasn't this where you sat last time? She remembered after hearing that. It's not related to that blind date, is it? Those are all lies. Only in the theater. When Yufong said proudly, Chinqing, aren't you afraid of the dark? Chinqing froze. The image of being with that person that night, that familiar phrase surfaced in her memory. It seemed like he hadn't even sat next to her yet back then. Did he use all his perceptiveness on things like this? When Yufong suddenly touched the back of the seat, he quickly leaned closer to her and whispered, aren't you going to turn around and comfort me? Chinqing immediately pushed him away. When Yufong, you're so childish. Let's just watch the game, okay? But when Yufong did something unexpected, he grabbed her hand. Chinqing was completely stunned. He kissed her hand directly, gently caressing it, making her blush slightly. While she was still blushing, he said, being with you, I always feel like I have amazing self-control. So after the game, she received an invitation to a movie, like Confrontation, but not entirely unexpected. When a person is jealous, they're also afraid of themselves. After their afternoon date, while driving, when Yufong turned to her and asked, didn't you have a second thing to tell me? Chinqing then remembered, right? Actually, last night my mom said she hoped you could find a suitable time to come over to our house sometime in these next 2 weeks. When Yufong listened, silent for a moment, as if thinking seriously, Chinqing said happily, when Yufong, you're not scared after hearing this, are you? He lowered his eyes slightly, his legs seeming to twitch. When Yufong moved closer to Chinqing, startling her. When Yufong, he whispered, are you scared now? Chinqing shook her head repeatedly. Seeing this, he nodded slightly. Then I'm not scared either. He whispered in her ear, I'm just a little nervous, surprising her. The next day, Chinqing left with her suitcase. Seeing her, Grandma said, Dian Dian, come quickly, have breakfast before you go. Chinqing replied, Grandma, it's okay, I'm not hungry right now. Grandma disagreed. No way. Then she started nagging. Your flight is 2 hours long today, and it'll take another hour to get to the airport. You'll definitely get hungry. Besides, skipping breakfast is bad for your stomach. You young people. Chinqing immediately sat down. Grandma asked, what, do you find me nagging? She shook her head happily. Of course not. Chinqing explained with a smile. On a normal day, I could listen to you chatter all day and not get tired of it, but not today. My flight takes off in 3 hours, and if I'm late, I won't be able to buy a return ticket. Then I'll have to walk all the way back to school. Grandma nodded and said, all right, you're just saying sweet things. Eat your meal properly. Chinqing responded with a smile. No. At this moment, Chinqing was texting when Yufong, specifically saying, my third older brother is taking me to the airport today. I told him I've already booked a driver and seat, and Mom asked him to go. So could you secretly follow behind? Seeing this message, when Yufong froze, instantly covering his mouth as if to suppress a smile. Chinqing immediately replied, approved. Arriving at the airport waiting area, her third older brother, Qinhao, gently reminded her, Xiao Qing, remember to call me when you land. She nodded happily, I will, bye-bye. Third brother. Suddenly, she noticed someone seemingly leaning against a pillar downstairs by the elevators. When Yufong waited calmly, standing there, Chinqing excitedly waved. Her third older brother, Qinhao, stood beside her, stunned. What kind of goodbye wave is that? How come I don't know anything about this? When Yufong stood in the corner, slightly pulling down the brim of his hat. 2 weeks. Too long. I can't wait that long at all. 2 days after arriving back at school, Chinqing kept staring at her phone, thinking, it's been 2 days, and when Yufong hasn't called or texted me. Is he still angry that I left so suddenly? Just then, her phone suddenly rang. It was the dorm leader. She quickly answered, and the other person said, oh, it's me, Chinqing. I heard you're back at school. She replied absent-mindedly, I just got back the day before yesterday. The dorm leader continued, I asked the others in the lab, and everyone studying in T-City said they're free. Even Lao Air said he'd asked for leave to come over. Let's all get together tonight. Chinqing nodded. Okay, you guys decide the time and place. I'll definitely be there on time. I'll send you the address. We won't leave until we see you. Chinqing agreed. Okay, don't leave until you see me. But the other person seemed to haven't hung up yet. Dorm leader, is there anything else? The voice on the other end of the phone suddenly changed. Dorm leader, TCH. Seems like you haven't thought of me at all these past 2 days. These past 2 days. Chinqing froze. For years of undergrad and 3 years of graduate school, I've really gotten used to locking myself away with my study materials and ignoring everything else. As for a boyfriend, if it's not written in my thesis, I wouldn't know. It was when Yufong. He said lightly, Dian Dian, you should be glad you're not in front of me right now. Chinqing quickly explained, actually, I was just thinking of calling you 2 minutes ago, believe me. He just said, oh, sounding surprised. So you were out of contact for 2 minutes, and I just got through. She was speechless. No matter how she explained, it was useless. Oh no, it hasn't even been a week, and the long-distance relationship is already in danger. She was still pondering when Yufeng suddenly whispered, Dian Dian, I miss you. This shocked her even more. Chinqing was silent for a moment. The corners of her mouth turned up slightly, and then she replied happily, when Yufeng, I miss you too. When Yufeng responded softly on the other end, if we're thinking so similarly, then come down to the first floor now. Chinqing immediately jumped up, her mouth agape. Then when Yufeng said, I'm right downstairs in your dorm. When Yufeng got out of the car, his demeanor refined and elegant. As soon as Chinqing saw him, she broke into a brilliant smile and walked quickly towards him. Dear, excuse me, when Yufeng interrupted. Not a student of this university, already have a girlfriend, thank you. Chinqing couldn't help but laugh. When Yufeng pulled his hat down over her head, you're still laughing. But she just kept laughing. When Yufeng frowned in mock displeasure and suddenly pulled her closer. Chinqing was taken aback when Yufeng came close. He gently kissed her lips. This made Chinqing's eyes widen, and she immediately pushed him away. Chinqing turned her head, her face burning red. When Yufeng whispered, I've been asked 3 times already. Can't you comfort me instead of just laughing? Chinqing stared at him blankly. He looked at her quietly, saying nothing. She puffed out her cheeks. Just like that. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Instead of comforting him, she teased him. Chinqing stubbornly said, just like that. But before she could finish, he kissed her again. Afterward, when Yufeng let her go, turning away with a triumphant smile, Chinqing's face was so red she couldn't speak. When Yufeng tried to get close again, she pushed him away. Chinqing pouted and said, and Ko was so right. He paused, huh? Her shy tone was truly captivating. Chinqing covered her eyes with her hands, but he continued, how captivating. If it's really that captivating, then I'll take responsibility seriously. She quickly turned around, using his hat to cover her face as if to hide her embarrassment. When Yufeng, go back. I suddenly don't want to see you anymore. Seeing this, when Yufeng could only smile brightly. She was so shy. In the school cafeteria, their voices echoed. Your school has so many people, it's so lively. Chinqing sat across from him and said helplessly, it's not fun having so many people. When Yufeng waved his hand, with you here, I'll never be bored. Chinqing looked bewildered. It's all so small. But he still strolled around comfortably for the afternoon, feeling it was quite reasonable and the timing was just right. Suddenly, a boy walked over, his expression calm. When Yufeng also noticed him, his originally tense face instantly darkening. Chinqing stood between the two, scratching her head, looking flustered. The boy's lips twitched slightly. Suitor. He bounced the basketball in his hand lightly. Yeah, I've been pursuing Chinqing for a year. Didn't she tell you? Chinqing was startled. Lin Qin, when Yufeng whispered in her ear. He came looking for trouble himself. Chinqing seemed to suddenly understand something. What do you want to do? Her expression was particularly smug. Since he's young and impulsive, I'll teach him a lesson. She answered seriously. That's too harsh. It seems you're not as directly impulsive as before. You've learned to corner your prey before striking. Hearing this, when Yufeng nodded. All right, let's give the kid a life lesson. Chinqing pouted, you're just bullying him. When Yufeng smiled. Isn't it good? Lin Qin felt extremely depressed seeing the two of them chatting so intimately. The two stood face to face. When Yufeng said coldly, I advise you not to give me a reason for self-defense, or you'll end up badly. Chinqing listened the whole time, her heart in turmoil. When Yufeng, say what you want. He's my junior after all. Her heart was in a mess. Coupled with when Yufeng's background, if he wasn't careful, Lin Qin could very well end up in the hospital due to self-defense. He glanced at her as he spoke. Junior or not, did you pick your boyfriend out of the trash? Chinqing was completely stunned by this remark and said angrily, picked out of the trash. Didn't you pursue me first? At this moment, Lin Qin spoke, Brotherwin, can you play basketball? Let's have a one-on-one. Chinqing looked bewildered. Are you really going to argue with the kid? But when Yufeng's aura wasn't good at all, he sighed, am I that petty? He looked at her and continued, when it comes to you, I could be petty for a lifetime. Chinqing was slightly stunned. He took a small step forward and scratched his head. Let's go. More than 10 minutes later, Outside the basketball court, Chinqing leaned against the door, seemingly waiting for someone. As soon as she saw a figure emerge, she immediately became alert. She handed the towel to Wen Yufang. "Where's Lin Qin?" He took the towel and casually replied, "He's down." Qin was completely dumbfounded. 17 minutes later, the rustling voices of two people could still be heard in the basketball court. Difficult to describe. Then make it simple. Come over and explain what misunderstanding made you agree to have dinner with us, and then almost disappear without a trace. Qin listened silently to the other person on the phone. Yes. Bring that handsome guy who crashed the school network too. Let us see what this beautiful misunderstanding is all about. Qin forced a smile. Can't I just come by myself? The other person firmly refused. Either bring your +1 or don't come. No discussion. After saying that, they hung up the phone. Qin was stunned for a few seconds. When Yufang walked beside her and asked softly, "A gathering?" She nodded helplessly. "I've already promised them." He asked again, "Is it that dorm leader who wouldn't let you answer the phone for 2 minutes?" She smiled awkwardly. It was just a few seconds late. When Yufang quickly took off the hat on her head. "Let's go." Qin looked up and asked blankly, "Huh? Where to?" He put on the hat and replied, "I'll take you there." She was confused. "No need. I can go by myself." When Yufang remained indifferent. "Borrowing you for a meal is already the limit of my patience. Don't even think about adding travel time to that." Hearing this, Qin could only smile awkwardly. The top floor of a large shopping mall. Two voices echoed in the elevator. "How many people are in your graduate student dorm? The party sounds lively." Qin replied, "It's not the graduate dorm. It's my college roommates." As soon as she appeared, someone immediately shouted, "Qin." Others, seeing them, exclaimed, "I knew we'd catch you with your family here. Is this really your boyfriend?" But the three of them suddenly froze, a sense of familiarity washing over them. "Wait a minute. Haven't we seen this guy somewhere before? Why do we all feel like we know him? Hey, now that you mention it, he does look familiar." When Yofang's expression stiffened slightly as he faced them. Someone else chimed in, "No way, you guys don't think you've seen every handsome guy in your dreams, do you?" The three of them chattered amongst themselves. Maybe. Come on, let's go. Don't drag my old ears into this." A girl with wide eyes said, "I guarantee, with my 2020th vision, I've definitely seen this guy before." The image of that boy suddenly surfaced in her mind. Then she put her arms around her two friends' shoulders. "Ah, I remember. Didn't Qin message us asking if anyone had ever gotten drunk in college? Do you remember?" Another girl asked blankly, "Sophomore year. What about it?" The first friend quickly explained, "You forgot. That time he went through so much trouble to get you back to the dorm, and you even teased him." "Ah, it's him." Qin smiled and introduced, "This is my boyfriend, Wen Yufang. You should have met him before." Wen Yufang was a little surprised. "You still remember?" Qin just smiled without answering. The other two girls said, somewhat disappointed, "Qin, are you mistaken?" "Same name, haha. I remember your ex-boyfriend, the soldier, also had that name." Qin smiled and said, "No, it's the same person." Another friend asked excitedly, "So back then?" She nodded in reply. "It was a misunderstanding." When Yufang looked surprised, the girl happily led the way. "All right, the private room is booked. This way." The other two quickly followed. When Yufang suddenly lowered the brim of his hat. "Forget it, I won't go in. It'll just be awkward for everyone. You haven't seen each other in a while, so have a good chat. I'll wait outside." Back in the car, Qin took his hand. "What about your dinner?" He smiled. "It's fine. Call me if you need anything. I'll be downstairs." Qin hesitated. "I'm sorry about tonight." When Yufang gently kissed her to comfort her, then turned to leave. "This is the deposit. I'll give you the rest later." He waved goodbye. 9:30 is good. When the party's over, piano music drifted out. Everything felt beautiful and reassuring. When Yofang's voice followed, "Want to take a walk around campus?" The two leisurely enjoyed the moment, simultaneously blurting out, "So beautiful." Qin paused, then asked with a smile, "What's beautiful?" He replied casually, "The wind, the music, the night, this moment." He glanced at her as he spoke. "And you?" She immediately snuggled into his arms. The wind, the music, the night, this moment." She hugged him tighter. "And you? I think it's beautiful. Let's stay like this forever." When Yufang smiled tenderly and gently stroked her hair. When Yufang whispered, "You said it. No going back." Qin hugged him tightly and nodded. I won't regret it." Underneath the dormitory building at night, when Yufang softly asked, "When did you remember about getting blackout drunk?" "Did Zhao Eng tell you I came looking for you?" Qin lowered her voice. "If I hadn't remembered, were you planning to keep it from me forever and let me never forgive you. He narrowed his eyes slightly. I don't know. I asked myself that question a lot 2 years ago. Chinqing's eyes widened, her face blank. He continued, guessing how long I could hold out and whether I'd eventually run back to explain to you. But luckily, my eyes hadn't recovered back then, so I couldn't appear in front of you. Otherwise, I might have scared you. Hearing this, she didn't even realize when she had clutched the ribbon on her chest so tightly. Chinqing quickly responded. So that day, when I found that old phone and called you, you weren't surprised at all when you answered. When Yufeng scratched his head a little sheepishly. Chinqing was even more puzzled. You knew I kept this number, but you knew and still didn't come to explain. He narrowed his eyes slightly and paused before carefully explaining. Zhao Tian, back then, when I went to find you, your roommate said you were very ill, but I never showed up during that time. I hated myself so much that I wanted to die. I can't even bear to think about how you endured those days when you were sick, not then and not now. I admit I was a coward in this matter, and I don't dare to hope you can forgive me for letting you go through that time alone. If you hadn't gone through those years, hadn't tempered your spirit, even if you heard my explanation, could you truly forgive me wholeheartedly and no longer care about the past, irrelevant as it may be now? But those things still happened. Chinqing felt like she had an answer. Back then, maybe I could have, maybe I couldn't have. I don't know anymore. Chinqing quickly changed the subject. It's late. I have to go back to the dorm. Have you booked a hotel? She gestured goodbye. See you tomorrow. Suddenly, when Yufeng grabbed her hand and pulled her closer, his arm around her waist. I'm only considering your apology at dinner as a down payment. Chinqing froze. Where did that pleading, apprehensive man go? He looked like a hungry wolf, crouched at the entrance of a rabbit hole, having waited for days, practically drooling, his eyes frighteningly bright. Chinqing stood on tiptoe and lightly kissed his cheek. When Yufeng wasn't satisfied, putting on a pitiful expression, that's not enough. I waited in the car for 2.5 hours. Chinqing said innocently, it's rush hour. There's a lot of traffic. When Yufeng was silent for a moment, then took off his jacket and draped it over her. He gently pulled the jacket over her head, and Chinqing closed her eyes. Enveloped by the jacket, in the darkness, a passionate kiss collided with the surrounding noise. They kissed deeply, lost in each other, like falling into a blissful abyss, forgetting everything, intoxicated, unwilling to leave, unwilling to return to reality. At the end of the month, in Qincheng, a car sped down the road. When Yufeng asked softly, aren't you going home for dinner? Chinqing shook her head. No, my family just arrived in Qincheng this afternoon. He pursed his lips. Pretty bold, huh? Good. Come with me after lunch to pick out some gifts, okay? Chinqing was momentarily stunned. Gifts? In the rearview mirror, when Yufeng's eyes met hers, Chinqing quickly said, watch the road, not me. Suddenly, it dawned on her. Don't tell me you're planning on bringing gift to my house. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. What else? When Yufeng said confidently, you don't have faith in me. Chinqing sounded a little disgruntled. But you're the one who said, you only know how to play Gamoku. When Yufeng said gently, I understand the rules of Go a little, and even if I can't win, I'll definitely lose gracefully. She closed her eyes slightly and asked confidently, have you thought it through? My dad hates flatterers and yes men. He winked, flashing a bright smile. They'll try not to lose too badly. Chinqing couldn't help but laugh. All right, next question. However, his hand on the steering wheel paused, and a gentle voice followed. Wait. The car pulled into a parking space. Chinqing sat in the car, puzzled. What's wrong? He spoke cautiously. I'm still missing something. When Yufeng picked up his phone and opened his notes app, typing how to communicate with my girlfriend's parents. Chinqing was completely confused. Huh? She leaned closer and asked again, you didn't prepare this beforehand, did you? He nodded, focused on typing on his phone. That's right. Chinqing's jaw almost dropped. That's why you were always taking notes on your phone during our library presentation prep. Now I understand. Chinqing chatted with him, filling him in on her family. My dad occasionally drinks and smokes, but he's not addicted. He has very disciplined habits. When she mentioned her mother, she rolled her eyes. But my mom hates smoking. Her expression immediately changed. If she asks, just tell her you've never smoked. When Yufeng was silent for a moment, as if pondering something, he started the car, turned the steering wheel, and continued their conversation about her parents' preferences. The next morning, Chinqing was still half asleep, letting out a long yawn. Her grandmother saw her and said, "Oh dear, my precious, didn't you sleep well last night?" She rubbed her eyes, replying wearily, "I slept, just not well." Her grandmother looked at her with concern. Her grandmother leaned in close, whispering meaningfully, worried about Xiao Yufang. Chinqing froze, her cheeks flushing crimson, speechless. Grandma seemed to be encouraging her. "Trust Yufang, you'll be fine." In Grandma's view, rather than worrying about Yufang, she should worry about herself. Saying this, Grandma slowly turned around. "Well, you'd better worry about yourself." She turned back again, smiling brightly. "Don't let Yufang handle everything up front while you're messing things up in the back." Hearing Grandma say this, Chinqing asked helplessly, "Grandma, if you could only choose one grandchild between me and Wen Yufang, who would you choose?" She even mentioned her beloved in a soft tone, Wen Yufang. Grandma sighed and replied, "Well, let's choose our most precious child." Grandma said cheerfully, "Anyway, with our precious one here, Yufang will definitely be brought back home too." Chinqing was speechless and helpless. After breakfast, the food on the table had been completely eaten, and even the dishes were spotless. The whole family sat around the round table, and Chinqing asked blankly, "Mom, aren't you going out this morning?" Mom nodded. "We have guests, of course I'm not going out." Grandma looked at Chinqing tenderly. "Your mom told him a few days ago." However, the other two exchanged a meaningful and intimate look. Chinqing's mom was calm and collected, her tone both interrogative and concerned. "Young man, I heard from Chinqing that you were in the military, so your discipline and living habits must be excellent, right?" She rested her chin on her hand, looking curious, but her tone was a little scrutinizing. "I just want to know, what are your usual living habits like?" To Chinqing's surprise, her mom asked like a judge, "Do you drink?" Wen Yufang, who was standing behind Chinqing, carefully replied, "If necessary, I'll have a little, Auntie." Chinqing's mom suddenly became very stern. "What about smoking?" Chinqing's palms clenched tightly, as if worried about something. Wen Yufang opened his mouth slightly. "I used to." This surprised Chinqing, her mouth dropping open as she stared at Wen Yufang, completely stunned. Wen Yufang, however, gave a friendly smile, "But I've quit." Chinqing's mom frowned, her face sour. "When did you quit?" Under her sharp gaze, Wen Yufang replied fearlessly and calmly, "Yesterday." He felt inexplicably happy inside. To coax his precious darling back home, Ajio could quit anything except breathing. Chinqing's mom maintained her serious expression, her tone businesslike. "Why did you quit?" Wen Yufang immediately replied confidently, "Because it's not good for my health, and it also affects the people around me, so I quit." She remained calm and resolute on the surface, but inwardly she gave him a thumbs up. No unnecessary explanations, no deliberate flattery, no lies, no showing off, smart and measured. This young man was quite interesting. At this time, Chinqing's dad, who was sitting opposite, spoke. "I heard from Xiaoqing that you joined the Special Forces after graduating from high school. Is that right?" Wen Yufang immediately looked over seriously. He asked seriously, "Is this classified information that can't be discussed?" Wen Yufang gently shook his head and politely replied, "No. I was in the army for 5 years. 2 years ago, my eyesight was damaged during training, and I was discharged due to injury. My body has fully recovered recently." Chinqing's palms tightened again, her heart clenching, something hidden in her eyes. Chinqing's dad noticed, stunned for a moment, then immediately understood, tried to compose himself. "So you've changed careers now."